48323. Sacrament by Clive Barker. Copyright 1996 by Clive Barker. Read by Jim Zeiger.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Wildlife photographer Will Rabjohns is attacked by a 600-pound female bear and slips into a coma. While he's unconscious, long-buried memories from his childhood return, including the evil perpetrated by Jacob Steep and Rosa McGee. Will recovers to explore unresolved issues. Some violence, some strong language, and some descriptions of sex. 1996. From the book jacket. Living and dying, we feed the fire. Will Rabjohns, perhaps the most famous wildlife photographer in the world, has made his reputation chronicling the fates of endangered species. But after a terrible accident, Will is left in a coma, and in its depths he revisits the wildernesses of his youth and relives his life with a mysterious couple who have influenced his life as an artist and a man. When Will awakens, he sets out on a journey of self-discovery, one where he will penetrate the ultimate mystery and finally unlock the secret of his destiny. Soaring, provocative, and passionate, Sacrament is a masterwork from the pen of one of today's most acclaimed authors. About the author. Clive Barker was born in Liverpool, England, in 1952, and now makes his home in Los Angeles, where, in addition to his work as a novelist and short story writer, he is also a painter and filmmaker. He is the author of numerous worldwide bestsellers, including The Books of Blood, The Damnation Game, Weave World, Imagica, and most recently, Sacrament. The films he has written, produced, or directed include the Hellraiser series, the Candyman pictures, Nightbreed, Lord of Illusions, and the forthcoming The Thief of Always. Other books by Clive Barker: Galilee, Forms of Heaven, Incarnations, Everville, The Great and Secret Show, The Hellbound Heart, In the Flesh, The Inhuman Condition, Cabal. For Malcolm. I am a man, and men are animals who tell stories. This is a gift from God, who spoke our species into being, but left the end of our story untold. That mystery is troubling to us. How could it be otherwise? Without the final part, we think, how are we to make sense of all that went before, which is to say, our lives? So we make stories of our own, in fevered and envious imitation of our Maker, hoping that we'll tell, by chance, what God left untold. And finishing our tale, come to understand why we were born. Contents. Part 1. He stands before an unopened door. Side 1. Part 2. He dreams he is loved. Side 2. Part 3. He is lost, he is found. Side 3. Part 4. He meets the stranger in his skin. Side 5. Part 5. He names the mystery. Side 8. Part 6. He enters the house of the world. Side 11. 1. He stands before an unopened door. 1. To every hour its mystery. At dawn, the riddles of life and light. At noon, the conundrums of solidity. At 3, in the hum and heat of the day, a phantom moon already high. At dusk, memory. And at midnight? Oh, then the enigma of time itself, of a day that will never come again, passing into history while we sleep. It had been Saturday when Will Rabjohns arrived at the weather-bullied wooden shack on the outskirts of Balthazar. Now it was Sunday morning, 2:17 by the scored face of Will's watch. He had emptied his brandy flask an hour before, raising it to toast the Borealis, which shimmered and billowed far beyond Hudson Bay, upon the shores of which Balthazar stood. He had knocked on the door of the shack countless times, calling out for Guthrie to give him just a few minutes of his time. On 2 or 3 occasions it seemed the man was going to do so. Will heard him grumbling something incoherent on the other side of the door, and once the handle had been turned, but Guthrie had not appeared. Will was neither deterred nor particularly surprised. The old man had been universally described as crazy, this by men and women who had chosen as their place of residence one of the bleaker corners of the planet. If anyone knew crazy, Will thought, they did. What, besides a certain lunacy, inspired people to build a community, even one as small as Balthazar, population 31, on a treeless, wind-battered stretch of tidal flats that was buried half the year beneath ice and snow, and was for 2 of the remaining months besieged by the polar bears who came through the region in late autumn, waiting for the bay to freeze? That these people would characterize Guthrie as insane was a testament to how crazy he really was. But Will knew how to wait. He'd spent much of his professional life waiting, sitting in hides and dugouts and wadis and trees, his cameras loaded, his ears pricked, watching for the object of his pursuit to appear. How many of those animals had been, like Guthrie, crazed and despairing? Most, of course. Creatures who'd attempted to outrun the creeping tide of humankind and failed, whose lives and habitats were in extremis. His patience was not always rewarded. Sometimes, having sweat or shivered for hours and days, he would have to give up and move on, the species he was seeking, for all its hopelessness, preserving its despair from his lens. But Guthrie was a human animal, though he had holed himself up behind his walls of weather-beaten boards, and had made it his business to see his neighbors, if such they could be called, the nearest house was half a mile away, as seldom as possible. He was surely curious about the man on his doorstep, who had been waiting for 5 hours in the bitter cold. This was Will's hope, at least, that the longer he could stay awake and upright, the likelier it became that the lunatic would surrender to curiosity and open the door. He glanced at his watch again. It was almost 3. Though he had told his assistant, Adriana, not to stay up for him, he knew her too well to think she would not by now be a little concerned. There were bears out there in the dark, 800, 900 pounds, some of them, with indiscriminate appetites and unpredictable behavior patterns. In a fortnight, they'd be out on the ice floes hunting seal and whale. But right now they were in scavenging mode, come to befoul themselves in the stinking garbage heaps of Churchill and Balthazar and, as had occasionally happened, to take a human life. There was every likelihood that they were wandering within sniffing distance of him right now, beyond the throw of Guthrie's jaundiced porch-light, studying Will, perhaps, as he waited on the doorstep. The notion didn't alarm him. Quite the reverse, in fact. It faintly excited him that some visitor from the wilderness might at this very moment be assessing his palatability. For most of his adult life he'd made photographs of the untamed world, reporting to the human tribe the tragedies that occurred in contested territories. They were seldom human tragedies. It was the populace of the other world that withered and perished daily. And as he witnessed the steady erosion of the wilderness, the hunger in him grew to leap the fences and be part of it before it was gone. He tugged off one of his fur-lined gloves and plucked his cigarettes out of his anorak pocket. There was only one left. He put it to his numbed lips and lit up, the emptiness of the pack a greater goad than either the temperature or the bears. "Hey, Guthrie," he said, rapping on the blizzard-beaten door. "How about letting me in, huh? I only want a couple of minutes with you. Give me a break." He waited, drawing deep on the cigarette and glancing back out into the darkness. There was a group of rocks 20 or 30 yards beyond his jeep, an ideal place, he knew, for bears to be licking. Did something move among them? He suspected so. Canny bastards, he thought. They were biding their time, waiting for him to head back to the vehicle. "Fuck this," he growled to himself. He'd waited long enough. He was going to give up on Guthrie, at least for tonight. He was going to head back to the warmth of the rented house on Balthazar's main and only street. Brew himself some coffee, cook himself an early breakfast, then catch a few hours' sleep. Resisting the temptation to knock on the door one final time, he left the doorstep, digging for the keys as he strode back over the squeaking snow to the jeep. At the very back of his mind, he'd wondered if Guthrie was the kind of perverse old bastard who'd wait for his visitor to give up before opening the door. He was. Will had no sooner vacated the comfort of the porch light when he heard the door grinding across the frosted steps behind him. He slowed his departure, but didn't turn, suspecting that if he did so, Guthrie would simply slam the door again. There was a long silence, time enough for Will to wonder what the bears might be making of this peculiar ritual. Then, in a worn voice, Guthrie said, "I know who you are, and I know what you want." "Do you?" Will said, chancing a backward glance. "I don't let anybody take pictures of me or my place," Guthrie said, as though there was an unceasing parade of photographers at his door. Will turned now, slowly. Guthrie was standing back from the step, and the porch light threw very little illumination upon him. All Will could make out was a very tall man silhouetted against the murky interior of the shack. "I don't blame you," Will said, "not wanting to be photographed. You've got a perfect right to your privacy." "Well, then, what the fuck do you want?" "Like I said, I just want to talk." Guthrie had apparently seen enough of his visitor to satisfy his curiosity, because he now stepped back a pace and started to pull the door closed. Will knew better than to rush the step. He stayed put and played the only card he had. 2 names, spoken very softly. "I want to talk about Jacob Steep and Rosa McGee." The silhouette flinched, and for a moment it seemed certain the man would simply slam the door, and that would be an end to it. But no. Instead, Guthrie stepped back out onto the step. "Do you know them?" he said. "I met them once," Will replied, "a very long time ago. You knew them too, didn't you?" "Him a little. Even that was too much." "What's your name again?" William Rabjohns." "Well, you'd better come inside before you freeze your balls off." 2. Unlike the comfortable, well-appointed houses in the rest of the tiny township, Guthrie's dwelling was so primitive it barely seemed habitable, given how bitter the winters up here could be. There was a vintage electric fire heating its single room. A small sink and stove served as a kitchen. The great outdoors was presumably his bathroom, while the furniture seemed to have been culled from the dump. Its inhabitant was scarcely in better condition. Dressed in several layers of grimy clothes, Guthrie was plainly in need of nourishment and medication. Though Will had heard that he was no more than 60, he looked a good decade older, his skin red raw in patches and sallow in others, his hair, what little he had, white where it was cleanest. He smelled of sickness and fish. "How did you find me?" he asked Will as he closed and triple-bolted the door. "A woman in Mauritius spoke to me about you." "You want something to warm you up a bit?" "No, I'm fine." "What woman's this?" "I don't know if you'll remember her. Sister Ruth Buchanan." "Ruth? Christ! You met Ruth? Well, well. That woman had a mouth on her." He poured a shot of whiskey into a well-beaten enamel mug and downed it in one. "Nuns talk too much. Ever notice that?" "I think that's why there are vows of silence." The reply pleased Guthrie. He loosed a short, barking laugh, which he followed with another shot of whiskey. "So what did she say about me?" he asked, peering at the whiskey bottle as if to calculate how much solace it had left to offer. "Just that you'd talked about extinction, about how you'd seen the last of some animals." "I never said anything to her about Rosa and Jacob." "No, I just assumed if you'd seen one, you might have seen the other." "Huh." Guthrie's face knitted up as he thought this through. Rather than be seen to be studying him, this was not a man who took kindly to scrutiny, Will crossed to the table to look at the books that were piled upon it. His approach brought a warning growl from under the table. "Shut up, Lucy," Guthrie snapped. The dog hushed its growl and came out of hiding to ingratiate herself. She was a sizable mongrel, with strains of German Shepherd and Chow in her bloodline, better fed and groomed than her master. She'd brought her bone out with her, and dutifully carried it to her master's feet. "Are you English?" Guthrie said, still not looking at Will. "Born in Manchester, but I was brought up in the Yorkshire Dales." "England's always been a little too cozy for me." "I wouldn't call the moors cozy," Will said. "I mean, it's not wild like this, but when the mists come down and you're out on the hills—" "That's where you met them, then?" "Yes, that's where I met them." "English bastard," Guthrie said. Then finally looking at Will, "Not you. Steep. Chilly English bastard." He spoke the 3 words as if cursing the man wherever he was. "You know what he called himself?" Will knew, but it would serve him better, he suspected, if he let his host have the moment. "The killer of last things," Guthrie said. He was proud of it. I swear, proud of it. He emptied the remnants of the whiskey into his mug, but didn't drink. "So you met Ruth in Mauritius, huh? What were you doing there?" "Taking pictures. There's a kestrel there. Looks like it's going to be extinct sometime soon." "I'm sure it was grateful for your attention," Guthrie said dryly. "So what do you want from me? I can't tell you anything about Steep or McGee. I don't know anything, and if I ever did, I'd put it out of my head. I'm an old man, and I don't want the pain." He looked at Will. "How old are you? 40? "Good guess. 41. "Married?" "No." "Don't. It's a rat trap." "It's not likely, believe me." "Are you queer, then?" Guthrie said with a little tilt of his head. "As it happens, yes." "A queer Englishman. Surprise, surprise. No wonder you got on so well with Sister Ruth. She who must not be touched. And you came all this way to see me?" "Yes and no. I'm here to photograph the bears." "Of course, the fucking bears." What little trace of warmth or humor his voice had contained had suddenly vanished. "Most people just go to Churchill, don't they? Aren't there tours now so you can watch them performing?" He shook his head. "Degrading themselves." "They just go where they can find a free meal," Will said. Guthrie looked down at the dog, who had not moved from his side since her reprimand. Her bone was still in her mouth. "That's what you do, isn't it?" The dog, happy she was being addressed, whatever the subject, thumped her tail on the bare floor. "Little brown-noser." Guthrie reached down as if to take the bone. The dog's ragged black lips curled back in warning. "She's too bright to bite me, and too stupid not to growl. Give it to me, you mutt." Guthrie tugged the bone from her jaws. She let him take it. He scratched her behind her ear and tossed the bone back on the floor in front of her. "I expect dogs to be sycophants," he said. "We made 'em that way. But bears, Jesus. Bears shouldn't be fucking nosing around in our garbage. They should stay out there." He vaguely waved in the direction of the bay, "where they can be whatever God intended them to be." "Is that why you're here?" "What? To admire the animal life? Christ, no. I'm here because being with people makes me vomit. I don't like 'em. I never did." "Not even Steep," Will said. Guthrie shot him a poisonous look. "What in Christ's name kind of question is that?" "Just asking." "Fucking stupid question," Guthrie muttered. Then, softening somewhat, he said, "They were something to look at, both of them, and that's the truth. I mean, Christ, Rosa was beautiful. I only put up with talking to Steep to get to her. But he said once I was too old for her." "How old were you?" Will asked him, thinking as he did so that Guthrie's story was changing slightly. He'd claimed to know only Steep, but apparently he'd known them both. "I was 30. Way too old for Rosa. She liked 'em real young, and of course she liked Steep. I mean the two of them. They were like husband and wife and brother and sister and fuck knows what else all rolled into one. I didn't stand a chance with her." He let the subject trail away and picked up another. "You want to do some good for these bears?" he said. "Get out there on the dump and poison 'em. Teach 'em not to come back. Maybe it'll take 5 seasons, and that'll be a lot of dead bears, but they'll get the message sooner or later." Finally he downed the contents of his glass, and while the liquor still burned his throat, said, "I try not to think about them, but I do." He wasn't talking about the bears now, Will knew. "I can see both of them, like it was yesterday." He shook his head. "Both of them so beautiful, so pure." His lip curled at the word, as though he meant its antithesis. "It must be terrible for them." "What must be terrible?" "Living in this filthy world." He looked up at Will. "That's the worst part for me," he said. "That the older I get, the more I understand them." Were those tears in his eyes, Will wondered, or simply rheum? "And I hate myself for it so fucking much." He put down his empty glass, and with sudden determination announced, "That's all you're getting from me." He crossed to the door and unbolted it. "So you may as well just get the hell out of here." "Well, thank you for your time," Will said, stepping past the old man and into the freezing air. Guthrie waved the courtesy away. "If you see Sister Ruth again—" "I won't," Will said. "She died last February." "What of?" "Ovarian cancer." "Huh. That's what you get for not using what God gave you," Guthrie said. The dog had joined them at the threshold now, and was growling loudly. Not at Will this time, but at whatever lay out there in the night. Guthrie didn't hush her, but stared out at the darkness. "She smells bears. You'd better not hang around." "I won't," Will said, offering his hand to Guthrie. The man looked down at it in puzzlement for a moment, as though he'd forgotten this simple ritual. Then he took it. "You should think about what I told you," he said, "about poisoning the bears. You'd be doing them a favor." "I'd be doing Jacob's work for him," Will replied. "That's not what I was put on the planet to do." "We're all doing his work just being alive," Guthrie replied. "Adding to the trash heap." "Well, at least I won't be adding to the population," Will said, and started from the threshold toward his jeep. "You and Sister Ruth both," Guthrie hollered after him. There was a sudden eruption of fresh barking from his dog, a shrillness in its din that Will knew all too well. He'd heard camp dogs raise a similar row at the approach of lions. There was warning in it, and Will took heed. Scanning the darkness to the left and right of him, he was at the jeep in a half-dozen quickened heartbeats. On the step behind him, Guthrie was yelling something. Whether he was summoning his guest back inside or urging him to pick up his pace, Will couldn't make out. The dog was too loud. Will blocked out the sound of both voices, man and animal. and concentrated on making his fingers perform the simple function of slipping the key into the lock. They played the fool. He fumbled, and the key slipped out of his hand. He went down on his haunches, the dogs barking shriller by the moment to pluck it out of the snow. Something moved at the limit of his vision. He looked around, his fingers digging blindly for the key. He could see only the rocks, but that was little comfort. The animal could be in hiding now and on him in 5 seconds. He'd seen them attack, and they were fast when they needed to be, moving like locomotives to take their quarry. He knew the drill if a bear elected to charge him. Drop to his knees, arms over his head, face to ground. Present as small a target as possible, and on no account make eye contact with the animal. Don't speak, don't move. The less alive you were, the better chance you had of living. There was probably a lesson in that somewhere, though it was a bitter one. Live like a stone, and death might pass you by. His fingers had found the dropped key. He stood up, chancing a backward glance as he did so. Guthrie was still in the doorway. His dog, her hackles raised, was now silent at his side. Will hadn't heard Guthrie hush her. She'd simply given up on this damn fool man who wouldn't come out of the snow when he was told. On the third try, the key went into the lock. Will hauled open the door. As he did so, he heard the bear's roar for the first time, and there it was, barreling out between the rocks. There was no doubting its intention. It had him in its sights. He flung himself into the driver's seat, horribly aware of how vulnerable his legs were, and reached back to slam the door behind him. The roar came again, very close. He locked the door, put the key into the ignition, and turned it. The headlights came on instantly, flooding the icy ground as far as the rocks, which looked as flat as stage scenery in their glare. Of the bear there was no sign. He glanced back toward Guthrie's shack. Man and dog had retreated behind the locked door. Will put the jeep in gear and started to swing it around. As he did so, he heard the roar again, followed by a thump. The bear had charged the vehicle in its frustration, and was rising up on its hind legs to strike it a second time. Will caught only a glimpse of its shaggy white bulk from the corner of his eye. It was a huge animal, no doubt of that, 900 pounds and counting. If it damaged the jeep badly enough to halt his escape, he'd be in trouble. The bear wanted him, and it had the means to get him if he didn't outpace it. Claws and teeth enough to pry the vehicle open like a can of human meat. He put his foot on the accelerator and swung the vehicle around to head it back down the street. As he did so, the bear changed tactics and direction, dropping back onto all fours to overtake the jeep, then cutting in front of it. For an instant the animal was there in the sear of the headlights, its wedge-snouted head pointing directly at the vehicle. It was not one of the pitiful clan Guthrie had described, their ferality dimmed by their addiction to human refuse. It was a piece of the wilderness, still, defying the blaze and speed of the vehicle in whose path it had put itself. In the instant before it was struck, it was gone, disappearing with such speed that its departure seemed almost miraculous, as though it had been a vision conjured by the cold, then snatched away. As Will drove back to the house, he felt for the first time the poverty of his craft. He had taken tens of thousands of photographs in his professional lifetime, in some of the wildest regions of the planet. The Torres del Paine, the plateaus of Tibet, the Gunung Luser in Indonesia. There he had photographed species that were in their last desperate days, rogues and man-eaters. But he had never come close to capturing what he had seen in the jeep's headlights minutes before. The power and the glory of the bear, risking death to defy him. Perhaps it was beyond his talents to do so, in which case it was probably beyond anybody's talents. He was, by general consensus, the best of the best. But the wild was better. Just as it was his genius to wait upon his subject until it revealed itself, so it was the genius of the wild to make that revelation less than complete. The rogues and man-eaters were dying out one by one, but the mystery continued undisclosed, and would continue, Will suspected, until the end of rogues and mysteries, and the men who were fools for them both. 3. Cornelius Botham sat at the table with a hand-rolled cigarette lolling from beneath his blond feather mustache. His third beer of the morning sat at his elbow, and surveyed the disemboweled Pentax laid out before him. "What's wrong with it?" Will wanted to know. "It's broken," Cornelius deadpanned. "I say we hack a hole in the ice, wrap it in a pair of Adriana's underpants, and bury it for future generations to discover." "You can't fix it." "Yes, I can fix it," Cornelius said. "That is why I'm here. I can fix everything. But I would prefer to hack a hole in the ice, wrap it in a pair of Adriana's underpants." "It's given good service, that camera." "So have we all. But sooner or later, if we're lucky, we'll be wrapped in a pair of Adriana's underpants." Will was at the stove, making himself a ragged omelet. "You're obsessing." "I am not." Will slid his breakfast onto a plate, tossed 2 slices of stale bread on top of it, and came to sit at the table opposite Cornelius. "You know what's wrong with this town?" Cornelius asked. "Give me an A, B, or C." This was a popular guessing game among the trio, the trick being to dream up alternatives more believable than the truth. "No problem," Cornelius said. He sipped a mouthful of beer and then said, "Okay, A, right? There aren't any good-looking women in 200 miles, besides Adriana. And that'd be like fucking my sister, okay? So, B. You can't get any decent acid. And C. It's B." "Wait, I haven't finished." "You don't have to."
"Fuck, man, I got a great C."
"It's the acid," Will said. He leaned toward Cornelius. "Right."
"Yeah."
He peered at Will's plate.
"What the hell's that?"
"Omelet."
"What did you make it with? Penguin eggs?"
Will laughed, and was still laughing when Adriana came in out of the cold. "Hey, we got more bears at the dump," she said, her southern drawl perfectly mismatched with every other detail of her appearance and manner, from her badly trimmed bangs to her heavy-booted stomp. "At least 4 of 'em. 2 adolescents, a female, and a huge male." She looked first at Will, then at Cornelius, then back at Will. "A little enthusiasm, please." "Just give me a few minutes," Will said. "I need a couple of cups of coffee first." "You've got to see this male. I mean," she was struggling for the words, "this is the biggest damn bear I ever saw." "Maybe the one I saw last night," Will said. "Actually, we saw each other outside Guthrie's place." Adriana unzipped her parka and sat down on the beat-up sofa, flinging aside a pillow and blanket to do so. "He kept you talking for quite a while," she said. "What was the old fuck like?" "No more crazy than anybody'd be, living in a shack in the middle of nowhere." "On his own?" "He had a dog, Lucy."
"Hey," Cornelius cooed. "Does that sound like a man with a supply, or what?"
He grinned, his eyes popping.
"Only a guy with a habit would name his dog Lucy."
"Christ!" Adriana shouted. "I'm so thoroughly sick of hearing you talk about getting high." Cornelius shrugged.
"Whatever," he said.
"We came here to do a job of work."
"And we've done it," Cornelius said. "Every damn undignified, pitiful thing a polar bear can do, we've got on film. Bears playing around the broken sewage pipes. Bears trying fucky-fucky in the middle of the dump."
Okay, Adriana said. "We did good." She turned to Will. "I still want you to see my bear," she said.
"Your bear now, is it?"
Cornelius said. She ignored him. "Just one last shoot," she implored Will. "You won't be disappointed."
"Geez," Cornelius remarked, putting his legs up on the table. "Leave the man alone. He doesn't want to see the fucking bear. Haven't you got the message?"
"Keep out of this," Adriana snapped.
"You're so fucking pushy," Cornelius replied. "It's just a bear."
Adriana was up from the couch and over to Cornelius in 2 strides. "I told you, keep out of this," she said, and shoved Cornelius's shoulder just hard enough to tip him over. Down he went, clearing half of the doomed Pentax from the table with his boot heel as he went. "Come on," Will said, setting down his omelet in case there was an escalation in hostilities. If there was, it wouldn't be the first time. 9 days out of every 10, Cornelius and Adriana worked side by side like brother and sister, and on the 10th they fought like brother and sister. Today, however, Cornelius wasn't in the mood for insults or fisticuffs. He got to his feet, brushing his hippie-length hair back out of his eyes, and stumbled to the door, picking up his anorak on his way. "See you later," he said to Will. "I'm going to go look at the water." "Sorry about that," Adriana said when he'd gone. "It was my fault. I'll make peace when he gets back." "Whatever." Adriana went to the stove and poured herself a cup of coffee. "So what did Guthrie have to say?" "Not a lot." "Why did you even go see him?" Will shrugged. "Just some stuff from my childhood," he said. "Big secret?" Will offered her a slow smile. "Huge." "So you're not going to tell me?" "It's nothing to do with us being here." "Well, it is, and it isn't. I knew Guthrie lived on the bay, so I kind of killed two birds—" The words grew soft. "With one stone." "Are you going to photograph him?" she said, crossing to the window. The Tegelstrom children, who lived across the street, were out playing in the snow, their laughter loud. She peered out at them. "No," Will said. "I already invaded his privacy." "Like I'm invading yours?" "I didn't mean that." "That's right, though, isn't it?" she said gently. "I'll never get to hear what life was like for little Willie Rabjohns." "That's because you don't want to tell me." She was warming to her thesis now. "You know, this is how you used to be with Patrick." "Unfair." "You used to drive him crazy. He'd call me up sometimes and vent these streams of abuse." "He is a melodramatic queen," Will said fondly. "He said you were cryptic." "You are." "He said you were secretive." "You're that, too." "Isn't that the same thing?" "Don't get intellectual. It pisses me off." "Have you spoken to him recently?" "Now you're changing the subject." "I am not. You were talking about Patrick, and now I'm talking about Patrick." "I was talking about you." "I'm bored with me. Have you talked to Patrick recently?" "Sure." "And how is he?" "Up and down. He tried to sell the apartment, but he couldn't get the price he wanted, so he's staying put. He says it depresses him, living in the middle of the Castro. So many widowers, he says. But I think it's better he's there, especially if he gets sicker. He's got a strong support group of friends." "Is what's-his-name still around? The kid with the dyed eyelashes?" "You know his name, Will," Adriana said, turning and narrowing her eyes. "Carlos," Will said. "Raphael?" "Close enough." "Yes, he's still around, and he doesn't dye his eyelashes. He's got beautiful eyes. In fact, he's a wonderful kid. I surely wasn't as giving or as loving as he is at 19, and I'm damn sure you weren't." "I don't remember 19, Will said, or 20, come to that. I have a very vague recollection of 21, he laughed. "But you get to a place when you're so high, you're not high anymore." "And that was 21? "It was a very fine year for acid taps." "Do you regret it?" "Je ne regrette rien," Will slurred, slow-eyed. "No, that's a lie. I wasted a lot of time in bars being picked up by men I didn't like, and who probably wouldn't have liked me if they'd taken the time to ask." "What wasn't to like?" "I was too needy. I wanted to be loved. No, I deserved to be loved. That's what I thought. I deserved to be loved, and I wasn't. So I drank. It hurt less when I drank." He mused for a moment, staring into middle distance. "You're right about Raphael. He's better for Patrick than I ever was." "Pat likes having a partner who's there all the time," Adriana said. "But he still calls you the love of his life." Will squirmed. "I hate that." "Well, you're stuck with it," Adriana replied. "Be grateful. Most people never have that in their lives." "Speaking of love and adoration, how's Glenn?" "Glenn doesn't count. He's in it for the kids. I've got wide hips and big tits, and he thinks I'll be fertile." "So, when do you start?" "I'm not going to do it. The planet's fucked enough without me turning out more hungry mouths." "You really feel like that?" "No, but I think it."
Adriana said. "I feel very broody, especially when I'm with him. So I keep away when there's a chance. You know, I might give in." "He must love that. It drives him crazy. He'll leave me eventually. He'll find some Earth mother who just wants to make babies." "Couldn't you adopt? Make you both happy?" "We talked about it, but Glenn's determined to continue the family line. He says it's his animal instincts." "Ah, the natural man." This from a guy who plays in a string quartet for a living. "So what are you going to do?" "Let him go. Get myself a man who doesn't care if he's the last of his line and still wants to fuck like a tiger on Saturday night." "You know what?" "I should have been queer, I know. We would have made a lovely couple. Now are you going to move your butt? This damn bear is not going to wait forever." 4. 1. As the afternoon light began to fail, the wind veered and came out of the northeast across Hudson Bay, rattling the door and windows of Guthrie's shack like something lonely and invisible, wanting comfort at the table. The old man sat in his old leather armchair and savored the gale's din like a connoisseur. He had long ago given up on the charms of the human voice. It was more often than not a courier of lies and confusions, or so he had come to believe. If he never heard another syllable uttered in his life, he would not think himself the poorer. All he needed by way of communication was the sound he was listening to now. The wind's mourn and whine was wiser than any psalm, prayer, or profession of love he'd ever heard. But tonight the sound failed to soothe him as it usually did. He knew why. The responsibility lay with the visitor who'd come knocking on his door the night before. He'd disturbed Guthrie's equilibrium, raising the phantoms of faces he'd tried so hard to put from his mind. Jacob Steep, with his soot and gold eyes and black beard and pale poet's hands, and Rosa, glorious Rosa, who had the gold of Steep's eyes in her hair and the black of his beard in her gaze, but who was as fleshy and passionate as he was sweatless and unmoved. Guthrie had known them for such a short time, and many years ago, but he had them in his mind's eye so clearly he might have met them that morning. He had Rabjohns there, too, with his green milk eyes, too gentle by half, and his hair, in unruly abundance, curling at his nape, and the wide ease of his face, nicked with scars on cheek and brow. He hadn't been scarred half enough, Guthrie thought. There was still some measure of hope in him. Why else had he come asking questions, except in the belief that they could be answered? He'd learn, if he lived long enough. There were no answers. None that made sense, anyhow. The wind gusted hard against the window, and loosened one of the boards Guthrie had taped over a cracked pane. He raised himself out of the pit of his chair, and picking up the roll of tape he'd used to secure the board, crossed to the window to fix it. Before he stuck it back in place, blocking out the world, he stared through the grimy glass. The day was close to departure, the thickening waters of the bay the color of slate, the rocks black. He kept staring, distracted from his task not by the sight, but by the memories that came to him still, unbidden, unwanted, but impossible to put from his head. Words first. No more than a murmur, but that was all he needed. "These will not come again." Steep was speaking, his voice majestic. "Nor this, nor this." And as he spoke, the pages appeared in front of Guthrie's grieving eyes. The pages of Steep's terrible book. There, a perfect rendering of a bird's wing, exquisitely colored. "Nor this." And here on the following page a beetle, copied in death, every part documented for posterity, mandible, wing case, and segmented limb. "Nor this." "Jesus," he sobbed,
the roll of tape dropping from his trembling fingers. Why couldn't Rabjohns have left him alone? Was there no corner of the world where a man might listen in the wail of the wind without being discovered and reminded of his crimes? The answer, it seemed, was no, at least for a soul as unredeemed as his. He could never hope to forget, not until God struck life and memory from him, which prospect seemed at this moment far less dreadful than living on day and night in fear of another Rabjohns coming to his door and naming names. Nor this. "Shut up," he murmured to memories. But the page kept flipping in his head, picture after picture, like some morbid bestiary. What fish was that would never again silver the sea? What bird that would never tune its song to the sky? On and on the pages flew, while he watched, knowing that at last Steep's fingers would come to a page where he himself had made a mark, not with a brush or a pen, but with a bright little knife. And then the tears would begin to come in torrents, and it wouldn't matter how hard the northeasterly blew. It could not carry the past away. 2. The bears did not make a liar of Adriana. When she and Will got to the dump, the remnants of the day still with them, they found the animals cavorting in all their defiled glory. The adolescents, one of them the best-proportioned female they'd yet spotted, a perfect specimen of her clan, scavenging in the dirt, the older female investigating the rusted carcass of a truck, while the male Adriana had been so eager for Will to see surveyed his fetid kingdom from atop one of the dump's dozen hillocks. Will got out of the jeep and approached. Adriana, always armed with a rifle under these kind of conditions, followed 2 or 3 strides behind. She knew Will's methodology by now. He wouldn't waste film on long shots. He'd get as close as he could without disturbing the animals, and then he'd wait, and wait, and wait. Even among his peers, wildlife photographers who thought nothing of waiting a week for a picture, his patience was legendary. In this, as in so many other things, he was a paradox. Adriana had seen him at publishing parties, grinding his teeth with boredom after 5 minutes of an admirer's chit-chat. But here, watching 4 polar bears on a piece of wasteland, he would sit happily mesmerized until he found the moment he wanted to seize. It was clear that he was not interested in either the adolescents or the female. It was the old male he wanted to photograph. He glanced over at Adriana, and silently indicated the path he was going to take between the other animals, so as to get as close to his subject as possible. She'd no sooner nodded her comprehension than Will was off, sure-footed even on the ice-slickened dirt. The adolescents took no notice of him, but the female, who was certainly large enough to kill either Will or Adriana with a swipe, if she took a mind to do so, ceased her investigations of the truck and sniffed the air. Will froze. Adriana did the same, rifle at the ready if the bear made an aggressive move. But perhaps because she'd smelled so many people in the vicinity of the dump, the bear wasn't interested in this particular scent. She returned to gutting the truck seats, and Will was off again toward the male. By now Adriana had grasped the shot Will was after, a low angle looking up the slope of the hillock so as to frame the bear against the sky, a fool king perched on a throne of shit. It was the kind of image Will had built his reputation upon, the whole paradoxical story captured in a picture so indelible and so inevitable that it seemed evidence of collusion with God. More often than not, such happy accidents were the fruit of obsessive observation, but once in a while, as now, they presented themselves as gifts. All he had to do was snatch them. Typically, of course, how she cursed his machismo sometimes, he was going to position himself so close to the base of the hillock that if the animal decided to come after him, he'd be in trouble. Creeping close to the ground, he found his spot. The animal was either unaware of or indifferent to his proximity. It was half turned from him, casually licking dirt off its paws. But Adriana knew from experience that such appearances could be dangerously deceptive. The wild did not always like to be scrutinized, however discreetly. Far less adventurous photographers than Will had lost their limbs or their lives by taking an animal's insouciance for granted. And of all the creatures Will had photographed, there was none with a more terrible reputation than the polar bear. If the male chose to come after Will, Adriana would have to bring the beast down in one shot, or it would all be over. Will had by now found a niche at the very base of the hillock that suited him perfectly. The bear was still licking its paws, its face now almost entirely turned away from the camera. Adriana glanced back at the other animals. All three were happily engrossed in their sports, but that was of little comfort. The geography of the dump allowed for there to be any number of other animals scavenging close by, yet out of sight. Not for the first time, she wished she'd been born with the eyes of a chameleon, side-rigged and independently maneuvered. She looked back at Will. He had crept up the slope just a little and had his camera poised. The bear, meanwhile, had given up cleaning its paws and was lazily surveying its wretched domain. Adriana willed it to move its rump, turn 20 degrees clockwise, and give Will his picture. But it simply raised its scarred snout into the air and yawned, its black velvet lips curling back as it did so. Its teeth, like its hide, were a record of the battles it had fought. Many of them were splintered, and several others missing. Its gums were abscessed and raw. No doubt it was in constant pain, which probably did nothing for the sweetness of its mood. The animal's yawn afforded Will a chance to move 3 or 4 yards to his left, until the bear was facing him. It was clear by the caution of his advance that he was perfectly aware of his jeopardy. If the animal took this moment to study the ground rather than the sky, then Will would have a couple of seconds at best to get out of its way. But luck was with him. Overhead, a flock of noisy geese were homing, and the bear idly turned its gaze their way, allowing Will to reach his chosen spot and settle there before it dropped its head and once again sullenly surveyed the dump. At last Adriana heard the barely audible click of the shutter and the whir of the film's advance. A dozen shots in quick succession, then a pause. The bear lowered its head. Had it sensed Will? The shutter clicked again, 4, 5, 6 times. The bear let out a sharp hiss. It was an unmistakable warning. Adriana leveled the rifle. Will clicked on. The bear did not move. Will caught 2 more shots, and then very slowly began to rise. The bear took a step toward him, but the garbage beneath its bulk was slick, and instead of following through, the animal faltered. Will glanced back toward Adriana. Seeing the leveled rifle, he motioned it down and stealthily stepped away. Only when he'd halved the distance between the hillock and Adriana did he murmur, "He's blind." She looked again at the animal. It was still poised at the top of the hillock, its scarred head roving back and forth, but she didn't doubt what Will had said was true. The animal had little or no sight left, hence its tentativeness, its reluctance to give chase when it was not certain of the solidity of the ground beneath its paws. Will was at her side now. "You want pictures of any of the others?" she asked him. The adolescents had gone to romp elsewhere, but the female was still sniffing around the truck. He told her no, he'd got what he needed. Then, turning back to look at the bear, he said, "It reminds me of somebody. I just can't think who." "Whoever it is, don't tell them." "Why not?" Will said, still staring at the animal. "I think I'd be flattered." 5. When they got back to Main Street, Peter Tegelstrom was out at the foot of his house, perched on a crate, nailing a string of Halloween lights along the low-hanging eaves. His children, a 5-year-old girl and a son a year her senior, ran around excitedly, clapping and yelling as the row of pumpkins and skulls was unraveled. Will headed over to chat to Tegelstrom. Adriana followed. She'd made friends with the kids in the last week and a half and had suggested to Will that he photograph the family. Tegelstrom's wife was pure Inuit, her beauty evident in her children's faces. A picture of this healthy and contented human family living within 200 yards of the dump would make, Adriana argued, a powerful counterpoint to Will's pictures of the bears. The wife, however, was too shy even to talk to the visitors, unlike Tegelstrom himself, who seemed to Will to be starved for conversation. "Are you finished with your pictures now?" he wanted to know. "Near enough." "You should have gone down to Churchill. They've got a lot more bears there." "And a lot of tourists taking pictures of them." "You could take pictures of the tourists taking pictures of the bears," Tegelstrom said. "Only if one of them was being eaten." Peter was much amused by this. His arranging of the lights finished, he climbed down the ladder and switched them on. The children clapped. "There isn't much here to keep them occupied," he said. "I feel bad for them sometimes. We're going to move down to Prince Albert in the spring." He nodded into the house. "My wife doesn't want to, but the babies need a better life than this." The babies, as he called them, had been playing with Adriana, and at her bidding had gone inside to put on their Halloween masks. Now they reappeared, jabbering and whooping to inspire some fear. The masks were, Will guessed, the shy wife's handiwork. Not gleeful vampires or ghouls, but more troubled spirits, constructed from scraps of sealskin and bits of fur and cardboard, all roughly daubed with red and blue paint. Set on such diminutive bodies they were strangely unsettling. "Come and stand here for me, will you?" Will said, calling them over to pose in front of the doorway. "Do I get to be in this?" Tegelstrom asked. "No," Will said bluntly. Affably enough, Tegelstrom stepped out of the picture, and Will went down on his haunches in front of the children, who had ceased their hollering, and were standing at the doorstep, hand in hand. There was a sudden gravity in the moment. This wasn't the happy family portrait Adriana had been trying to arrange. It was a snapshot of two mournful spirits posed in the twilight beneath a loop of plastic lights. Will was happier with the shot than any of the pictures he'd made at the dump. Cornelius was not yet home, which was no great surprise. "He's probably smoking pot with the brothers Grimm," Will said, referring to the two Germans with whom Cornelius had struck up a dope and beer-driven friendship. They lived in what was indisputably the most luxurious home in the community, complete with a sizable television. Besides the dope, Cornelius had confided they had a collection of all-girl wrestling films, so extensive it was worthy of academic study. "So we're done here?" Adriana said as she set about making the vodka martinis they always drank around this time. It was a ritual that had begun as a joke in a mud-hole in Botswana, passing a flask of vodka back and forth, pretending they were sipping very dry martinis at the Savoy. "We're done," Will said. "You're disappointed." "I'm always disappointed. It's never what I want it to be." "Maybe you want too much." "We've had this conversation." "I'm having it again." "Well, I'm not," Will said, with a monotony in his tone Adriana knew of old. She let the subject drop and moved on to another. "Is it okay if I take a couple weeks off? I want to go down to Tallahassee to see my mother." "No problem. I'm going back to San Francisco to spend some time with the pictures, start to make the connections." This was a favorite phrase of his, describing a process Adriana had never completely comprehended. She'd watched him doing it, laying out maybe 200 or 300 images on the floor and wandering among them for several days, arranging and rearranging them, laying unlikely combinations together to see if sparks flew, growling at himself when they didn't, getting a little high and sitting up through the night to meditate on the work. When the connections were made, and the pictures put in what he considered to be the right order, There was undeniably an energy in them that had not been there before. But the pain of the process had always seemed to Adriana out of all proportion to the improvement. It was a kind of masochism, she'd decided. His last, despairing attempt to make sense of the senseless before the images left his hands. "Your cocktail, sir," Adriana said, setting the martini at Will's elbow. He thanked her, picked it up, and they clinked glasses. "It's not like Cornelius to miss vodka," Adriana observed. "You just want an excuse to check out the Brothers Grimm," Will said. Adriana didn't contest the point. "Gert looks like he'd be fun in bed." "Is he the one with the beer belly?" "Yep." "He's all yours. Anyway, I think they're a package deal. You can't have one without the other." Will picked up his cigarettes and wandered over to the front door, taking his martini with him. He turned on the porch light, opened the door, leaned against the door jamb, and lit a cigarette. The Tegelstrom kids had gone inside, and were probably tucked up in bed by now, but the lights Peter had put up to entertain them were still bright, a halo of orange pumpkins and white skulls around the house, rocking gently in the gusting wind. "I've got something to tell you," Will said. "I was going to wait for Cornelius, but I don't think there's going to be another book after this." "I knew you were fretting about something. I thought maybe it was me." "Oh, God, no," Will said. "You're the best, Adie. Without you and Cornelius, I'd have given up on all this shit a long time ago." "So why now?" "I'm out of love with the whole thing," he said. "None of it makes any difference. We'll show the pictures of the bears, and all it'll do is make more people come and watch them getting their noses stuck in mayonnaise jars. It's a waste of bloody time." "What will you do instead?" "I don't know. It's a good question. It feels like— I don't know." "What does it feel like?" "That everything's winding down. I'm 41, and it feels like I've seen too much and been too many places, and it's all blurred together. There's no magic left. I've done my drugs, I've had my infatuations, I've outgrown Wagner. This is as good as it's going to get, and it's not that great." Adriana came to join him at the door, putting her chin on his shoulder. "Oh, my poor Will," she said in her best cocktail clip. "So famous, so celebrated, and so very, very bored." "Are you mocking my ennui?" "Yes." "I thought so." "You're tired. You should take a year off. Go sit in the sun with a beautiful boy. That's Dr. Adriana's advice." "Will you find me the boy?" "Oh, Lord, are you that exhausted?" "I couldn't cruise a bar if my life depended upon it." "So don't. Have another martini." "No, I've got a better idea," Will said. "You make the drinks. I'll go fetch Cornelius. Then we can all get maudlin together." 6. Cornelius had spent the dregs of the afternoon with the Lauterbach brothers, and had a fine time of it, watching wrestling flicks and smoking their weed. He'd left as darkness fell, intending to head back to the house for a couple of shots of vodka. But halfway along Main Street, the prospect of dealing with Adriana had loomed. He wasn't in the mood for apologies and justifications. They'd only bring him down. So instead of heading back, he fished out the fat roach he'd connived from Gert and wandered down toward the water to smoke it. As he walked, weaving between the houses, the wind carried flecks of snow across the bay, grazing his face. He stopped beneath one of the lamps that illuminated the ground between the backs of the houses and the water's edge, and turned his face up to the light so as to watch the flakes spilling down. "Pretty," he said to himself. So much prettier than bears. When he got back, he'd tell Will he should give up with animals and start photographing snowflakes instead. They were a lot more endangered, his gently befuddled wits decided. As soon as the sun came out, they were gone, weren't they? All their perfection melted away. It was tragic. Will didn't get as far as the Lauterbach house. He'd trudged maybe 100 yards down Main Street, the wind getting stronger with every gust, the snow it carried thickening, when he caught sight of Cornelius, reeling around face to the sky. He was obviously high, which was no great surprise. It had always been Cornelius's way of dealing with life, and Will had far too many quirks of his own to be judgmental about it. But there was a time and a place for such excesses, and the main street of Balthazar, in bear season, was not one of them.
"Cornelius!" Will yelled. "Cornelius! Can you hear me?"
The answer was apparently no. Cornelius just kept up his dervish dance under the lamp. Will started down the street in the man's direction, cursing him ripely as he went. He didn't waste his breath shouting. The wind was too strong. But part of the way down the street he regretted not doing so, because without warning, Cornelius gave up his spinning and slipped out of sight between the houses. Will picked up his pace, though he was tempted to head back to the house and arm himself before pursuing Cornelius any further. If he did so, however, he risked losing the man altogether, and to judge by his stumbling step, Cornelius was in no fit state to be wandering alone in the dark. It wasn't so much the bears Will was concerned about, it was the bay. Cornelius was headed toward the shore. One slip on the icy rocks and he'd be in water so cold it would stop his heart. He'd reached the spot where Cornelius had been dancing, and followed his tracks away from the comfort of the streetlight into the murky no-man's land between the houses and the tidal flats. There he was pleased to discover Cornelius's phantom figure standing maybe 50 yards from him. He'd given up his spinning and his sky-watching, and he was standing stone still, staring out toward the darkness of the shore.
"Hey, buddy,"
Will called to him.
"You're going to get pneumonia."
Cornelius didn't turn. In fact, he didn't move so much as a muscle. What kind of pills had he been popping, Will wondered.
"Con!"
he yelled again. He was no more than 20 yards from Cornelius's back.
"It's Will. Are you okay? Talk to me, man."
Finally Cornelius spoke, one slurred word that stopped Will in his friend's tracks.
"Bear."
There was a cloud of breath at Will's lips. He waited, as still as Cornelius, while the cloud cleared, then scanned the scene to the limit of his vision. First to the left. The shore was empty as far as he could see. Then to the right. The same. He dared a one-word question.
"Where?" "Ahead of me,"
Cornelius replied. Will took a very slow sideways step. Cornelius's drug-induced senses were not deceiving him. There was indeed a bear maybe 16 or 17 yards in front of him, its form barely visible to Will through the snow-flecked murk.
"Are you still there, Will?"
Cornelius said.
"I'm here." "What the fuck do I do?" "Back off. But, Con, very, very slowly."
Cornelius glanced back over his shoulder, his stricken face suddenly sober.
"Don't look at me,"
Will said.
"Keep your eyes on the animal."
Cornelius looked back toward the bear, which had begun its implacable approach. This wasn't one of the playful adolescents from the dump, nor was it the blind old warrior Will had photographed. This was a fully grown female, a good 600 pounds.
"Fuck,"
Cornelius muttered.
"Just keep coming,"
Will coaxed him.
"You're going to be okay. Just don't let her think you're anything worth chasing."
Cornelius managed 3 tentative backward steps, but his equilibrium was poor after the dervish act, and on the 4th step his heels slid on the slick ground. He flailed for a moment, then recovered his balance, but the harm was done. Hissing her intentions, the bear gave up her plod and came bounding at him. Cornelius turned and ran, the bear roaring in pursuit, her body a blur. Weaponless, all Will could do was dodge out of Cornelius's path and yell himself hoarse in the hope of distracting the animal. But it was Cornelius she wanted. In 2 bounds she'd halved the distance between them, jaws wide in readiness.
"Get down!"
Will threw a glance back in the direction of the voice, and there, God save her, was Adriana, rifle raised.
"Con,"
she yelled,
"get your fucking head down."
He got the message, and flung himself to the frozen dirt. with the bear a body's length from his heels. Adriana fired and hit the animal's shoulder, checking her before she could catch up with her quarry. The animal rose up with an agonized roar, blood staining her fur. Cornelius was still within swatting distance, however, if she chose to take him out. Ducking to make himself as small a target as possible, Will scrambled toward him, and, grabbing his trembling torso, hauled him out of the bear's path. There was a sharp stink of shit off him. He looked back at the bear. She wasn't done, nowhere near. Roaring so loudly that the ground shook, she started toward Adriana, who leveled her rifle and fired a second time, at no more than 10 yards range. The animal's roar ceased on the instant, and again she rose up, white and red and vast, teetering for a moment. Then she reeled back like a breaking wave and limped away into the darkness. The entire encounter, from the moment Cornelius had named his nemesis, had perhaps lasted a minute, but it was long enough for a kind of delirium to have taken hold of Will. He got to his feet, the snowflakes spiraling around him like giddy stars, and went to the place where the bear's blood had splashed on the ice. "Are you all right?" Adriana asked him. "Yes," he said. It was only half the truth. He wasn't hurt, but he wasn't whole either. He felt as though some part of him had been torn out by what he'd just witnessed, and had fled into the darkness in pursuit of the bear. He had to go after it. "Wait!" Adriana yelled. He looked back at her, trying his best to block out Cornelius's sobbing apologies, and the shouts of people on Main Street as they came sniffing after the bloodshed. Adriana was staring straight at him, and he knew she was reading the thoughts on his face. "Don't be a fuckwit, Will," she said. "No choice." "Then at least take the rifle." He looked at it as though it had just pumped its bullets into him. "I don't need it," he said. "Well," he turned his back on her, on the lights, on the people and their asinine questions. Then he loped off toward the shoreline, following the red trail the bear left behind her. 7. Oh, all the years he'd waited and watched with his dispassionate eye while something died nearby, recording its passing like the truthful witness he was. Keeping his distance, keeping his calm. Enough of that. The bear was dying, and he would die too if he let her go now, let her perish in the dark alone. Something had snapped in him. He didn't know why. Perhaps because of the conversation with Guthrie, which had stirred up so much pain. Perhaps the encounter with the blind bear at the dump. Perhaps simply because the time had come. He'd hung on this branch long enough, ripening there. It was time to fall and rot into something new. He followed the bear's trail along the shoreline, parallel to the street, with a kind of exulting despair in him. He had no idea what he would do when he caught up with the animal. He only knew he had to be with it in its agonies, given that he was to some degree their author. He was the one who'd brought Cornelius and his habits here. After all, the bear had simply been doing what she would do in the wild when confronted by something threatening. She'd been shot for being true to her nature. No thinking queer could be happy with his complicity in that. Will's empathy with the animal hadn't totally unseated his urge to self-preservation. Though he followed the trail closely most of the way, he gave the rocks a little distance when he came upon them, in case there were more animals lurking there. But what little light the lamps of Main Street had supplied was now too far behind him to be of much use. It was harder and harder to make out the bloodstains. He had to stop and study the ground to find them, for which pause he was grateful. The icy air was raw in his throat and chest. His teeth ached as though they were all being drilled at the same time. His legs were trembling. If he was feeling weak, he thought, the bear was surely a damn sight weaker. She'd shed copious amounts of blood now, and must be close to collapse. Somewhere nearby a dog was barking, her alarm familiar.
Lucy, Will said to himself, and looking up through the flickering snow, saw that his pursuit had brought him within 20 yards of the back of Guthrie's shack. He heard the old man shouting now, telling the dog to shut up, and then the sound of the back door being opened. Light spilled from it out across the snow, a meager light by comparison with the street lights half a mile back, but bright enough to show Will his quarry. The animal was closer to the shore than to the shack, and closer to Will than either, standing on all fours, swaying, the ground around her dark with her free-flowing blood. "What the fuck's going on out here?" Guthrie demanded. Will didn't look at him. He kept his eyes fixed on the bear, as hers were fixed on him, while he yelled for Guthrie to go back inside. "Rabjohns? Is that you?" "There's a wounded bear out here," Will yelled at him. "I see her," Guthrie replied. "Did you shoot her?" "No." From the corner of his eye, Will could see that Guthrie had emerged from his shack. "Go back inside, will you?" "Are you hurt?" Guthrie hollered. Before Will could reply, the bear was up, and turning her bulk toward Guthrie, she charged. There was time, as she roared upon the old man, for Will to wonder why she'd chosen to take Guthrie instead of him. Whether in the seconds they'd stared at one another, she'd seen that he was no threat to her, just another wounded thing trapped between street and sea. Then she was up and swiping at Guthrie, the blow throwing him maybe 5 yards. He landed hard, but thanks to some grotesque gift of adrenaline, he was on his feet a heartbeat later, yelling incoherently back at his wounder. Only then did his body seem to realize the grievous harm it had been done. His hands went up to his chest, his blood running out between his fingers. His yells ceased, and he looked back up at the bear, so that for a moment they stood staring at one another, both bloodied, both teetering. Then Guthrie spoiled the symmetry and fell face down in the snow. Still standing at the doorstep, Lucy began a round of despairing yelps, but however traumatized she was, she plainly had no intention of approaching her master. Guthrie was still alive. He was attempting to turn himself over, it seemed, his right hand sliding on the ice as he tried to lift himself up. Will looked back the way he'd come, hoping that somebody would be in sight who could help. There was no sign of anyone on the shoreline. Perhaps people were making their way along the street. He couldn't afford to wait for them, however. Guthrie needed help now. The bear had sunk down onto all fours again, and by the degree of her sway she looked ready to keel over entirely. Keeping his eyes on her, he cautiously approached the place where Guthrie was lying. The delirium that had seized him earlier had guttered out. There was only a bitter sickness in his belly. By the time he reached Guthrie's side, the man had managed to turn himself over, and it was clear that he was wounded beyond hope of healing, his chest a wet pit, his gaze the same. But he seemed to see Will, or at least to sense his proximity. He reached out as Will bent to him, and caught hold of his jacket. "Where's Lucy?" he said. Will looked up. The dog was still at the doorway. She was no longer barking. "She's okay." Guthrie didn't hear him reply, it seemed, because he drew Will closer, his hold remarkably strong. "She's safe," Will told him more loudly, but even as he spoke he heard the warning hiss of the bear. He glanced back in her direction. Her whole bulk was full of shudders, as though her system, like Guthrie's, was close to capitulation. But she wasn't ready to die where she stood. She took a tentative step toward Will, her teeth bared. Guthrie's other arm had caught hold of Will's shoulder. He was speaking again, nothing that made much sense to Will, at least not at this moment. "This will not come again," he said. The bear took a second step, her body rocking back and forth. Very slowly Will worked to pull Guthrie's hands off him, but the man's hold was too fierce. "The bear," Will said. "Nor this," Guthrie muttered. "Nor this." There was a tiny smile on his bloody lips. Did he know, even in his dying agonies, what he was doing, holding down the man who had come, with such sour memories, holding him where the bear could claim him? Will had no choice. If he was going to get out of the bear's way, he was going to have to lug Guthrie with him.
He started to haul himself to his feet, lifting the old man's sizable frame with him. The motion brought a howl of anguish from Guthrie, and his grip on Will's shoulder slipped a little. Will stepped sideways in the direction of the shack, half carrying Guthrie with him like a partner in some morbid dance. The bear had halted, and was watching this grotesquerie with black sequin eyes. Will took a second step, and Guthrie let out another cry, much weaker than the first, and all at once gave up his hold on Will, who didn't have the power left in his arms to support him. Guthrie slipped to the ground as though every bone in his body had gone to water, and in that instant the bear made her move. Will didn't have time to dodge, much less run. The animal was on him in a bound, striking him like a speeding car, his bones breaking on impact, the world becoming a smear of pain and snow, both blazing white. Then his head struck the icy ground. Consciousness fled for a few seconds. When it returned, he raised his hand. He saw that the snow beneath him was red. Where was the bear? He swiveled his gaze left and right, looking for her. There was no sign. One of his arms was tucked beneath him and useless, but there was enough strength in the other to raise him up. The motion made him sick with pain, and he was fearful he was going to lose consciousness again. But by degrees he bullied and coaxed his body up into a kneeling position. Off to his left, a sniffing sound. He looked in its direction, his gaze flickering. The bear had her nose in Guthrie's corpse, inhaling its perfumes. She raised her vast head, her snout bloody. "This is death," Will thought. "For all of us, this is death." This is what you've photographed so many times. The dolphin drowning in the net, pitifully quiescent. The monkey twitching among its dead fellows, looking at him with a gaze Will could not stand to meet, except through his camera. They were all the same in this moment, he and the monkey, he and the bear, all ephemeral things running out of time. And then the bear was on him again, her claws opening his shoulder and back, her jaws coming for his neck. Somewhere far off, in a place he no longer belonged, he heard a woman calling his name, and his lazy brain thought, "Adriana's here. Sweet Adriana." He heard a shot, then another, felt the weight of the bear against him, carrying him down to the ground, her blood raining on his face. Was he saved? He vaguely wondered. But even as he was shaping the thought, another part of him, that had neither eyes to see nor ears to hear, nor cared to have either, was slipping away from this place, and senses he had never known he owned were piercing the blizzard clouds and studying the stars. It seemed to him he could feel their warmth, that the distance between their blazing hearts and his spirit was just a thought, and he could be there in them, knowing them, if he turned his mind to it. Something checked his ascent, however, a voice in his head that he knew was familiar to him, yet he could not put a name to. "Where do you think you're going?" the voice said. There was a sly humor in it. He tried to put a face to the sound, but he saw only fragments. Silky red hair, a sharp nose, a comical mustache. "You can't go yet," the interloper said. "But I want to," he said. "It hurts so much, staying here. Not the dying part, the living." His companion heard his complaints and would take no truck with them. "Hush yourself," he said. "You think you're the first man on the planet who lost his faith? That's all part of it. We're going to have a serious conversation, you and me, face to face, man to—" "Man to what?" "We'll get to that," the voice replied. It was starting to fade. "Where are you going?" Will wanted to know. "Nowhere you can't find me when the time comes," the stranger replied. "And it will come, my faithless friend, as sure as God put tits on trees." And with this absurdity he was gone. There was a moment of blissful silence, when it crossed Will's mind that maybe he'd died after all, and was floating away into oblivion. Then he heard Lucy, poor, orphaned Lucy, howling out her heart somewhere close to him, and coming on the heels of her din, human voices, telling him to be still, he was going to be all right. "Can you hear me, Will?" Adriana was asking him. He could feel the snowflakes dropping on his face like cold feathers. On his brow, on his lashes, on his lips, on his teeth. And then, far less welcome than the pricking snow, a swelling agony in his torso and head. "Will," Adriana said, "speak to me." "Yes," he said. The pain was becoming unendurable, rising and rising. "You're going to be all right," Adriana said. "We've got help coming, and you're going to be all right." "Christ, what a mess," somebody said. He knew the inflections. One of the Lauterbach brothers, surely. Gert, the doctor, struck off the register for improper distribution of pharmaceuticals. He was giving orders like a field sergeant. Blankets, bandages, here, now, on the double. "Well?" A third voice, this one close to his ear. It was Cornelius, weeping as he spoke. "I fucked up, man. Oh, Christ, I'm sorry." Will wanted to hush the man's self-recrimination. It was of no use to anybody now. But his tongue would not work to make the words. His eyes, however, opened a fraction, dislodging the dusting of snow in his sockets. He couldn't see Cornelius, nor Adriana, nor Gert Lauterbach. Only the snow spiraling down. "He's still with us," Adriana said. Oh, man, Cornelius was sobbing. "Thank fucking God." "You hold on," Adriana said to Will. "We've got you." "You hear me? You're not going to die, Will. I'm not going to let you, okay?" He let his eyes close again, but the snow kept coming down inside his head, laying its hush upon him, like a tender blanket put over his hurt, and by degrees the pain retreated, and the voices retreated, and he slept under the snow, and dreamed of another time. 2. He dreams he is loved. 1. For a few precious months following the death of his older brother, Will had been the happiest boy in Manchester. Not publicly so, of course. He had quickly learned how to put on a glum face, even to look teary sometimes, if a concerned relative asked him how he felt. But it was all a sham. Nathaniel was dead, and he was glad. The golden boy would reign over him no longer. Now there was only one person in his life who condescended to him the way Papa did, and that was Papa himself. Papa had reason. He was a great man, a philosopher no less. Other 13-year-olds had plumbers for fathers, or bus drivers, but Will's father, Hugo Rabjohns, had 6 books to his name, books that a plumber or a bus driver would be unlikely to understand. The world, Hugo had once told Nathaniel in Will's presence, was made by many men but shaped by few. The important thing was to be one of those few, to find a place in which you could change the repetitive patterns of the many through political influence and intellectual discourse, and failing either of these, through benign coercion. Will adored hearing his father talk this way, even though much of what Papa said was beyond him. And his father loved to talk about his ideas, though Will had heard him once fly into a fury when Eleanor, Will's mother, had called her husband a teacher. "I am not, never have been, nor ever will be a teacher," Hugo had roared, his always ruddy face turning a still deeper red. "Why do you always seek to reduce me?" What had his mother said by way of reply? Something vague. She was always vague, looking past him to something outside the window, probably, or staring critically at the flowers she'd just arranged.
"Philosophy can't be taught," Hugo had said. "It can only be inspired."
Perhaps the exchange had gone on a little longer, but Will doubted it. A short explosion, then peace. That was the ritual. And sometimes a fond exchange, but that too quickly withering. And always on his mother's face the same distracted look, whether the subject was philosophy or affection. But then Nathaniel had died, and even those exchanges had ceased. He was killed on a Thursday afternoon, crossing the street, run down by a taxicab, the driver racing to carry his passenger to Manchester Piccadilly Station in time for a noon train. Struck square on, he was thrown through the window of a shoe store, sustaining multiple lacerations and appalling internal injuries. He did not die instantly. He held on to life for 2.5 days in intensive care at the Royal Infirmary, never regaining consciousness. In the early hours of the third night, his body gave up the fight, and he died. In Will's mythologized version of the event, his brother had made the decision, somewhere in the depths of his coma, not to come back into the world. Though he was only 15 when he died, he had already tasted more of the world's approbation than most men who lived out their biblical spans. Loved to devotion by those who'd made him, blessed with a face nobody could lay eyes upon without wanting to love, Nathaniel had decided to let go of the world while it still idolized him. He had been adored enough, feted enough. He was already bored with it. Best to be gone, without a backward glance. After the funeral, Eleanor did not stir from the house. She'd always liked to walk and window shop. She no longer did so. She'd had a circle of women friends with whom she lunched at least twice a week. She would no longer come to the phone to speak to them. Her face lost all its glamour. Her distraction turned to vacuity. Her obsessions grew stronger by the day. She would not have the curtains in the living room open for fear of seeing a taxicab. She could not eat except off white plates. She would not sleep until every door and window in the house had been treble-locked. She took to praying, usually very quietly, in French, which was her native tongue. Nathaniel's spirit, Will heard her telling Papa one night, was with her all the time. Did Hugo not see him in her face? They had the same bones, didn't they? The same French bones. Even at the age of 13, Will had an unsentimental grasp of the world. He didn't lie to himself about what was happening to his mother. She was going crazy. That was the simple, pitiful truth of it. For several weeks in May, she could not bear to be left alone in the house, and Will was obliged to skip school, no great hardship there, and stay at home with her. Banned from her presence, she had no wish to see a face that resembled a poor copy of Nathaniel's perfection, but called back with sobs and promises if he was heard opening the front door. Finally, in the middle of August, Hugo sat Will down and told him that life in Manchester had plainly become intolerable for all three of them, and he had decided they would move. "Your mother needs some open skies," he explained. The toll of the months since the accident gouged into his face. He had, in his own words, a pugilist's face. Its monolithic rawness an unlikely rock from which to hear fine distinctions of thought and vocabulary spring. But spring they did. Even the simple business of describing the family's departure from Manchester became a linguistic adventure. "I realize these last few months have been troubling to you," Papa told Will. "The manifestations of grief can be confounding to us all, and I can't pretend to fully understand why your mother's distress has taken such idiosyncratic forms. But you mustn't judge her. We can't feel what she feels. Nobody can ever feel what somebody else feels. We can guess at it. We can hypothesize, but that's it. What happens up here
he tapped his temple, is hers and only hers.
Maybe if she talked about it, Will tentatively suggested.
Words aren't absolutes. I've told you that before, haven't I? What your mother says and what you hear aren't the same thing. You understand that, don't you?
Will nodded, though he only grasped the crudest version of what he was being told.
So we're moving,
Hugo replied, apparently satisfied that he'd communicated the theoretical underpinning of this.
Where are we going? A village in Yorkshire, called Burnt Yarley. You'll have to change schools, but that's not going to be much of a problem for you, is it?
Will murmured no, it wasn't. He hated St. Margaret's.
And it won't hurt for you to be out in the open air a little more. You look so pale all the time.
When will we go?
In about 3 weeks.
2-1. The move didn't happen quite as planned. 2 days after Hugo's conversation with Will, quite without warning, Eleanor broke her own rules and left the house in the middle of the morning and went wandering. She was escorted home in the late evening, having been found weeping in the street where Nathaniel had been struck down. The move was postponed, and for the next fortnight she was watched over by nurses and tended to by a psychiatrist. His medications did some good. Her mood brightened after a few days. She became uncharacteristically jolly, in fact, and dived into the business of packing up the house with gusto. On the second weekend of September, the delayed move took place. The journey from Manchester took little more than an hour, but it might as well have delivered the two-vehicle convoy into another country. With the charmless streets of Oldham and Rochdale behind them, they wound their way into open countryside, sweeping moorland, steadily giving way to the steeper fells, whose lush green flanks were here and there stripped to pavements of grim grey limestone. The wind blew hard on the hilltops, buffeting the high-sided van in which Will had asked to be a passenger. With map in hand, he followed their route as best he could, his eyes straying from the road they were taking to venture where the names were strangest. Kirby Malzard, Gammersgill, Horton and Ribblesdale, Yockenthwaite, and Garthwaite, and Rottenstone Hill. There was a world of promise in such names. Their destination, the village of Burnt Yarley, was to Will's eyes indistinguishable from a dozen other villages they'd passed through on their way, a scattering of plain square houses and cottages built of the local limestone and roofed with slate, less than a half-dozen shops, a grocer, a butcher, a newsagent, a post-office, a pub, a church with a small churchyard surrounding it, and a steeply humped bridge rising over a river no wider than a traffic lane. There were, however, 3 or 4 more substantial residences on the outskirts of the village. One of them would be their new house, he knew. It was the largest house in Burnt Yarley, so beautiful that, according to Will's father, Eleanor had cried with happiness at the thought of their living in it. "We're going to be very happy there," Hugo had said, offering this not as a cherished hope, but as an instruction. 2. The first sign of that happiness was waiting for them at the front gate. A plumpish, smiling woman in early middle age who introduced herself to Will as Adele Bottrell, and welcomed them all with what seemed to be genuine pleasure. She instantly took charge of the unloading of the car and the moving van, supervising her husband, Donald, and her son Craig, who was the kind of sullen, thick-necked 16-year-old Will would have feared an arbitrary beating from in the yard of St. Margaret's. Here, however, he was a workhorse, eyes downcast most of the time, as he lugged boxes and furniture into the house. Will was given a glass of lemonade by Mrs. Bottrell, and wandered around the house to survey it, coming back to the front now and then to watch Craig at his labors. The afternoon was clammy, Thunder later, Adele promised. It'll clear the air. And Craig stripped down to a threadbare vest, the sweat trickling down his neck and face from his low hairline, his neck and arms peeling where he'd caught too much sun. Will was envious of his muscularity, of the curling hair at his armpits, and the wispy sideburns he was cultivating. Pretending a concern for the care Craig was exercising with the tables and lamps, he idly followed the youth from room to room, watching him work. Occasionally Craig would do something that made Will feel as though he shouldn't be watching, though they weren't particularly odd things for anyone to do, passing his tongue over his frizzy mustache, stretching his arms above his head, splashing water on his face at the kitchen sink. Once or twice Craig looked his way, a little bemused at the attention he was getting. When he did, Will made sure he was wearing a facsimile of that indifference he'd seen on his mother's face so often. The unloading went on until the early evening. The house, which had not been lived in for 2 years, subtly resisting its reoccupation. Interior doors proved too narrow for several of the tea-chests, and rooms too small gracefully to accommodate pieces of furniture from the house in the city. As the hours went on, tempers grew tattered, knuckles were skinned and bloodied, shins scraped, and toes stubbed. Eleanor maintained an imperious calm throughout, seating herself in the bay window, which offered a magnificent panorama of the valley, and sipping herbal tea, while her husband made decisions as to the arrangement of rooms she would never have trusted to him in the old days. Once, trapping his fingers between a box and the wall, Craig let loose a fair stream of foul language, silenced by a hard slap on the back of the head from Adele. Will chanced to witness the blow and saw how Craig's eyes teared up from the sting. He was, Will realized, just a boy, for all his sweat and muscle, and his interest in watching Craig's labors instantly evaporated. 3. That was Saturday. The night did not bring thunder, as Adele had predicted it would, and the next day the air was already sticky before St. Luke's solitary bell had summoned the faithful to worship. Adele was among the congregation, but her husband and son were not. By the time their taskmistress finally reappeared, they had already put in almost 2 hours of graceless work, unloading the tea-chests in such a ham-fisted fashion that several pieces of cookery and a Chinese vase had been forfeited. Alert to the general malaise, Will decided to keep out of the way. While the Bottrell clan stomped around below, he remained upstairs in his room, with the sloped, beamed ceiling that he'd been given. It was at the back of the house, which suited him fine. From the deep-silled window he had a view up the unspoiled slope of the fell, with not a house nor hut in sight, just a few wind-stunted trees and a scattering of hardy sheep. He was pinning a map of the world up on the wall when he heard the wasp, its last days upon it, come weaving around his head. He snatched up a book and swatted it away, but back it came, its buzz escalating. Again he struck out at it, but somehow it avoided his blow and, winding its way around him, stung him below his left ear. He yelped and retreated to the door as the insect flew a victory circuit around his head. He didn't attempt to swat it a third time, but opened the door and stumbled downstairs wailing. He got no sympathy. His father was in the midst of a heated altercation with Donald Bottrell, and shot him such a glance when he approached that he swallowed his complaints. Gulping back tears, he went to find his mother. She was once again sitting at the bay window with a bottle of pills on the arm of her chair. She had a second bottle open, the contents in her palm, and was counting them. "Mom," he said. She raised her eyes from the pills, a look of genteel despair upon her face. "What's wrong?" she said. He told her. "You are careless," she replied. "Wasps always get nasty in the autumn. You shouldn't annoy them." He began to protest that he hadn't annoyed it at all. He'd been the innocent party, but he could see by the expression on her face that she'd already tuned him out. A moment later she returned to counting the pills. Feeling frustrated and utterly ineffectual, he withdrew. The sting was really throbbing now, the discomfort fueling his rage. He went back up to the bathroom, found some ointment for insect bites in the medicine cabinet, and gingerly applied it to the sting. Then he washed his face, removing any evidence of tears. He was done with crying, he told his reflection. It was stupid. It didn't make anybody listen. Feeling not in the least happier, he headed back downstairs. Little had changed. Craig was lounging in the kitchen, his mouth stuffed with something Adele had cooked up. Eleanor was sitting with her pills, and Hugo had taken his argument with Donald, who looked bull-headed enough to give as good as he got, out into the front garden, where they were talking at each other in a red rage. Nobody noticed Will stomp off toward the village. Or if they did, nobody cared sufficiently to stop him. 3. The streets of Burnt Yarley were virtually deserted, the shops all closed. Even the little sweet shop where Will had hoped he might soothe his frustration and his dry throat with an ice cream was locked up. He peered in through the window, cupping his hands around his face. The interior was as small as the facade suggested, but packed to the rafters with goods, some clearly targeted at the ramblers and hikers who passed through the town. Postcards, maps, even knapsacks. Curiosity satisfied, Will wandered on to the bridge. It wasn't large, a span of maybe 12 feet, and built of the same gray stone as the tiny cottages in its immediate vicinity. He sat on the low wall and peered down into the river. The summer had been dry, and there was presently little more than a stream creeping between the rocks below, but the banks were fringed with marsh marigolds and clumps of balsam. There were bees around the balsam in their dozens. Will watched them warily, ready to retreat if one winged its way toward him. "It's all stupid," he muttered. "What is?" said somebody at his back. He turned round and found not one but 2 pairs of eyes upon him. The speaker, a fair-haired, fair-skinned, and presently heavily freckled girl, a little older than himself, was standing at the rise of the bridge, while her companion squatted against the wall opposite Will and picked his nose. The boy was plainly her brother. They had in common broad, plain features and grave, gray eyes. But while she still looked to be in her Sunday best, her sibling was a mess, his clothes wrinkled and grimy, his mouth stained with berry juice. He stared at Will with a scowl. "What's stupid?" the girl said again. "This place?" "'Tisn't," said the boy. "You're stupid." "Hush up, Sherwood," the girl said. "Sherwood," said Will. "Yeah, Sherwood," came the boy's defiant reply. He scrambled to his feet as if ready for a fight, his legs scabby with old scrapes. His belligerence lasted 10 seconds. Then he said, "I want to go play somewhere else." His interest in the stranger had plainly already waned. "Come on, Franny." "That's not my real name," the girl put in before Will could remark upon it. "It's Frances." "Sherwood's a daft name," Will said. "Oh, yeah?" said Sherwood. "Yeah." "So who are you?" Franny wanted to know. "He's the Rabjohns kid," scabby-kneed Sherwood said. "How'd you know that?" Will demanded. Sherwood shrugged. "I heard," he said, with a mischievous little smile. "'Cause I listen." Franny laughed. "The things you hear," she said. Sherwood giggled, pleased to be appreciated. "The things I hear," he said, his voice sing-song as he repeated the phrase. "The things I hear, the things I hear." "Knowing somebody's name isn't so clever," Will replied. "I know more than that." "Like?" "Like you came from Manchester, and you had a brother, only he's dead." He spoke the D word with relish. "And your dad's a teacher." He glanced at his sister.
Franny says she hates teachers." "Well, he's not a teacher," Will shot back. "What is he, then?" Franny wanted to know. He's a doctor of philosophy." It sounded like a fine boast, and for a moment it silenced his audience. Then Franny said, "Is he really a doctor?" She had unerringly gone to the part of his father's nomenclature Will had never really understood. He put a brave face on his incomprehension. "Sort of," he said. "He makes people better by writing books." "That's stupid," Sherwood said, crowing the word that had begun their whole exchange. He started to laugh at how ridiculous this was. "I don't care what you think," Will said, putting on his best sneer. "Anybody who lives in this dump has got to be the biggest stupid person I ever saw. That's what you are." Sherwood had turned his back on Will and was spitting over the bridge. Will gave up on him and marched off back toward the house. "Wait," he heard Franny say. "Franny?" Sherwood whined. "Leave him alone." But Franny was already at Will's side. "Sometimes Sherwood gets silly," she said almost primly. "But he's my brother, so I have to watch out for him." "Somebody's going to bash him one of these days. Bash him hard, and it might be me." "He gets bashed all the time," Franny said. "'Cause people think he's not quite—" She halted, drew a breath, then went on. "Not quite right in the head." "Franny!" Sherwood was yelling. "You'd better go back to him in case he falls off the bridge." Franny gave her brother a fretful glance. "He's okay. You know, it's not so bad here," she said. "I don't care," Will replied. "I'm going to be running away." "Are you?" "I just said, didn't I?" "Where to?" "I haven't made up my mind." The conversation faltered here, and Will hoped Franny would go back to her brattish brother. But she was determined to keep the exchange going, walking beside him. "Is it true what Sherwood said?" she asked, her voice softening. "About your brother?" "Yeah. He was knocked down by a taxicab." "That must be horrible for you," Franny said. "I didn't like him very much." "Still, if something like that ever happened to Sherwood—" They had come to a divide in the road. To the left lay the route back to the house. To the right, a less well-made track that rapidly wound out of sight behind the hedgerows. Will hesitated a moment, weighing up the options. "I should go back," Franny said. "I'm not stopping you," Will replied. Franny didn't move. He glanced round at her and saw such hurt in her eyes he had to look away. Seeking some other point of interest, his gaze found the one visible building close to the right-hand track, and more to mellow his cruelty than out of genuine curiosity, he asked Franny what it was. "Everybody calls it the courthouse," she said, "but it isn't really. It was built by this man who wanted to protect horses or something. I don't know the proper story." "Who lives there?" Will said. As far as he could tell at this distance, it was an impressive-looking structure. It almost looked like a temple in one of his history books, except that it was built of dark stone. "Nobody lives there," Franny said. "It's horrible inside." "You went in?" "Sherwood hid there once. He knows more about it than I do. You should ask him." Will wrinkled up his nose. "Nah," he said, feeling as though he'd made his attempt at conciliation, and he could now depart without guilt. "Franny!" Sherwood was yelling again. He had clambered up onto the wall of the bridge and was imitating a trapeze artist as he walked along it. "Get down off there!" Franny hollered at him, and saying goodbye to Will over her shoulder, hurried back to the bridge to enforce her edict. Relieved to have the girl gone, Will again considered the routes before him. If he went back to the house now, he could slake his thirst and fill the growing hole in his belly. But he'd also have to endure the atmosphere of ill humor that hung about the place. Better to go walking, he thought, find out what was around the bend and beyond the hedgerows. He glanced back at the bridge to see that Franny had coaxed Sherwood down off the wall, and that he was now sitting on the ground again, hugging his knees,
while his sister stood gazing in Will's direction. He gave her a half-hearted wave and then struck out along the unexplored road, thinking as he went that perhaps the route would be so tantalizing that he'd make good on his boast to the girl, and keep walking till Burnt Yarley was just a memory. 4. The courthouse was further than he'd thought. He walked, and every turn in the road showed him another turn, and every hedgerow he peered over another hedgerow, until it dawned on him that he'd completely miscalculated the size of the building. It was not near and small, it was far and enormous. By the time he came abreast of it, and surveyed the hedge, looking for a way into the field in which it stood, fully 1/2 an hour had passed. The day had grown more uncomfortable than ever, and there were heavy clouds looming over the fells to the northeast. A Del Botrel's cleansing storm at last, its billowing thunderheads casting shadows on the heights. Perhaps it would be better to leave this adventuring for another day, he thought. The sting on his neck had begun to pain him afresh, and had passed its throb to the bones of his head. It was time to go home, whatever he'd boasted. But to have come so far and not have anything to tell was surely a waste. 5 more minutes he'd be through the hedge and across the field, into the Mystery Building. Another 5, and he'd have seen its dank interior, and he could be away, taking a short-cut across the fields, content that his trudge had not been in vain. So thinking, he scouted for a gap in the woven hawthorn, and finding a place where the branches looked less tightly meshed, pushed through. He didn't emerge entirely unscathed, but the spectacle on the other side was worth the scratches. The grass in the meadow surrounding the courthouse was almost up to his chest, and there was life in it everywhere. Peewits erupted from underfoot, hares he could hear but not see raced away at his approach. He instantly forgot his aching head and strode through the hay and cow parsley like a man lost on safari, his stomach suddenly churning with excitement. Perhaps, after all, this wouldn't be such a bad place to live, away from the dirty streets and the taxicabs, in a place where he could be somebody else, somebody new. He was just a few yards from the courthouse now, and any doubts he'd entertained about the wisdom of venturing inside had fled. He climbed the overgrown steps, passed between the pillars, which had the girth of Donald Botrel, and pushing open the half-rotted door, stepped inside. It was colder than he had expected it to be, and darker. Though there had been so little rain that the river had been reduced to a trickle, there was nevertheless a dankness everywhere, as though somehow the building was drawing moisture up from the earth below, and with it came the smell of rot and worms. The room he'd entered was most peculiar, a kind of semicircular vestibule, with a number of alcoves carved into it that looked as though they might have been intended for statues. On the floor was an elaborate mosaic, depicting a curious collection of objects, some of which Will recognized, others which he did not. There were grapes and lemons, flowers and cloves of garlic. There was what might have been a piece of meat, except that it had maggots crawling out of it, and he thought that must be his mistake, because nobody in their right mind would go to the trouble of building a magnificent place like this, and then put a picture of a rotted steak on the floor. He didn't linger to puzzle over it for long. A call of distant thunder, so deep it reverberated in the walls, reminded him of the coming storm. He needed to be out of here in a couple of minutes if he was to have a hope of outrunning the rain. He headed on into the belly of the building, down a wide, high-ceilinged corridor. It was almost as though the doors and passageways had been designed to let giants pass. And through another door, this less vaulted than the first, into the central chamber. As he entered, there was a clattering in the shadows ahead of him, so loud his heart jumped in his chest. He threw himself back toward the door, and would have been away through it, his adventurous spirit quenched, had he not moments later heard the pitiful bleat of a sheep. He studied the chamber. It had a round skylight in the middle of its domed roof, and a beam came down to strike the filthy ground, like a single bright pillar designed to hold the whole magnificence in place. There was a wash of light on the tiers of stone seats that ran round the entire chamber, bright enough to touch the walls themselves. Here he saw there were carvings, depicting who knew what. Sporting events, perhaps. He saw horses in one of them, and dogs in another, straining on long leashes. The bleating came again, and following the sound, Will set eyes on a pitiable sight. A fully grown sheep, its body pitifully thinned by malnutrition, its fleece hanging off it in filthy rags, was cowering in a niche between two tiers of seats where it had retreated upon Will's entrance. "You're a mess," he said to the animal, then more softly, "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." He started to approach. The sheep regarded him balefully with its bulbous eyes, but it didn't move. "You got stuck in here, didn't you?" he said. "You big dafty. You found your way in, and now you can't get out again." The closer he got to the creature, the more pathetic its condition appeared. Its legs and head and flanks were covered in scrapes, where it had presumably attempted to push its way out. There was one particularly befouled wound along the side of its jaw, where flies were busy. Will had no intention of actually touching the animal, but if he could just scare it in the right direction, he thought, he might get it out into the light, where at least it had a chance of finding its way home. The theory had merit. When he climbed up onto one of the tiers of seats, the poor creature, frightened out of its simple wits, fled its bolt-hold in an instant, its hooves clattering on the stone floor. He pursued it to the door and overtook it. Terrified, the animal reeled around, bleating pitifully. Will put his shoulder against the door and pushed it open. The sheep had retreated to the pool of light in the center of the chamber and stood watching Will with its flanks heaving. Will glanced down the passage to the front door, which was still, as he had left it, open wide. Surely the animal could see that far. The sun was still shining out there. The grass swayed in a rising wind, as pliant and seductive as this place was severe. "Go on," Will said. "Look! Food!" The sheep just stared at him bug-eyed. Will glanced back along the passage and saw that here and there the wall had crumbled, and blocks of stone slipped from their place. He let the door go, found a block that he had the strength to move, and rolling it ahead of him, used it to wedge the door open. Then he went back into the chamber, and scooting around behind the sheep, shoved it toward the open door. Finally, its undernourished brain got the message. It was off down the passage and out through the front door to freedom. Will was pleased with himself. It wasn't quite the adventure he'd expected to have in this bizarre place, but it had satisfied some instinct in him. "Perhaps I'll be a farmer," he said to himself. Then he headed out into whatever was left of the day. 5. The episode with the sheep had delayed him in the courthouse longer than he'd intended. Even as he stepped outside, the clouds covered the sun, and a gust of wind, strong enough to bow the grass low as it passed, brought a spatter of rain. He would not now be able to outrun a soaking, he knew, but he was determined not to go back the way he'd come. Instead, he'd take a shortcut across the fields to the house. He walked to the corner of the courthouse and tried to spot his destination, but it was out of sight. He knew its general direction, however. He would simply follow his nose. The rain was getting heavier by the moment, but he didn't mind. The air carried the metallic tang of lightning, sweetened by the scent of wet grass. The heat was already noticeably mellowed. On the fells ahead of him, a few last spears of sunlight were shining through the big-bellied clouds and stabbing the heights. Just as the storm was filling the valley, so it seemed his senses were filled, with the rain, the grass, the tang, the sunlight, and thunder. He could not remember ever feeling as he felt now, that he and the world around him were in every particular connected. It made him want to yell with happiness. He felt so full, so found. It was as though, for the first time in his life, something in the world that was not human knew he was there. His blessedness made him fleet. Whooping and hollering, he ran through the lashing grass like a crazy, while the clouds sealed off the last of the sun and threw lightning down on the hills. He did his best to hold to the direction he'd set himself, but the rain quickly escalated from a bracing shower to a downpour, and he could soon no longer see slopes that minutes before had been crystalline, so obscured were they by veils of water and cloud. Nor was this his only problem. The first hedgerow he encountered was too thick to be breached and too tall to be clambered over, so he was obliged to go looking for a gate. His trek along the edge of the field disoriented him, and it was some time before he found a means of egress. Not a gate, but a stile, which he hoisted himself over, glancing back at the courthouse, only to find that it too had disappeared from sight. He didn't panic. There were farmhouses scattered all along the valley, and if he did find himself lost, then he'd just strike out for the nearest residence and get directions. Meanwhile, he made an instinctive guess at his route, and plowed on first through a meadow of rape and then across a field occupied by a herd of cows, several of which had taken refuge under an enormous sycamore. He was almost tempted to join them, but he'd read once that trees were bad spots to shelter during thunderstorms, so on he went, through a gate, onto a track that was turning into a little brook, and over a second stile into a muddy, deserted field. The rainfall had not slowed a jot, and by now he was soaked to the skin. It was time, he decided, to seek some help. The next track he came to he'd follow till it led him somewhere inhabited. Maybe he'd persuade a sympathetic soul to drive him home. But he walked on for another 10 or 15 minutes without encountering a track, however rudimentary, and now the ground began to slope upward, so that he was soon having to climb hard. He stopped. This was definitely not the right way. Half blinded by the freezing downpour, he turned 360 degrees, looking for some clue to his whereabouts. But there were walls of gray rain enclosing him on every side. So he turned his back to the slope and retraced his steps. At least that was what he thought he'd done. Somehow he'd managed to turn himself around without realizing he'd done so, because after 50 yards the ground again steepened beneath his feet, cascades of water surging over boulders a little way up the slope. The cold and disorientation were bad enough, but what now began to trouble him more was a subtle darkening of the sky. It was not the thunderclouds that were blotting out the light. It was dusk. In a few minutes it would be dark, far darker than it ever got on the streets of Manchester. He was shivering violently, and his teeth had begun to chatter. His legs were aching, and his rain-pummeled face was numb. He tried yelling for help, but rapidly gave up in the attempt. Between the din of the storm and the frailty of his voice, he knew after a few yells it was a lost cause. He had to preserve his energies, such as they were, wait until the storm cleared, when he could work out where he was. It wouldn't be difficult once the lights of the village started to reappear, as they surely would sooner or later. And then a shout, somewhere in the storm, and something broke cover racing in front of him.
"Catch it!"
he heard a raw voice say, and instinctively threw himself down to catch hold of whatever was escaping. His quarry was even more exhausted and disoriented than he, apparently, because his hands caught hold of something lean and furry, which squealed and struggled in his grip.
"Hold it, me lad, hold it!"
The speaker now appeared from higher up the slope. It was a woman, dressed entirely in black, carrying a flickering lamp which burned with a fat yellow-white flame. By its light he saw a face that was more beautiful than any he had seen in his life, its pale perfection framed by a mass of dark red hair.
"You are a treasure,"
she said to Will, setting down the lamp. Her accent was not local, but tinged with a little cockney.
"You just hold that damn hair a minute longer while I get my bag."
She set down the lamp, rummaged in the folds of her sleek coat, and pulled out a small sack. Then she approached Will, and with lightning speed clawed the squealing hair from his arms. It was in the bag, and the bag sealed up in moments. "You're as good as gold, you are," she said. "We would have gone hungry, Mr. Steep and me, if you hadn't been so quick." She set down the bag. "Oh, my Lord, look at the state of you," she said, bending to examine Will more closely. "What's your name?" "William. I had a William once," the woman remarked. "It's a lovely name." Her face was close to Will's, and there was a welcome heat in her breath. "In fact, I think I had, too. Sweet children, both of them." She reached out and touched Will's cheek. "Oh, but you are cold." "I got lost." "That's terrible, terrible," she said, stroking his face. "How could any self-respecting mother let you stray out of sight? She should be ashamed. She should. Ashamed." Will would have concurred, but the warmth seeping from the woman's fingers into his face was curiously soporific. "Rosa?" somebody said. "Yes," the woman replied, her voice suddenly flirty. "I'm down here, Jacob." "Who've you found now?" "I was just thanking this lad," Rosa said, removing her hand from Will's face. He was suddenly freezing again. "He caught us our dinner." "Did he indeed?" said Jacob. "Why don't you step aside, Mrs. McGee, and give me a sight of the boy?"
"Sight you want, sight you'll have,"
Rosa replied, and getting to her feet she picked up the sack and moved a short way down the slope. In the 2 or 3 minutes since Will had caught hold of the hair, the sky had darkened considerably, and when Will looked in the direction of Jacob Steep, it was hard to see the man clearly. He was tall, that much was clear, and was wearing a long coat with shiny buttons. His face was bearded, and his hair longer than Mrs. McGee's, but his features were a blur to Will's weary eyes. "You should be at home," he said. Will shuddered, but this time the cause was not the cold, but the warmth of Steep's voice. "A boy like you out here alone could come to some harm or other."
"He's lost,"
Mrs. McGee chimed in. "On a night like this we're all a little lost," Mr. Steep said. "There's no blame there."
"Maybe he should come home with us," Rosa suggested. "You could light one of your fires for him."
"Hush yourself," Jacob snapped. "I will not have talk of fires when this boy is so bitter cold."
"Where are your wits?" "As you like," the woman replied. "It's no matter to me either way. But you should have seen him take the air. He was on it like a tiger, he was." "I was lucky," Will said. "That's all." Mr. Steep drew a deep breath, and to Will's great delight descended the slope a yard or two more.
"Can you get up?"
he asked Will. "Of course I can," Will replied, and did so. Though Mr. Steep had halved the distance between them, the darkness had deepened a little further, and his features were just as hard to fathom.
"I wonder, looking at you, if we weren't meant to meet on this hill," he said softly. "I wonder if that's the luck of this night for us all."
Will was still trying hard to get a better sense of what Steep looked like, to put a face to the voice that moved him so deeply, but his eyes weren't equal to the challenge.
"The hair, Mrs. McGee?"
"What about it?"
"We should set it free."
"After the chase it led me," Rosa replied. "You're out of your mind."
"We owe it that much for leading us to Will."
"I'll think it as I skin it, Jacob. That's my final word on the thing. My God, you're impractical. Throwing away good food, I'll not have it." Before Steep could protest further, she snatched up the sack and was away down the slope. Only now, watching her descend, did Will realize that the worst of the storm had blown over. The rainfall had mellowed to a drizzle. The murk was melting away. He could even see lights glimmering in the valley. He was relieved, certainly, but not as much as he thought he'd be. There was comfort in the prospect of returning home, but that meant leaving the company of the dark man at his back, who even now lay a heavy, leather-gloved hand upon his shoulder.
"Can you see your house from here?"
he asked Will. "No, not yet." But it will come clear by and by. Yes, Will said, only now getting a sense of how the land lay. He had managed somehow to come halfway around the valley during his blind trek, and was looking down on the village from a wholly unexpected angle. There was a dirt road not more than 30 yards down the ridge from where he stood. It would lead him, he suspected, back to the route he'd followed to get to the courthouse. A left at that intersection would bring him back into Burnt Yarley, and then it was just a weary trudge home. "You should go, my boy," Jacob said. "Doubtless a fellow as fine as you has loving guardians." The gloved hand squeezed his shoulder. "I envy you that, having no parents that I can remember." "I'm sorry," Will said, hesitating because he was by no means sure a man as fine as Jacob Steep was ever in need of sympathy. He received it, however, in good part. "Thank you, Will. It's important that a man be compassionate. It's a quality that our sex so often neglects, I think." Will heard the soft cadence of Steep's breathing, and tried to fall in rhythm with it. "You should go," Jacob said. "Your parents will be concerned for you." "No, they won't," Will replied. "Surely." "They won't. They don't care." "I can't believe that." "It's true." "Then you must be a loving son in spite of them," Steep said. "Be grateful that you have their faces in your mind's eye, and their voices to answer when you call. Better that than emptiness, believe me, better than silence." He lifted his hand from Will's shoulder, and now touched the middle of his back, gently pushing him away. "Go on," he said softly. "You'll be dead of cold if you don't go soon. Then how would we get to meet again?" Will's spirits rose at this. "We might do that." "Oh, certainly, if you're hardy enough to come and find me. But, Will, understand me. I'm not looking for a dog to perch on my lap. I need a wolf." "I could be a wolf," Will said. He wanted to look back over his shoulder at Steep, but that was not, he thought, the most appropriate thing for an aspirant wolf to do. "Then, as I say, come find me," Steep said. "I won't be far away." And with that he gave Will a final nudge, setting him off on his way down the slope. Will did not look back until he reached the track, and when he did he saw nothing, at least nothing alive. The hill he saw black against the clearing sky, and the stars appearing between the clouds, but their splendor was nothing compared to the face of Jacob Steep, a face he had not yet really seen, but which his mind had already conjured 100 different ways by the time he reached home, each finer than the one before. Steep the nobleman, fine-boned and fancy. Steep the soldier, scarred from a dozen wars. Steep the magician, his gaze bearing power. Perhaps he was all of these, perhaps none. Will didn't care. What mattered was to be beside him again soon, and know him better. Meanwhile there was a warm light from the window of his home, and a fire in the hearth. Even a wolf might seek the comfort of the hearth now and then, Will reasoned, and, knocking on the front door, was let back in. 6.1. He did not go up the hill the following day to look for Jacob, nor indeed the day following that. He came home to such a firestorm of accusations, his mother in racking tears, certain he was dead, his father, white with fury, just as certain he wasn't, that he dared not step over the threshold. Hugo wasn't a violent man. He prided himself on his reasonableness, but he made an exception in this case, and beat his son so hard, with a book of all things, that he reduced them both to tears, Will's of pain, his father's of anguish that he'd lost so much control. He wasn't interested in Will's explanations. He simply told his son that while he, Hugo, didn't care if Will went wandering for the rest of his damn life, Eleanor did, and hadn't she suffered enough for one lifetime? So Will stayed at home, and nursed his bruises and his rage,
After 48 hours, his mother tried to make some kind of peace, telling him how frightened she'd been that some harm had befallen him. "Why?" he said to her sullenly. "Whatever do you mean?" "I mean, why should you worry if something happens to me? You never cared before." "Oh, William," she said softly. There was only a trace of accusation in her voice. It was mostly sorrow. "You don't," he said flatly. "You know you don't. All you ever think about is him." He didn't need to name the missing member of this equation. "I'm not important to you. You said so." This was not strictly the case. She'd never used those precise words, but the lie sounded true enough. "I'm sure I didn't mean it," she said. "It's just been so hard for me since Nathaniel died." Her fingers went to his face as she spoke, and gently stroked his cheek. "He was so... He was barely listening to her. He was thinking of Rosa McGee, and how she had touched his face and spoken to him softly. Only she'd not been talking about how fine some other boy was while she did so. She'd been telling him what a treasure he was, how nimble, how useful. This woman who had barely known his name had found in him qualities his own mother could not see. It made him sad and angry at the same time. "Why do you keep talking about him?" Will said. "He's dead." Eleanor's fingers fell from Will's face, and she looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "No," she said. "He'll never be dead, not to me. I don't expect you to understand. How could you? But your brother was very special to me, very precious. So he'll never be dead as far as I'm concerned." Something happened in Will at that moment. A scrap of hope that had stayed green in the months since the accident withered and went to dust. He didn't say anything. He just got up and left her to her tears. 2. After 2 days of homebound penance, he went to school. It was a smaller place than St. Margaret's, which he liked, its buildings older, its playground lined with trees instead of railings. He kept to himself for the first week, barely speaking to anyone. At the beginning of the second week, however, minding his own business at lunchtime, a familiar face appeared in front of him. It was Franny. "Here you are," she said, as though she'd been looking for him. "Hello," he said, glancing around to see if Sherwood the brat was also in evidence. He wasn't. "I thought you'd be gone on your trip by now." "I will," he said. "I'll go." "I know," Franny said, quite sincerely. "After we met, I kept thinking maybe I'd go too. Not with you," she hastened to add, "but one day I'd just leave." "Go as far away as possible," Will said. "As far away as possible," Franny replied, her echoing of his words a kind of pact. "There's not much worth seeing around here," she went on, "unless you go into... you know." "You can talk about Manchester," Will said. "Just 'cause my brother was killed there. It's no big deal to me. I mean, he wasn't really my brother." Will felt a delicious lie being born. "I'm adopted, you see." "You are?" "Nobody knows who my real mom and dad are." "Oh, wow! Is this a secret?" Will nodded. "So I can't even tell Sherwood." "Better not," Will replied, with a fine show of seriousness. "He might spread it around." The bell was ringing, calling them back to their classes. The fierce Miss Hartley, a big-bosomed woman whose merest whisper intimidated her charges, was eyeing Will and Franny. "Francis Cunningham," she boomed. "Will you get a move on?" Franny pulled a face and ran, leaving Miss Hartley to focus her attention on Will. "You are?" "William Rabjohns." "Oh, yes," she said darkly, as though she'd heard news of him and it wasn't good. He stood his ground, feeling quite calm. This was strange for him. At St. Margaret's he had been intimidated by several of the staff, feeling remotely that they were part of his father's clan. But this woman seemed to him absurd. With her sickly sweet perfume and her fat neck, there was nothing to be afraid of here. Perhaps she saw how unmoved he was, because she stared at him with a well-practiced curl in her lip.
"What are you smiling at?" she said. He wasn't aware that he was, until she remarked upon it. He felt his stomach churn with a strange exhilaration. Then he said, "You? What?" He made the smile a grin. "You," he said again. "I'm smiling at you." She frowned at him. He kept grinning, thinking as he did so that he was baring his teeth to her, like a wolf. "Where are you supposed to be?" she said to him. "In the gym," he replied. He kept looking straight at her, kept grinning. And at last it was she who looked away. "You'd better get along then, hadn't you?" she said to him. "If we've finished talking," he said, hoping to goad her into further response. But no. "We've finished," she said. He was reluctant to take his eyes off her. If he kept staring, he thought, he could surely bore a hole in her, the way a magnifying glass held to the sunlight burned a hole in a piece of paper. "I won't have insolence from anyone," she said, "least of all a new boy. Now get to your class." He had little choice. Off he went, but as he walked past her he said, "Thank you, Miss Hartley," in a soft voice, and he was sure he saw her shudder. 7. Something was happening to him. There were little signs of it every day. He would look up at the sky and feel a strange surge of exhilaration, as though some part of him were taking flight, rising up out of his own head. He would wake long after midnight, and even though it was bitterly cold, open the window and listen to the world going on in darkness, imagining how it was on the heights. Twice he ventured out in the middle of the night, up the slope behind the house, hoping he might meet Jacob up there somewhere, star-watching, or Mrs. McGee, chasing hares. But he saw no sign of them, and though he listened intently to every gossipy conversation when he was in the village, picking up pork chops for Adele Bottrell to cook with apples for Papa, or a sheaf of magazines for his mother to flick through, he never heard anybody mention Jacob or Rosa. They lived in some secret place, he concluded, where they could not be troubled by the workaday world. Other than himself, he doubted anybody in the valley even knew they existed. He didn't pine for them. He would find them again, or they him, when the time was right. He was certain of that. Meanwhile, the strange epiphanies continued. Everywhere around him the world was making miraculous signs for him to read, in the curlicues of frost on his window when he rose, in the patterns that the sheep made, straggling the hill, in the din of the river, swelled to its full measure by a fall that brought more than its share of rain. At last he had to share these mysteries with somebody. He chose Franny, not because he was certain she'd understand, but because she was the only one he trusted enough. They were sitting in the living room of the Cunningham house, which was adjacent to the junkyard owned by Franny's father. The house was small, but cozy, as ordered and neat as the yard outside was chaotic. A framed needlepoint prayer above the mantelpiece, blessing the hearth and all who gathered there. A teak china cabinet, with an heirloom, elegant tea service, but not boastfully displayed. A plain brass clock on the table, and beside it a cut-glass bowl heaped with pears and oranges. Here, in this womb of certainties, Will told Franny of the feelings that had risen in him of late, and how they had begun the day the two of them met. He didn't mention Jacob and Rosa at first. They were the secret he was most loath to share, and he was by no means certain he would do so. But he did talk about venturing into the courthouse. "Oh, I asked my mom about that," Franny said, "and she told me the story." "What is it?" Will said. "There was this man called Bartholomeus," she said. "He lived in the valley, when there were still lead mines everywhere." "I didn't know there were mines." "Well, there were, and he made a lot of money from them, but he wasn't quite right in the head. That's what Mom said. Because he had this idea that people didn't treat animals properly, and the only way to stop people being cruel was to have a court, which would only be for animals.
Who was the judge?
He was, and the jury, probably.
She shrugged.
I don't know the whole story, just those bits.
So he built the courthouse.
He built it, but he didn't finish it.
Did he run out of money?
My mom says he was probably put in a loony bin because of what he was doing. I mean, nobody wanted him bringing animals into his courthouse and making laws about how people had to treat them better.
That was what he was doing, Will said with a little smile.
Something like that. I don't know if anybody's really sure. He's been dead for 150 years.
It's a sad story, said Will, thinking of the strange magnificence of Bartholomew's folly.
He was better put away, safer for everybody.
Safer?
I mean, if he was going to try and accuse people of doing things to animals. We all do things to animals. It's natural.
She sounded like her mother when she spoke like this. Genial enough, but unmovable. This was her stated opinion, and nothing would sway her from it. Listening to her, his enthusiasm for sharing what he'd seen began to wane. Perhaps, after all, she was not the person to understand his feelings. Perhaps she'd think he was like Mr. Bartholomew, and better put away. But now, her story of the courthouse finished, she said,
"What were you telling me about?"
"I wasn't," Will replied.
"No, you were in the middle of saying something."
"Well, it probably wasn't important," Will said,
"Or I'd remember what it was."
He got up from his seat.
"I'd better be off," he said.
Franny looked more than a little puzzled, but he pretended not to notice the expression on her face.
"I'll see you tomorrow," he said. "Sometimes you're really odd," she said to him. "Did you know that?"
"No."
"You know you are," she said, with a faint tone of accusation, "and I think you like it."
Will couldn't keep a smile from his lips.
"Maybe I do," he said.
At which juncture the door was flung open, and Sherwood marched in. He had feathers woven into his hair.
"You know what I am?"
"A chicken," Will said.
"No, I'm not a chicken,"
Sherwood said, deeply offended.
"That's what you look like." "I'm Geronimo."
"Geronimo the chicken," Will laughed.
"I hate you," said Sherwood, "and so does everybody at school." "Sherwood, be quiet," Franny said. "They do," Sherwood went on. "They all think you're daft, and they talk behind your back, and they call you William Dafty."
Now it was Sherwood who laughed.
"Dafty, William Dafty."
Franny kept trying to hush him, but it was a lost cause. He was going to crow till he was done.
"I don't care,"
Will yelled above the clamor.
"You're a cretin, and I don't care."
So saying, he picked up his coat, and pushing past Sherwood, who had begun a little dance in rhythm with his chant, headed for the door. Franny was still trying to shush her brother, but in vain. He was in a self-perpetuating frenzy, yelling and jumping. In truth, Will was glad of the interruption. It gave him the perfect excuse to make his exit, which he did in double-quick time, before Franny had a chance to silence her brother. He needn't have worried. When he was out of the house, past the junkyard, and at the end of the Sampson Road, he could still hear Sherwood's rantings emerging from the house. 8:1
"We moved out here because you wanted to move, Eleanor. Please remember that. We came here because of you." "I know, Hugo." "So what are you saying? That we should move again?"
Will couldn't hear his mother's despair. Her quiet words were buried in sobs, but he heard his father's response.
"Lord, Eleanor, you've got to stop crying. We can't have an intelligent conversation if you just start crying whenever we talk about Manchester. If you don't want to go back there, that's fine by me, but I need some answers from you. We can't go on like this, with you taking so many pills you can't keep count. It's not a life, Eleanor."
Did she say, "I know"? Will thought she did, though it was hard to hear her through the door.
"I want what's best for you. What's best for us all."
Now Will did hear her.
"I can't stay here," she said. "Well, once and for all, do you want to go back to Manchester?" Her reply was simply repetition. "I know I can't stay here." "Fine," Hugo replied. "We'll move back. Never mind that we sold the house. Never mind that we've spent thousands of pounds moving. We'll just go back."
His voice was rising in volume, so was the sound of Eleanor's sobs. Will had heard enough. He retreated from the door and scurried upstairs, disappearing from sight just as the living-room door opened and his father stormed out. 2. The conversation threw Will into a state of panic. They couldn't leave, not now, not when, for the first time in his life, he felt things coming clear. If he went back to Manchester, it would be like a prison sentence. He'd wither away and die. What was the alternative? There was only one. He'd run away, as he'd boasted he would, to Franny, the first day they'd met. He'd plan it carefully so that nothing was left to chance. Be sure he had money and clothes and, of course, a destination. Of these three, the third was the most problematical. Money he could steal. He knew where his mother kept her spare cash, and clothes he could pack, but where was he to go? He consulted the map of the world on his bedroom wall, matching to those pastel-colored shapes impressions he'd gleaned from television or magazines. Scandinavia? Too cold and dark. Italy? Maybe, but he spoke no Italian and he wasn't a quick learner. French he knew a little, and he had French blood in him, but France wasn't far enough. If he was going to go traveling, then he wanted it to be more than a ferry trip away. America, perhaps? Ah, now there was a thought. He ran his finger over the country from state to state, luxuriating in the names. Mississippi, Wyoming, New Mexico, California. His mood lifted at the prospect. All he needed was some advice about how to get out of the country, and he knew exactly where to get that. From Jacob Steep. He went out looking for Steep and Rosa McGee the very next day. It was by now the middle of November, and the hours of daylight were short, but he made the most of them, skipping school for 3 consecutive days to climb the fells and look for some sign of the pair's presence. They were chilly journeys. Though there was not yet snow on the hills, the frost was so thick it dusted the slopes like a flurry, and the sun never emerged long enough to melt it. The sheep had already descended to the lower pastures to graze, but he was not entirely alone on the heights. Hares and foxes, even the occasional deer, had left their tracks in the frozen grass. But this was the only sign of life he encountered. Of Jacob and Rosa, he saw not so much as a boot print. Then, on the evening of the third day, Franny came to the house. "You don't look like you've got flu," she said to Will. He'd forged a note to that effect, explaining his absence. "Is that why you came?" he said. "To check up on me?" "Don't be daft," she said. "I came 'cause I've got something to tell you, something strange." "What?" "Remember we talked about the courthouse?" "Of course." "Well, I went to look at it. And you know what?" "What?" "There's somebody living there." "In the courthouse?" She nodded. By the look on her face it was apparent whatever she'd seen had unnerved her. "Did you go in?" he asked her. She shook her head. "I just saw this woman at the door." "What did she look like?" Will asked, scarcely daring to hope. "She was dressed in black." "It's her," he thought. "It's Mrs. McGee." And wherever Rosa was, could Jacob be far away? Franny had caught the look of excitement on his face. "What is it?" she said. "It's who," he said, "not what." "Who, then? Is it somebody you know?" "A little," he replied. "Her name's Rosa." "I've never seen her before," Franny said, "and I've lived here all my life." "They keep themselves to themselves," Will replied. "There's somebody else?" He was so covetous of the knowledge he almost didn't tell her. But then, she'd brought him this wonderful news, hadn't she? He owed her something by way of recompense. "There's 2 of them," Will said. "The woman's name is Rosa McGee, the man's called Jacob Steep." "I've never heard of either of them.
Are they gypsies or homeless people?"
"If they're homeless, it's because they want to be," Will said.
"But it must be so cold in that place. You said it was bare inside."
"It is."
"So they're just hiding in an empty place like that?"
She shook her head.
"Weird," she said. "How do you know them, anyhow?"
"I met them while I was out walking," he replied, which was close enough to the truth. "Thanks for telling me. I'd better. I've got a whole lot of things to do."
"You're going to see them, aren't you?"
Franny said.
"I want to come with you."
"No."
"Why not?"
"Because they're not your friends."
"They're not yours either,"
Franny said.
"They're just people you met once. That's what you said."
"I don't want you there," Will said. Franny's mouth got tight.
"You know, you don't have to be so horrible about it," she said to Will.
He said nothing. She stared hard at him, as if willing him to change his mind. Still he said nothing, did nothing. After a few moments she gave up, and without another word marched to the front door.
"Are you leaving already?"
Adele said. Franny had the door open. Her bicycle was propped up against the gate. Without even answering Adele, she got on her bike and was away.
"Was she upset about something?"
Adele wanted to know. "Nothing important," Will replied. It was almost dark and cold. He knew from bitter experience to go out prepared for the worst, but it was hard to think coherently about boots and gloves and a sweater when the sound of his heart was so loud in his head, and all he could think was, "I've found them, I've found them." His father was not yet back from Manchester, and his mother was in Halifax today seeing her doctor. So the only person he had to alert to his departure was Adele. She was cooking and didn't bother to ask him where he was going. Only as he slammed the door did she yell that he should be back by 7. He didn't bother to reply, just set off down the darkening road toward the courthouse, certain Jacob already knew he was coming. 9. The soul who had taken the name of Jacob Steep stood on the threshold of the courthouse and clung to the frame of the door. Dusk was always a time of weakness for both himself and Mrs. McGee. This dusk was no exception. His innards convulsed, his limbs trembled, his temples throbbed. The very sight of the dimming sky, though it was tonight most picturesque, made an infant of him. It was the same story at dawn. They were both overtaken at these hours with such fatigue it was all they could do to stand upright. Indeed, tonight it had proved impossible for Rosa. She had retreated into the courthouse and was lying down, moaning, calling for him once in a while. He did not go to her. He stayed at the door and waited for a sign. That was the paradox of this hour. When he was most unmanned was when he was most likely to hear a call to duty, his assassin's heart roused, his assassin's blood surging, and tonight he was eager for news. They had languished here long enough. It was time to move on, but first he needed a destination, a dispatch, and that meant facing the sickening spectacle of twilight. He did not know why this hour was so distressing to their systems, but it was one more proof, if he needed it, that they were not of ordinary stock. In the depths of the night, when the human world was asleep and dreaming its narrow dreams, he was bright and blithe as a child, his body tireless. He could do his worst at that hour, quicker than the quickest executioner with his knife, or better still with his hands, taking lives away. And by day, in countries where the noon heat was crucifying, he was just as tireless. Death's perfect agent, sudden and swift. Day, in truth, suited him better than night, because by day he had the proper light by which to make his drawings, and both as a maker of pictures and a maker of corpses he liked to pay close attention to the details. The sweep of a feather, the slope of a snout, the timbre of a sob, the tang of a puke. It was all worthy of his study. But whether light or dark had hold of the world, he had the energy of a man 1/10 his age. It was only in the gray time that the weakness consumed him, and he found himself clinging to something solid to keep himself standing. He hated the sensation, but he refused to moan. Such complaints were for women and children, not for soldiers. That was not to say he hadn't heard soldiers moan in his time. He had. He'd lived long enough to have known many wars, large and small, and though he had never sought out a battlefield, his work had by chance brought him to a place of combat more than once. He had seen how men responded to their agonies when they were beset, how they wept, how they called for mercy and their mothers. Jacob had no interest in mercy, neither in its dispensing nor its receiving. He was set against the sentimental world, as any pure force must be, entertaining neither kindness nor cruelty in his dealings. He scorned the comfort of prayer and the distractions of fancy. He mocked grief, he mocked hope, he mocked despair also. The only quality he revered was patience, bought with the knowledge that all things pass. The sun would drop out of sight soon enough, and the weakness in his limbs would melt into strength. All he had to do was wait. From inside the sound of motion, and then Rosa's sighing voice. "I've been remembering," she said. "You have not," he told her. Sometimes the pains of this hour made her delirious. "I have, I swear," she said. "An island comes to mind. Do you remember an island with wide white shores? No trees. I've looked for trees, and there are none." "Oh!" Her words became groans again, and the groans turned into sobs. "Oh, I would die now, gladly." "No, you wouldn't." "Come and comfort me." "I have no wish." "You must, Jacob. Oh, Lord in heaven, why do we suffer so?" Much as he wanted to stay away, her sobs were too poignant to be ignored. He turned his back on the dying day and strode down the corridor to the courtroom itself. Mrs. McGee was lying on the ground in the midst of her veils. She had lit a host of candles around her, as though their light might ameliorate the cruelty of the hour. "Lie with me," she said, looking up at him. "It will do us no good." "We may get the child." "And that will do us no good either," he replied, "as well you know." "Then lie with me for the comfort of it," she said, her gaze fond. "It is such agony to be separated from you, Jacob." "I'm here," he said, curbing his former harshness. "Not close enough," she said with a tiny smile. He walked toward her, stood at her feet. "Still not close enough," she said to him. "I feel so weak, Jacob." "It will pass, you know it will." "At times like this I know nothing," she said, "except how much I need you." She reached down and plucked at her skirt, watching his face all the while. "With me," she murmured. "In me." He made no reply. "Are you too weak, Jacob?" she said, still pulling up her skirt. "Is the mystery too much for you?" "It's no mystery," he replied. "Not after all these years." Now she smiled and tugged the skirt to the middle of her thighs. She had fine legs, solid, meaty legs, her skin pearly in the candlelight. Sighing, she slipped her hand beneath her dress and fingered herself, her hips rising to meet her touch. "It's deep, love," she said, "and dark, and all wet for you." She pulled her skirt up to her waist. "Look," she said. She had spread herself to give him a look at her. "Don't tell me that isn't a pretty thing. A perfect little cunny, that." Her gaze went from his face to his groin. "And you like the look of it? And don't you pretend you don't." She was right, of course. As soon as she'd started to raise her skirt, his dunder-headed member had started to swell, demanding its due. as if his limbs weren't weak enough without having to lose blood to its ambition.
"I'm tight, Mr. Steep."
"I'm sure you are."
"Like a virgin on her wedding night, I am. Look, I can barely fit my littlest finger in there. You'll have to do me some violence, I suspect."
She knew what effect this kind of talk had upon him. A little shudder of anticipation passed through him, and he proceeded to take off his coat.
"Unbutton yourself,"
Mrs. McGee said, her voice bruised.
"Let me see what you have there."
He cast his coat away and fumbled with the buttons of his mud-spattered pants. She watched him, smiling, as he brought his member out.
"Oh, now look at that,"
she said, not unappreciatively.
"I think it wants a dip in my connie."
"It wants more than a dip."
"Does it indeed?"
He knelt between her legs, and, reaching out, removed her hand from her sex to give himself better sight of it. Then he stared.
"What are you thinking?" she said.
He fingered her for a moment, then ran his moistened digit down to her ass. "I'm thinking," he said, "that I'd rather have this today."
"Oh, would you?"
He pressed his finger in a little way. She squirmed. "Let me put it here," he said, "just the head."
"There are no children to be had that way," she said.
"I don't care," he replied. "It's what I want."
"Well, I don't,"
she replied. He smiled at her. "Rosa," he said softly, "you could not deny me." He slipped his hands beneath her knees and hoisted them up. "We should give up all hope of children," he said, staring at the dark bud between her buttocks. "They have always come to nothing." She made no reply. "Are you listening, love?" He glanced up at her face. She wore a sorrowful expression.
"No more children,"
she said. He spat in his hand and slickened his prick, spat again more copiously and slickened her ass. "No more children," he said, drawing her closer to him. "It's a waste of your affections, smothering love on a thing that hasn't even got the wit to love you back." This was the truth of the matter, that though they had together made children numbering in the many dozens, he had for her sake taken them from her in the moment of their delivery and put them out of their misery, if the cretins ever knew misery. He would dutifully come back when he'd disassembled them and disposed of the pieces, always with the same grim news, that though they were fine to look at, their skulls contained only bloody fluid, not even a rough sketch of a brain. Nothing. He pushed his prick into her. "It's better this way," he said. She let out a little sob. He couldn't tell whether it was out of sorrow or pleasure, and at that moment didn't really care. He pressed against the warmth of her muscle, his prick utterly enveloped. Oh, it was good.
"No children, then?"
Mrs. McGee gasped. "No children."
"Not ever?"
"Not ever." She reached up and took hold of his shirt, pulling him down toward her.
"Kiss,"
she said. "Be careful what you ask for."
"Kiss,"
she said again, raising her face toward his. He didn't deny her. He pressed his lips against hers and let her tongue, which was nimble, dart between his aching teeth. His mouth was always drier than hers. His parched gums and throat drank deep, and murmuring his gratitude against her lips, he pressed hard into her, their hold on one another suddenly frantic. Her hands went to his throat, then to his face, then to his backside, pushing him deeper, while his fingers pulled at her buttons to gain access to her breasts.
"Who are you?"
she said to him. "Anyone," he gasped.
"Who?"
"Peter, Martin, Laurent, Paolo."
"Laurent. I liked Laurent."
"He's here."
"Who else?"
"I forget all the names," Jacob confessed. Rosa brought her hands back up to his face and caught tight hold of it.
"Remember for me,"
she said to him. "There was a carpenter called Bernard."
"Oh, yes, he was very rough with me."
"And Darlington."
"The draper, very tender," she laughed. "Didn't one of them wrap me up in silk?"
"Did he?"
"And poured cream in my lap. You could be him, whoever he was."
"We have no cream."
"And no silk. Think of something else."
"I could be Jacob," he said.
"You could, I suppose," she said, "but it's not as much fun. Think of someone else."
There was Josiah, and Michael, and Stuart, and Roberto. She moved her body to the rhythm of his litany. So many men, whose names and professions he'd borrowed to excite her, wrapping himself in their reputations for an hour or a day, seldom longer. "I used to like this game," he said, "but not any more. If we knew what we were."
"Hush now."
"Maybe it wouldn't hurt so much."
"It doesn't matter," she said, "not as long as we're together, as long as you're inside me."
They were knitted now, so tightly wound around each other, limbs and kisses intertwined, they would never be separated. She started to sob again, the breath pushed out of her with every thrust. Names were still coming to her lips, but they were fragments only, pieces of pieces.
"Sil, B, Hun."
She was lost to sensation, lost to his prick, to his lips. For his part, he had given up words entirely, just his breath expelled into her mouth as though he were resurrecting her. His eyes were open, but he no longer saw her face, nor the candles that shook around them. There were instead vague forms, particles of light and dark pulsing before him, dark above, light below. The sight brought a moan from him.
"What is it?"
Rosa said. "I don't know," he replied. It pained him to have this sight before him and not understand what he was seeing. Like a fragment of music, to which he could put no name, though the notes went round and round his head. But for all the anguish it caused him, he would not have had it taken away. There was something in the sight that quickened a secret place, a place he never spoke of, not even to Rosa. It was too tender, that place, too frail.
"Jacob."
"Yes." He looked down at her, and the phantom evaporated.
"Are we done so soon?"
Her hand went between her legs and took hold of his prick. Half its length was still inside her, but it was rapidly softening. He tried to push it back in, but it simply concertinaed against the tightness of her ass, and after a couple of dispiriting attempts he withdrew. She stared at him rancorously.
"Is that it?" she said.
He put his prick away and got to his feet. "For now," he said.
"Oh, am I to be fucked in installments, then?"
she said, pulling her skirts down over her pudenda and sitting up.
"I'll give you my ass against my better judgment, and you don't even have the decency to finish."
"I was distracted," he said, picking up his coat and putting it on.
"By what?"
"I don't know exactly," Jacob snapped. "Lord, woman, it was just a fuck. There'll be others."
"I don't think so," she replied sniffily.
"Oh?"
"I think it's high time we let one another alone. If we're not out to make children, then what's the use of it?"
He stared hard at her. "You mean this?"
"Yes, I do. Most certainly, I mean it."
"You realize what you're saying?"
"Indeed I do."
"You'll regret it."
"I don't think so."
"You'll be weeping for want of a fuck."
"You think I'm that desperate for your ministrations?" she said. "Lord, how you deceive yourself. I play along with you, Jacob. I pretend to be aroused, but I have no desire for you."
"That's not so," he said. She heard the hurt in his voice and was astonished. It was rare, and like all rarities, valuable. Pretending not to notice, she went to her battered leather satchel and pulled out her mirror, and squatting beside the candles for better light, studied her reflection.
"It is so," she said after a little time. "Whatever was between us is dying, Jacob. If I loved you once, I forgot how, and frankly I don't much care to be reminded."
"Very well," he said. She caught his image in the glass, saw the look of distress that crossed his face. Rarer than rare, that look.
"As you say," she murmured.
"I think—"
"Yes?"
I would like to be alone for a while.
"Here?"
If you don't mind." He flicked his fingers together, and a feather of flame leaped from them, extinguishing itself above his head. She did not care to watch him exercise this peculiar gift of his. She had her own skills, picked up as Steep's had been picked up, like jokes or rashes, somewhere along the way. Let him have the room to brood, she thought. "Will you be hungry later?" she asked him, sounding, much to her perverse delight, like a parody of a wife. "I doubt it." "I have a meat pie if you want something." "Yes," he said. "We can still be civil, can't we?" she said. He let another flame go from his fingertips. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe." With that, she left him to his musings. 10. Halfway along the track that led from the crossroads to the courthouse, Will heard the squeaking of ill-oiled wheels behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see not one but two bicycle headlights a little distance behind him. Breathing an invective little curse, he stood and waited until Franny and Sherwood caught up with him. "Go home," were his first words to them. "No," said Franny breathlessly. "We decided to come with you." "I don't want you to come," Will said. "It's a free country," Sherwood replied. "We can go wherever we want, can't we, Franny?" "Shut up," Franny said. Then to Will, "I only wanted to make sure you were okay." "So why'd you bring him?" Will said. "Because he asked me," Franny said. "He won't be a bother." Will shook his head. "I don't want you coming inside," he said. "It's a free—" Sherwood began again, but Franny shushed him. "All right, we won't," she said. "We'll just wait." Knowing this was the best deal he was going to be able to make, Will headed into the courthouse, with Franny and Sherwood trailing behind. He made no further acknowledgment of their presence until he got to the hedgerow adjacent to the courthouse. Only then did he turn and tell them in a whisper that if they made a sound they'd spoil everything, and he would never ever speak to them again. With the warning given, he dug through the hawthorn and started up the gently sloping meadow toward the building. It loomed larger by night than it had by day, like a vast mausoleum, but he could see a light flickering within. There was nothing but exhilaration in his heart as he made his way down the passage toward it. Jacob was sitting in the judge's chair, with a small fire burning on the table in front of him. He looked up when he heard the door creak, and by the flame's light Will had sight of the face he had conjured so many ways. In every detail he had fallen short of its power. He had not made a brow wide or clear enough, nor eyes deep enough, nor imagined that Steep's hair, which he had seen in silhouette falling in curly abundance, would be cropped back to a shadow on the top of his skull. He had not imagined the gloss of his beard and mustache, or the delicacy of his lips, which he licked and licked again before saying, "Welcome, Will. You come at a strange time." "Does that mean you want me to go?" "No, far from it." He added a few pieces of tinder to the fire before him. It crackled and spat. "It is, I know, the custom to paint a smile over sorrow, to pretend there is joy in you when there is not, but I hate wiles and pretenses. The truth is, I'm melancholy tonight." "What's melancholy?" Will said. "There's honest," Jacob replied appreciatively. "Melancholy is sad, but more than sad. It's what we feel when we think about the world and how little we understand, when we think of what we must come to." "You mean dying and stuff?" "Dying will do," Jacob said, "though that's not what concerns me tonight." He beckoned to Will. "Come closer," he said. "It's warmer by the fire." The few flames on the table offered, Will thought, little prospect of heat, but he gladly approached. "So why are you sad?" Will said. Jacob sat back in the ancient chair and contemplated the fire. "It's business between a man and a woman," he replied. "You need not concern yourself with it for a little time yet, and you should be grateful. Hold it off as long as you can. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out more fuel for his tiny bonfire. This time Will was close enough to see that this tinder was moving. Fascinated and faintly sickened, Will approached the table and saw that Steep's captive was a moth, the wings of which he had caught between thumb and forefinger, its legs and antennae flailed as it was dropped into the flames. And for an instant it seemed the draught of heat would waft it to safety. But before it could gain sufficient height, its wings ignited, and down it went. "Living and dying, we feed the fire," Steep said softly. "That is the melancholy truth of things."
"Except that you just did the feeding," Will said, surprised by his own eloquence.
"So we must," Jacob replied, "or there'd be darkness in here, and how would we see each other then? I dare say you'd be more comfortable with fuel that didn't squirm as you fed it to the flame."
"Yes," Will said, "I would."
"Do you eat sausages, Will?"
"Yes."
"You like them, I'm sure. A nicely browned pork sausage, or a good steak and kidney pie."
"Yes, I like steak and kidney pie."
"But do you think of the beast shitting itself in terror as it is shunted to its execution, hanging by one leg, still kicking while the blood spurts from its neck? Do you?" Will had heard his father debate often enough to know that there was a trap here.
"It's not the same," he protested.
"Oh, but it is."
"No, it's not. I need food to stay alive."
"So eat turnips."
"But I like sausages."
"You like light, too, Will."
"There were candles," Will said, "right there."
"And the living earth gave up wax and wick in their making," Steep said. "Everything is consumed, Will, sooner or later. Living and dying, we feed the fire." He smiled just a little. "Sit," he said softly. "Go on. We're equals here." "Both a little melancholy." Will sat.
"I'm not melancholy,"
he said, liking the gift of the word.
"I'm happy."
"Are you really? Well, that's good to hear. And why are you so happy?" Will was embarrassed to admit the truth, but Jacob had been honest, he thought. So should he be.
"Because I found you here," he said.
"That pleases you?"
"Yes."
"But in an hour you will be bored with me."
"No, I won't."
"And the sadness will still be there, waiting for you." As he spoke, the fire began to dwindle. "Do you want to feed the fire, Will?" Steep said. His words carried an uncanny power. It was as though this dwindling meant more than the extinguishing of a few flames. This fire was suddenly the only light in a cold, sunless world. And if somebody didn't feed it soon, the consequences would be grim. "Well, Will?" Jacob said, digging in his pocket and taking out another moth. "Here," he said, proffering it. Will hesitated. He could hear the soft flapping of the moth's panic. He looked past the creature to its captor. Jacob's face was utterly without expression. "Well?" Jacob said. The fire had almost gone out. Another few seconds, and it would be too late. The room would be given over to darkness, and the face in front of Will, its symmetry and its scrutiny, would be gone. That thought was suddenly too much to bear. Will looked back at the moth, at its wheeling legs and its flapping antennae. Then, in a kind of wonderful terror, he took it from Jacob's fingers. 11.
"I'm cold,"
Sherwood moaned for the 10th time.
"So go home,"
Franny said.
"On my own, in the dark. Don't make me do that."
"Maybe I should go in and look for Will," Franny said.
"Perhaps he's slipped, or—" "Why don't we just leave him?"
"Because he's our friend."
"He's not my friend."
"Then you can wait out here," Franny said, looking for the breaking place in the hedge. A moment later she felt Sherwood's hand slip into hers.
"I don't want to stay out here," he said softly.
In truth, she wasn't unhappy that he wanted to come with her. She was a little afraid, and therefore glad of his company. Together they pushed through the mesh of the hedge, and hand in hand climbed the slope toward the courthouse. Once only did she feel a little shudder of apprehension pass through her brother, and, glancing toward him in the murk, Seeing his fearful eyes looking to her for reassurance, she realized how much she loved him. The moth was large, and though Will held its wings tight closed, its fat, grub-like body wriggled wildly, its legs pedaling the air. It repulsed him, which made what he was about to do easier. "You're not squeamish, are you?" Jacob said. "No," Will replied, his voice far from him, like somebody else's voice. "You've killed insects before?" Of course he had. He'd fried ants under a magnifying glass. He'd cracked beetles and popped spiders. He'd salted slugs and sprayed flies. This was just a moth and a flame. They belonged together. And with that thought he did the deed. There was an instant of regret as the flame withered the moth's legs. Then he dropped the insect into the heat, and regret became fascination as he watched the creature consumed. "What did I tell you?" Jacob said. "Living and dying," Will murmured. "We feed the fire." At the courtroom door, Franny could not quite make out what was going on. She could see Will bending over the table, studying something bright, and by the same brightness glimpsed the face of the man sitting opposite him, but that was all. She let go of Sherwood's hand and put her finger to her lips to keep him quiet. He nodded, his expression surprisingly less fearful than it had been in the darkness outside. Then she turned her gaze back in Will's direction. As she did so, she heard the man on the opposite side of the table say, "Do you want another?" Will didn't even look up at Steep. He was still watching the fire devour the body of the moth. "Is it always like this?" he murmured. "Like what?" "First the cold and the darkness, then the fire pushing it all away, then more darkness and cold." "Why do you ask?" Jacob replied. "Because I want to understand," Will said. "And you're the only one with the answers," he might have added. That was the truth, after all. He was certain his father didn't have answers to questions like that, nor did his mother, nor any school teacher, nor anybody he'd heard pontificate on television. This was secret knowledge, and he felt privileged to be in the company of somebody who possessed it, even if they chose not to share it with him. "Do you want another or not?" Jacob said. Will nodded and took the moth from Steep's fingers. "One day, won't we just run out of things to burn?" he wondered. "Oh, my Lord," Mrs. McGee said, appearing from the shadows. "Listen to him." Will didn't look at her. He was too busy studying the cremation of the second moth. "Yes, we will," Jacob said softly. "And when everything's gone, a darkness will come upon the world such as we can none of us imagine. It won't be the darkness of death, because death is not utter." "A game with bones," the woman said. "Exactly," said Jacob. "Death is a game with bones." "We know about death, Mr. Steep and me." "Oh, indeed." "The children I have carried and lost." She moved behind Will as she spoke, reaching out to finger his hair lightly. "I look at you, Will, and I swear I would give every tooth in my head to call you mine. So wise." "It's getting dark," Steep said. "Give me another moth, then," Will demanded. "So eager," Mrs. McGee remarked. "Quickly," Will said, "before the flame goes out." Jacob reached into his pocket and pulled out another moth. Will snatched it from his fingers, but in his haste he missed catching hold of its wings, and it rose above the table. "Damn!" said Will, and pushing back his chair along with Mrs. McGee, he stood up and reached for the tinder. Twice he snatched at the air. Twice he came away empty-handed. Enraged now, he wheeled around, still grabbing for the moth. Behind him he heard Jacob say, "Let it go. I'll give you another." "No," Will said, jumping to snatch the creature out of the air. "I want this one." His efforts were rewarded. On his third jump his hand closed around the moth. "Got it!" he hollered, and was about to deliver it to the flame when he heard Franny say, "What are you doing, Will?" He looked up at her. She was standing at the courtroom door, her shape murky and remote. "Go away," he said. "Who's this?" Jacob said. "Just go," Will said, suddenly feeling a little jittery. He didn't want these two parts of his life talking to him at the same time. It made him dizzy. "Please," he said, hoping she'd respond to civility. "I don't want you here." The light was guttering out behind him. If he wasn't quick about it, the fire would die completely. He had to feed it again before it went out. But he didn't want Franny watching. Jacob would never share what he knew, that knowledge that only the wisest of the wise understood, while she was in the room. "Go on!" he shouted. His yelling didn't move her, but it intimidated the hell out of Sherwood. He fled from Franny's side, off down one of the passages that led from the courtroom. Franny was furious. "Sherwood was right," she said to him. "You're not our friend. We followed you in case something had happened to you."
"Rosa,"
Will heard Jacob whisper behind him.
"the other boy,"
and glanced out the corner of his eye to see Mrs. McGee retreat into the shadows in pursuit of Sherwood. Will's head was spinning now, Franny shouting, Sherwood sobbing, Jacob whispering, and worst of all, the flame dying and the light going with it. That had to be his priority, he decided, and turning his back on Franny, reached out to put the moth to the flame. But Jacob was there before him. He had put his entire hand, which he had made into a cage of fingers, into the dying fire. Inside the cage was not one, but several moths, which caught alight instantly, their panicked wings fanning one another's flames. An uncanny brightness spilled through Jacob's fingers, and it occurred to Will that he was not seeing anything natural here, that this was some kind of magic. The light washed up over Jacob's face and flattered it into something beyond beauty. He didn't look like a movie star or a man on a magazine cover. He wasn't all gloss and teeth and dimples. He was burning brighter than the moths, as though he could be a fire unto himself if he wanted to be. For an instant, this was all it took, Will saw himself at Jacob's side, walking in a city street, and Jacob was shining out of every pore, and people were weeping with gratitude that he came to light their darkness. Then it was all too much for him. His legs gave out beneath him, and down he went as though he'd been struck a blow. 12. Sherwood had intended to retreat to the vestibule, away from the courtroom and the smell of burning there, which turned his stomach. But in the guttering darkness he took the wrong route, and instead of being delivered to the front of the building, he found himself lost in a labyrinth. He tried to double back, but he was too frightened to think clearly. All he could do was stumble on, tears stinging his eyes as it got darker and darker. Then a glimmer of light. It wasn't starlight, it was too warm, but he made for it anyway, and found himself delivered into a small chamber in which somebody had been working. There was a chair and a small desk, and on the desk a hurricane lamp, which shed its light on a selection of items. Wiping away his tears, Sherwood went to look. There were bottles of ink, maybe a dozen of them, and some pens and brushes, and open in the midst of this equipment a book, about the size of one of his school books, but much thicker. The binding was stained, and the spine cracked, as though it had been carried around for years. Sherwood reached to flip it open, but before he could do so, a soft voice said, "What's your name?" He looked up, and there, emerging from the doorway on the other side of the chamber, was the woman from the courtroom. Sherwood felt a little shudder of pleasure pass through him at the sight of her. Her blouse was unbuttoned, and her skin fairly shone. "My name's Rosa," she said. "I'm Sherwood." "You're a big boy. How old are you?" "Almost 11. You want to come here so I can see you better?" Sherwood wasn't sure. There was definitely something exciting about the way she was looking at him, smiling at him, and maybe if he got a little closer he'd see that unbuttoned place better, which was certainly a temptation. He knew all the dirty words from school, of course, and he'd glimpsed a few well-thumbed pictures that had been passed around. But his schoolmates kept him out of the really smutty conversations because he was a little daft. What would they say, he thought, if he could tell them he'd set eyes on a pair of naked bosoms in the flesh?
"My, but you stare,"
Rosa said. Sherwood flushed.
"Oh, it's quite all right," she said. "Boys should see as much as they want to see, as long as they know how to appreciate it."
So saying, she reached up and unbuttoned herself a little further. Sherwood tried to swallow, but he couldn't. He could see the swell of her breasts very easily now. If he stepped a little closer, he'd see her nipples, and by the look of welcome on her face, she would not censure him for doing so. He stepped toward her.
"I wonder what you could get up to," she said, "if I let you loose."
He didn't entirely understand what she was talking about, but he had a pretty good idea.
"Would you lick my titties for me?" she said.
His head was throbbing now, and there was a pressure in his pants so intense he was afraid he was going to wet himself. And as if her words weren't exciting enough, she was opening her blouse a little further, and there were her nipples, large and pink, and she was rubbing them a little, smiling at him all the time.
"Let's see that tongue of yours," she said.
He stuck out his tongue.
"You're going to have to work hard," she said. "It's a little tongue, and I've got big titties, haven't I?"
He nodded. He was 3 steps from her, and he could smell her body. It was a strong smell, like nothing he'd quite breathed before. But she could have smelled like manure, and it couldn't have kept him from her now. He reached out and laid his fingers upon her breasts. She sighed. Then he put his face to her flesh and began to lick.
"Will?"
"He's fine," said the man in the dusty black coat. "He's just overcome with excitement. Why don't you just leave him be and run off home?"
"I won't go without Will,"
Franny said, sounding a good deal more confident than she felt. "He doesn't need your help," the man replied, his tone scoured of threat. "He's perfectly happy here." He looked down at Will. "He's simply a little overwhelmed." Keeping her eye on the man, Franny went down on her haunches beside Will, and reaching for him, shook him violently. He made a moan, and she chanced a quick look down at him. "Get up," she said. He looked very befuddled. "Up," she said. The man in black had meanwhile settled back into his seat and was shaking the contents of his hand out onto the table. Bright, burning fragments fluttered down. Will was already turning back in the man's direction, though he was not yet standing upright. "Come back here," the man said to Will. "Don't," Franny said. The flames on the table were dying down, the room giving away to darkness. She was afraid, as she was only afraid in dreams.
"Sherwood!" she yelled. "Sherwood!"
"Don't listen," the woman said, pressing Sherwood to her breast.
"Sherwood!"
He couldn't ignore his sister's summons, not when it had such a measure of panic in it. He pulled away from Rosa's hot skin, the sweat running down his face. "That's Franny," he said, pulling himself free of the woman. She was wearing, he saw, a strange expression, her panting mouth open, her eyes quivering. It unnerved him. "I have to go," he started to say, but she was plucking at her dress as if to show him more. "I know what you want to see," she said. He retreated from her, his hand thrown out behind him for support. "You know what's under here," she said, pulling up her hem. "No," he said. She smiled at him and kept raising her skirt. Panicked and confused by the stew of feelings that were bubbling up in him, he stumbled backward, and his weight struck the table. It tipped. The books, the inks, the pens, and, worst of all, the lamp went to the floor. There was a moment when it seemed the flame went out, but then it bloomed with fresh gusto, and the trash around the desk caught on fire. Mrs. McGee dropped her skirts. "Jacob!" she shrieked. "Oh, Jesus Lord! Jacob!" Sherwood had more reason to panic than she did, surrounded as he was by combustible materials. Even in his dazed state, he knew he had to get out quickly or be numbered among them. The easiest route was the door by which he'd entered.
"Jacob! Get in here, will you?"
Rosa was yelling, and without so much as glancing in Sherwood's direction again, she left the chamber to find her companion. The blaze was getting bigger by the moment, smoke and heat filling the chamber, driving Sherwood back. But as he turned to leave, his body trembling from the excesses of the last few minutes, he caught sight of the book lying there on the ground. He had no idea what it contained, but it felt like proof. He would have it when his schoolmates scoffed, to show them and say, "I was there, I did all I told you and more." Daring the flames, he ducked and snatched the book off the ground. It was a little singed, no more. Then he was away, back through the labyrinth of passages toward his sister's voice.
"Sherwood!"
She and Will were at the courtroom door.
"I don't want to go,"
Will growled and tried to pull himself free of Franny. But she was having none of it. She kept a bruising grip on his arm, all the while yelling her brother's name. Jacob, meanwhile, had risen from his place at the table, alarmed by the sound of conflagration, and now, by the sight of Mrs. McGee in a state of disarray, demanding that he come right now. Right now. He went with her, glancing back at Will once and nodding such a tiny nod as if to say, "Go with her. This is not the moment." Then he was gone, away with Rosa to put out the flames. As soon as he was out of sight, Will felt a curious calm pass over him. There was no need to struggle with Franny any more. He could simply go with her, out into the open air, knowing that there would be another time, a better time, when he and Jacob would be together. "I'm all right," he said to Franny. "I don't need anyone to hold me up." "I've got to find Sherwood," she said. "Here!" came a holler from the smoky darkness, and out he came, his face smeared with dirt and sweat. There were no further words. They pelted down the passage to the front door and out, past the pillars and down the steps into the cold grass. Only when they were past the hedge, out onto the track, did they halt for breath. "Don't tell anybody what we saw in there, okay?" Will gasped. "Why not?" Franny wanted to know. "Because you'll spoil everything," Will replied. "They're bad, Will." "You don't know anything about them." "Neither do you." "Yes, I do. I've met them before. They want me to go away with them." "Is that true?" Sherwood piped up. "Shut up, Sherwood," Franny said. "We're not going to talk about this any longer. It's stupid. They're bad, and I know they're bad." She turned to her brother. "Will can do whatever he likes," she said. "I can't stop him. But you're not coming here again, Sherwood, and neither am I." With that, she picked up her bicycle and mounted, telling Sherwood to hurry up and do the same. Meekly, he obeyed. "So you won't say anything?" Will pleaded. "I haven't made up my mind yet," Franny replied, in an infuriatingly snotty tone. "I'll have to see." With that, she and Sherwood paddled off down the track. "If you do, I'll never speak to you again," Will shouted after her, only realizing when they were out of sight that this was a hollow threat from a boy who'd just declared that he was leaving forever some day soon. 3. He is lost, he is found. 1. "Is he dreaming?" Adriana asked Dr. Koppelman one day in early spring, when her visit to sit at Will's bedside coincided with the physician's rounds. It was almost 4 months since the events in Balthazar, and in its own almost miraculous way Will's mauled and fractured body was mending itself. But the coma was as profound as ever. No sign of motion disturbed the glacial surface of his state. The nurses moved him regularly so as to prevent his developing bed sores. His bodily needs were taken care of with drips and catheters. But he would not wake. And often, when Adriana had come to visit him through that dreary Winnipeg winter, and looked down at his placid face, She found herself wondering, "What are you doing?" Hence her question. She normally had an allergic response to doctors, but Koppelman, who insisted on being called Bernie, was an exception. He was in his early 50s, overweight, and to judge by the stains on his fingers and his minted breath, a heavy smoker. He was also honest when it came to his ignorance, which she liked, even though it meant he didn't really have any answers for her. "We're as much in the dark as Will is right now," he went on. "He may be in a completely closed-down state as far as his consciousness is concerned. On the other hand, he may be accessing memories at such a deep level that we can't monitor the brain activity. I just don't know." "But he could still come out of it," Adriana said, looking down at Will. "Oh, certainly," Koppelman said, "at any time. But I can't offer you any guarantees. There are processes at work in his skull right now that, frankly, we don't understand." "Do you think it makes any difference if I'm here with him?" "Were you and he very close?" "You mean lovers?" "No. We work together." Koppelman nibbled at his thumbnail. "I've seen cases where the presence of somebody the patient knew at the bedside did seem to help things. But—" "You don't think this is one of those?" Koppelman looked concerned. "You want my honest opinion?" he said, lowering his voice. "Yes." "People have to get on with their lives. You've done more than a lot of people would, coming here day in, day out. You don't live in the city, do you?" "No, I live in San Francisco." "That's right. There was talk about moving Will back, wasn't there?" "There are a lot of people dying in San Francisco." Koppelman looked grim. "What can I tell you?" he said. "You could be sitting here for another 6 months, another year, and he'd still be in a coma. That's a waste of your life. I know you want to do your best for him, but you see what I'm saying?" "Of course." "It's painful to hear, I know." "It makes sense," she replied. "It's just, I can't quite face the idea of leaving him here." "He doesn't know, Adriana." "Then why are you whispering?" Caught in the act, Koppelman grinned sheepishly. "I'm only saying the chances are that wherever he is, he doesn't care about the world out here." He glanced back toward the bed. "And you know what? Maybe he's happy." 2. Maybe he's happy. The words haunted Adriana, reminding her of how often she and Will had talked, deeply, passionately, about the subject of happiness, and how much she now missed his conversation. He was not, he had often said, designed for happiness. It was too much like contentment, and contentment was too much like sleep. He liked discomfort, sought it out, in fact. How often had she been stuck in some grim little hide, too hot or too cold, and looked over at him to see him grinning from ear to ear. Physical adversity had reminded him he was alive, and life, he told her oh so many times, was his obsession. Not everybody had found evidence of that affirmation in his work. The critical response to both the books and exhibitions had often been antagonistic. Few reviewers had questioned Will's skills. He had the temperament, the vision, and the technical grasp to be a great photographer. But why, they complained, did he have to be so relentlessly grim? Why did he have to seek out images that evoked despair and death when there was so much beauty in the natural world? While we may admire Will Rabjohns' consistency of vision, the Time critic had written of Feeding the Fire, his accounts of the way humanity brutalizes and destroys natural phenomena become in turn brutal and destructive to those very sensibilities it wishes to arouse to pity or action. The viewer gives up hope in the face of his reports. We watch the extinction with despairing hearts. Well, Mr. Rabjohns, we have dutifully despaired. What now? It was the same question Adriana asked herself when Dr. Koppelman went about his rounds. What now? She'd wept, she'd cursed, She'd even found enough of her much-despised Catholic training intact to pray, but none of it was going to open Will's eyes, and meanwhile her life was ticking on. This was not the only issue in play. She'd found a lover here in Winnipeg, an ambulance driver of all things, a fellow called Neil, who was far from her ideal of manhood, but who was plainly attracted to her. She owed him answers to the questions he asked her nightly. Why couldn't they move in together, just try it out for a couple of months, see if it worked? She sat down on the bed beside Will, took his hand in hers, and told him what was going through her head. I know I'll be pulled into this half-assed relationship with Neil if I hang around here, and he's probably more your type than he is mine. He's a bear, you know. He hasn't got a hairy back, she added hurriedly. I know you hate hairy backs, but he's big, and a bit of a lunk in a sexy kind of way. But I can't live with him, Will. I can't. And I can't live here. I mean, I was staying for him and for you. And right now you're not taking any notice of me, and he's taking too much notice. So it's a bad deal all around. Life's not a rehearsal, right? Isn't that one of Cornelius's pearls of wisdom? He's gone back to Baltimore, by the way. I don't hear from him, which is probably for the best, because he always annoyed the fuck out of me. Anyway, he had that line about life not being a rehearsal, and he's right. If I hang around here, I'm going to end up moving in with Neil, and we're just going to get cozy when you're going to open your eyes. And, Will, you are going to open your eyes, and you're going to say, we got to go to Antarctica. And Neil's going to say, no, you're not, and I'm going to say, yes, I am, and there'll be tears, and they won't be mine. I can't do that to him. He deserves better. So, what am I saying? I'm saying I have to take Neil out for a beer and tell him it's not going to work. Then I have to haul my ass back to San Francisco and get my shit together because, baby, thanks to you, I have never been so untogether in my whole damn life. She dropped her voice to a whisper. You know why? It's not something we've talked about. And if you had your eyes open right now, I wouldn't be saying it because what's the use? But, Will, I love you. I love you so much, and most of the time it's okay because we get to work together. And I figure you love me back in your way. Okay, it's not the way I'd really like it if I had the choice, but I don't. So I'll take whatever I can. And that's all you're getting. And if you can hear this, you should know, buddy, when you wake up, I will deny every fucking word, okay? Every fucking word. She got up from beside the bed, feeling tears close. Damn you, Will, she said. All you have to do is open your eyes. It's not that difficult. There's so much to see, Will. It's icy fucking cold, but there's this great clean light on everything. You'd like it. Just open your eyes. She watched and waited, as if by force of thought she could stir him. But there was no motion, except the mechanical rising and falling of his chest. Okay, I can take a hint. I'd better get going. I'll come visit you again before I go. She leaned over him and lightly kissed him on the forehead. I tell you, Will, wherever the hell you are, it's not as good as it is out here. Come back and see me. See the world, okay? We're missing you. Two. The morning after the incident at the courthouse, Will woke in a wretched state, aching from head to foot. He tried to get out of bed, but his legs replayed their imbecilities of the night before, and down he went with such a shout, more of surprise than pain, that his mother came running, to find him sprawled on the floor, teeth chattering. He was duly diagnosed as having flu, and put back to bed, where he was plied with aspirin and scrambled eggs. Sleet had come in the night and slapped against the window through most of the day. He wanted to be out in it. His fever would turn the icy downpour to steam, he thought, as soon as it fell on him. He'd walk back to the courthouse, like one of the children from the Bible who'd been burned in a furnace but had come out alive. Steaming, he'd walk the muddy track back to where Jacob and Rosa kept their strange counsel. Naked he'd go, yes, naked, through the hedgerow, scraped and nicked until he got to the door where Jacob would be waiting to teach him wisdom, and Rosa would be waiting to tell him what an extraordinary boy he was. Into the courthouse he'd go, into the heart of their secret world, where everything was love and fire and love. All this if he could only get up and out of bed. But his body was cheating him. It was all he could do to get as far as the toilet, and even then he had to hold on to the sink with one hand, and his penis, which looked very shriveled and ashamed of itself right now, with the other, to be sure he wouldn't fall over. His head was spinning so much. Just after lunch, the doctor came to see him. She was a soft-spoken woman with short white hair, though she didn't look old enough to have white hair, and a gentle smile. She told him he'd get well as long as he didn't get out of bed, and took the medicine she was going to prescribe, then reassured his mother that he'd be right as rain in a week or so. A week, Will thought. He couldn't wait a week to be back with Jacob and Rosa. As soon as the doctor and his mother had gone, he got up and made his uncertain way to the window. The sleet was thickening into snow, and it was sticking a little on the tops of the hills. He watched his breath come and go on the cold glass, and determined that he would make himself strong, damn it, simply by telling himself to do so. He started right then and there. "I will be strong. I will be strong. I will—" He stopped in mid-flow, hearing his papa's voice in the hall below, and then the sound of his footstep on the stairs. He started back to his bed, and just made the safety of the covers when the door opened and his father came in, his face more forbidding than the sky outside the window. "All right," he said without a word of greeting. "I want an explanation from you, my lad, and I don't want any of your lies. I want the truth." Will said nothing. "You know why I'm home early?" his father demanded. "Well?" "No." "I got a call from Mr. Cunningham. Damn lunatic calling me in the middle of the day. He tracked me down," he said. "Tracked me down because his son's in a terrible state. Can't stop the boy crying, apparently, because of some damn thing you've been up to with him." Hugo approached Will's bed. "Now I want to know what stupid stories you've been putting in this brat's head. And don't shake your head at me like that, young man. You're not talking to your mother now. I want answers, and I want the truth. You hear me?" "Sherwood's not quite right," Will said. "What the hell's that supposed to mean?" Hugo said, spittle flecking his lips. "He says things without really knowing what he's saying." "I don't care what's wrong with the little bugger. I just don't want his father coming to find me and accusing me of raising a complete idiot. That's what he called you, an idiot, which you may be, by the way. Have you got no sense?" Will was starting to get tearful. "Sherwood's my friend," he spluttered. "He's not quite right, you said." "He isn't." "So what does that make you? If you're his friend, what does that make you? Have you got no sense? What were you up to?" "We just went looking around, and he got scared, that's all." "You've got a peculiar idea of fun, putting nonsense into a little kid's head." He shook his head. "Where'd you get it all from?" he said, already giving up on his son. Plainly he didn't want an answer, though Will so much wanted to give him one, so much wanted to say, "I didn't make up anything, you dead-eyed old man. You don't know what I know. You don't see what I see. You don't understand any of it." But he didn't dare speak the words, of course. He just cast down his eyes and let his father's contempt fall on his head until it was all used up. Later, his mother came in with pills for him to take. "I heard your father having a talk with you," she said. "You know he's sometimes harsher than he means to be." "I know. He says things." "I know what he says, and I know what he means," Will replied. "He wishes I was dead and Nathaniel wasn't."
So do you.
He shrugged. The ease of the words, the ease of the pain he knew he was causing was exhilarating.
It's no big deal, he said. I'm sorry I'm not as good as Nathaniel, but I can't do anything about it.
All the time he was talking, looking at his mother, it was not her he was seeing, it was Jacob, giving him a moth to burn. Jacob smiling at him.
Stop it, his mother said. I won't listen to you talking like this, the way you behave. Take your pills.
Her manner suddenly became detached, as though she didn't quite recognize the boy lying in the bed.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
I'll have Adele heat up some soup for you. Just make sure you stay under the blankets. And take your pills.
As she exited, she threw her son an almost fearful look, the way Miss Hartley had at school. Then she was gone. Will swallowed the pills. His body still ached and his head still spun, but he wasn't going to wait very long. He'd already decided, before he was up and out. He'd drink the soup, he'd need the sustenance for the journey ahead. And then he'd dress and go back to the courthouse. With his plan made, he got out of bed again to test the strength of his legs. They didn't feel as unreliable as they had a little while before. With some encouragement, they'd get him where he needed to go. 3. Though Franny wasn't sick, she suffered a good deal more than Will had the day after the night in the courthouse. She had managed to smuggle Sherwood and herself into the house and upstairs to clean up before they were seen by their parents, and had entertained the hope that they were not going to be questioned, until, out of the blue, Sherwood had begun to sob. He'd been thankfully inarticulate about what was causing him to do so, and though both her mother and her father quizzed her closely, she kept her answers vague. She didn't like lying, mainly because she wasn't very good at it. But she knew that Will would never forgive her if she let any details of what happened slip. Her father simply grew cold and remote when his first fury was spent, but her mother was good at attrition. She would work and work at her suspicions until she had them satisfied. So, for an hour and a half, Franny found herself quizzed as to why Sherwood was in such a state. She said they'd gone out to play with Will, become lost in the dark, and they'd got frightened. Plainly her mother doubted every word, but she and her daughter were alike in their tenaciousness. The more Mrs. Cunningham repeated her questions, the more entrenched in her replies Franny became. At last her mother grew exasperated.
I don't want you seeing that Rabjohns boy again, she said. I think he's a troublemaker. He doesn't belong here, and he's a bad influence. I'm surprised at you, Francis, and disappointed. You're usually more responsible than this. You know how confused your brother can get, and now he's in a terrible state. I've never seen him so bad, crying and crying. I blame you.
This little speech brought the matter to an end for the evening, but sometime before dawn, Franny woke to hear her brother sobbing pitifully again, and then her mother going into his room, and the sobbing subsiding while quiet words were exchanged, and then the weeping coming again, while her mother tried, and apparently failed, to soothe him. Franny lay in the darkness of her room, fighting back tears of her own. But she lost the battle. They came, oh, they came, salty in her nose, hot beneath her eyelids and on her cheeks. Tears for Sherwood, who she knew was the least equipped to deal with whatever nightmares would come of their encounter at the courthouse. Tears for herself, for the lies she'd told, which had put a distance between herself and her mother, who she loved so much, and tears of a different kind for Will, who had seemed at first the friend she needed in this stale place, but who she had, it seemed, already lost. At last, the inevitable. She heard the handle of her bedroom door squeak as it was turned, and her mother said, "Franny, are you awake?" She didn't pretend otherwise, but sat up in bed.
"What's wrong?"
"Sherwood just told me some very strange things." He had told everything. About going to the courthouse in pursuit of Will, about the man in black and the woman in veils, and more besides. Something about the woman being naked, and a fire. Was any part of this true? Franny's mother wanted to know, and if so, why hadn't Franny told her? Despite Will's edict, she had no choice but to tell the truth now. Yes, there had been 2 people at the courthouse, just as Sherwood had said. No, she didn't know who they were. No, she hadn't seen the woman undressing, and no, she couldn't be certain she would recognize them again. That part wasn't entirely true, but it was close enough. It had been dark, she said, and she had been afraid, not just for herself, but for all 3 of them. "Did they threaten you?" her mother wanted to know. "Not exactly." "But you said you were afraid." "I was. They weren't like anybody I'd ever seen before." "So what were they like?" Words failed her, and failed her again when her father appeared and asked her the same questions. "How many times have I told you," he said, "not to go near anybody you don't know?" "I was following Will. I was afraid he was going to get hurt." "If he had, that'd be his business and not yours. He wouldn't do the same for you, I'm damn certain of that." "You don't know him. He—" "Don't answer me back," her father snapped. "I'll speak to his parents tomorrow. I want them to know what a damn fool they've got for a son." With that, he left her to her thoughts. The events of the night were not over, however. When the house had finally become quiet, Franny heard a light tapping on her bedroom door, and Sherwood sidled in, clutching something to his chest. His voice was cracked with all the crying he'd been doing. "I've got something you have to see," he said, and crossing to the window he pulled back the curtains. There was a street light outside the front of the house, and it shed its light through the rain-streaked glass onto Sherwood's pale, puffy face. "I don't know why I did it," he began. "Did what?" "It was just there, you know, and when I saw it, I wanted it." As he spoke, he proffered the object he'd been clutching. "It's just an old book," he said. "You stole it?" He nodded. "Where from? The courthouse?" Again he nodded. He looked so frightened she was afraid he was going to start weeping again. "It's all right," she said. "I'm not cross. I'm just surprised. I didn't see you with it. I put it in my jacket. Where did you find it?" He told her about the desk, and the inks and the pens. And while he told her, she took the book from his hands and went to the window with it. There was a strange perfume coming off it. She raised it to her nose, not too close, and inhaled its scent. It smelled like a cold fire, like embers left in the rain, but sharpened by a spice she knew she would never find on a supermarket shelf. The smell made her think twice about opening the book, but how could she not, given where it had come from? She put her thumb against the edge of the cover and lifted it. On the inside page was a single circle drawn in black or perhaps dark brown ink. No name, no title, just this ring, perfectly drawn. "It's his, isn't it?" she said to Sherwood. "I think so. Does anyone know you took it?" "No, I don't think so." That, at least, was something to be grateful for. She turned to the next page. It was as complex as the previous page had been simple. Row upon row upon row of writing, tiny words pressed so close to one another it was almost a seamless flow. She flipped the page. It was the same again on left and right, and on the next 2 sheets the same, and on the next 2, and the next 2. She peered at the script more closely to see if she could make any sense of it, but the words weren't in English. Stranger still, the letters weren't from the alphabet. They were pretty, though, tiny, elaborate marks that had been set down with obsessive care. "What does it mean?" Sherwood said, peering over her shoulder. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Do you think it's a story?" "I don't think so. It isn't printed like a proper book." She licked her forefinger and dabbed it on the words. It came away stained. "It was written by him," she said. "By Jacob?" Sherwood breathed. "Yes." She flipped over a few more pages, and finally came to a picture. It was an insect, A beetle of some kind, she thought, and like the writing on the preceding pages, it had been set down exquisitely. Every detail of its head and legs and iridescent wings so meticulously painted it looked uncannily lifelike in the watery light, as though it might have risen whirring from the paper had she touched it. "I know I shouldn't have taken the book," Sherwood said, "but now I don't want to give it back, 'cause I don't want to see him again." "You won't have to," Franny reassured him. "You promise?" "I promise. There's nothing to be afraid of, Sher. We're safe here with Mom and Dad to look after us." Sherwood had put his arm through hers. She could feel his thin body quivering against her own. "But they won't be here always, will they?" he said, his voice eerily flat, as though this most terrible of possibilities could not be expressed unless stripped of all emphasis. "No," she said, "they won't." "What will happen to us then?" he said. "I'll be here to look after you," Franny replied. "You promise?" "I promise. Now, it's time you were back in bed." She took her brother by the hand, and they both tiptoed out along the landing to his room. There she settled him back in his bed, and told him not to think about the book, or the courthouse, or what had happened tonight any more, but to go back to sleep. Her duty done, she returned to her own bedroom, closed the door and the curtains, and put the book in the cupboard under her sweaters. There was no lock on the cupboard door, but if there had been, she would have certainly turned the key. Then she climbed between the now chilly sheets and put on the bedside light, just in case the beetle in the book came clicking across the floor to find her before dawn, which possibility, after the evening's escapades, she could not entirely consign to the realm of the impossible. 4:1 Will consumed his soup like a dutiful patient, and then, once Adele had taken his temperature, collected his tray, and gone back downstairs, quickly got up and dressed. It was by now the middle of the afternoon, and the sleety day was already losing its light, but he had no intention of putting his journey off until tomorrow. The television had been turned on in the living room. He could hear the calm, even tones of a newscaster. And then, as his mother changed channels, applause and laughter. He was glad of the sound. It covered the occasional squeak of a stair as he descended to the hallway. There, as he donned scarf, anorak, gloves, and boots, he came within a breath of discovery, as his father called out from his study, demanding to know from Adele where his tea had got to. Was she picking the leaves herself, for Christ's sake? Adele did not reply, and his father stormed into the kitchen to get an answer. He did not notice his son in the unlit hallway, however, and while he wittered on to Adele about how slow she was, Will opened the front door, and slipping through the narrowest crack he could make so as not to have a draft alert them to his going, was out on his night journey. 2. Rosa didn't conceal the satisfaction she felt at the absence of the book. It had burned up in the fire, and that was all there was to say in the matter. "So, you've lost one of your precious journals," she said. "Perhaps you'll be a little more sympathetic in the future when I get weepy about the children." "There's no comparison," Steve said, still searching the ashes in the antechamber. His desk was little more than seared timbers, his pens and brushes gone, his box of watercolors barely recognizable, his inks boiled away. His bag containing the earlier journals had been beyond the scope of the fire, so all was not lost. But the work in progress, his account of the last 18 years of his vast labor, had gone. And Rosa's attempt to equate his loss with what she felt when one of her brats had to be put out of its misery made him sick to his stomach. "This is the labor of my life," he pointed out. "Then it's pitiful," she said. "Making books. It's pitiful." She leaned toward him. "Who do you think you're making them for? Not me. I'm not interested. I'm not remotely interested." "You know why I'm making them," Jacob said sullenly. "To be a witness.
When God comes and demands we tell him what we've wrought, chapter and verse, we must have an account, every detail. Only then will we be— Jesus, why do I bother explaining it to you? You can say the word. Go on, say it. Say forgiven. That's what you used to say all the time. We'd be forgiven. She approached him now. But you don't really believe that anymore, do you? She gently reached up and put her hands to his face. Be honest, my love, she said, suddenly soft. I still believe there's purpose in our lives, Jacob replied. I have to believe that. Well, I don't, Rosa said plainly. I realized after our fumblings this afternoon I have no healthy desires left in me. None at all. There won't be any more children. There won't be any hearth and home. And there won't be a day of forgiveness, Jacob. That's certain. We're alone with the power to do whatever we want. She smiled. That boy, Will, no, the younger one, Sherwin. I had him at my titties, sucking away, and I thought, it's a sickness to take pleasure in this, but, Lord, you know, that made it all the more pleasurable. And I began to think, when the child had gone, what else would give me pleasure? What's the worst I could do? And my mind fairly began to spin at the possibilities, she said with a smile. It really did. If we're not going to be forgiven, why try to be something I'm not? She was staring hard into his face. Why should I waste my breath hoping for something we'll never have? Jacob pulled his face from her hands. You won't tempt me, he said, so stop wasting your time. I have my plans laid. The book's burned, Rosa snapped. I'll make another. And if that burns, another and another. I'll be the stronger for this loss. Oh, so will I, Rosa said, her features draining of warmth, so that her beauty seemed, for all its perfection, almost cadaverous. I will be a different woman from now on. I will have pleasure whenever I can take it, by whatever means amuse me, and if someone or something gets a child upon me, I'll fetch it out of myself with a sharpened stick. This notion pleased her. Laughing raucously, she turned her back on Jacob and spat into the ashes. There's for your book, she said. She spat again. And there's for forgiveness. Again she spat. And there's for God. He'll have nothing more from me. She said no more. Without looking to see what effect she'd had upon her companion, she would have been disappointed. He was stony-faced. She strode out. Only when she'd gone did Jacob let himself weep. Manly tears, the tears of a commander before a broken army or a father at his son's grave. He didn't simply grieve for the book, though that added to the sum, but for himself. After this, he would be alone. Rosa, his once beloved Rosa, with whom he'd shared his most cherished ambitions, would go her hedonistic way, and he would take his own road, with his knife and his pen and a new journal full of empty pages. Oh, that would be hard after so many years together, and the work before him still so monumental, and the sky so wide. Then an unbidden thought. Why not kill her? There would be satisfaction in that right now, no question about it. A quick slice across her pulsing throat, and down she'd go like a felled cow. He'd comfort her in her final moments, tell her how much he had loved her in his way, how he would dedicate his labors to her until they were finished. Every nest he rifled, every burrow he purified, he would say, "This is for you, my Rosa, and this, until his hands, bloodied and yoked, were done with their weary work. He pulled his knife from his belt, already imagining the sound of its swoop across her neck, the hiss of her breath from her throat, the fizz of her blood. Then he went after her, back toward the courtroom. She was waiting for him, turned to face him with her pet ropes, what she liked to call her rosaries, cavorting around her arms like vipers.
One leaped as he approached her, finding his wrist with the speed of her will and catching it so tight he gasped at the sensation. "How dare you!" she said. A second rope leaped from her hand, and wrapping itself around his neck, caught hold of his knife hand from behind him. She flicked her eye, and it pulled tight, wrenching the blade back toward his face. "You would have murdered me." "I would have tried." "I'm no use to you as a womb, so I may as well be crowbait, is that it?" "No, I wanted to simplify things."
"That's a fresh excuse," she said, almost admiringly. "Which eye is it to be?"
"What?"
"I'm going to puncture one of your eyes, Jacob, with this little knife of yours."
She willed the ropes to tighten. They creaked a little.
"Which is it to be?"
"If you harm me, it'll be war between us."
"And war's for men, so I would lose? Is that the inference?"
"You know you would."
"I don't know a thing about myself, Jacob, any more than you do. I learned it all watching women do as women do. Perhaps I'd be a very fine soldier. Perhaps we'd have such a war, you and me, that it would be like love, only bloodier."
She cocked her head.
"Which eye is it to be?"
"Neither," Jacob said, a tremor in his voice now. "I need both my eyes, Rosa, to do my work. Put one of them out, and you may as well take my life with it."
"I want recompense,"
she said, through her perfect teeth.
"I want you to suffer for what you just tried to do."
"Anything but an eye."
"Anything?"
"Yes."
"Unbutton yourself."
"What?"
"You heard me. Unbutton yourself."
"No, Rosa."
"I want one of your balls, Jacob. It's that or an eye. Make up your mind."
"Stop this," he said softly.
"Am I supposed to melt now?"
she replied.
"Get weak with compassion?"
She shook her head.
"Unbutton yourself,"
she said. His free hand went to his groin.
"You can do it yourself, if that'll make you feel any better." "Well, would it?"
He nodded. She let the ropes about his wrist relax a little.
"I won't even watch," she said. "How's that? Then if you lose your courage for a bit, nobody's going to know but you."
The ropes loosed his hand completely now. They returned to Rosa and looped themselves around her neck.
"Go to it."
"Rosa."
"Jacob."
"If I do this—"
"Yes?"
"You'll never talk about it to anybody?"
"Talk about what?"
"That I'm not complete."
Rosa shrugged. "Who'd care?" she said.
"Just agree."
"I agree."
She turned her back to him.
"Make it the left," she said. "It hangs a little lower, so it's probably the riper of the two."
He stood in the passage when she'd gone, and felt the heft of the knife in his hand. He had commissioned it in Damascus a year after the death of Thomas Simeon, and had used it innumerable times since. Though there had been nothing supernatural about its maker, some authority had been conferred upon it over the years, for it grew sharper, he thought, with every life it took. He would be able to scoop out what the bitch demanded without much trouble, and after all, what did he care? He had no use for what he now cupped in his palm. 2 eggs and a nest of skin, that's all they were. He put the tip of the blade to his flesh and drew a deep breath. In the courtroom down the passage, Rosa was singing one of her wretched lullabies. He waited for a high note, then cut. 5. Will didn't attempt a shortcut back to the courthouse, but took the road down to the village. At the intersection, there was a telephone box, and he thought, I should say goodbye to Franny. It wasn't so much for friendship's sake as for the pleasure of the boast, to be able to say, I'm going just as I said I would. I'm going away forever. He stepped into the box, fumbled for some change, then fumbled again, his fingers chilled even through his gloves, to find the Cunningham's number in the out-of-date directory. It was there. He dialed and prepared to disguise his voice if Franny's father came on the line. Her mother answered, however, and with a hint of frostiness brought her daughter to the phone. Will got straight to the point. He swore Franny to secrecy, then told her he was leaving. With them? She said, her voice barely more than a whisper. He told her it was none of her business. He was simply going away.
"Well, I've got something that belongs to Steep," she said. "What?" "It's none of your business," she countered. "All right," Will said. "Yes, I'm going with them." There was no doubt in his feverish head that this was so. "Now, what have you got?" "You mustn't say anything. I don't want them to come looking." "They won't." She paused a moment. Then she said, "Sherwood found a book. I think it belongs to Steep." "Is that all?" he said. A book? Who cared about a book? But he supposed she needed some memento of this adventure, however petty. "It's not just any book," she insisted. But Will was already done with the conversation. "I have to go," he said. "Wait, Will." "I haven't got time. Bye, Franny. Say bye to Sherwood, will you?" He put the receiver down, feeling thoroughly pleased with himself. Then he left the relative comfort of the telephone box and set out on the trek to Bartholomew's courthouse. The fallen snow had frozen and formed a glittering skin on the road ahead, upon which a new layer of snow was being deposited as the storm intensified. Its beauty was his to appreciate, and his alone. The people of Burnt Yarley were at home tonight, beside their fires, their cattle gathered into sheds and byres, their chickens fed and locked up in their coops for the night. The mounting blizzard soon turned the scene ahead of him into a white blur, but he had sufficient wits about him to watch for the place in the hedge where he'd previously gained access to the field, and spotting it, dug his way through. The courthouse was not visible, of course, but he knew that if he trudged directly across the meadow, he'd reach its steps in due course. It was harder going than the road, and his body, for all his determination, was showing signs of surrender. His limbs felt jittery, and the urge to sink down in the snow for a while and rest grew stronger with every step. But he saw the courthouse now, coming out of the blizzard. Jubilant, he wiped the snow from his numbed face so that the blaze in him, in his eyes, in his skin, would be readily seen. Then he started up the step. Only when he reached the top did he realize that Jacob was in the doorway, silhouetted against a fire burning in the vestibule. This was not a piffling blaze like the one Will had fed. It was a bonfire, and he did not doubt for a moment it had living fuel. He could not see what exactly, nor did he much care. It was his idol he wanted to see, and be seen by, more than seen, embraced. But Jacob did not move, and a terror came upon Will that he'd misunderstood everything, that he was no more wanted here than at the house he'd left. He stopped one step shy of the top and waited for judgment. It did not come. He was not even certain Jacob had even seen him. And then, out of the shadowed face, a soft, raw voice. "I came out here without even knowing why. Now I see." Will dared a syllable. "Me?" Jacob nodded. "I was looking for you," he said, and opened his arms. Will would have gone into them happily, but his body was too weak to get him there. As he climbed the final step, he stumbled, his outstretched hands moving too slowly to protect his head from striking the cold stone. He heard Jacob let out a little shout as he fell, then the sound of the man's boots crunching on the frost as he came to help. "Are you all right?" he asked. Will thought he answered, but he wasn't certain. He felt Steep's arms beneath him, however, lifting him up, and the warmth of the man's breath on his frozen face. "I'm home," he thought, and passed out. 6.1. Thursday's evening meal in the Cunningham house was in winter a hearty lamb stew, mashed potatoes, and buttered carrots, preceded always by the prayer that the family recited before every meal. For what we are about to receive may the Lord make us truly thankful. There was very little talk around the table tonight, but that was not unusual. George Cunningham was a great believer in things having their proper time and place. The dinner table was for dining, not for talking.
There was only one exchange of any length, which took place when George, observing Franny toying with her food, told her sharply to eat up. "I'm not really hungry," Franny replied. "Are you sickening for something?" he said. "I wouldn't be surprised after yesterday." "George," his wife said, casting a fretful glance at Sherwood, who was also not showing much of an appetite. "Well, look at the pair of you," George said, his tone warming. "You look like a pair of drowned pups, you do." He patted his daughter's hand. "A mistake's a mistake, and you made one. But that's the end of it as far as your mom and I are concerned, as long as you learned your lesson. Now you eat up, and give your dad a smile." Franny tried. "Is that the best you can do?" Her father chuckled. "Well, you'll brighten up after a good night's sleep. Have you got a lot of homework?" "A bit." "You go up and do it then. Your mom and Sherwood will take care of the dishes." Grateful to be away from the table, Franny took herself upstairs, fully intending to prepare for the history test that was looming. But the book before her was as incomprehensible as Jacob's journal, and a good deal less intriguing. At last she gave up on the life of Anne Boleyn and guiltily pulled the journal out of its hiding-place to puzzle over it afresh. She had scarcely opened it, however, when she heard the telephone ring, and her mother, having talked for a few moments, called her to the landing. She slid the journal out of sight beneath her study books and went to the top of the stairs. "It's Will's father on the phone," her mother said. "What does he want?" Franny said, knowing full well. "Will's disappeared," her mother said. "Do you know where he might have gone?" Franny gave herself a few moments to think it over. While she did so, she heard the gale bringing snow against the landing window, and thought of Will out there somewhere in the freezing cold. She knew exactly where he'd go, of course. But she'd made a promise to him, and she intended to keep it. "I don't know," she said. "He didn't say where he was when he telephoned?" her mother asked. "No," she said without hesitation. This news was duly communicated to Will's father, and Franny took herself back to her bedroom. But she could no longer concentrate on study, legitimate or no. Her thoughts returned over and over to Will, who had made her a co-conspirator in his escape plans. If any harm came to him, she would be in some measure responsible, or at least she'd feel that way, which would amount to the same thing. The temptation to confess what little she knew and be relieved of its weight was almost overwhelming. But a promise was a promise. Will had made his decision. He wanted to be out in the world somewhere, far from here, and wasn't there a part of her that envied him the ease of his going? She would never have that ease, she knew, as long as Sherwood was alive. When her parents were old or dead, he would need someone to watch over him, and, just as she had promised him, that someone would have to be her. She went to the window and cleared a place on the fogged glass with the heel of her hand. Snow blazed through the glow from the streetlight, like flakes of white fire, driven by the wind that whined in the telephone wires and rattled around the eaves. She'd heard her father say fully a month before that the farmers at the plough were warning that the winter would be cruel. Tonight was the first proof of their prophecies. Not the cleverest time to run away, she thought, but the deed was done. Will was out there in the blizzard somewhere. He'd made his choice. She only hoped the consequences weren't fatal. 2. In his narrow bed in the narrow room beside Franny's, Sherwood lay wide awake. It wasn't the storm that kept sleep from coming. It was pictures of Rosa McGee. Bright, flickering pictures that made everything he'd ever seen in his head before look like black and white. Several times tonight it felt as if she was right there in the room with him. The memory of her was so overpowering. He could see her clearly, her titties shiny wet with his spit. And though she'd scared him at the end, raising her skirts that way, it was that moment he replayed more often than any other, hoping each time to extend her motion by a few seconds, so that this time the dress would rise up to her belly-button, and he would get to see what she'd been wanting to show him. He had several impressions of what it was. A kind of lopsided mouth, a patch of hair, perhaps greenish, like a little bush, a simple round hole. Whatever form it took, however, it was wet, of that he was certain, and sometimes he thought he saw drops of that wetness running down the insides of her thighs. He could never tell anybody about these memories, of course. He wouldn't be able to boast about what had happened with Rosa once he was back among his schoolmates, and he certainly wouldn't talk about it in adult company. People already treated him as strange. When he went out shopping with his mom, they'd peer at him, pretending they weren't, and talk about him in lowered voices, but he heard. They said he was odd. They said he was a little wrong in the head. They said he was a cross to bear, and it was good his mom was a Christian woman. He heard it all. So these rememberings had to stay hidden away where people couldn't see them, or else there'd be more whispers, more shaken heads. He didn't mind. In fact, he liked the idea of keeping Rosa locked up in his brain where only he could go and look at her. Perhaps he would find a way to talk to her as time went by, persuade her to lift her skirts a little higher, until he could see her secret place. In the meantime, he worked his belly and hips against the weight of the sheet and blankets, pressing his hand hard against his mouth as though his palms were her breasts, and he was back licking them. And though he had cried himself dry in the last little while, all his tears were forgotten in the thrill of the memory and the strange hotness in his groin. "Rosa," he murmured against his hand. "Rosa, Rosa, Rosa." 7. By the time Will opened his eyes, the fire, which had been in its heyday when he arrived, was not in its embery dotage. But Jacob had laid his guest close to it, and there was still sufficient heat in its dwindling flame to drive the last of the chill from Will's bones. He sat up and realized he was wrapped in Jacob's military coat and naked beneath. "That was brave," somebody on the other side of the fire said. Will squinted to see the speaker better. It was Jacob, of course. He was lounging against the wall, staring through the flames at Will. He looked a little sick himself, Will thought, as though in sympathy with his own condition. But whereas Will's illness had left him worn and weak, steep glittered in his hurt, pale, gleaming skin, shiny curls pasted to the thick muscle of his neck. His coarse gray shirt was unbuttoned to his navel, his chest arrayed with a fan of dark hair that ran over the ridges of his belly to his belt. When he smiled, as he did now, his eyes and teeth glistened, as though made of the same implacable stuff. "You're sick, and yet you found your way through this blizzard. That shows courage." "I'm not sick," Will insisted. "I mean, I was a little, but I feel fine now." "You look fine." "I am. I'm ready to go any time you want to." "Go where?" "Wherever you want," Will said. "I don't care. I'm not afraid of the cold." "Oh, this isn't cold," Jacob said. "Not like some winters we've endured, the bitch and me." He glanced back toward the courtroom, and through the smoke Will thought he saw a contemptuous look cross Jacob's face. A heartbeat later, his gaze came Will's way once more, and there was a new intensity in it. "I think maybe you were sent to me, Will, by some kind god or other, to be my companion. You see, I won't be traveling with Mrs. McGee after tonight. We've decided to part company." "Have you traveled with her for long?" Jacob leaned forward from his squatting position and picked up a stick, poked at the fire. There was still fuel concealed in the embers, and it caught as he raked them over. "More than I care to remember," he said. "So why are you stopping now?" By the light of the spluttering flames, whatever had been cremated here, it had been fatty. Will saw Jacob grimace. "Because I hate her," he replied, "and she hates me,
I would have killed her tonight if I'd been quicker. And then we'd have had us a fire, wouldn't we? We could have warmed half of Yorkshire. Would you really have killed her? Jacob raised his left hand into the light. It was gummy with something that looked like blood, but mixed with flakes of silvery paint. "This is mine," he said. "Shed because I failed to shed hers." His voice dropped to a murmur. "Yes, I would have killed her. But I would have regretted it, I think. She and I are intertwined in some fashion I've never understood. If I'd done harm to her—" "You'd have hurt yourself?" Will ventured. "You understand this?" he said, almost puzzled. Then more quietly, "Lord, what have I found?" "I had a brother," Will replied by way of explanation. "When he died, I was happy about it. Well, not happy. That sounds horrible." "If you were happy, say so," Jacob replied. "Well, I was," Will said. "I was glad he was dead, but since he died I'm different. It's the same with you and Mrs. McGee in a way, isn't it? If she'd died, you'd be different. And maybe you wouldn't be the way you wanted to be." "I don't know either," Jacob replied softly. "How old was your brother?" 15.5. "And you didn't love him?" Will shook his head. "Well, that's plain enough," Jacob said. "Do you have any brothers?" Will asked him. Now it was Jacob who shook his head. "What about sisters?" "None," he said. "Or if I did, I don't remember them, which is possible." "Having brothers and sisters and not remembering?" "Having a childhood. Having parents. Being born." "I don't remember being born," Will said. "Oh, you do," Jacob said. "Deep, deep inside." He tapped his breastbone. "There's memory in there somewhere if you knew how to find it." "Maybe it's in you, too," Will said. "I've looked," Jacob said. "Looked as deep as I dare. Sometimes I think I get a taste of it, a moment of epiphany. Then it's gone." "What's an epiphany?" Will asked. Jacob smiled, happy to be a teacher. "A little piece of bliss," he said. "A moment when for no reason you seem to understand everything, or know that it's there for the understanding." "I don't think I've ever had one of those." "You wouldn't necessarily remember if you had. They're hard to hold on to. When you do, it's sometimes worse than forgetting them completely." "Why?" "Because they taunt you. They remind you there's something worth listening for, watching for." "So tell me one," Will said. "Tell me an epiphany." Jacob grinned. "There's an order." "I didn't mean—" "Don't tell me you didn't mean it if you did," Jacob said. "I did," Will said, beginning to see a pattern in what Jacob asked of him. "I want you to tell me an epiphany." Jacob poked the fire one last time and then leaned back against the wall. "Remember how I said I'd endured colder winters than this?" Will nodded. "There was one worse than any other. The winter of 1739. Mrs. McGee and I were in Russia." 1739? "No questions," Jacob said, "or you'll have nothing more. It was the bitterest cold I've ever known. Birds froze in flight and fell out of the air like stones. People perished in their millions and lay in stacks unburied because the earth was too hard to be dug. You can't imagine. Well, perhaps you can." He gave Will a curious little smile. "Can you see it in your mind's eye?" Will nodded. "So far," he said. "Good. Well, now, I was in St. Petersburg with Mrs. McGee in tow. She had not wanted to come, as I recall, but there was a learned doctor there by the name of Krusloff, who had theorized that this lethal cold was the beginning of an age of ice, that acre by acre, soul by soul, species by species, it would grasp the earth." Jacob closed his stained hand into a fist as he spoke, until the knuckles blazed white, until there was nothing left alive. Now he opened his hand and lightly blew the silvery dust of dried blood off his palm into the dying fire. "Plainly I needed to hear what the man had to say. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, he was dead." "Of the cold?" "Of the cold," Jacob replied, indulging the question despite his edict.
I would have left the city there and then," he went on, "but Mrs. McGee wanted to stay. The Empress Anna, having recently executed a number of well-loved men, had commanded an ice palace to be built as a distraction for her disgruntled subjects. Now, if there's one thing Mrs. McGee loves, it's artifice. Silk flowers, wax fruit, china cats. And this palace was to be the greatest piece of fakery ice and man could create. The architect was a fellow called Unopened. I got to know him briefly. The Empress had him executed as a traitor the following summer. It wasn't the last winter of the world, you see, except for him. But for the months his palace stood, there on the river-bank between the Admiralty and the Winter Palace, he was the most admired, the most lionized, the most adored man in St. Petersburg. "Why?" Will said. "Because he'd made a masterpiece, Will. I don't suppose you've ever seen an ice palace?" "No. But you understand the principle. Blocks of ice were cut from the river, which was solid enough to march an army over, then carved and assembled just the way you'd build an ordinary palace. Except Unopened had genius in him that winter. It was as though his whole career had been leading up to this triumph. He'd only let the masons use the finest, clearest ice, blue and white. He had ice trees carved for the gardens around the palaces, with ice birds in their branches and ice wolves lurking between. There were ice dolphins flanking the front doors that seemed to be leaping from spumy waves, and dogs playing on the step. There were a bitch, I remember, lying casually at threshold suckling her pups, and inside— "You could go inside?" Will said, astonished. "Oh, certainly. There was a ballroom with chandeliers. There was a receiving room with a vast fireplace and an ice fire burning in the grate. There was a bedroom with a stupendous four-poster bed, and of course people came in their tens of thousands to see the place. It was better by night than by day, I think, because at night they lit thousands of lanterns and bonfires around it, and the walls were translucent, so it was possible to see layer upon layer of the place." "Like you had X-ray eyes?" "Exactly so." "Is that when you had your moment of epiphany?" "No, that comes later." "So what happened to the palace?" "What do you think?" "It just melted." Jacob nodded. "I went back to St. Petersburg in the late spring, because I'd heard the papers of the learned Dr. Krusloff had been discovered. They had, but his wife had burned them, mistaking them for love letters to his mistress. Anyway, it was by then early May, and every trace of the palace had gone. And I went down to the Neva to smoke a cigarette or take a piss, something inconsequential, and while I was looking down into the river, something seized hold of I want to say my soul, if I have one, and I thought of all those wonders, the wolves and dolphins and spires and chandeliers and birds and trees, there, somehow waiting in the water, being in the water already, if I just knew how to see them." He wasn't looking at Will any longer, but staring into what remained of the fire, his eyes huge, ready to spring into life. "And I thought if I throw myself in and drown in the river and dissolve in the river, then next year, when the river freezes and the Empress Anna commands another palace to be built, I'll be in every part of it. Jacob in the bird, Jacob in the tree, Jacob in the wolf." "But none of it'd be alive." Jacob smiled. "That was the glory of it, Will. Not to be alive. That was the perfection. I stood there on the river-bank, and the joy in me. Oh, Will, the sheer, brimming bliss of it. I mean, God could not have been happier at that moment. And that, to answer your question, was my Russian epiphany." His voice trailed away in deference to the memory, leaving only the soft popping of the dying fire. Will was content with the hush. He needed time to mull over all he'd just been told. Jacob's story had put so many images into his head. Of carved ice birds sitting on carved ice perches, more alive than the frozen flocks that had dropped out of the sky. Of the people Empress Anna's complaining subjects, so astonished by the spires and the lights that they forgot the deaths of great men, and of the river the following spring, with Jacob sitting on its banks, staring into the rushing waters and seeing bliss. If somebody had asked him what all this meant, he wouldn't have had any answers, but he would not have cared. Jacob had filled up some empty place in him with these pictures, and he was grateful for the gift. At last Jacob roused himself from his reverie, and giving the fire one last desultory poke, said, "There's something I need you to do for me." "Whatever you want." "How strong are you feeling?" "I'm fine." "Can you stand?" "Of course." Will proceeded to do so, lifting the coat up with him. It was heavier and more cumbersome than he'd imagined, however, and as he rose it slipped off him. He didn't bother to pick it up. There was scarcely any light for Jacob to see him naked by, and even if he did, hadn't he taken Will's clothes off hours before and laid him down beside the fire? They had no secrets, he and Jacob. "I feel fine," Will pronounced as he shook the numbness from his legs. "Here," Jacob said. He pointed to Will's clothes, which had been laid out to dry on the far side of the fire. "Get dressed. We have a hard climb ahead of us." "What about Mrs. McGee?" "She has no business with us tonight," Jacob replied, "or indeed after our deeds on the hill, any night." "Why not?" said Will. "Because I won't need her for company, will I? I'll have you." 8.1. Burnt Yarley was too small to merit a policeman of its own. On the few occasions police assistance was needed in the valley, a car was dispatched from Skipton. Tonight the call went out at a little before 8, a 13-year-old boy missing from his home, and the car, containing Constables Maynard and Hemp, was at the Rabjohns' residence by half-past. There was very little by way of information. The lad had disappeared from his bedroom some time between 6 and 7 approximately. Neither his temperature nor his medication were likely to have induced a delirium, and there was nothing to indicate an abduction, so it had to be assumed he'd left of his own volition, with his wits about him. As to his whereabouts, the parents had no clue. He had few friends, and those he had knew nothing. The father, whose condescending manner did nothing to endear him to the officers, was of the opinion that the boy had made for Manchester.
"Why the hell would he do that?"
Doug Maynard, who had taken an instant dislike to Rabjohns, wanted to know. "He hadn't been very happy recently," Hugo replied. "We'd had some hard words, he and I."
"How hard?"
"What are you implying?" Hugo sniffed.
"I'm not implying anything. I'm asking you a question. Let me put it more plainly. Did you give the lad a beating?"
"Good God, no. And may I say I resent—"
"Let's put your resentments over to one side for now, shall we?"
Maynard said.
"You can resent me all you like when we've found your kid. If he is wandering around out there, then we haven't got a lot of time. The temperature's still dropping."
"Would you kindly keep your voice down?" Hugo hissed, glancing toward the open door. "My wife's in a bad enough state as it is." Maynard gave his partner a nod.
"Have a word with her, will you, Phil?"
"There's nothing she knows that I don't," Hugo replied.
"Oh, you'd be surprised what a child will tell one parent and won't tell the other,"
Maynard replied.
"Phil'll be gentle, won't you, Phil? Kid gloves."
He slipped away.
"So you didn't hit him?"
Maynard said to Hugo.
"But you've had some words."
"He'd been behaving like a damn fool."
"Doing what?"
"Nothing of any significance," Hugo said, waving the question away. "He went off one afternoon."
"So he's run away before?"
"He was not running away."
"Maybe that's what he told you."
"He doesn't lie to me," Hugo snapped.
"How would you know?"
"Because I can see right through the boy," Hugo replied, giving Maynard the weary gaze he usually reserved for particularly slow students.
"So when he went off for the afternoon, do you know where he went?"
Hugo shrugged. "Nowhere, as usual."
"If you were as communicative with your son as you're being with me, it's no wonder he's a runaway,"
Maynard said.
"Where did he go?"
"I don't need a lecture on parenting from the likes of you," Hugo replied.
The boy's 13. If he wants to go traipsing the hills, that's up to him. I didn't ask for details. I was only angry because Eleanor was so upset." "You think he went on to the fells?" "That was the impression I got." "So tonight he could be doing the same thing." "Well, he'd have to be completely out of his mind to go up there on a night like this, wouldn't he?" "It depends on how desperate he is, doesn't it?" Maynard replied. "Frankly, if I had you for a father, I'd be suicidal."
Hugo began an outraged retort, but Maynard was already on his way out of the room. He found Phil in the kitchen pouring tea.
"We've got a hill search on our hands, Phil. You'd better see what help we can get locally."
He peered out of the window.
"It's getting worse out there." "What state's the mother in?"
Phil made a face. "Out of it," he said. "She's got enough pills in there to sedate the whole bloody village. She must have been quite a looker, too."
"So that's why you're making her tea,"
Doug replied, nudging him in the ribs.
"You wait till I tell your Kathy."
"Makes you wonder, eh?"
"What?"
"Rabjohns and her and the kid." He stirred a spoonful of sugar into the tea. "Not a lot of happiness."
"What's your point?"
"Nothing," Phil said, tossing the spoon into the sink. "Just not a lot of happiness, that's all." 2. It wasn't the first time a search party had been organized in the valley. At least once or twice a year, usually in the early spring or late autumn, a fell walker would be late returning to a rendezvous, and if the situation was deemed sufficiently serious, a team of volunteers would be drummed up to help with the search. The fells could be treacherous at such times. Sudden mists swept in to obscure the way. Scree and boulders could prove unreliable perches. Usually, these incidents ended happily, but not always. Sometimes a body came down from the hills on a stretcher. Sometimes, rarely, but sometimes, no trace was ever found, the victim gone into a crevice or a pothole and never retrieved. At a little after 10, Franny heard cars in the street and got up out of bed to see what was going on. It wasn't hard to guess. There was a knot of perhaps 12 men, all bundled up against the blizzard, conferring in the middle of the street. Though they were some distance away, and the snow was thick, she could name a few of them. Mr. Donnelly, who had the butcher's shop, was recognizable. There wasn't a bigger belly in the village. And his son Neville, with whom Fanny went to school, was shaping up the same way. She also recognized Mr. Sutton, who ran the pub, his big red beard as distinct as Mr. Donnelly's stomach. She looked for her father, but she couldn't see him. He'd broken his ankle playing football the previous August, and it was still giving him trouble, so Franny assumed he'd decided, or been persuaded by her mom, not to join the search party. The men were dividing up now, 4 groups of 3 and 1 group of 2. She watched while they all trudged back to their cars, and with much shouting back and forth got in. There was a small traffic jam in the middle of the street while some of the vehicles turned around and others came alongside one another so that drivers could exchange last-minute instructions. But the street finally emptied, the sound of the car engines receding into silence as the searchers went their separate ways. Franny stood by the window watching the snow erase the crisscrossed tire marks in the street and felt faintly sick. Suppose something were to happen to one of the men. How would she feel then, when she'd watched them set off into the storm, all the time knowing where Will had gone?
"You're a creep, Will Rabjohns," she said, her lips touching the icy glass. "If I ever see you again, you're going to be so sorry."
It was an empty threat, of course, but it comforted her a little to rage against him for putting her in this impossible situation. And for leaving her, that was even worse in its way. She could bear the responsibility of silence, but the thought that he'd run off into the world and left her here, when she'd gone to all the trouble and the indignity of making friends with him, was unforgivable. As she got back into bed, she heard her father's voice downstairs. He hadn't gone. That, at least, was some comfort to her. She couldn't catch what he was saying, but she was reassured by the slow, familiar rhythms of his voice. And soothed by them as surely as by a lullaby, she let her unhappiness go and fell asleep. 9:1 The climb was not arduous for Will, not with Jacob at his side. All the man had to do when the way became too steep or slippery was to lay his bare hand lightly on the back of Will's neck, and a portion of Jacob's strength would pass from fingers to nape, enabling Will to match him stride for stride. Sometimes after a touch like this it seemed to Will he was not climbing at all, but gliding over the snow and rock effortlessly. The wind was too strong for words to be exchanged, but more than once he felt Jacob's mind moving close to his. When it did, his thoughts went where they were directed, up the slope, where their destination could be glimpsed on occasion, and down into the valley they'd escaped, its petty perfection visible when the gusts dropped. Will was not shocked by this intimacy, mind with mind. Steep was unlike other people. Will had realized that from the very beginning. Living and dying, we feed the fire. That was not a lesson that just anybody could teach. He'd joined forces with a remarkable man whose secrets would slowly be uncovered as they grew to know each other in the years to come. Nor would there be any limit to their knowing. That thought was clearer in his head than any other, and he was certain Steep had read it there. Whatever this man asked of him, he would supply. That was how it would be between them from now on. It was the least he could do for someone who had already given him more than any other living soul. 2. Down in the courthouse, Rosa sat in the dark and listened. Her hearing had always been acute, sometimes distressingly so. There were times, days, weeks even, when she would deliberately drink herself into a mild state of befuddlement, usually on gin, but Scotch would do, in order to muffle the sounds that came at her from every direction. It didn't always work. In fact, it had backfired on her several times, and instead of dimming the din of the world, it had simply stripped her of her power to control her own wits. Those were terrible times, sickening times. She would rage around, threatening to do herself harm, pricking out her ears or plucking out her eyes. And might have done it, too, if Jacob hadn't been there to soothe her with a fuck. That usually did the trick. She'd have to be careful with the drinking in future, she mused, at least until she found someone to couple with her in Steep's place. It was a pity the boy was so young. Otherwise, she might have toyed with him for a while. She'd have worn him out, of course, all too quickly. When, on occasion, she'd taken any man besides Steep to her bed, she'd always been disappointed. However virile, however heated they appeared to be, none of them had ever shown a smidgen of Jacob's staying power. Damn it, but she would miss him. He had been more than a husband to her, more than a lover. He'd been a goad to excess, calling forth all manner of behavior she'd never have dared indulge, much less enjoy in any other company, man or beast. Beast? Now there was a thought. Maybe she would be wiser looking for a fuckmate outside her own species. She'd dallied with this before. A stallion called Talus had been the lucky creature. But she hadn't given the affair full rein, so to speak. It had seemed at the time a cumbersome way to be serviced, not to say unsanitary. With Jacob gone, however, she would certainly need to broaden her palate. Maybe with a little patience she'd find a creature the equal of her ardor, out in the wild. Meanwhile she listened to the snow falling on the courthouse roof and on the step, on the grass, on the road, on the houses, on the hills, to a dog barking, to cattle lowing in a byre, to the babble of televisions and the bawling of children, and somebody old and phlegmatic. She couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Age eroded the distinctions, talking nonsense in his or her sleep. Then somebody closer. Footfalls on the icy road, a breath snatched from chapped lips. No, it wasn't one breath, it was two, both male. After a moment, one spoke. "What about the courthouse?" It was a fat man's voice, she judged. "I suppose we could take a look," said the other, without much enthusiasm. "If the kid had some sense, he'd get out of the cold." "If he'd had some sense, the little bugger wouldn't have run away in the first place." "They're coming in here," Mrs. McGee thought, rising from the judge's chair. "They're looking for the child. Compassionate men. How she loved compassionate men. And they think maybe they'll find him in here." She brushed the hair back from her brow and pinched some color into her cheeks. It was the least she could do. Then she started to unbutton her dress so as to hold their attention when they entered. Perhaps, after all, she would not have to stoop to barnyard couplings. Perhaps two would replace the departed one, at least for tonight. 3. The worst of the storm had cleared to the southwest by the time Will and Jacob came within sight of the summit. Through the thinning snow, Will saw that up ahead there was a stand of trees, leafless, of course. What the season had not taken, the night's wind had surely stripped, but growing so close together and sufficiently large in number that each had protected the other in their tender years until they had matured into a dense little wood. Now, with the gale somewhat diminished, Will asked a question out loud. "Is that where we're going?" "It is," said Jacob, not looking down at him. "Why?" "Because we have work to do." "What?" Will asked. The clouds were coming unknitted over the heights, and even as he put this question, a patch of dark, star-pricked sky appeared beyond the trees. It was as though a door were opening on the far side of the wood. The sight, so perfect Will almost believed it had been stage-managed by Jacob. But perhaps it was more likely, and more marvelous in its way, that they had arrived at this moment by chance, he and Jacob being blessed travelers. "There's a bird in those trees, you see," Jacob went on. "Actually, there's a pair of birds, and I need you to kill them for me." He said this without any particular emphasis, as though the matter was relatively inconsequential. "I have a knife I'd like you to use for the job." Now he looked Will's way intently. "Being a city boy, you're probably not as experienced with birds as you are with moths and such." "No, I'm not," Will admitted, hoping he didn't sound doubtful or questioning. "But I'm sure it's easy." "You eat bird meat, presumably," Jacob said. Of course he did. He enjoyed fried chicken and turkey at Christmas. He'd even had a piece of the pigeon pie Adele had made once. She'd explained that the pigeon wasn't the filthy kind he knew from Manchester. "I love it," he said, the notion of this deed easier when he thought of a barbecued chicken leg. "How will I know which bird you want me to?" "You can say it." "Kill?" "I'll point them out, don't worry. It's as you say, easy." He had said that, hadn't he? Now he had to make good on the boast. "Be careful with this," Jacob said, passing the knife to him. "It's uncommonly sharp." He received the weapon gingerly. Was there some charge passed through its blade into his marrow? He thought so. It was subtle, to be sure, but when his hand tightened around the hilt he felt as though he knew the knife like a friend, as though he and it had some long-standing knowledge of one another. "Good," Jacob said, seeing Will fearlessly clasping the weapon. "You look as if you mean business." Will grinned. He did, no doubt of it. Whatever business this knife was capable of, he meant. They were at the fringes of the wood now, and, with the clouds parted, the starlight polished every snow-laden twig and branch until it glittered. There remained in Will a remote tick of apprehension regarding the deed ahead, or rather his competency in the doing of it. He entertained no doubts about the killing itself. But he showed no sign of this to Jacob. He strode between the trees a pace ahead of his companion, and was all at once enveloped in a silence so profound it made him hold his breath for fear of breaking it. A little way behind him, Jacob said, "Take it slowly. Enjoy the moment." Will's knife hand had a strange agitation in it, however. It didn't want any delay. It wanted to be at work now. "Where are they?" Will whispered. Jacob put his hand on the back of Will's neck. "Just look," he murmured. And though nothing actually changed in the scene before them, at Jacob's words Will saw it with a sudden simplicity, his gaze blazing through the lattice of branches and mesh of brambles, through the glamour of sparkling frost and starlit air, to the heart of this place, or rather to what seemed to him at that moment its heart. Two birds huddled in a niche at the juncture of branch and trunk. Their eyes were wide and bright. He could see them blinking, even though they were 10 yards from him. And their heads were cocked. "They see me," Will breathed. "See them back." "I do." "Fix them with your eyes." "I am." "Then finish it. Go on." Jacob pushed him lightly, and lightly Will went, like a phantom, in fact, over the snow-decorated ground. His eyes were fixed on the birds every step of his way. They were plain creatures, two bundles of ragged brown feathers with a silver of sheeny blue in their wings. No more remarkable than the moths he'd killed in the courthouse, he thought. He didn't hurry toward them. He took his time, despite the impatience in his hand, feeling as though he were gliding down a tunnel toward his target, which was the only thing in focus before him. If they fled now, they still could not escape him. Of that he was certain. They were in the tunnel with him, trapped by his hunter's will. They might flutter, they might peck, but he would have their lives whatever they did. He was perhaps 3 strides from the tree, raising his arm to slit their throats, when one of the pair took sudden flight. His knife hand astonished him. Up it sped, a blur in front of his face, and before his eyes could even find the bird, the knife had already transfixed it. Though, strictly speaking, it had not been his doing, he felt proud of the deed. "Look at me," he thought, knowing Jacob was watching him. "Wasn't that quick? Wasn't that beautiful?" The second bird was rising now, while the first flapped like a toy on a stick. He hadn't time to free the blade. He just let his left hand do as the right had done, and up it went like 5-fingered lightning to strike the bird from the air. Down the creature tumbled, landing belly up at Will's feet. His blow had broken its neck. It feebly flapped its wings a moment, shitting itself. Then it died. Will looked at its mate. In the time it had taken to kill the second bird, the first had also perished. Its blood, running down the blade, was hot on his hand. Easy, he thought, just as he'd said it would be. A moment ago they'd been blinking their eyes and cocking their heads, hearts beating. Now they were dead, both of them, spilled and broken. Easy. "What you've just done is irreversible," said Jacob, laying his hands upon Will's shoulders from behind. "Think of that." His touch was no longer light. "This is not a world of resurrections. They've gone forever." "I know." "No, you don't," Jacob said. There was as much weight in his words as in his palms. "Not yet you don't. You see them dead before you, but knowing what that means takes a little time." He lifted his left hand from Will's shoulder and reached around his body. "May I have my knife back? If you're sure you've finished with it, that is." Will slid the bird off the blade, bloodying the fingers of his other hand in the doing, and tossed the corpse down beside its mate. Then he wiped the knife clean on the arm of his jacket, an impressively casual gesture, he thought, and passed it back into Jacob's care as cautiously as he'd been lent it. "Suppose I were to tell you," Jacob said softly, almost mournfully, "that these 2 things at your feet, which you so efficiently dispatched, were the last of their kind." "The last birds?" "No," Jacob said indulgently, "nothing so ambitious. Just the last of these birds." "Are they?" "Suppose they were," Jacob replied. "How would you feel?" "I don't know," Will said, quite honestly. "I mean, they're just birds." "Oh, now," Jacob chided, "think again." Will obeyed. And as had happened several times in Steep's presence, his mind grew strange to itself. filling with thoughts it had never dared before. He looked down at his guilty hands, and the blood seemed to throb on them, as though the memory of the bird's pulse was still in it. And while he looked, he turned over what Jacob had just said. Suppose they were the last, the very last, and the deed he'd just done was irreversible. No resurrections here, not tonight, not ever. Suppose they were the last, blue and brown. The last that would ever hop that way, sing that way, court and mate and make more birds who hopped and sung and courted that way. "Oh," he murmured, beginning to understand. "I changed the world a little bit, didn't I?" He turned and looked up at Jacob. "That's it, isn't it? That's what I did. I changed the world." "Maybe," Jacob said. There was a tiny smile of satisfaction on his face. That his pupil was so swift. If these were the last, perhaps it was more than a little. "Are they?" Will said. "The last, I mean. Would you like them to be?" Will wanted it too much for words. All he could do was nod. "Another night, perhaps," Jacob said, "but not tonight. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but these," he looked down at the bodies in the grass, "are as common as moths." Will felt as though he'd just been given a present and found it was just an empty box. "I know how it is, Will, what you're feeling now. Your hands tell you you've done something wonderful, but you look around and nothing much seems to have changed. Am I right?" "Yes," he said. He suddenly wanted to wipe the worthless blood off his hands. They'd been so quick and so clever, they deserved better. The blood of something rare, something whose passing would be of consequence. He bent down and, plucking up a fistful of sharp grass, began to scrub his palms clean. "So what do we do now?" he said as he worked. "I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to—" He didn't finish his chatter, however, for at that moment a ripple passed through the air surrounding them, as though the earth itself had expelled a tiny breath. He ceased his scrubbing and slowly rose to his feet, letting the grass drop. "What was that?" he whispered. "You did it, not I," Jacob replied. There was a tone in his voice Will had not heard before, and it wasn't comforting. "What did I do?" Will said, looking all around for some explanation. But there was nothing that hadn't been there all along, just the trees and the snow and the stars. "I don't want this," Jacob was murmuring. "Do you hear me? I don't want this." All the weight had vanished from his voice, so had the certainty. Will looked around at him, saw his stricken face. "Don't want what?" Will asked him. Jacob turned his fretful gaze in Will's direction. "You've more power in you than you realize, boy," he said. "A lot more." "But I didn't do anything," Will protested. "You're a conduit." "I'm a what?" "Damn it, why didn't I see? Why didn't I see?" He backed away from Will as the air shook again, more violently than before. "Oh, Christ in heaven, I don't want this!" His anguish made Will panic. This wasn't what he wanted to hear from his idol. He'd done all he'd been asked to do. He'd killed the birds, cleaned and returned the knife, even put a brave face on his disappointment. So why was his deliverer retreating from him as though Will were a rabid dog? "Please," he said to Steep, "I didn't mean it. Whatever it was I did, I'm sorry." But Jacob just continued to retreat. "It's not you. It's us. I don't want your eyes going where I've been. Not there, at least. Not to him. Not to Thomas." He was starting to babble again, and Will, certain his savior was about to run, and equally certain that once he was gone it would be over between them, reached and grabbed hold of the man's sleeve. Jacob cried out and tried to shake himself free, but in doing so, Will's hand, seeking better purchase, caught hold of his fingers. Their touching had made Will strong before. He'd climbed the hill light-footed because Jacob's flesh had been laid on his. But the business of the knife had wrought some change in him. He was no longer a passive recipient of strength. His bloodied fingers had been granted talents of their own, and he could not control them. He heard Jacob cry out a second time, Or was it his own voice? No, it was both, two sobs rising as though from a single throat. Jacob had been right to be afraid. The same rippling breath that had distracted Will from cleaning his hands was here again, increased 100-fold. And this time it inhaled the very world in which they stood. Earth and sky shuddered, and were in an instant reconfigured, leaving them each in their terror, Will sobbing that he did not know what was happening, Jacob that he did. 10. 1. Later, with the good butcher Donnelly dead, Geoffrey Sauls, who had accompanied him into the courthouse that night, would offer a Baudelarized version of what happened within. This he did to protect both the memory of the deceased man, who'd been his drinking and darts partner for 17 years, and Donnelly's widow, whose grief would have been cruelly exacerbated by the truth, which was. They had climbed the steps of the courthouse thinking that perhaps they'd be the heroes of the night. There was somebody inside, no doubt of that, and more than likely it was the runaway. Who else was it going to be, they reasoned? Donnelly had been a pace or two ahead of Sauls and had therefore arrived in the courtroom first. Sauls had heard him mutter something awestruck and had come to Donnelly's side to find not the missing boy, but a woman standing in the middle of the chamber. There were 2 or 3 fat candles set on the ground close to where she stood, and by their flattering light he saw that she was partially undressed. Her breasts, which had a gloss of sweat upon them, were bared, and she'd hoisted up her skirt high enough that her hand could roam between her legs, a smile spreading across her face as she pleasured herself. Though her body was firm, her breasts rode as high as an 18-year-old's. Her features bore the stamp of experience. Not that she was lined or flabby, her skin was perfect. But there was about her lips and eyes a confidence that belied her flawless cheeks and brow. In short, Sauls knew the instant he set eyes upon her that this was a woman who knew her mind. He didn't like that one bit. Donnelly, on the other hand, did. He'd had a couple of double brandies before setting out, and they'd loosened his tongue. "You're a lovely," he said appreciatively. "Aren't you a bit cold?" The woman gave him the reply he'd surely been hoping for. "You look like you've got plenty of meat on you," she said, earning a chuckle from the butcher. "Why don't you come over here and warm me up a bit?" "Dell," Sauls warned, catching hold of his friend's arm, "we're not here for shenanigans. We're here to find the boy." "Poor Will," the woman said. "A lost lamb, if ever there was one." "Do you know where he is?" Geoffrey said. "Maybe I do and maybe I don't," the woman replied. Her eyes were fixed on Donnelly, her hands still playing away. "Is he here somewhere?" Sauls asked her. "Maybe he is and maybe he isn't." The reply made Sauls more uneasy than ever. Did it mean she had the boy a prisoner here? God help him if she did. There was a gleam of lunacy in her eyes and in this whorish display of hers. Though he loved Delbert dearly, no sane woman would be inviting him to touch her the way she was right now. Her dress lifted so high her privates were on display, her fingers plunged into them to the second knuckle. "I'd keep your distance if I were you, Delbert," Sauls advised. "She just wants a bit of fun," Dell replied, swaying toward the woman. "The boy's here somewhere," Sauls said. "So go find him," Donnelly replied dreamily, raising his sausage fingers to fondle the woman's breasts. "I'll keep her distracted." "I'll take you both on if you like," the woman suggested, but Delbert wasn't feeling democratic. "Go on, Geoffrey," he said, his tone faintly threatening. "I can handle her on my own, thank you very much." Geoffrey had only brawled with Delbert once in his life, over a contested darts match, naturally, and he'd come off much the worse. The butcher was more bulk than brawn. But Geoffrey was a bantamweight, and within half a minute he'd found himself flat on his back in the gutter. Given that he couldn't hope physically to pry Dell from the object of his affection, he had little choice but to do as the man said, and go look for the child. He did so quickly, so as not to be gone from the courtroom itself for very long. With his torch beam lighting the way ahead, he searched the passages and chambers in a systematic fashion, calling for the boy as though for a lost dog.
"Will, where are you? Come on, it's okay. Will!"
In one of the rooms he came upon what he assumed to be the whore's belongings, 2 or 3 bags, and some scattered articles of clothing, along with a variety of paraphernalia that looked vaguely erotic in purpose. He didn't have time to study them closely. But many months later, when the trauma of this night had receded, his mind would guiltily revisit this litter and obsess on it, imagining the purpose to which he had put these barbed rods and silken cords. In a second chamber he found a still more disturbing sight. Overturned furniture, ashes underfoot, fragments of charred debris. What he didn't find was the boy. All the other rooms, and there were several, were deserted. The layout of the place was tricky to grasp, especially in his present state of anxiety. He might well have got lost in the maze of chambers and passages had he not heard Delbert start to shout, or sob maybe, yes, it was a sob, and followed the din back through the corridors, through the room with the ashes, and that unholy boudoir, to the courtroom. And now, of course, we come to that part he kept from telling in its entirety, preferring to risk a lie than defame his friend. Delbert was not, as Sauls would later testify, laying inert on the floor, sobbing to be saved. Supine he certainly was, his pants and underwear somewhere around his boots, his head and arms thrown back. But there was no appeal in his cry, except perhaps that the woman straddling him, her hands digging into the mottled fat of his belly, ride him harder, harder. "Jesus, Del," Sauls said, appalled at the sight. Delbert's little eyes, upside down in the wet, hot bulk of his head, burned with pleasure. "Go away," he said. "No, no," the woman panted, beckoning Geoffrey to her and proffering her breast. "I can use him here." Even in the throes of his delirium, however, Donnelly was feeling proprietorial. "Back off, Geoffrey," he said, skewing his head around to get a better fix on the competition. "I saw her first." "I think it's time you shut up," the woman snapped, and for the first time Geoffrey saw that there was something wrapped around Dell's neck. From what he could see, it looked to be no more than a thin piece of rope with a few beads threaded along its length, except that it moved, in serpentine fashion, its tail twitching between Dell's pink tits, its body sliding upon itself as it tightened its grip. Dell suddenly made a choking sound, and his fingers went up to his throat, scrabbling at the cord. His red face suddenly got redder still. "Now, come here," the woman instructed Geoffrey, sweetly enough. He shook his head. If he'd had any urge to touch the creature, it had been scared out of him. "I'm not going to tell you again," she said to Sauls. Then, glancing down at Delbert, she murmured, "Do you want it tighter?" A pitiful gurgling sound was all that escaped him, but the snake rope seemed to take that as a yes, and duly tightened. "Stop!" Sauls said. "You're killing him!" She stared at him, her face as blank as it was beautiful, so he said it again, in case the bitch in her heat hadn't understood what she was doing. But she understood. He saw that now, saw the look of pleasure cross her face as poor Delbert bucked and thrashed beneath her. He had to stop her, and quickly, or Dell would be dead. "What do you want?" he said, approaching her. "Kiss me," she said, her eyes become slits in a face that was somehow simpler than it had been moments ago, as though it were being unmade before his eyes by some invisible sculptor. He would have preferred to clamp his mouth to his own mother-in-law's maw than kiss the moist hole in the whore's face. But Dell's life was ebbing away by the gasp. A few moments more, and it would be gone. Steeling his courage, he pressed his lips against the unbecoming flesh of her mouth, only to have her take hold of his hair, what little he had, and haul back his head. "Not there," she said, the words coming on a breath so balmy and sweetly scented he momentarily forgot his fear. "Here! Here!" She pressed his face down toward her bosom. But as he stooped to service her, Delbert's flailing arms caught hold of Geoffrey's right boot and pulled. He stumbled backward, vaguely aware that this was more farce than tragedy, his outstretched hand raking the woman's pristine skin as he tried to prevent himself falling. It was no use. Down he went, ass first, the breath knocked out of him. As he raised his head, he saw the woman climbing off Delbert, clutching her breast. "Look what you did," she said to him, showing him the marks where his fingernails had caught her. He protested that it had been an accident. "Look," she said again, advancing on him. "You marked me." Behind her, Delbert was gurgling like a monstrous baby, his arms no longer strong enough to flail, or his legs to kick. There was another of the woman's pet ropes slithering around his groin, Geoffrey saw, most of its length constricting the base of his prick, so that it stood up even now, even as the last of his life went out of him, stout and stiff. "He's dying," Saul said to the woman. She glanced back at the body on the ground. "So he is," she remarked. Then, looking back at Geoffrey, "But he got what he wanted, didn't he? So now the question is, what do you want?" He wasn't going to lie. He wasn't going to tell her he wanted her body, however finely made she was. He'd only end the same way as Dal. So he told the truth. "I want to live," he said. "I want to go home to my wife and my kids and pretend this never happened." "You can never do that," she replied. "I could," he insisted. "I swear I could." "You wouldn't come after me? For killing your friend?" "You won't kill him," Geoffrey said, thinking perhaps he was making some headway with the woman. She'd had her fun, hadn't she? She'd successfully terrorized them both, reduced him to a quivering mess, and Delbert to a human dildo. What more did she need? "If you let us go, we won't say a word, I promise. Not one word." "I think it's too late for that," the woman replied. She was standing between Geoffrey's legs now. He felt horribly vulnerable. "Let me at least help Delbert," he begged. "He's not done any harm to you. He's a good family man, and—" "The world's filled with family men," she said contemptuously. "For pity's sake, he's not done you any harm." "Oh, Jesus," she said, exasperated. "Help him, then, if you must." He watched her warily as he scrambled to his feet, anticipating a blow or a kick, but none came. Instead, she allowed him to go to Delbert, whose face was by now purplish, his lips flecked with bloody spittle, his eyes rolled up beneath his fluttering lids. There was still breath in him, but precious little. His chest heaved with the effort of drawing air through his constricted windpipe. Fearing the battle was already lost, he dug his fingers between cord and flesh and pulled. Dell drew a faint, wheezing breath, but it was his last. "Finally," the woman said. Geoffrey thought she was referring to Dell's passing, but looking down at the man's groin realized his error. In extremis, Dell was spurting like a whale. "Jesus Christ," Geoffrey said, nauseated. The woman wandered over to admire the spectacle. "You could try the kiss of life," she said. "You might still bring him back." Geoffrey looked down at Dell's face, at his foamy lips and bulging sockets. Maybe there was a remote chance of starting his heart again, and maybe a better friend than he would have attempted it, but nothing on God's earth could have convinced him at that moment to put his lips to the lips of Delbert Donnelly. "No," said the woman. "No," said Geoffrey. "So you let him die. You couldn't bear to kiss him, and now he's dead." She turned her back on Saul's and wandered away. This was not a pardon, Geoffrey knew, just a stay of execution. "Oh, Mary, Mother of God," Geoffrey said softly, "help me in my hour of need." "You don't need a virgin right now," the woman said. "You need somebody with a little more experience, somebody who knows what's best for you." Geoffrey didn't turn to look at her. She'd experienced some mesmeric hold over Dell. He was certain of it. And if he met her eyes, she'd get into his head the same way. Somehow he had to find a way out of here without looking at her. And then there were those damn ropes to be considered. The one that had garroted Dell had already slithered away. He didn't want to look at Dell's groin to see what had become of the other. but he had to assume it was loose somewhere. He would have one chance at escape, he knew. If he was not quick enough, or somehow lost his bearings and missed the exit, she would have him. However offhand she was being right now, she could not afford to let him escape, not after what he'd witnessed. "Do you know the story of this place?" she asked him. Happy to have her distracted by conversation, he told her no, he didn't. "It was built by a man who felt injustice very deeply." "Oh?" "We knew him, Mr. Steep and myself, many, many years ago. In fact, he and I were intimate for a short time." "Lucky man," Geoffrey replied, hoping to flatter. Her talk was all delusory, of course. Though he knew little about the courthouse, he was certain it had been standing a century at least. "I don't remember him well," she fantasized, "except for his nose. He had the largest nose I have seen, monolithic, and he swore it was this that made him so sympathetic to the condition of animals." While she babbled, Geoffrey covertly cast his eyes left and right, the better to orient himself. Though he couldn't actually see the door that led to freedom, he guessed it to be just out of sight near his left shoulder. Meanwhile the woman chattered on. "They're so much more sensitive to odors than we are, but Mr. Bartholomew's, because of his nose, claimed he could smell more like an animal than a man. Ambrosial, muric, mephitic. He divided the smells up so he had a name for every one. Putrid, musky, balsamic. I forget the others. In fact, I forget him except for his nose. It's funny what you remember about people, isn't it?" She paused. Then, "What's your name?" "Geoffrey Sauls." Was that her footfall behind him? He had to get going, or she'd be upon him. He scanned the ground for her lethal rosaries. "No middle name," she said. "Oh, yes." He could see nothing moving, but that didn't mean they weren't there, in the shadows. "Alexander." "That's a lot prettier than Geoffrey," she said, her voice closer to him. He glanced back down at Dell's dead face to give himself that last jolt of motivation, and then he was up and turning toward the door. He'd guessed right. There it was, ahead of him now. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed the whore and felt her eyes burning into him. He didn't give them the opportunity to work their hex on him. Loosing a shout he'd learned in the Territorial Army, it was designed to accompany a bayonet charge. While this was a retreat, but what the hell? He fled for the exit. His senses were more acute than they'd been since boyhood, his adrenaline-flooded system alive to every nuance. He heard the whine of the rosaries as they flew, and glancing over his shoulder saw them in the air like beaded lightning, flying toward him. He dodged to his right, ducking as he did so, and watched them fly past him, striking the door. There they writhed for a heartbeat, and in that beat he snatched at the handle and threw the door wide. His own strength astonished him. Though the door was heavy, it swung fully open, its hinges screeching, and slammed against the wall. "Alexander!" the woman called, her voice silky. "Come back! Do you hear me, Alexander?" He pelted down the passage, unmoved by her summons, and for a very good reason. Only his mother, whom he had hated with all his heart, had ever called him by that name. The woman could call to him using all the voices of the sirens, and if she hung that dreaded Alexander upon him, he would be immune. Out now, down the steps and into the snow, plowing toward the hedgerow, never looking back. He plunged through the thicket and out onto the road, with his lungs burning, his heart drumming, and such a sense of happiness he was almost glad he was alone to enjoy it. Later, when he recounted this, he would talk quietly and mournfully of how he'd lost his friend. For now he shouted and laughed and felt, oh, the perversity of this, all the more glorious because he'd not only outwitted the whore, but had Dell's death as proof of how terrible his jeopardy had been. Whooping, then, and stumbling, he returned to his car, which was parked some 50 yards away, and undaunted by the icy road. Nothing could harm him now, he was inviolate. He drove with foolhardy speed back into the village to sound the alarm. 2. Back in the courthouse, Rosa was not a happy woman. She'd been content enough until Alexander and his overweight comrade had arrived, sitting dreaming of finer places and balmier days. But now her dreams had been interrupted, and she had to make some quick decisions. There'd be a mob at the gates soon enough, she knew. Alexander would make certain of that. They'd be feeling righteous and wrathful, and they'd surely attempt some mischief upon her person if she didn't make herself scarce. It would not be the first time she'd been harried and harassed this way. There'd been an unsavory incident in Morocco only the year before, in which the wife of one of her occasional consorts had led a minor jihad against her, much to Jacob's amusement. The husband, like the fat fellow lying at her feet now, had died in flagrante delicto, but, unlike Donnelly, had expired with a broad smile on his face. It was the smile that had truly inflamed his wife. That she'd never seen its like in her life had put her in murderous mood. And then in Milan, oh, how she'd loved Milan! There'd been a worse scene still. She had lingered there for several weeks while Jacob went south, and had fallen into the company of the transvestites who plied their hazardous trade about the Parco Sempione. She'd always loved things artificial, and these beauties, who were self-created females to a man, the viados, the locals called them, meaning fawns, had enchanted her. In their company she'd felt a strange sisterhood, and might have elected to stay in that city had one of the pimps, a casual sadist by the name of Henry Campanella, not earned her ire. Hearing that he'd made a particularly savage assault on one of his herd, Rosa had lost her temper. This happened infrequently, but when it did, blood invariably flowed, and copiously. She'd choked the bastard on what had passed for his manhood, and left the corpse in the Viale Certosa, on public display. His brother, who was also a pimp, had raised a small army from the criminal fraternity, and would have slaughtered her if she hadn't fled to Sicily and the comfort of Steep. Still, she often thought of her sisters in Milan, sitting around chatting about surgeries and silicone, while they plucked and teased and squeezed themselves into a semblance of femininity. And when she thought of them, she sighed. Enough of memories, she told herself. It was time to vacate the premises, before the dogs came after her, two-legged and four. She carried a candle into her little dressing-room, and packed up her belongings, keeping her senses sharp every moment. Remotely, she thought she heard raised voices, and assumed that Alexander was at the village telling tales, the way men liked to do. Finishing her packing hurriedly, she said farewell to the body of Delbert Donnelly, and, calling her rosaries to her, made her departure. She had intended to head off northeast along the valley, putting the village and its idiots as far behind her as she could. But once she was out in the snow, her thoughts turned to Jacob. She was of half a mind to leave him in ignorance of what her deeds had unleashed. But in her heart she knew she owed him the warning, for sentiment's sake. They had spent so many decades together, arguing, suffering, and in their curious way devoting themselves to one another. Though his recent frailties disenchanted her, she could not leave him until she'd performed this last duty. Turning her face to the hills, which had emerged from the retiring blizzard, she rapidly sought him out. She had no need of senses in this. There was in them both a compass, for which the other was north. All she had to do was let the needle swing and settle, and there he would be. Lugging her bags, she started up the slope in his direction, leaving a trail in the snow that she was well aware her pursuers would follow. So be it, she thought. If they come, they come, and if blood has to be spilled, I'm in a fine frame of mind to spill it. 11. It was a sudden spring. The breath out of the earth came and went, and when it passed it took winter with it. The trees were miraculously clothed in leaf and blossom. The frosted earth gave way to blades of summer grass, to bluebells and wood anemone and melancholy thistle. Sunlight danced everywhere. In the branches birds courted and nested, and from the quickened thicket a red fox appeared, regarding Will with a fearless gaze before trotting off about his business, his whiskers and coat gleaming.
"Jacob," said a reedy voice off to Will's left, "I thought not to see you again so soon."
Will turned to the speaker and found a man standing a few yards off, leaning against a graceful ash. The tree was better dressed than he. His stained shirt, coarse pants, and ill-made sandals far less flattering than the flickering leaves. Otherwise, man and tree had much in common, both slender in body and limb, yet finely made. The man, however, boasted something the tree could not, eyes of such a flawless blue, it seemed the sky had found its way into his head.
"I must tell you, my friend,"
he said, staring not at Jacob but at Will,
"if you still hope to persuade me to go with you, you're wasting your breath."
Will looked around at Jacob in the hope of some explanation, but Jacob had gone.
"I told you the truth yesterday. I have nothing left to give Rukenhau, and I will not be seduced with tales of the Domus Mundi."
Stepping away from the tree, the man walked toward Will. And to add to the sum of the mysteries here, Will realized that, though the stranger was several years his senior and lankily tall, they were looking at one another eye to eye, which meant that he had somehow sprung up a foot and a half in height.
"I don't want to know the world that way, Jacob," the man was saying. "I want to see it through my own eyes."
Jacob, Will thought. He's looking straight at me, and he's calling me Jacob. That means I'm in Steep's body. I'm looking out through his eyes. The idea didn't frighten him, quite the reverse. He stretched a little, and it seemed to him he could feel the muscle of the man enveloping him, heavy and strong. He inhaled and smelled his own sweat. He raised his hand and fingered the silken curls of his beard. It was the most extraordinary feeling. Though he was the possessor here, he felt possessed, as though being in Steep had put Steep in his being. There were appetites in his hips and head he'd never felt before. He wanted to be off, away from this melancholic youth, out under the sky, testing this borrowed flesh, running until his lungs were furnaces, stretching until his joints cracked. To go naked in this glorious anatomy, yes, wouldn't that be fine? To eat in it, piss from it, stroke its long limbs. But he was not the master here. Memory was. He had sufficient freedom to scratch his beard or his groin, but he couldn't leave the business that had brought Steep back to this place. All he could do was sit behind Jacob's gilded eyes and listen to what had been said this sunlit day. He had conjured this encounter against Steep's will. It had seemed, "I don't want this," Jacob had said over and over. Yet now that it was here, it had a momentum all of its own, and he wasn't about to contest its authority, for fear he lose the simple joy of standing in the man, flesh in flesh. "Sometimes, Thomas," Jacob was saying, "you look at me as though I were the very devil." The other man shook his head, his greasy hair falling across his forehead. He pushed it back with a long-fingered hand, stained red and blue.
"If you were the devil, you wouldn't be Rukenau's creature now, would you?" he said. "You wouldn't let him dispatch you off to bring home runaway painters. And if you came for me, I wouldn't be able to resist you. And I can, Jacob. It's hard, but I can."
He lifted his hand up above his head and drew down a blossom-laden branch to sniff.
"I had a dream last night after you'd gone. I dreamed I was up in the heavens, higher than the highest cloud, looking down at the earth, and there was somebody close to me, whispering in my ear, a soft voice, neither a woman nor a man, Saying what? That in all the universe there was only one planet so perfect, one so blue and bright as this, one so prodigious in its creations, and that this glory was God's very being. God's delusion, Tom, that's what it is. Now listen to me. You've spent too much time with Ruka now. All this around us right now isn't some trick God's playing on us.
He let the branch he'd been holding go, and it sprang back into place, dropping petals down on Thomas's head and shoulders. He didn't notice. He was too inflamed by his dream and the telling of it.
God knows the world through us, Jacob. He adores it with our voices. He makes our hands do its service. And at night he looks out through our eyes, out into the immensity, and names the stars, so that in time we'll sail to them.
He dropped his head.
That's what I dreamed.
You should tell it to Ruka now. He loves to read the meaning in dreams.
But there's nothing to decipher,
Thomas replied, grinning at the ground.
That's the genius of it, don't you see?
He looked up at Will again, the sky in his head pristine.
Poor Ruka now. He's been reciting his liturgies for so long, he's more in love with them than with the true sacrament.
And what's that, pray tell?
This,
Thomas said, plucking one of the petals off his shoulder.
I have the Holy of Holies here, the Ark of the Covenant, the Sangreal, the great mystery itself, right here on the tip of my little finger. Look!
He proffered the petal, balanced on his digit.
If I could paint this perfection—
He stared at the petal as he spoke, as though mesmerized by the sight.
Put it on a sheet of paper so that it showed its true glory. Every painting in every chapel in Rome, every illumination of every book of hours, every picture I ever made for every one of Rukenau's damned invocations would be—
He paused for the word.
Superfluous.
He blew the petal from his finger, and it rose up a little way before starting its descent.
But I cannot make such a painting. I labor, and I labor, and I make only failures. Jesus. Sometimes, Jacob, I wish I'd been born without fingers.
Well, if you have so little use for their skills, then lend your fingers to me, Jacob said. Let me use them to make pictures half as fine as yours, and I will be the happiest man in creation. Thomas grinned, regarding Jacob quizzically.
You say the strangest things.
I say strange things, Jacob replied. You should hear yourself, today or any day. He laughed, and Thomas laughed along with him, his defeat momentarily forgotten. Come back to the island with me, Jacob said, approaching Thomas cautiously as though afraid of startling him. I'll make sure Rukenau doesn't make a workhorse out of you.
That's not the point.
I know how he always wants things his way, how he badgers you. I won't let it happen, Tom, I swear.
Since when did you have that much authority?
Since I told him Rosa and I'd go off and leave him if he didn't let us play a little. You wouldn't dare leave me, he said. I know your nature and you don't. If you desert me, you'll never know what you are or how you came to be.
And what did you say to that?
Oh, you'll be proud of me, I said. It's true, I don't know what made me. Yet was I made, and made with love, and that may be knowledge enough to live in bliss.
Oh, Lord, I wish I'd been there to see his face.
He wasn't happy. Jacob chuckled. But what could he say? It was the truth.
So prettily put, too. You should be a poet.
No. I want to paint like you. I want us to work side by side, and you teach me how to see the flow in things the way you do. The island's so beautiful, and there's just a few fishermen who live there, too cowed to say boo to the likes of us. We can live as though we were in Eden, you, me, and Rosa.
Let me think about it,
Thomas said. One more persuasion.
Leave it alone now.
No, hear me out. I know you don't trust Rukenau's Gnostics, and a lot of the time, in truth, they confound me, too. But the Domus Mundi isn't an illusion. It's glorious, Thomas. You'll be astonished when you move in it and feel it move in you. Rukenau says it's a vision of the world from the inside out.
And how much laudanum does he have you imbibe before you see this vision?
None, I swear. I wouldn't lie to you, Tom. If I thought this was just another delirium, I'd tell you to stay here and paint petals. But it isn't. It's something divine, something we're allowed to know if our hearts are strong enough. Lord, Tom, just imagine the petals you could paint if you studied them first in the seed, or in the shoot, or in the sap that made a bud come from a twig.
That's what the Domus Mundi shows you.
Well, to be honest, I haven't dared go very far inside, but yes, that's what Rukenau says. And if we were together, we could go deep, deep inside. We could see the seed of the seed, I swear.
Thomas shook his head. I don't know whether to be excited or afraid, he said. If what you're telling me is true, then Rukenau has a way to God.
I think he has, Jacob said softly. He studied Thomas, who could no longer look at him. I won't press you for an answer now, he said, but I have to know yea or nay by noon tomorrow. I've already lingered here longer than I intended.
I'll have made up my mind by tomorrow.
Don't look so melancholy, Tom, Jacob said. I meant to inspire you.
Maybe I'm not ready for the revelation.
You're ready, Jacob said. More than me, certainly. More than Rukenau, probably. He's brought into being something he doesn't understand, Tom. You could help him, I dare say. Well, we'll say no more about it today. Just promise me you won't get drunk and maudlin thinking about all of this. I fear for you when you get into those villainous moods of yours.
I won't, Thomas replied. I'll be merry thinking of you and me and Rosa going naked all day.
Good, said Jacob, leaning over to touch Thomas's unshaven cheek. Tomorrow you'll wake up and wonder why you waited so long. With that, he turned his back on Thomas and started to stride away. If this was the end of the memory, Will thought, it was hard to see why Jacob had been so troubled at the prospect of reliving it. But the past was not done with its unraveling yet. On the third stride, Will felt the world inhale again, and the sunlight suddenly dimmed. He looked up through the blossomed branches. In an instant the perfect sky had been blinded by clouds, and the wind brought rain against his face. "Thomas," he said, and turning on his heel, looked back toward the place where the painter had been standing. He was nowhere to be seen.
"This is tomorrow," Will thought. "He's come for his answer."
"Thomas," Jacob called again, "where are you?" There was dry dread in his voice and a churning in his bowels, as though he already knew something was amiss. The thicket ahead of him shook, and the red fox walked into view, redder today than he'd been the day before. He licked his chops as he went, his long gray tongue curling up around his snout. Then he slunk away. Jacob's gaze didn't follow him, but went instead to the clump of wild rose and hazel from which the animal had emerged. "Oh, Jesus!" a voice murmured. "Look away, you hear me?" Will heard, but his eyes continued to scrutinize the thicket. There was something on the ground beyond the tangle. He couldn't yet see what. "Look away, damn you!" Steep raged. "Are you listening to me, boy?" "He means me," Will thought. "The boy he's talking to is me." "Quickly," Steep said. "There's still time." His rage mellowed into a plea. "There's no need for us to see this," he said. "Just let it go, boy, let it go." Perhaps the pleading was a distraction intended to conceal an attempt to take control, because the next moment Will's head was filled with a rushing sound, and the scene in front of him gasped, then flickered out. The next instant he was back in the winter wood. his teeth chattering, the taste of salt blood in his mouth from a bitten lip. Jacob was still in front of him, his eyes streaming with tears. "Enough," he said. But the distraction, whether intentional or no, only kept the memory at bay a moment. Then the world shook again, and Will was back in Jacob's trembling body, standing in the rain. The last of Jacob's resistance seemed to have melted away. Though the man's gaze had flitted from the blossom during their brief departure, all Will had to do was call it back to the rose thicket, and it dutifully went. There was one last exhausted sound from the man that might have been a word of protest. If it was, Will failed to catch it, and would not have acted upon the objection anyway. He was the master of this anatomy now. Eyes, feet, and all that lay between. He could do what he wished with it, and right now he didn't want to run, or eat, or piss. He wanted to see. He commanded Steep's feet to move, and they carried him forward until he had sight of what the thicket had concealed. It was Thomas the painter, of course. Who else? He was lying face up in the wet grass, his sandals and his pants and his stained shirt strewn about him, his corpse become a palette arrayed with colors of its own. Where the painter had exposed his skin to the sun over the years, his face and neck, his arms and feet, he was tanned a ruddy sienna. Where he had been covered, which was to say every other place, he was a sickly white. Here and there in the bony clefts of his chest, and the groove of his abdomen, and at his armpits, he had gingery hair. But there were upon him colors far more shocking than these. A patch of vivid scarlet on his groin, where the fox had dined on his penis and testicles. And pooling in the paint-pots of his eyes, the same bright hue where birds had taken his tender sight. And along the flank of his body, a flap of livid fat exposed by the teeth or beak of a creature wanting to partake of his liver. It was a more radiant yellow than a buttercup. "Happy now," Jacob murmured. Whether this question was meant for his occupant or the corpse before them, Will did not dare inquire. He'd dragged Jacob to revisit this appalling vision, against the man's wishes, and now he felt shame at what he'd done. Sickened, too. Not at the sight of the body. That didn't bother him particularly. It was no more horrible than the meat hanging up in a butcher's window. What made him want to look away was the thought that this thing before him was probably the way Nathaniel had looked, give or take a wound. Will had always imagined Nathaniel somehow perfected in death, his injuries erased by kindly hands, so that his mother could remember him immaculate. Now he knew differently. Nathaniel had been thrown through a shoe-store window. There was no concealing wounds so deep. No wonder Eleanor had wept for months and locked herself away. No wonder she'd taken to eating pills instead of bread and eggs. He hadn't understood how terrible it must have been for her, sitting beside Nathaniel's bed while he slipped away. But he understood now, and understanding, he blushed with shame at his cruelty. He'd had enough. It was time to do as Steep had wanted all along, and look away. But now the shoe was on the other foot, and Steep knew it. "Do you want to take a closer look?" Will heard him say, and the next moment Steep was going down on his haunches beside Thomas's corpse, scrutinizing it wound by wound. It was Will who flinched now, his curiosity more than sated, but Jacob would not give him release. "Look at him," Steep murmured, his gaze going to Thomas's mutilated groin. "That fox made a meal of him, eh?" There was a phony jocularity in Steep's tone. He felt this as deeply as Will, perhaps more so. "Serves him right. He should have got some pleasure from his prick while he still had it to wave around. Poor, pathetic Thomas. Rosa tried to seduce him more than once, but he could never get it up. I told him, if you don't want Rosa, who has everything a man could want in a woman, then you can't want a woman at all.
You're a sodomite, Tom. He said I was too simple.
Steep leaned over and peered more closely at the wound. The fox's needle teeth had done a neat job. If not for the blood and a few remnants of tissue, the man could have been born unsexed.
Well, you look like the simple one now, Thomas, Steep said, taking his gaze from gelded groin to blinded head.
There was another color here which Will had not noticed until now. On the inner surfaces of the painter's lips, and on his teeth and tongue, a bluish tinge.
You poisoned yourself, didn't you? Steep said.
He leaned closer to Thomas's face.
Why did you do a damn fool thing like that? Not because of Rukenau, surely. I would have protected you from him, didn't I promise?
He reached out and brushed the back of his fingers across the man's cheek, the way he had as they parted the day before.
Didn't I tell you you'd be safe with Rosa and me? Oh, Lord, Tom, I would not have seen you suffer.
He leaned back from the body, and in a louder voice than he'd used hitherto, as though making a formal declaration, said,
Rukenau's to blame. You gave him your genius, he paid you in lunacy. That makes him a thief at very least. I won't serve him after this, and I will never forgive him. He can stay in his wretched house forever, but he won't have me for company, nor Rosa neither.
He got to his feet.
Goodbye, Tom, he said more softly. You would have liked the island.
Then he turned his back on the body, the way he'd turned his back on the living man the day before, and strode away. As he did so, the scene began to flicker out. The pattering rain, the roses, and the body that lay under both, dimming in a heartbeat. But as they went, Will caught a glimpse of the fox standing at the limit of the trees, gazing back at him. A shaft of sun had pierced the rain clouds and found the animal stretching its lean flanks and keen head and flickering brush in gold. In the instant before his vision fled, Will met the beast's unblinking stare. There was nothing contrite in its look, no shame that it had fed on pudenda today. I'm a beast, its stare seemed to say. Don't you dare judge me. Then they were both gone, the fox and the sun that blessed it, and Will was back in the dark copse above Burnt Yarley. In front of him stood Jacob, his hand still caught in Will's grip.
Had enough, Steep said.
By way of reply, Will simply let go of the man's hand. Yes, it was enough, more than enough. He looked all around him to be certain nothing of what he'd witnessed had lingered, reassured by what he saw. The trees were once again leafless, the ground frosted, and the only corpses upon it 2 birds, one broken, one stabbed. In fact, he was by no means certain that this was even the same wood. "Did it happen here?" he asked, looking back at Jacob. The man's tear-stained face was slack, his eyes glazed. It took a few moments for him to focus his attention upon the question.
"No," he said finally. "Simeon lived in Oxfordshire that year."
"Who's Simeon?"
"Thomas Simeon, the man you just met."
Will tried the name for himself. Thomas Simeon.
It was the May of 1730. He was 23 years old. He poisoned himself with his pigments, which he mixed himself, arsenic and sky blue.
"If it happened in some other place," Will said, "why did you remember it?"
"Because of you," Jacob replied softly. "You brought him to mind in more ways than one."
He looked away from Will, out through the trees toward the valley.
"I'd known him since he was about your age. He was like my own to me, too gentle for this world of illusions. It made him mad, trying to find his way through this profligate creation."
He glanced back at Will, his eyes as sharp as his blade.
"God's a coward and show-off, Will. You will come to understand this as the years go by. He hides behind a gaudy show of forms, boasting how fine his workings are. But Thomas had it right. Even in his wretched state he was wiser than God.
Jacob raised his hand palm up in front of his face, his little finger extended. The significance of the gesture was perfectly clear. All that was missing was the petal.
"If the world were a simpler place, we would not be lost in it," he said. "We wouldn't be greedy for novelty. We wouldn't always want something new, always something new. We'd live the way Thomas wanted to live, in awe of the mysteries of a petal."
Even as he spoke, Steep seemed to hear the yearning in his own voice and turned it to ice.
"You made a mistake, boy,"
he said, his hand closing into a fist.
"You drank where it wasn't wise to drink. My memories are in your head now. So's Thomas, and the fox, and the madness."
Will didn't like the sound of this at all. "What madness?" he said.
"You can't see all that you've seen. You can't know what we now both know without something souring."
He put his thumb to the middle of his skull.
"You've supped from here, Wunderkind, and neither of us can ever be the same. Don't look so frightened. You were brave enough to come with me this far."
"But only because you were with me."
"What makes you think we can ever be apart after this?"
"You mean we can still go away together?"
"No, that won't be possible. I'll have to keep you at a distance, a great distance, for both our sakes."
"But you just said—"
"That we'd never be apart. Nor will we. But that doesn't mean you'll be at my side. There would be too much pain for both of us, and I don't wish that for you any more than you wish it for me."
He was talking the way he would to an adult, Will knew, and it soothed a little of the disappointment. This talk of pain between them, of places where Jacob didn't want to look, this was the vocabulary one man would use talking to another. He would diminish himself in Jacob's eyes if he answered like a petulant child. And what was the use? Plainly, Jacob wasn't going to change his mind. "So, where will you go now?" Will said, attempting to be casual.
"I'll go about my work."
"And what's that?" Will said. Jacob had spoken of his work several times, but he'd never been specific about it.
"You already know more than's best for either of us," Jacob replied.
"I can keep a secret."
"Then keep what you know,"
Jacob said.
"There,"
he put his fist to his chest,
"where only you can touch it."
Will made a fist of his numb fingers and echoed Jacob's gesture. It earned him a wan smile.
"Good,"
he said.
"Good. Now, go home."
Those were the words Will had hoped so hard not to hear. Hearing them now, he felt tears pricking his eyes, but he told himself he wasn't to cry, not here, not now, and they receded. Perhaps Jacob saw the effort he'd made, because his face, which had been stern, softened.
"Maybe we'll find each other again somewhere down the road."
"You think so?"
"It's possible," he said. "Now go off home. Leave me to meditate on what I've lost." He sighed. "First the book, then Rosa, now you."
He raised his voice a little.
"I said go."
"You lost a book?" Will said. "Sherwood's got it." Will waited, daring to hope the information might give him a reprieve. Another hour in Jacob's company at least.
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure," Will said. "Don't worry, I'll go get it from him. I know where he lives. It'll be easy."
"Now don't be lying to me," Jacob warned.
"I wouldn't do that," Will said, offended at the accusation. "I swear."
Jacob nodded. "I believe you," he said.
"You would be of great service to me if you put the book back in my hand." Will grinned. "That's all I want to do. I want to be of service." 12. 1. There was no magic in the descent, no sense of anticipation, no strengthening hand laid on Will's nape to help him negotiate the snow-slickened rocks. Jacob had done all the touching he intended to do. Will was left to fend for himself, which meant that he fell repeatedly. Twice he slithered several yards on his rump, bruising and scraping himself on buried boulders as he tried to bring his careening to a halt. It was a cold, painful, and humiliating journey. He longed for it to be over quickly. Halfway down the hill, however, his misery was made complete by the reappearance of Rosa McGee. She appeared out of the murk, calling for Jacob, with sufficient alarm in her voice that Jacob told Will to wait while he spoke to her. Rosa was plainly agitated. Though Will could hear nothing of the exchange, he saw Jacob lay a reassuring hand on her, nodding and listening, then replying with his head close to hers. After perhaps a minute he returned to Will and told him, "Rosa's had a little trouble. We're going to have to be careful." "Why?" "Don't ask questions," Jacob replied. "Just take my word for it. Now," he pointed down the hill, "we have to hurry." Will did as he was told and headed on down the slope. He cast one backward glance at Rosa, and saw that she'd squatted down on a flat-topped rock, from which she seemed to be staring back toward the courthouse. Had she been ousted, he wondered? Was that what all her distress was about? He would probably never know. More weary and dispirited by the stride, he continued his descent. There was, he saw, a good deal of activity in the streets of the village. Several cars with their headlights blazing, people gathered in groups here and there. The doors of many of the houses stood open, and people were standing on the steps in their nightclothes watching events. "What's going on?" Will wondered aloud. "Nothing we need concern ourselves with," Jacob replied. "They're not looking for me, are they?" "No, they're not," Jacob said. "It's her, isn't it?" Will said, the mystery of Rosa's distress suddenly solved. "They're after Rosa." "Yes, I'm afraid they are," Jacob replied. "She's got herself in some trouble, but she's perfectly capable of looking after herself. Why don't we just stop for a moment and examine our options?" Will duly stopped, and Jacob descended the slope a stride or two, until they stood just a couple of yards apart. It was the closest he'd been to Will since the wood. "Can you see where your friends live from here?" "Yes." "Point it out to me, will you?" "You see past where the police car's parked? There's a bend in the road." "I see." "There's a street just round the bend, going left." "I see that, too." "That's Sampson Road," Will said. "They live in the house with the junkyard beside it." Jacob was silent for a few seconds while he studied the lay of the land. "I can get the book for you," Will reminded him, just in case he was thinking of going on alone. "I know," Jacob said. "I'm relying on you. But I don't think it would be very wise for us to just walk through the middle of the village right now." "We can go around the back," Will said. He pointed out a route that would take them another half-hour to complete, but would keep them out of the way of witnesses. "It seems the wisest option," Jacob said. He teased off his right-hand glove and reached into his coat to take out his knife. "Don't worry," he said, catching Will's anxious glance. "I won't taint it with human blood unless it's strictly necessary." Will shuddered. An hour ago, climbing the hill with Jacob, he'd felt happier than he'd felt in his life before. The feel of that blade had made his palm tremble with pleasure, and the little deaths he'd caused filled him with pride. Now all that seemed like another world, another Will. He looked down at his hands. He'd never finished scrubbing them clean, and even in the murk, he could see that they were still stained with the bird's blood. He felt a spasm of self-disgust. If he could have fled then and there, he might well have done so, but that would have left Jacob searching for the book on his own, and Will didn't dare risk that. Not while he was carrying that knife of his. Will knew from experience how self-possessed it could be, how eager to do harm. Turning his back on man and knife, he resumed his descent, no longer heading directly into the village, but around it, so as to bring them undiscovered to the Cunninghams' doorstep. 2. When Franny woke, the clock beside the bed said 5:25. She got up anyway, knowing that her father, who had always been an early riser, would also be up in the next 15 minutes. In fact, she found him in the kitchen, already fully dressed, pouring himself a cup of tea and smoking a cigarette. He gave her a grim little smile of welcome. "Something's going on out there," he said, spooning sugar into his tea. "I'm going out to see what's happening." "Have some toast first," she said. She didn't wait for a reply. She took a loaf out of the bread bin and went to the drawer for the bread knife, then to the cooker to turn on the grill, and back to slice the bread. And all the time, toing and froing, she was thinking how strange it was to be pretending that there was nothing really different about the world this morning, when she knew in her heart that this wasn't so. It was her father who finally spoke, his back to her as he gazed out of the kitchen window. "I don't know," he said. "Things going on these days." He shook his head. "Used to be safe for folks." Franny had slid 2 slices of the thickly cut bread beneath the grill, and, fetching her favorite mug out of the cupboard, poured herself some tea. Like her dad, she sugared it heavily. They were the 2 sweet tooths in the family. "It makes me scared for you sometimes," her father said, turning back to look at Franny, "the way the world's going." "I'll be all right, Dad," she said. "I know you will," he said, though his expression belied his words. "We'll all be fine." He opened his arms to her, and she went to him, hugging him hard. "Only you'll see as you get older," he said. "There's more bad out there than good. That's why you work hard to make a safe place for the people you love. Somewhere you can lock the door." He rocked her in his embrace. "You're my princess, you know that." "I know," she said, smiling up at him. A police car roared past, siren blaring. The happiness faded from George Cunningham's face. "I'll butter us some toast," Franny said, patting his chest. "That'll make us feel better." She pulled the slices out from under the grill and flipped them over. "You want some marmalade?" "No, thanks," he said, watching her as she fussed around. To the fridge for some butter, then back to the cooker, where she picked up the hot toast and put it on a plate. Then she slathered on the butter the way she knew he liked it. "There," she said, presenting him with the toast. He wolfed it down, murmuring his approval. All she needed now was milk for her tea. The carton was empty, but the milkman might have arrived by now, so she padded through to the front door to fetch the delivery. The front door had been bolted top and bottom, which was unusual. Plainly her parents had gone to bed nervous. Franny reached up and unbolted the top, then, stooping to unbolt the bottom, opened the door. There was still no sign of the day, not a glimmer. It was going to be one of those winter days when light barely seemed to touch the world before it was gone again. The snow had stopped falling, however, and the street looked like a well-made bed in the lamplight. Plump white pillows piled against walls, and quilts laid on roofs and pavements. She found the sight comforting in its prettiness. It reminded her that Christmas would soon be here, and there'd be reasons for songs and laughter. The step was empty. The milk was late being delivered today. Oh, well, she thought, I'll have to do without. And then the sound of feet crunching on snow. She looked up and saw somebody had appeared at the opposite side of the street. Whoever it was stood beyond the lamplight, but only for a few moments. Realizing he'd been seen, he stepped out of the gray gloom and into view. It was Will. 13:1. Rosa waited on the rock, listening. They would be upon her soon, her pursuers. She could hear every creak of their snow-caked boots as they followed her trail up the hillside to where she sat. One of them, there were 4, was smoking as he climbed. She could see the pinprick of his cigarette, brightening whenever he drew on it. One of them was young, his breathing easier than that of his companions. One took out a flask of brandy every now and then, and when he offered it around, had a distinct slur in his voice. The 4th was quieter than the others, but sometimes, if she listened very carefully, she thought she heard him murmuring something to himself. It was too indistinct for her to understand, but she suspected it was a prayer. Her exchanges with Jacob had been quite straightforward. She'd freely admitted to what she'd done in the courthouse, and told him he'd better get out of harm's way before the mob was upon them. He'd told her he would not be leaving the vicinity just yet. He had work to do in the village. When she asked him what manner of work, he told her he wasn't about to share secrets with a woman who'd probably be under interrogation before dawn. "Is that a dare, Mr. Steep?" she said. "You might take it that way, I suppose," he'd replied. "Would you have their deaths on my conscience?" she said, to which he'd replied, "What conscience?" His response had amused her mightily, and for a few moments, standing there on the hillside with Jacob, it had almost seemed like old times. "Well," she said, "now you've been warned." "Is that all you're going to do?" Jacob had replied. "Warn me, then walk away?" "What else do you suggest?" she said with a little smile. "I want you to make sure they don't come after me." "So say it," she'd whispered. "Say, 'Kill them for me, Rosa.'" She'd leaned closer to him. His heartbeat had quickened. She'd heard it loud and clear. "If you want them dead, Jacob, then all you have to do is ask." Her lips were so close to his ear, they were almost touching. "Nobody's going to know but us." He'd said nothing for a few seconds, and then, in that resigned voice of his, he'd murmured the words she'd wanted to hear. "Kill them for me." Then he'd gone on his way with the boy. Now she waited, feeling altogether happier. Though he'd been willing to kill her just a few hours before, she more and more thought it would be better for them both if they made peace. She'd exacted her revenge for his attempt on her life, so she was willing to put the incident behind her if things could be permanently healed between them. And they could, she was certain, with a little work, a little patience. Maybe their relationship could never be quite what it had been before. There'd be no further attempts at children, she was resigned to that. But a healthy marriage wasn't carved in stone. It changed, deepened, and matured. That was how it could be between Jacob and herself by and by. They would learn a fresh respect for one another, find fresh ways to express their devotion. Which brought her back to the purpose of this vigil on the rock. What more perfect way of demonstrating her love than this? To commit murder for him. She held her breath and listened intently. The man with the slurred voice was complaining about the climb. He couldn't go any further, he was saying. He'd have to leave them to go on without him. "No, no," she said to herself softly. She was ready to take 4 lives, and 4 lives she would take, no excuses. While the men debated, she made her own decision. No more waiting. If they were going to procrastinate, then she would take control of events and go to them. Drawing a deep breath, she rose from her squatting place, clambered down off the rock, and almost girlish with anticipation, began to retrace her tracks to where her victims stood. 2. Will looked terrible. Gray face, clothes torn and sodden, his gait a shambling limp. He looked the way Franny imagined somebody dead would look. Dead, but come back in the middle of the night to say goodbye. She put that stupidity out of her head. Will needed help. That was all that mattered right now. Though she was barefoot, she stepped off the threshold and started toward him, her legs plunged shin-deep in snow.
"Come on into the warm," she said to him. He shook his head. "There's no time," he said. He sounded as sick as he looked. "I just came to get the book back." "You told him?" "Yes, I had to," Will said. "It's his book, Franny, and he wants it back." She stopped advancing, suddenly realizing her naivete. Will wasn't here unaccompanied. Jacob Steep was with him, out of sight, somewhere in the darkness beyond the lamplight, but close at hand. Was that why Will looked so ill, she wondered? Had Steep hurt him somehow? Keeping her head directed at Will, she looked for a sign of motion in the shadows behind him. Somehow she had to get Will off the street and back into safety of the house, without arousing Steep's suspicion. "The book's upstairs," she said, as casually as she could. "Just come on in while I fetch it for you." Will shook his head, but there was sufficient hesitation before he did so for her to think he might be tempted to step into the warmth if she pressed a little harder. "Come on," she said. "It won't take me more than a minute or two. There's tea and buttered toast." They were, she knew, just simple domesticities, set against whatever claim Steep had upon him. Pitiful, probably, in the scheme of things, but they were all she had. "I don't want to come in," he said. She shrugged. "Okay," she said lightly. "I'll go and get the book." She turned back toward the house, wondering already what she was going to do once she got inside. Did she leave the door open, hoping to coax Will over the threshold, or did she close it, protecting the house and her family from the man watching in the shadows? She compromised, leaving the door an inch ajar in case Will changed his mind. Then, teeth chattering, she started upstairs. From the kitchen her father said, "Did you get the milk?" "I'll be down in a minute, Dad," she called, and hurried to her room. She knew exactly where she'd hidden the book, of course. She had it in her hands in seconds, and was halfway back to the hallway when she heard Sherwood say, "What are you doing?" She glanced up to the landing, attempting to keep the book out of his bleary sight, but she wasn't quick enough. "Where are you taking that?" he said, moving to the top of the stairs to pursue her. "Stay up there," she ordered him, imitating her mother's severest tone. "I mean it, Sherwood." Her instruction didn't slow him a jot. Worse, it brought her father out of the kitchen, hushing her. "You'll wake your mom, Franny." His gaze went from the staircase to the door, which the wind had blown wide. "No wonder there's such a draught," he said, striding to close it. Panicking now, she raced down the stairs to intercept him. "I'll close it. It's okay." But she was too late. Her father was there ahead of her, staring out into the snow. He had seen Will. "What the hell's going on?" he said, glancing back at Franny, who was by now just a yard behind him. "Did you know he was here?" "Yes, Dad." "God almighty," he said, raising his voice. "Have you kids no sense? William, come on in here right now. You hear me?" Franny could see Will over her father's shoulder, and remotely hoped he might obey, but instead he retreated a few steps. "Come back here," George demanded, stepping out of the house to lend weight to his order. "Dad, don't," Franny began. "Shut up," her father snapped. "He's not on his own, Dad," Franny said. That was enough to slow her father. "What are you talking about?" Franny had reached the front doorstep. "Please, leave him alone." Her father's strained temper broke. "Go inside," he yelled. "You hear me, Francis?" She was certain the whole neighborhood heard him. It would only be a matter of time before everyone was out in the street asking questions. The best thing for everyone was for her to get the book into Will's hands and let him deliver it to Steep. It was Steep's property. When all was said and done, everyone would be better off if it was back where it belonged. But before she could defy her father's edict and step outside, Sherwood grabbed hold of her. "Who's out there?" he said. His morning breath was foul, his grip clammy. "It's just Will," she lied. "You're fibbing, Franny," he said. "It's them, isn't it?" He was looking past her now, out into the darkness. "Rosa?" he said softly, then saying, "I'll take the book." He tried to snatch it out of Franny's grip. She refused to relinquish it. Using all her strength, she shoved her brother hard in the middle of the chest, pushing him back down the hallway.
Mrs. Cunningham was descending the stairs now, demanding to know what was going on, but Franny ignored her and stepped back out into the snow just in time to see her father closing on Will, who seemed to have no strength left to retreat. His ashen face was slack, his body swaying. "Don't!" Franny heard him say as her father reached out for him. Then, as Mr. Cunningham's hand was laid upon him, he collapsed, his eyes rolling up beneath his fluttering lids. Franny didn't linger to see what state he was in. She strode on past her father, who was having too much difficulty keeping Will's dead weight from carrying them both to the ground, to stop her, and out into the middle of the street. She raised the journal as she did so, high above her head, where Steep could see it. "This is what you want?" she said, almost under her breath. "Come and get it." She turned 360 degrees, waiting for him to show himself. There was her mother at the front doorstep, demanding that she come back inside this second. There was their next-door neighbor, Mrs. Davis, standing at her front gate with her bratty terrier Benny yapping fit to bust. There was the milkman, Arthur Rathbone, stepping out of his van with a puzzled look on his face. And then, as she began her second turn, there was Steep. He was approaching her with a steady stride, his gloved hand already outstretched to claim his prize. She wanted to keep the largest distance possible between the enemy and the front door of her house, so she didn't wait until he came to her, but went to meet him on the opposite side of the street. Curiously, she felt only the tiniest twinge of fear. This street was her world, nagging mother, yapping dog, milkman, and all. He had little authority here, even in the dark. They were within a couple of yards of each other now, and she could see better the look on his face. He was happy, his eyes glued to the book in her hand. "Good girl," he murmured to her, and had it out of her hand before she was even aware that it was gone. "He didn't mean to take it," she called after him, just in case he bore Sherwood some ill will. "He didn't know it was important." Steep nodded. "It is important, isn't it?" she said, hoping against hope he'd leave her with a clue, however vague, as to the nature of the book's contents. But if he understood her intention, he wasn't about to give anything away. Instead, he said, "Tell Will to watch out for Lord Fox, will you?" "Lord Fox?" "He'll understand," Steep said. "He's part of the madness now." With that, he turned his back on her and was gone, off down the street, past her father's yard, past Arthur Rathbone, who wisely stepped out of his way, past the post-box at the corner, and out of sight. She kept watching the corner for several seconds after he'd gone, deaf to the sobs and yells and yappings. She felt suddenly bereft. A mystery had gone from her hands, and now she'd never solve it. All she had to vex her were her memories of those pages and their tiny hieroglyphics, laid out like a wall built to keep her from understanding what lay on the other side. "Franny," her mother's voice, "will you come back in here?" Even now, though Steep was long gone, it was hard for Franny to look away. "Now, Franny!" At last she reluctantly turned her gaze back toward the house. Her father had managed to half-carry, half-haul Will to the doorstep, where her mother stood hugging Sherwood. There would be hell to pay now, Franny thought. Questions and more questions, and no chance of concealing anything. Not that it mattered after tonight. Will was back, his adventures over before they'd begun. She didn't need to protect him with lies. All that remained was to tell the truth, however strange that was, and take the consequences. Heavy-hearted and empty-handed, she trudged back toward the threshold, where Sherwood was sobbing against their mother's bosom, sobbing as though he'd never stop. 14. 3 hours later, with the gloomy day dawned and a second blizzard moving in, Jacob and Rosa found each other on the Skipton Road, a few miles north of the valley. They'd not made an explicit arrangement to meet, yet they came to the place, from different directions, Jacob from the valley itself, Rosa from her rock in the hills, within 5 minutes of each other, as though the rendezvous had been planned. Rosa was in a bit of a haze as to what she'd actually done to her pursuers, but it had turned into quite a chase, she knew. "One of them ran and ran," she said, "and I was so mad when I caught up with him, She stopped, frowning. "I knew it was terrible because he was like a baby, you know, the way they get." She laughed. "Men," she said, "they're all babies. Well, not all. Not you, Jacob." A gust of snow-flecked wind carried the sound of sirens in their direction. "We should be on our way," Jacob said, looking up the highway and down. "Which way do you want to go?" "Whichever you're taking," she replied. "You want to go together?" "Don't you?" Jacob wiped his nose, which was running, with the back of his glove. "I suppose so," he said, "until they've given up looking for us, at least." "Oh, let them come," Rosa said with a sour smile. "I'd like to tear out their throats, every one of them." "You can't kill them all," Jacob said. Her smile sweetened. "Can't we?" she said, for all the world like a child wheedling for some indulgence. It amused Jacob, despite himself. She always had some little performance to entertain him. Rosa the schoolgirl, Rosa the fishwife, Rosa the poetess. Now Rosa the slaughterer, so busy with her murders she couldn't remember what she'd done to whom. If he wasn't to travel alone, then who better to go with than this woman who knew him so well? It was not until the next day, reading the Daily Telegraph in a cafe in Aberdeen, that they got some sense of what Rosa had actually done. And even then the newspaper uncharacteristically chose discretion as to the details. 2 of the 4 bodies found on the hill had been dismembered, and some portions of one remained unaccounted for. Jacob didn't inquire as to whether she had eaten them, buried them, or scattered them along her route of retreat for the delectation of local wildlife. He simply read the account, then passed it over to Rosa. "They've got good descriptions of us both," he remarked. "From the kids," she said. "Yes." "I should go back and kill them," Rosa drawled. Then, with a spurt of venom, "in their beds." "We brought it on ourselves," Jacob said. "It's not the end of the world." He grinned into his Guinness. "Or maybe it is." "I vote we head south." "I've no objection." "Sicily." "Any particular reason?" She shrugged. "Widows. Dust. I don't know. It just struck me as a place to lie low, if that's what you want to do." "It won't be for long," Jacob said, setting down his empty glass. "You've got a feeling?" "I've got a feeling," she laughed. "I love it when you have feelings," she said lightly, cupping his hand in hers. "I know we've said some hard things to one another in the last little while." "Rosa." No, hear me out. We've said some hard things, and we meant them. Let's be honest, we meant them. But I do love you." "I know." "I wonder if you know how much I love you," she said, leaning a little closer to him. "Because I don't." He looked puzzled. "What I feel for you is so deep in me. It goes so far down into my soul, Jacob, into the very heart of who I am. There's no seeing the end of it." She was gazing deep in his eyes, and he returning her gaze unblinking. "Do you understand what I'm telling you?" "It's true for me." "Don't say it if it's not." "I swear it's true," Jacob replied. "I don't understand it any more than you do, but we belong together. I concede it." He leaned a little further and kissed her unpainted lips. She tasted of gin, but beyond the alcohol was that other taste, the like of which no mouth but this, his Rosa's mouth, had in it. If any man had told him at that moment she was less than perfection, he would have killed the bastard on the spot. She was a wonderment when he saw her like this, with unclouded eyes, and he the luckiest man alive to be walking the earth with her. So what if it took another century to be done with this work? He had Rosa at his side, an ever-present sign of what lay at the end of his endeavor. He kissed her harder, and she replied with kisses of her own, deep, deep kisses which inspired him to return them in kind, until they were so wrapped about each other that nobody in the place dared so much as glance their way for fear of blushing. Later, they adjourned to a piece of waste ground adjacent to a railroad track. There, with dusk upon the aisle and another snow, they finished the love-making they'd left off in the courthouse. There was no paucity of passion this time. They were so elaborately intertwined that a passenger in one of the many trains that flew by while they coupled, glimpsing them there in the dirt, might have thought they were seeing not two beings but one, a single nameless animal, squatting beside the tracks, waiting to cross to the other side. 15:1 Will knew he wasn't awake. Though he was lying in his own bed in what appeared to be his own room, though he could hear his own mother's voice from somewhere below, he was dreaming it all. The certain proof? His mother wasn't speaking. She was singing, in French, her voice reedy but sweet. This was absurd. His mother hated the sound of her own singing voice. She'd mouthed the words when they'd sung hymns in church. And there was other evidence, more persuasive still. The light that came in through the cracks between the curtains was a color he'd never seen light before, a gilded mauve that made everything it fell upon vibrate as though it were singing some song of its own in the language of light, and where it failed to fall there was a profound stillness and shadows that had their own uncanny hue. "These are the strangest dreams," somebody said. He sat up in bed. "Who's there?" "Aren't they, though? Dreams within dreams. They're always the strangest." Will studied the darkness at the foot of his bed from which this voice was emanating, squinting to get a clearer picture of the speaker. The man was wearing red, Will thought. A fur coat, perhaps, a peaked hat. "But I suppose it's like those Russian dolls, isn't it?" the man in the coat went on. "You know the ones I mean? They have a doll inside a doll inside. Of course you know. A man of the world like you, you've seen so much. Me, I've seen a patch of moorland, 5 miles square." He halted for a moment to chew on something. "Excuse my noise," he said, "but I'm so damn hungry. What was I saying?" "Dolls? Oh, yes, the dolls. You do understand the metaphor? These dreams are like the Russian dolls. They fit inside one another." He paused to chew a little more. "But here's the twist," he said. "It works in either direction." "Who are you?" Will said. "Don't interrupt me. I suppose it's a bit of a stretch, but imagine we're in some parallel universe in which I've rewritten all the laws of physics." "I want to see who I'm talking to," Will insisted. "You're not talking to anyone. You're dreaming. I've rewritten all the laws of physics, and every doll fits inside every other doll. Doesn't matter what size they are." "That's stupid." "Who are you calling stupid?" the stranger replied, and in his anger stepped out of the shadows. It wasn't a man in a fur coat and a peaked cap. It was a fox. A dream of a fox, with a burnished coat and needle whiskers, and black eyes that glittered like black stars in its elegantly snouted head. It stood easily on its hind legs, the pads of its forepaws slightly elongated, so they resembled stubby fingers. "So now you see me," the fox said. Will could see only one reminder in all its poised perfection of the wild beast it had been. A spatter of blood on the patch of white fur at its chest. "Don't worry," the fox said, glancing down at the marks. "I've already fed. But then you remember Thomas." Thomas. Dead in the grass, his genitals eaten off. "Now don't be judgmental," the fox chided. "We do what we have to do.
If there's a meal to be had, you have it, and you start with the tenderest parts. Oh, look at your face. Believe me, you'll be putting a lot of peepees in your mouth before you're very much older. Again the laughter. That's the glory of the flow, you see. I'm talking to the boy, but the man's listening. It makes me wonder if you really and truly dreamed this all those years ago. Isn't that an interesting conundrum? Did you lie at the age of 11 and dream about me coming to tell you about the man that you'd grow up to be? A man who'd one day be lying in a coma dreaming about you, lying in your bed dreaming a fox? He shrugged, and so on. Following any of this? No. It's just rumination. The kind of thing your father'd probably enjoy debating, except that he'd be debating with a fox, and I don't think that'd fit his vision of things at all. Well, it's his loss. The fox moved to the side of the bed, finding a spot where the light fell fetchingly on its coat. I wonder at you, it said, studying Will more closely. You don't look like a coward. I wasn't, Will protested. I would have taken the book to him myself, but my legs— I'm not talking to the boy you were, the fox said, looking hard at him. I'm talking to the man you are. I'm not a man, Will protested softly. Not yet. Oh, now stop this. It's wearisome. You know very well that you're a grown man. You can't hide in the past forever. It may seem comfortable for a while, but it'll smother you sooner or later. It's time you woke up, my dear fellow. I don't know what you're talking about. Christ, you are so stubborn, the fox snapped, losing his air of civility. I don't know where you think all this nostalgia is going to get you. It's the future that matters. He leaned close to Will's head, until they were almost eyeball to eyeball. Do you hear me in there? He hollered. His breath was rank, and the stench of it reminded Will of what the creature had eaten. How well pleased it had looked, trotting away from Simeon's corpse. Knowing this was all a dream didn't make him feel any the less intimidated. If the fox came sniffing for what little Will had between his legs, he'd put up a fight. But the chances were he'd lose. Bleed to death in his own bed, while the fox ate him alive. Oh, Lord, the fox said. I can see coercion's going to get me nowhere. He retreated from the bed a step or two, sniffed, and said, May I tell you an anecdote? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. It happened I met a dog lying around where I go to hunt. I don't usually consort with domesticated breeds, but we got to chatting, the way you do sometimes. And he said to me, Lord Fox, he called me Lord Fox, he said, Sometimes I think we made a terrible mistake, us dogs, trusting them. Meaning your species, my lad. I said, Why? You don't have to scavenge like me. You don't have to sleep in the rain. He said, That's not important in the grand scheme of things. Well, I laughed. I mean, since when did a dog ever think about the grand scheme of things? But give this mutt his due, he was a bit of a thinker. We made our choice, he said. We hunted for them, we herded for them, we guarded their brats. God knows we helped them make a civilization, didn't we? And why? I said I didn't know, it was beyond me. Because, he said, we thought they knew how to take care of things, how to keep the world full of meat and flowers. Flowers, I said. There's only so much pretension I can take from a dog. Don't be absurd. Meat, yes. Meat you'd want them taking care of. But since when did a dog care for the smell of cherry blossom? Well, he got very sniffy at that. This conversation's over, he said, and pounced off. The fox was by now back at the bottom of Will's bed. Get the message? He asked Will. Sort of. This is no time to be sleeping, Will. There's a world out there needs help. Do it for the dogs if you must, but do it. You pass that along to the man in you. You tell him to wake up. And if you don't, Lord Fox leaned over the bedboard and narrowed his glittering eyes. I'll come back and have your tender parts in the middle of the night. Understand me? I'll come back sure as God put tits on trees." His mouth opened a little wider. Will could smell the flesh on his breath. "Understand me?" "Yes," he said, trying to keep from looking at the beast. "Yes, yes, yes." "Will." "Yes, yes." "Will, you're having a nightmare. Wake up, wake up." He opened his eyes. He was in his room, lying in his bed, except that Lord Fox had gone, along with that nameless light. In their place, a human presence. Close to the bed, Johnson, who had just shaken him out of sleep, and at the door, wearing a far less compassionate expression, his mother. "What on earth were you dreaming about?" Dr. Johnson wanted to know. Her palm was pressed against his brow. "Do you remember?" Will shook his head. "Well, you've got quite a fever, my lad. It's no wonder you're having strange dreams. But you'll mend." She pulled a prescription pad from her bag and scrawled on it. "He'll need to stay in bed," she said as she got up to leave. 3 days at least. 2. This time Will had no trouble obeying. He felt so weak he couldn't have escaped the house even if he'd wanted to, which he didn't. He had no reason to go anywhere now, not with Jacob gone. All he wanted to do was put a pillow over his head and shut out the world. And if he smothered himself in the process, so what? There was nothing left to live for, except pills, recriminations, and dreams of Lord Fox. If things looked grim when he woke, they looked worse a couple of hours later, when 2 policemen arrived to ask him questions. One was in uniform and sat in the corner of his bedroom, slurping from a mug of tea supplied by Adele. The other, a droopy man who smelled of stale sweat, sat on the edge of Will's bed, introduced himself as Detective Faraday, and then proceeded to ply Will with questions. "I want you to think very carefully before you answer me, son. I don't want lies and I don't want fabrications. I want the truth in plain words. This isn't a game, son. 5 men are dead." This was news to Will. "You mean they were killed?" "I mean they were murdered. By the woman who was with this man who abducted you." Will wanted to say, "He didn't abduct me. I went because I wanted to go." But he held his tongue and let Faraday babble on. "I want you to tell me everything he said to you. Everything he did, even if he told you to keep it a secret. Even if some of the things he said or did are hard to talk about." Faraday lowered his voice here, as though to reassure Will that this would be secret stuff, just between the 2 of them. Will wasn't convinced for a moment, but he told Faraday he'd answer any questions he was asked. That's what he did for the next hour and a quarter, with both Faraday and the constable taking notes on what he was telling them. He knew some of what he recounted sounded strange, to say the least, and some of it, especially the part about burning the moths, made him seem cruel. But he told it all anyway, knowing in his heart nothing he told these dull men would ever allow them to find Jacob and Rosa. He had no information about where Steep and McGee lived, or where they were going. All he knew for certain, all he cared about, was that he wasn't with them. There was another interview 2 days later, this time from a man who wanted to talk to Will about some of the stories he'd told Faraday, especially the part about seeing Thomas alive and dead. The interviewer's name was Parsons, but he invited Will to please call him Tim, which Will pointedly refused to do, and he kept circling around the business of how Jacob had touched him. Will was as plain as he could be. He said that when they were climbing the hill and Jacob lay a hand on him, he felt strong. Later, he explained, in the copse, it had been him who'd done the touching. "And that's when you felt like you were in Jacob's skin, is that right?" I knew it wasn't real, Will said. I was having this dream, only I wasn't asleep. A vision, Parsons said, half to himself. Will liked the sound of it. Yes, he said. It was a vision. Parsons jotted something down. You should go up there and look, Will said to him. Do you think I might have a vision, too? No, Will said. But you'd find the birds if they haven't been eaten by foxes or whatever. He caught a fearful look on the man's face. He wouldn't go up the hill to look for the birds today or any time. For all his understanding looks and his gentle persuasions, he didn't want to see the truth, much less know it. And why? Because he was afraid. Faraday was the same, and the constable, all of them afraid. The next day the doctor pronounced that he was well enough to get up and move around the house. Seated in front of the television, he watched an update on the murders at Burnt Yarley, with the reporter standing in the street outside Donnelly's butcher shop. Sightseers had come from all over the country, apparently, despite the inclement weather, to see the site of the atrocities. "This little hamlet," the reporter said, "has had more visitors in its icy streets the last 4 days than in half a century of summers." "And the sooner they go home again," said Adele, emerging from the kitchen with a tray of vegetable soup and cheese and chutney sandwiches for Will, "the sooner we can all go back to normal." She set the tray on Will's lap, warning him that the soup was very hot. "It's so morbid," she said, as the reporter interviewed one of the visitors. "Coming to see a thing like this. Have people no decency?" With that she retreated to her steak and kidney pie making in the kitchen. Will kept watching, hoping there'd be some mention of him. But the live coverage from the village now ceased, and the newscaster returned to report on how the search for Jacob and Rosa had spread to Europe. There was evidence that 2 people fitting their description had been linked to crimes in Rotterdam and Milan within the last 5 years. The most recent report from northern France, where Rosa McGee had been involved in the deaths of 3 people, one of them an adolescent girl. Will knew it was shameful to feel the pleasure he did, hearing this catalogue of deeds, but he felt it nevertheless. And he'd learned from Jacob to speak his feelings truthfully, though in this case the only person he was telling was himself. And what was the truth? That even if Jacob and Rosa turned out to be the most bloodthirsty pair in history, he couldn't regret having crossed their paths. They were his connection to something bigger than the life he'd been leading, and he would hold on to their memory like a gift. Of all the people who talked to him during this period of recuperation, it was surprisingly his mother who knew most intimately the way he was thinking. He had no verbal proof of this. She kept her exchanges with him brief and functional. But the expression in her eyes, which had been until now a vague fatigue, was now sharpened into wariness. She no longer looked through him as she'd been wont to do. She scrutinized him. Several times he caught her doing so when she thought he wasn't watching, with something strange in her eyes. He knew what it was. Faraday and Parsons were afraid of the mysteries he'd talked about. His mother was afraid of him. "It's brought up all the bad memories, I'm afraid," his father explained to him. "We were doing so well, and now this." He had called Will into his study to have this little talk. It was, of course, a monologue. "It's all perfectly irrational, of course, but your mother has this very Mediterranean streak in her." He had not looked at Will more than once so far, but gazed out of the window at the sleet, lost in his own ruminations, like Lord Fox, Will thought, and smiled to himself. "But she feels as though somehow, I don't know, somehow death's followed us here." He had been twirling a pencil in his fingers, but now he tossed it down on his well-ordered desk. "It's such nonsense," he snorted. "But she looks at you and—" "She blames me." No, said Hugo. "Not blames. Connects. That's it, you see. She makes these connections."
He shook his head, mouth drawn down in disgruntlement.
"She'll snap out of it eventually," he said. "But until then we just have to live with it. God knows."
Finally he swung his leather writing chair around and looked at Will between the piles of papers.
"In the meanwhile, please do your best not to get her stirred up."
"I don't do—"
"Anything, I know. And once this whole tragic nonsense is over and done with, she'll be on the mend again. But right now she's very sensitive."
"I'll be careful."
"Yes," said Hugo.
He returned his gaze to the gloom beyond the window. Assuming the conversation was over, Will rose.
"We should really talk more about what happened to you,"
Hugo said, his distracted tone suggesting that he felt no urgency to do so. Will waited.
"When you're well," Hugo said. "We'll talk then."
3. The conversation never happened. Will's strength returned. The interviews ceased. The television crews moved on to some other corner of England, and the sightseers went soon after. By Christmas, Burnt Yarley belonged to itself again, and Will's brief moment of notoriety was over. At school, there was the inevitable gauntlet of jokes and petty cruelties to run, but he felt curiously inured against them. And once it was plain that the name-calling and the whispers were not discomforting him, he was left alone. There was only one real source of pain, that Franny kept her distance from him. She spoke to him only once in that period before Christmas, and it was a short conversation. "I've got a message for you," she said. He asked from where, but she refused to name the source. When she told him the message, however, he didn't need the name. Nor, in fact, did he need the information. He'd already had a visit from Lord Fox. He knew he was part of the madness for as long as he lived. As for Sherwood, he didn't come back to school at all until the 3rd week of January, and when he did, he was in a much subdued state. It was as if something had broken in him, the part that had turned his lack of mental grasp into a strange kind of attribute. He was pale and listless. When Will tried to talk to him, he clammed up or started to get teary. Will quickly learned his lesson and left Sherwood to heal at his own speed. He was glad that the boy had Franny to look after him. She protected Sherwood fiercely if anyone tried to pick on him. People soon got the message. They left brother and sister alone, just as they left Will. This slow aftermath was in its way as strange an experience as the events that had preceded it. Once all the hoopla died down, even the Yorkshire press had given up the story by early February, having nothing to report. Life resumed its usual even pace, and it was as if nothing of any consequence had happened. Of course there were occasional references made to it, mainly in the form of sick jokes passed around at school. And in a host of minor ways the village had changed. It no longer had a butcher, for one, and there were more people at church on Sundays. But the winter months, which were brutally cold that year, gave people time to either bury their sorrow or talk it through, all behind doors that were often blocked by drifts of snow. By the time the blizzards receded, folks were done with their grieving and were ready for a fresh start. On the 26th of February there was a change in the weather so sudden that it had the quality of a sign. A strange balm came upon the air, and for the first night in 90 there was no frost. It wouldn't last, the naysayers at the pub predicted. Any plant fool enough to show its nose would have it nipped off soon enough. But the next day was just as warm, and the day following, and the day following, and the day following that. Steadily the sky began to clear, so that by the end of the first week of March it was a gleaming swath of blue above the valley, busy with birds, and the naysayers were silenced. Spring had arrived, the gymnast season, all muscle and motion. Though Will had lived through 11 springs in the city, they were wan imitations of what he witnessed that month. More than witnessed, felt. His senses were brimming, the way they'd brimmed that first day outside the courthouse, when he'd felt such union with the world. His spirits, which had been downcast for months, finally looked up from his feet and flew. All was not lost. He had a head full of memories, and hidden among them were hints of how he had to proceed from here, things he knew nobody else in the world would have been able to teach him, and that perhaps nobody else in the world would understand. Living and dying, we feed the fire. Suppose they were the last. Jacob in the bird, Jacob in the tree, Jacob in the wolf. Clues to epiphanies, all of them. From now on, he would have to look for epiphanies on his own, find his own moments when the world spun and he stood still, when it would be as though he was seeing through the eyes of God. And until that time, he would be the careful son Hugo had asked him to be. He'd say nothing to stir up his mother, nothing to remind her of how death had followed them. But his compliance would be a pretense. He did not belong to them, not remotely. They would be from this time temporary guardians, from whose side he would slip as soon as he was able to make his way in the world. 4. On Easter Sunday he did something he'd been putting off since the mellowing of the weather. He retraced the journey he'd taken with Jacob, from the courthouse to the copse where he'd killed the birds. The courthouse itself had the previous year inspired much morbid interest among sightseers, and had, as a consequence, been fenced off, the wire hung with signs warning trespassers that they would be liable to prosecution. Will was tempted to scramble under the fence and take a look at the place, but the day was too fine to waste indoors, so he began to climb. There was a warm, gusty wind blowing, herding white clouds, all innocent of rain, down the valley. On the slopes the sheep were stupid with spring and watched him unalarmed, only darting off if he yelled at them. The climb itself was hard. He missed Jacob's hand at his neck. But every time he paused to look around, the vista widened, the fells rolling away in every direction. He had remembered the wood with uncanny accuracy, as though, despite his sickness and fatigue, that night his sight had been preternaturally sharp. The trees were budding now, of course, every twig an arrow aiming high, and underfoot blades of brilliant green where there'd been a frosted carpet. He went straight to the place where he'd killed the birds. There was no trace of them, not so much as a bone. But simply standing on the same spot, such a wave of yearning and sorrow passed through him that it made him gasp for breath. He'd been so proud of what he'd done here. Wasn't that quick? Wasn't that beautiful? But now he felt a bit more ambiguous about it. Burning moths to keep the darkness at bay was one thing, but killing birds just because it felt good to do so? That didn't feel so brave, not today, when the trees were budding and the sky was wide. Today it felt like a dirty memory, and he swore to himself there and then that he'd told the story for the last time. Once Faraday and Parsons had filed away their notes and forgotten them, it would be as though it had never happened. He went down on his haunches to check one final time for evidence of the victims, but even as he did so, he knew he'd invited trouble. He felt a tiny tremor in the air as a breath was drawn, and looked up to see that the wood itself had not changed in any detail but one. There was a fox a short distance from him, watching him intently. He stood on all fours like any other fox, but there was something about the way he stared that made Will suspicious. He'd seen this defiant gaze before, from the dubious safety of his bed. "Go away!" he shouted. The fox just looked at him, unblinking and unmoved. "Do you hear me?" Will yelled at the top of his voice. "Shoo!" But what had worked like a charm on sheep didn't work on foxes, or at least not this fox. "Look," Will said, "coming to bother me in dreams is one thing, but you don't belong here. This is the real world." The fox shook its head. preserving the illusion of its artlessness. To any gaze but Will's, it seemed to be dislodging a flea from its ear, but Will knew better. It was contradicting him. "Are you telling me I'm dreaming this as well?" he said. The animal didn't bother to nod. It simply perused Will amiably enough while he worked the problem out for himself. And now, as he puzzled over this curious turn of events, he vaguely recalled something Lord Fox had mentioned in his rambling. What had he said? There'd been some talk of Russian dolls, but that wasn't it. An anecdote about a debate with a dog. No, that wasn't it either. There'd been something else his visitor had mentioned, some message that had to be passed along. But what? What? The fox was plainly close to giving up on him. It was no longer staring in his direction, but sniffing the air in search of its next meal. "Wait a moment," Will said. A minute ago he'd been wanting to drive it away. Now he was afraid it would do as he'd wished and go about its business before he'd solved the puzzle of its presence. "Don't leave yet," he said to it. "I'll remember. Just give me a chance." Too late. He'd lost the animal's attention. Off it trotted, its brush flicking back and forth. "Oh, come on," Will said, rising to follow it. "I'm trying my best." The trees were close together, and in his pursuit of the fox, their bark gouged him, and their branches raked his face. He didn't care. The faster he ran, the harder his heart pumped, and the harder his heart pumped, the clearer his memory became. "I'll get it," he yelled after the fox. "Wait for me, will you?" The message was there, on the tip of his tongue, but the fox was outpacing him, weaving between the trees with astonishing agility. And all at once, twin revelations. One, that this was not Lord Fox he was following, just a passing animal that was fleeing for its flea-bitten life. And two, that the message was to wake. Wake from dreams of foxes, lords or no, into the world. He was running so fast now the trees were a blur around him. And up ahead, where they thinned out, was not the hill, but a growing brightness. Not the past, but something more painful. He didn't want to go there, but it was too late to slow his flight, much less halt it. The trees were a blur because they were no longer trees. They'd become the walls of a tunnel, down which he was hurtling, out of memory, out of childhood. Somebody was speaking at the far end of the tunnel. He couldn't catch hold of precisely what was being said, but there were words of encouragement, he thought, as though he were a runner in a marathon, being coaxed to the finishing line. Before he reached it, however, before he was back in that place of wakefulness, he was determined to take one last look at the past. Ungluing his eyes from the brightness ahead, he glanced back over his shoulder, and for a few precious seconds glimpsed the world he was leaving. There was the wood, sparkling in the spring light, every bud a promise of green to come. And the fox, Lord, there it was, darting away about the business of the morning. He pressed his sight to look harder, knowing he had only moments left, and it went where he willed, back the way he'd come, to look down the hillside to the village. One last heroic glance, fixing the sight in all its myriad details. The river sparkling, the courthouse mouldering, the roofs of the village rising in slated tiers, the bridge, the post office, the telephone box from which he'd called Franny that night long ago, telling her he was running away. So he was, running back into his life, where he would never see this sight again so finely, so perfectly. They were calling him again, from the present. "Welcome back, Will," somebody was saying to him softly. "Wait," he wanted to tell them. "Don't welcome me yet. Give me just another second to dream this dream. The bells are ringing for the end of the Sunday service. I want to see the people. I want to see their faces as they come out into the sun. I want to see—" The voice again, a little more insistent. "Will, open your eyes." There was no time left. He had reached the finishing line. The past was consumed by brightness. River, bridge, church, houses, hill, trees, and fox. Gone. All gone. And the eyes that had witnessed them, weaker for the passage of years, but no less hungry, opened to see what he'd become. 4. He meets the stranger in his skin. 1.
It's going to take time to get you up and moving normally again,
Dr. Koppelman explained to Will a few days after the awakening.
But you're still reasonably young, reasonably resilient, and you were fit. All that puts you ahead of the game.
Is that what it's going to be? Will said. He was sitting up in bed, drinking sweet tea.
A game? No, I'm afraid not. It's going to be brutal some of the time.
And the rest?
Merely horrendous.
Your bedside manner's for shit, you know that?
Koppelman laughed. You'll love it.
Says who?
Adriana. She told me you had a distinctly masochistic streak.
Loved discomfort, she said.
Only happy when you were up to your neck in swamp water.
Did she tell you anything else?
Koppelman threw Will a sly smile. Nothing you wouldn't be proud of, he said. She's quite a lady.
Lady?
I'm afraid I'm an old-fashioned chauvinist. I haven't called her with the news, by the way. I thought it'd be better coming from you.
I suppose so, Will said without much enthusiasm.
You want to do it today?
No, but leave me the number. I'll get round to it.
When you're feeling a little better.
Koppelman looked a little embarrassed.
I wonder if you'd do me a favor. My wife's sister, Laura, works in a bookstore. She's a big fan of your pictures. When she heard I was looking after you, she practically threatened my life if I didn't get you back to work, happy and healthy. If I brought in a book, would you sign it for her?
It'd be my pleasure.
That's good to see.
What?
That smile. You've got reason to be happy, Mr. Rabjohns. I wasn't betting on you coming out of this. You took your time.
I was wandering, Will replied.
Anywhere you remember?
A lot of places.
If you want to talk to one of the therapists about it at some point, I'll set it up.
I don't trust therapists.
Any particular reason?
I dated one once. He was the most royally fucked up guy I ever met. Besides, aren't they supposed to take the pain away? Why the hell would I want that? When Koppelman had gone, Will revisited the conversation, or rather the latter part of it. He hadn't thought about Elliot Cameron, the therapist he'd dated, in a long time. It had been a short affair, conducted at Elliot's insistence behind locked doors in a hotel room booked under an assumed name. At first, the furtiveness had tickled Will's sense of play, but the secrecy soon began to wear out its welcome, fueled as it was by Elliot's shame at his orientation. They had argued often, sometimes violently, the fisticuffs invariably followed by a sensational bout of love-making. Then had come the publication of Will's first book, Transgressions, a collection of photographs whose common theme was animal trespassers and their punishment. The book had appeared without attracting a single review, and seemed destined for total obscurity until a commentator in the Washington Post took exception to it, using it as an object lesson in how gay artists were tainting public discourse. It is tasteless enough, the man had written, that ecological tragedies be appropriated as political metaphor, but doubly so when one considers the nature of the pleading involved. Mr. Rabjohns should be ashamed of himself. He has attempted to turn these documents into an irrational and self-dramatizing metaphor for the homosexual's place in America, and in doing so has demeaned his craft, his sexuality, and, most unforgivably, the animals whose dying throes and rotting carcasses he has so obsessively documented. The piece sparked controversy, and within 48 hours Will found himself in the middle of a fiercely contested debate involving ecologists, gay rights lobbyists, art critics, and politicians in need of the publicity. A strange phenomenon rapidly became evident. Everyone saw what they wanted to see when they looked at him. For some, he was a mud-spattered wheel, raging around amongst prissy aesthetes. For others, he was simply a bad boy with good cheekbones and a damn strange look in his eyes. For another faction, still, he was a sexual outsider, his photographs of less consequence than his function as a violator of taboos. Ironically, even though he'd never intended the agenda he'd been accused of promulgating, the controversy had done to him what the Post piece had claimed he was doing to his subjects. It had turned him into metaphor. In desperate need of some simple affection, he'd sought out Elliot. But Elliot had decided the spotlight might spill a little light on him and had taken refuge in Vermont. When Will finally found his way through the maze the man had left to conceal his route, Elliot told him it would be better all around if Will left him alone for a while. After all, he'd explained in his inimitable fashion, it wasn't as if they'd ever really been lovers, was it? Fuck buddies, maybe, but not lovers. 6 months later, while Will was on a shoot on the Ruwenzori Massif, an invitation to Elliot's wedding had found its tortuous way into his hands. It was accompanied by a scrawled note from the groom-to-be saying that he perfectly understood Will wouldn't be able to make it, but he didn't want him to feel forgotten. Fueled by a heroic perversity, Will had packed up the shoot early and flown back to Boston for the wedding. He'd ended up having a drunken exchange with Elliot's brother-in-law, another therapist, in which he'd loudly and comprehensively trashed the entire profession. They were the proctologists of the soul, he'd said. They took a wholly unhealthy interest in other people's shit. There had been a cryptic telephone message from Elliot a week later, telling Will to keep his distance in future, and that had been the end of Will's experience with therapists. No, not quite true. He'd had a short fling with the brother-in-law, but that was another adventure altogether. He had not spoken to Elliot since, though he'd heard from mutual friends that the marriage was still intact. No children, but several houses. 2. "How long's this going to take?" Will asked Koppelman next time he came around. "What, to get you up and about?" "Up, about, and out of here." "Depends on you. Depends how hard you work at it." "Are we talking days, weeks?" "At least 6 weeks," Koppelman replied. "I'll have it," Will said. 3 weeks and I'm gone." "Tell your legs that." "I already did. We had a great conversation. By the way, I got a call from Adriana." "Shit. What did you tell her?" "I had no choice but to tell her the truth. I did say you were still feeling woozy, and you hadn't felt like calling up all your friends, but she wasn't convinced. You'd better make your peace with her." "First you're my doctor, now you're my conscience." "I am indeed," he replied gravely. "I'll call her today." She made him squirm. "Here's me going around in a fucking depression thinking about you lying there in a coma, and you're not. You're awake, and you don't have the fucking time to call me up and tell me. I'm sorry. No, you're not. You've never been sorry for anything in your life. I was feeling like shit. I didn't talk to anybody." Silence. "Peace." Still silence. "Are you still there?" "Still here." "Peace. I heard you the first time. You are an egocentric fucking son of a fucking bitch. You know that." "Koppelman said you thought I was a genius." "I never said genius. I may have said talented, but I thought you were going to die, so I was feeling generous." "You cried?" "Not that generous." "Christ, you're a hard woman." "All right, I cried. A little. But I will not make that mistake again, even if you feed yourself to a fucking pack of polar bears. Which reminds me, what happened to Guthrie?" "Dead and buried. There was an obituary in the Times, believe it or not." "For Guthrie?" "He dead quite alive. So, when are you coming back?" "Koppelman's pretty vague about that right now.
It's going to be a few weeks, he says. But you'll come straight home to San Francisco, won't you? I haven't made up my mind. There's a lot of people care about you here. Patrick, for one. He's always asking after you. And there's me. And Glenn. You're back with Glenn? Don't change the subject. But yes, I'm back with Glenn. I'll open up your house, get it together for you so you can have a real homecoming. Homecomings are for people who have homes, Will said. He'd never much liked the house on Sanchez Street. Never much liked any house, in fact. So pretend, Adriana told him. Give yourself some time to kick back. I'll think about it. How is Patrick, by the way? I saw him last week. He's put on some weight since I saw him. Will you call him for me? No. Adriana, you call him. He'd like that. A lot. In fact, that's how you can make it up to me. By calling Patrick and telling him you're okay. That is the most fucked-up piece of logic. It isn't logic. It's a guilt trip. I learned it from my mother. Have you got Patrick's number? Probably. No excuses. Write it down. Have you got a pen? He rummaged for one on the table beside his bed. She gave him the number, and he dutifully jotted it down. I'm going to speak to him tomorrow, Will, Adriana said, and if you haven't called him, there'll be trouble. I'll call him. I'll call him. Jesus. Raphael walked out on him, so don't mention the little fuck's name. I thought you liked him. Oh, he knows how to turn on the charm, Adriana said, but he was just another party boy at heart. He's young, he's allowed, whereas we are old and wise and full of flatulence. Adriana giggled. I've missed you, she said, and quite right, too. Patrick's got himself a guru, by the way, Beth Lynn Reichley. She's teaching him to meditate. It's quite nostalgic, really. Now when I see Pat, we sit cross-legged on the floor, smoke weed, and make peace signs at one another. Whatever he's telling you, Patrick was never a flower child. The summer of love didn't reach Minneapolis. He comes from Minneapolis? Just outside. His father's a pig farmer. What? Said Adriana in mock outrage. He said his dad was a landscape artist. Who died of a brain tumor? Yeah, he tells everybody that. It's not true. His dad's alive and kicking and living in pig shit in the middle of Minnesota, and making a mint from the bacon business, I might add. Pat's such a lying bastard. Wait till I tell him. Will chuckled. Don't expect him to be contrite, he said. He doesn't do contrite. How are things going with Glenn? We putter on, she said unenthusiastically. It's better than a lot of folks have got. It's just not inspired. I always wanted one grand romance in my life. One that was reciprocated, I mean. Now I think it's too late, she sighed. God, listen to me. You need a cocktail, that's all. Are you allowed to drink yet? I'll ask Bernie. I don't know. Did he try and put the moves on you, by the way? What, compliment? No, why? I just think he was smitten with you, that's all. The way he talks about you. Well, why the hell didn't he say something? You probably intimidated him. Little old me? Nah, I'm a pussycat, you know that. Not that I would have said yes if he'd offered. I mean, I've got some standards. They're low, granted, but I've got 'em, and I'm proud of 'em. Have you considered becoming a comedian? Will said, much amused. You'd probably have a decent career. Does this mean you meant what you said in Balthazar about giving it all up? I think it's the other way round, Will said. Photography's done with me, Adie, and we've both seen enough boneyards for one lifetime. So what happens now? I finish the book, I deliver the book, then I wait. You know how I like waiting. Watching. For what, Will? I don't know. Something wild. 2. 1. The following day, inspired by the conversation with Adriana, he pushed his physiotherapy harder than his body was ready for, and ended up feeling worse than he'd felt since coming out of the coma.
Koppelman prescribed painkillers, and they were powerful enough to induce a pleasant light-headedness, in which state he made his promised call to Patrick. It was not Patrick who answered the phone, but Jack Fisher, a black guy who'd been in and out of Patrick's circle for the last half-decade. An ex-dancer, if Will's memory served, lean, long-limbed, and fiercely bright. He sounded weary, but welcomed Will's call. "I know he wants to talk to you, but he's asleep right now."
"That's okay, Jack. I'll call another day. How's he doing?"
"He's getting over a bout of pneumonia," Fisher replied. "But he's doing better. Getting about a bit, you know. I heard you had a bad time."
"I'm mending,"
Will said. Flying, more like. The painkillers had by now induced a more than mild euphoria. He closed his eyes, picturing the man at the other end of the line.
"I'm going to be there in a couple of weeks. Maybe we can have a beer."
"Sure," Jack said, sounding a little perplexed at the invitation. "We can do that."
"Are you looking after Patrick right now?"
"No, I'm just visiting. You know Patrick, he likes having people around. And I give a great foot massage. You know what? I hear Patrick calling. I'll take the phone through to him. It was good talking to you, bro. Give me the nod when you're back in town." "Hey, Patrick."
"Guess what?"
Will heard a muffled exchange. Then Jack was back on the line. "Here he is, bro." The phone was handed over, and Patrick said,
"Will, is this really you?"
"It's really me."
"Jesus, that's so weird. I was sitting by the window having a siesta, and I swear I was dreaming about you."
"Were we having fun?"
"We weren't doing much of anything. You were just here, in the room with me, and I liked that."
"Well, I'll be there in the flesh soon enough. I was just telling Jack. I'm getting back on my feet."
"I read all the articles about what happened. My mother kept clipping them for me and sending them down. Never trust a polar bear, eh?"
"She couldn't help herself," Will said. "So how are you doing?"
"Hanging in there. I lost a lot of weight, but I'm putting it back on again, bit by bit. It's hard, though, you know. Sometimes I get so tired, and I think, this is just too much trouble."
"Don't even think about it."
"That's all I can do right now is think. Sleep and think." "When are you here?"
"Soon."
"Make it sooner. We'll have a party, like the old days. See who's still around."
"We're still around, Patrick," Will replied, the sorrow that was barely buried in their exchange turning his painkiller high into something dreamily elegiac. They were in a world of endings, of early and unexpected goodbyes, not so unlike the time from which he'd woken. He felt a tightness in his chest and suddenly feared tears. "I'd better be going," he said, not wanting to upset Patrick. "I'll check in again before I arrive." Patrick wasn't going to let him off so quickly.
"You are up for a party?" he said.
"Sure."
"Good. Then I'll get planning. It's good to have things to look forward to."
"Always," Will said, his throat so full he couldn't put a longer reply together.
"Okay. I'll let you go, buddy," Patrick replied. "Thanks for calling. It must have been that siesta, right?"
"Must have." There was a silence then, and Will realized that Patrick had sensed the suppressed tears in his voice.
"It's all right," Patrick said softly. "The fact that we're talking makes it all right. See you soon."
Then he was gone, leaving Will listening to the buzz of the empty line. He let the receiver slip from his ear, his body so suddenly and completely overcome by tears he had no control over his limbs. It felt good in a cleansing way. He sat there for 10, maybe 15 minutes, sobbing like a child, catching his breath, thinking it was done, only to have another wave of weeping follow. He wasn't just crying for Patrick, or for that remark about seeing who was still around to invite to the party. He was crying for himself, for the boy he'd met again in his coma, the Will who was still inside him somewhere, wandering. The skies that boy had seen were there, too, and the fells, and the fox filed away in his memory. What a conundrum that was, that in this age of extinctions, some of which he'd chosen to document, his memory should have penned a book of his days so perfect that all he had to do was dream, and they were conjured as though they'd never slipped by. As though, did he dare believe this? The passing of things, of days and beasts and men he'd loved, was just a cruel illusion and memory, a clue to its unmasking. 2. The next day he was, if anything, harder on himself than he'd been the day before. The fox was right. There was work to do out in the world, people to see, mysteries to solve. And the sooner he had bullied his body into shape, the sooner he'd be on his way. In a short time his tenacity brought results. Day by day, session by session, his limbs strengthened, and his stamina increased. He began to feel restored and rejuvenated. In spite of Koppelman's gentle mockery, he sent out for a selection of homeopathic medicines to supplement his diet, and was sure they were in no small part responsible for the speed of his recovery. Koppelman had to admit he hadn't seen anything quite like it. Within 10 days, Will was making plans for his trip back to San Francisco. A call to Adriana, asking her to open up the Sanchez Street house and air it out, which she'd in fact already done. A call to his editor in New York telling her of his imminent change of location, and of course a second call to Patrick. This time the prodigal Raphael answered, returned, and apparently forgiven. No, Patrick wasn't at home, he told Will. He was at the hospital, having his blood checked. He'd be back later, but Raphael didn't know when. He'd just take a message and pass it along. Make sure it gets to him, Will said, to which Raphael curtly replied, "I'm not stupid," and slammed the phone down. "You've made a remarkable recovery, but you're still going to need to be kind to yourself." This was Koppelman's farewell speech. "No trip to the Antarctic in the next few months, no standing up to your neck in swamp water." "What am I going to do for fun?" Will quipped. "Contemplate how lucky you are," Koppelman said. "Oh, by the way, my sister-in-law." "Laura," Koppelman beamed. "You remembered. I brought her book for you to sign." He rummaged in the bag he'd brought with him. Out came a copy of Boundaries. "I had a look through it last night," he said. "Grim stuff." "Oh, it's gotten a lot worse since then," Will said, taking the pen from Koppelman's breast pocket and relieving him of the book. "There's a couple of species in here lost the fight." "They're extinct?" "As the dodo." He opened the book to the title page and scrawled an inscription. "What the hell does that say?" "For Laura, best wishes." "And that scrawl underneath's your signature?" "Yep." "Just so I know what to tell her." He left 2 days later. There were no direct flights to San Francisco, so he was obliged to change planes in Chicago. It was at most a minor inconvenience, and he was so happy to be back in the stream of people that the drudgery of getting through O'Hare became positively pleasurable. By late afternoon he was in the plane that would carry him west, and seated by the window, ordered a whiskey in celebration. He hadn't had any alcohol in several months, and it went straight to his head. Pleasantly happy, he let sleep overtake him as the sky ahead darkened. By the time he awoke, the day had long gone, and the lights of the city by the bay were glittering below. 3.1. San Francisco had not been Will's first port of call when he'd come to America. That honor had fallen to Boston, where he had gone at the age of 19, having decided that whatever he was yearning for, he'd never find it in England. He didn't find it in Boston either, but during the 14 months he lived there, a new Will emerged, faltering at first, then with fearless abandon. He had known his sexual preferences long before he left England. He'd even acted upon his desires on a few occasions, though never in a state of complete sobriety. In Boston, however, he learned to be happily queer, reinventing himself after his own idiosyncratic mode. He wasn't a corn-fed American beauty. He wasn't a plaid-shirted macho man. He wasn't a style queen. He wasn't a leather boy. He was his own peculiar creature, desired and pursued for that very reason. Qualities that would have gone unnoticed in a bar in Manchester, some of them obvious, like his accent, some so subtle he couldn't have named them, were here rare and coveted. He learned the nature of his advantage quickly and exploited it shamelessly, eschewing the uniform of the day, sneakers, tight jeans, white T-shirt. He dressed like the impoverished English lad he was, and it worked like a charm. He seldom went back to an empty bed unless he wished to do so, and in a few months had gone through 3 love affairs, 2 of which he'd concluded. The last had been his first and bitterest taste of unreciprocated love. The object was one Lawrence Mueller, a television producer 9 years Will's senior. Blond, sleek, and sexually adroit, Larry had drawn Will into a heady romance only to drop him cold after 6 weeks, a pattern he was notorious for repeating. Heartbroken, Will had mourned over the loss for half a summer, salving the hurt as best he could with behavior that would probably have killed him 5 years later. In the sex emporia of the combat zone and in the darkness of the Fenway, where on weekend nights a sexual bacchanalia was in constant progress, he played out every sexual scenario his libido could conjure to put Larry's dismissal of him from his mind. The hurt had faded by September, but not before he'd had a pot-induced revelation. Sitting in a steam room, meditating on his misery, he realized that Larry's desertion had awoken in him some of the same pain he'd felt when Steep had departed. Turning over this realization, he'd sat sweating in the tiled room for an unhealthy time, ignoring the hands and the glances that came his way. What did it mean? That somewhere in his attachment to Jacob there'd been sexual feeling? Or that in his midnight encounters in the shrubbery there was somewhere buried the hope that he'd find a man who would deliver on Steep's promises and take him out of the world into a place of visions? He'd finally left the steam-room to its orgiasts, his head thumping too hard for him to think clearly. But the questions remained with him thereafter, troubling him. He countered them the plainest way he knew how. If a man who approached bore even the slightest resemblance to his memory of Steep, the color of his hair, the shape of his mouth, Will rejected him with talismanic cruelty. Tomb. It wasn't the Larry Mueller saga that drove him from Boston. It was an icy December. Coming out of the restaurant where he worked as a waiter into the maw of a Massachusetts blizzard, he decided he'd had enough of being frozen, and it was time to head for balmier climes. His first thought was Florida, but that night, talking over the options with the bartender at Buddy's, he heard the siren song of San Francisco.
"I've only been out to California once,"
the bartender, whose name, Danny, was tattooed on his arm in case he forgot it, told him,
"but man, I was so close to staying. It's faggot paradise, it really is."
"As long as it's warm."
"There's places warmer," Danny conceded. "But shit, if you want to be hot, then go live in fucking Death Valley, right?"
He leaned over to Will, lowering his voice.
"If I didn't have my other half—"
Danny's longtime lover, Frederico, the other half in question, was sitting 5 yards along the bar.
"I'd be back there, living the life, no question."
It was a pivotal exchange. Within 2 weeks, Will had packed his bags and was gone, leaving Boston on a day of sparkling frost that almost made him regret his decision. The city looked so beautiful. There was another kind of beauty waiting for him at the end of his journey, however, a city that enraptured him far beyond his expectations. He found a job working for one of the community newspapers, and one momentous day, missing a photographer to cover a piece he was writing about his adopted city, he borrowed a camera to do the job himself. It wasn't love at first sight. His initial photographs were so piss-poor he couldn't use them. But he liked the feeling of the camera in his hands, liked being able to circumscribe the world through the lens. And the subject before him was the tribe in whose heartland he lived. The queens, the cowboys, the dykes, the mannequins, the sex fiends, the drag artists, and the leather devotees, whose homes, bars, clubs, grocery stores, and laundromats spread from the intersection of Castro and 18th north to Market, south to Collingwood Park. While he learned his craft, he also learned how to be a wild boy between the sheets until he had quite a reputation as a lover. He seldom played anonymously now, though there were plenty of places to do so. He wanted deeper experiences, and found them in the beds and embraces of a dozen men, none of whom had his heart, but all of whom excited him in their various ways. There was Lorenzo, a 40-year-old Italian who had left a wife and children in Portland to come be what he'd already known he was on his wedding day. There was Drew Dunwoody, a muscle boy who was for a time almost as devoted to Will as to his own reflection. There was Sanders, who was the closest Will had to a sugar daddy, an older man, he had been admitting to 49 for 5 years, who lent him the first 3 months' rent on a one-room apartment near Collingwood Park, and later a down payment on a second-hand Harley. There was Lewis, the insurance man, who never said a word in company, but who poured out his lyrical soul to Will behind closed doors, and who subsequently flowered into a minor poet. There was Gregory, beautiful Gregory, dead of an accidental overdose at 24, and Joel, and Mescaline Mike, and a boy who'd said his name was Derek, but who was later discovered to be an AWOL Marine by the name of DuPont. In this charmed circle, Will grew up, grew strong. The plague was not yet upon them, and in hindsight this would come to seem a golden age of hedonism and excess, which Will, by an act of equilibrium that still astonished him, managed to both observe and indulge. Soon, though he didn't know it, death would come and start to lay its fatal fingers on many of the men he photographed, an arbitrary culling of beauties and intellects and loving souls. But for 7 extraordinary years before the shadow fell, he bathed daily in that queer river, supposing it would rush like this forever. 3. It had been Lewis, the insurance man turned poet, who'd first talked about animals with him. Sitting on the back porch of Lewis's house on Cumberland, watching a raccoon raid the trash cans, they'd fallen to talking about what it would be like to inhabit for a time the body and spirit of an animal. Lewis had been writing about seals, and was presently so obsessed with the subject, he said, that they entered his dreams nightly. "Big, sleek, black seals," he said, "just hanging out." "On a beach?" "No, on Market Street," Lewis said with a giggle. "I know it sounds stupid, but when I'm dreaming it, they look like they belong there. I did ask one of them what they were doing, and he said they were checking out the lay of the land for when the city drops into the ocean." Will watched the raccoon efficiently sorting through the trash. "I dreamed about this talking fox when I was a kid," he said softly. Maybe it was Lewis's hashish. He never failed to find good ganja, but the memory was crystalline. "Lord Fox," he said. "Lord Fox?" "Lord Fox," Will replied. "He scared the fuck out of me, but he was comical at the same time." "Why'd he scare you?" Will had never spoken about him to anyone, and even now, though he liked and trusted Lewis, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Lord Fox was part of a much bigger secret, the great secret of his life, and he was covetous of it. But gentle Lewis was pressing for further explanation. "Tell me," he said. "He'd
"Eaten somebody," Will replied. "That's what scared me about him. But then I remember he told me this story." "About what?" "It wasn't even a story, really. It was just a conversation he'd had with a dog." "Yeah?" Lewis laughed, thoroughly engaged. Will repeated the substance of Lord Fox's exchange with the dog, amazed at how easily he could recall it, though it was a decade and a half since he'd dreamed the dream. "We hunted for them, we herded for them, we guarded their brats. And why? Because we thought they knew how to take care of things, how to keep the world full of meat and flowers." Lewis liked what he heard. "I could get a poem out of that," he said. "I wouldn't risk it." "Why not?" "He might come after you for a slice of the profits." "What profits?" Lewis said. "This is poetry." Will didn't reply. He was watching the raccoon, who had done scavenging, and was scampering away with its booty. And while he was watching, he was thinking of Lord Fox and of Thomas the painter, living and dead. "You want some more?" Lewis said, handing the nub of the reefer back to Will. "Hey, Will, you listening?" Will was staring into the darkness, his thoughts as furtive as the raccoon. Lewis was right. There was a kind of poetry in the story Lord Fox had told. But Will wasn't a poet. He couldn't tell the story with words. He had only his eyes, and his camera, of course. He took the extinguished reefer from Lewis's fingers and reignited it, pulling the pungent smoke deep into his lungs. It was powerful ganja, and he'd already had more than usual, but he was feeling greedy tonight. "Are you thinking about the fox?" Lewis asked him. Will turned his blurred gaze in Lewis's direction. "I'm thinking about the rest of my life," he replied. In his own mythology of himself, the journey that would take him out into the wilderness of the world, to the places where species were perishing for the simple crime of living where they felt the need to live, began that night on Lewis's porch, with the reefer, the raccoon, and the story of Lord Fox. This was a simplification, of course. He'd been bored with chronicling the Castro for a while, and was ready for a change long before that night. As for the direction that desire might point in, it did not come clear in the space of a conversation. But over the next few weeks, his idling thoughts returned to this exchange several times, and he started to turn his camera away from the throngs of the Castro, toward the animal life that coexisted with people in the city. His first experiments were unambitious late juvenilia, at best. He photographed the sea lions that congregated on Pier 39, the squirrels in Dolores Park, and the next-door neighbor's dog, who regularly stopped the traffic by squatting to take a dump in the middle of Sanchez Street. But the journey that would in time take him very far from the Castro, and from squirrels, seals, and defecating dogs, had begun. He had dedicated Transgressions, his first published collection, to Lord Fox. It was the least he could do. 4:1 Adriana came to visit, unannounced, the morning after he got back into the city. She brought a pound of French roast from the Castro cheesery, and Zuccato and Saint-Honoré's cake from Pavarelli's in North Beach, where she'd now moved in with Glenn. They hugged and kissed in the hallway, both a little teary-eyed at the reunion. "Lord, I've missed you," Will told her, his hands cupping her face. "And you look so fine." "I dyed my hair. No more gray. I will have this hair color at 101. Now what about you?" "I'm better every day," Will said, heading through to the kitchen to brew some coffee. "I still creak a bit when I get up in the morning, and the scars itch like buggery after I've had a shower, but otherwise I'm back in working order. I had my doubts. So did Bernie. You thought I might just slip away quietly. It crossed my mind. You looked very peaceful. I asked Bernie if you were dreaming. He said he didn't know. It wasn't like dreaming, it was like going back in time, being a boy again. Was that fun? He shook his head. I'm very happy to be back. You've got a great place to come back to, she said, wandering to the kitchen door and surveying the hallway. She'd always loved the house, more than Will, in truth. The size of the place, along with the intricacy of the layout, not to mention the excesses its stylishly underfurnished rooms had hosted, lent it a certain authority, she thought. Most of the houses in the neighborhood had seen their share of priapics, of course, but it wasn't just high times that haunted the boards here. It was a host of other things. Will's rages when he couldn't make the connections, and his howls of revelation when he did, the din of excited conversation around maps which had upon them an exhilarating paucity of roads, evenings of debate on the devolution of certainty, and drunken ruminations on fate and death and love. There were finer houses in the city, to be sure, but none, she'd be willing to bet, more marinated in midnight profundities than this. I feel like a burglar, Will said, pouring coffee for them both. Like I broke into somebody's apartment and I'm living their life for them. You'll get back into the groove after a few days, Adriana said, taking her coffee and wandering through to the large file room, where Will always laid out his pictures. The length of one wall was a notice board, on which, over the years, he'd pinned up exposure or printing errors that had caught his eye, pictures too dark or burned out to be useful, but which he nevertheless found intriguing. His consumptives, he called these unhealthy pictures, and had more than once observed, usually in his cups, that this was what he saw when he imagined how the world would end. Blurred or indecipherable forms in a grainy gloom, all purpose and particularity gone. She perused them idly while she sipped her coffee. Many of the photographs had been up on the wall for years, their unfixed images decaying further in the light. "Are you ever going to do anything with these?" she said. "Like burn them, you mean?" he said, coming to stand beside her. "No, like publishing them." "They're fuck-ups, Adie." "That'd be the point." "A deconstructionist wildlife book?" "I think it'd attract a lot of attention." "Fuck the attention," Will said. "I've had all the attention I ever want. I've said, 'Look what I did, Daddy,' to the whole wide world, and my ego is now officially at peace." He went to the board and started to pull the pictures down, the pins flying. "Hey, be careful, you'll tear them." "So?" he said, chucking the pictures down. "You know what? This feels good." The floor was rapidly littered with photographs. "That's more like it," he said, stepping back to admire the now empty wall. "Can I have one for a souvenir?" "One." She wandered amongst the scattered pictures, looking for a picture that caught her fancy. Stooping, she picked up an old and much-stained photograph. "What did you choose?" he said. "Show me." She turned it to him. It resembled a 19th-century spiritualist picture, those pale blurs of ectoplasm in which believers detected the forms of the dead. Will named its origins instantly. "Begemdir Province, Ethiopia. It's a warrior ibex." Adriana flipped the photograph over to look at it again. "How the hell do you know that?" Will smiled. "I never forget a face," he said. 2. The following day he went to visit Patrick in his apartment up at the top of Castro. Though the pair had lived together on Sanchez Street for almost 4 of their 6 years together, Patrick had never given up the apartment, nor had Will ever pressured him to do so. The house, in its spare, functional way, was an expression of Will's undecorative nature. The apartment, by contrast, was so much a part of who Patrick was, warm, exuberant, enveloping, that to have given it up would have been tantamount to losing a limb. There at the top of the hill he had spent most of the money he earned in the city below, where he had been until recently an investment banker, creating a retreat from the city, where he and a few chosen lotus-eaters
would watch the fog come and go. He was a big, broad, handsome man, his Greek heritage as evident in his features as the Irish. Heavy-lidded and laden eyes, a thug of a nose, a generous mouth beneath a fat, black mustache. In a suit, he looked like somebody's bodyguard. In drag, at Mardi Gras, like a fundamentalist's nightmare. In leather, sublime. Today, when Raphael, who had apparently recanted and come home, escorted Will into the living room, he found Patrick sitting at the window dressed in a baggy T-shirt and drawstring linen pants. He looked well. His hair was cropped to a graying crew cut, and he wasn't as beefy as he'd been, but his embrace was as powerful as ever. "Lord, look at you," he said, standing back from Will to appreciate him. "You're finally starting to look like your photograph." This was a backhanded compliment, and an ongoing joke, begun when Will had chosen an unflattering jacket photograph for his second book on the grounds that it made him look more authoritative. "Come and sit down," he said, gesturing to the chair that had been put opposite his in the window. "Where the hell's Raphael gone? You want some tea?"
"No, I'm fine. Is he looking after you okay?"
"We're doing better," Patrick said, easing back into his own chair. Only now, in the tentativeness of this maneuver, did Will get a sense of his delicacy. "We argue, you know." "So I heard."
"From Adriana?"
"Yeah, she said—"
"I just tell her the juicy bits,"
Patrick said.
"She doesn't get to hear about what a sweetheart he is most of the time. Anyway, I have so many angels watching over me, it's embarrassing."
Will looked back down the length of the room.
"You've got some new things," he said. "I inherited some heirlooms from dead queens," he said, "though most of it doesn't mean much if you don't know the story that goes with it, which is kind of sad, because when I'm gone, nobody will know."
"Raphael isn't interested?"
Patrick shook his head. "It's old man's talk as far as he's concerned. That little table's got the strangest origins. It was made by Chris Powell. You remember Chris?"
"The fix-it man with the beautiful butt."
"Yeah, he died last year, and when they went in his garage, they found he'd been doing all this carpentry, making chairs and tables and rocking horses."
"Commissions?"
"Apparently not. He was just making them in his spare time for his own satisfaction."
"And keeping them?"
"Yeah. Designing them, carving them, painting them, and leaving them all locked up in his garage."
"Did he have a lover?"
"A blue-collar honey like that? Are you kidding? He'd had hundreds."
Before Will could protest, Patrick said,
"I know what you're asking, and no, he didn't have anyone permanent. It was his sister found all this beautiful work when she was cleaning out his house. Anyway, she asked me around to see if I wanted something to remember him by, and of course I said yes. I really wanted a rocking horse, but I didn't have the balls to ask. She was a rather prim little soul from somewhere in Idaho. Obviously, the last thing she wanted to be doing was going through her cute fag brother's belongings. God knows what she found under the bed. Can you imagine?"
He gazed out toward the cityscape.
"I've heard it happen so often now. Parents coming to see where their baby ran away to live, because now he's dying, and of course they find Queer City the only surviving phallocracy."
He mused a moment.
"What must it be like for those people? I mean, we do stuff in broad daylight here they haven't even invented in Idaho."
"You think so?"
"Well, you think back to Manchester, or what was the place in Yorkshire?"
"Burnt Yarley."
"Wonderful, yeah, Burnt Yarley. You were the only queer in Burnt Yarley, right? And you left as soon as you could. We all leave. We could so we can feel at home."
"Do you feel at home?"
"Right from the very first day. I walked along Folsom, and I thought, this is where I want to be. Then I went into the slot and got picked up by Jack Fisher."
"You did not," Will said. "You met Jack Fisher with me at that art show in Berkeley."
"Shit. I can't lie to you, can I?"
"No, you can lie," Will said magnanimously. "I just won't believe you. Which reminds me, Adriana thought your father—"
"Was dead. Yeah, she gave me hell. Thanks very much," He pursed his lips. "I'm beginning to have second thoughts about this party," he groused. "If you're going to go around telling the truth to everyone, I'm going to have a shit time. And I know the party's for you, but if I'm not having fun, then nobody's going to have fun." "Oh, we can't have that. How about I promise not to contradict anything you've said to anybody, as long as it's not a personal defamation?" "Well, I could never defame you," Patrick said with heavily feigned sincerity. "I might tell everyone you're a no-good, egotistic son of a bitch who walked out on me. But defame you, the love of my life? Perish the thought." Performance over, he leaned forward and laid his hands on Will's knees. "We went through this phase, remember? Well, at least I did, when we thought we were going to be the first queers in history never to get old. No, that's not true. Maybe we'd get old, but very, very slowly, so that by the time we were 60 we could still pass for 32 in a good light. It's all in the bones, that's what Jack says. But black guys look good any age, so he doesn't count." "Do you have a point?" Will smiled. "Yes. Us. Sitting here looking like two guys the world has not used kindly." "I know what you're going to say. You never think about it. Well, you wait till you go out cruising. You're going to find a lot of little muscle boys wanting to call you Daddy. I speak from experience. I think it must be a gay rite of passage. Straights feel old when they send their kids off to college. Queens feel old when one of those college kids comes up to them in a bar and tells them he wants to be spanked. Speaking of which—" "Spanking or college boys?" "Straights." "Oh." "Adriana's going to bring Glenn on Saturday, and you mustn't laugh, but he's had his ears pinned back surgically, and it makes him look weird. I never noticed before, but he's got a kind of pointy head. I think the protruding ears were a distraction. So no laughing." "I won't laugh," Will assured him, perfectly certain Patrick was only telling him for mischief's sake. "Is there anything you want me to do for Saturday?" "Just turn up and be yourself." "That I can do," he said. "Okay, I'm on my way." He leaned over and kissed Patrick lightly on the lips. "You can see yourself out?" "Blindfolded." "Will you tell Raphael it's pill time? He'll be in his bedroom on the telephone." Patrick had it right. Raphael was sprawled on his bed with the telephone glued to his ear, talking in Spanish. Seeing Will at the door, he sat upright, blushing. "Sorry," Will said. "The door was open." Yeah, it was just a friend, you know," Raphael said. "Patrick said it's pill time." "I know," Raphael replied. "I'm coming. I just got to finish with my friend." "I'll leave you two alone," Will said. Before he'd even closed the door, Will heard Raphael picking up the thread of his sex talk while it was still warm. Will went back to the living room to tell Patrick the message had been delivered. But in the minute or so since his departure, Patrick had fallen asleep and was snoring softly in his chair. The wash of late afternoon light softened his features, but there was no erasing the toll of years and grief and sickness. If being called Daddy was a rite of passage, Will thought, so's this, looking in on a man I fell in love with in another life, and knowing that there was love there still, as plentiful as ever, but changed by time and circumstance into something more elusive. He would gladly have watched Patrick a while longer, calmed by the familiarity of his face, but he didn't want to be hanging around when Raphael emerged. So he left the sleeper to his slumbers and headed off out of the apartment, down the stairs and into the street. Why, he wondered, when there'd probably been more literary ink spilled on the subject of love than any other, including freedom, death, and God Almighty, could he not begin to grasp the complexities of what he felt for Patrick? There were many scars there, on both sides, cruel things said and done in anger and frustration. There were petty betrayals and desertions, again on both sides. There were shared memories of wild sex and domestic hijinks, and times of loving lucidity, when a glance or a touch or a certain song had been nirvana. And then there was now,
feelings extricated from the past, but being woven into patterns neither of them had anticipated. Oh, they'd known they'd grow old, whatever Patrick remembered. They'd talked half-jokingly about withering into happy alcoholics in Key West, or moving to Tuscany and owning an olive grove. What they'd never talked about, because it had not seemed likely, was that they would be in here, in the middle of their lives, and talking like old men, remembering their dead peers and watching the clock until it was time for pills. 5:1
Did you meet the mystical Bethlyn Reichley?
Adriana wanted to know when Will told her about Patrick. They were brunching at Café Flore on Market Street the following day. Spinach frittatas, home fries, and coffee. Will told her no, there had been neither sight nor mention of the woman.
According to Jack, he sees her practically every other day. Jack thinks it's all pretty phony, and of course she charges a fortune for an hour of her precious time.
I can't imagine Pat falling for anything too airy-fairy.
I don't know. He's got that fey Irish streak in him. Anyway, she's given him these chants he has to repeat 4 times a day, which Jack swears are Zulu.
What the fuck does Jack know about Zulu? He was born and bred in Detroit.
He says it's a race memory.
Will made a despairing face.
Glenn's got a great new word, by the way, which is kind of appropriate. Lucidiots. That's what he calls people who talk too fast, seem to be perfectly lucid,
and are in fact idiots. I like that. Where'd he get it from?
It's his. He made it up. Words beget words. That's the cri du jour.
Lucidians, Will said again, most entertained. And she's one of them, huh?
Bethlyn? For sure. I haven't met her, but she's gotta be. Oh, now, I shouldn't be telling you this, but Pat asked me if it'd be an appalling taste if he ordered a cake for the party shaped like a polar bear.
To which you said,
yes, it would be an appalling taste.
To which he said, good.
Right.
Thanks for the warning.
2.
That night around 11 or so, he decided to forego a sleeping pill and go out for a drink. It was Friday, so the streets were alive and kicking, and on the 5-minute walk up Sanchez to 16th, he met the appreciative eyes of enough guys to be certain he could get lucky tonight if the urge took him. Some of that cockiness was knocked out of him, however, when he stepped into Gestalt, a bar that, according to Jack, whom he'd called for the inside scoop, had opened 2 months before, and was the hot place for the summer. It was filled to near capacity, some of the customers locals, here for a casual beer with friends, but many more geared up and wired for the weekend. In the old days there had been certain tribal divisions in the Castro. Leathermen had their watering holes, drug aficionados theirs, the preppy boys had gathered in a different spot. The hustlers and the queens, especially the older guys, would never have been seen in a black bar, or vice versa. Here, however, there were representatives of every one of those clans, and more. Was that a man in a rubber suit leaning against the bar sipping bourbon? Yes, it was. And the guy waiting his turn at the pool table, his nose pierced and his hair carved in concentric circles. Was he the lover of the Latino man in the well-cut suit who was making a beeline for him? To judge by their smiles and kisses, yes. There was even a good proportion of women in the throng. A few, Will thought, straight girls come to ogle the queers with their boyfriends. This was a risky business. Any boyfriend who agreed to the trip was probably half hoping to be gang-banged on the pool table. The rest, lesbians, again of every variation, from the kittenish to the mustached. Though he was a little intimidated at the sheer exuberance of the scene, he was too much of a voyeur to leave. He eased his way through the crowd to the bar, and found a niche at the far end where he had a wide-angle view of the room. With 2 beers in him, he started to feel a little more mellow. Excepting a few glances cast his way, nobody took much notice of him, which was fine, he told himself, just fine. And then, as he was ordering a 3rd beer, his last for the night, he'd decided, somebody stepped up to the bar beside him and said, "I'll have the same." "No, I won't. I'll have a tequila straight up. And he's paying." "I am," said Will, looking around at a man maybe 5 years his junior, whose present hapless expression he vaguely knew. Narrowed brown eyes watching him under upturned brows, a smile with dimples, waited in readiness for when Will said, "Drew?" Shit, I should have taken the bet. "I was with this guy." He glanced back down the bar at a husky fellow in a leather jacket. The guy waved, obviously chomping at the bit for an invitation to join them. Drew looked back at Will. "He said you wouldn't recognize me after all this time. I said, betcha. And you did." "It took a moment." "Yeah, well, the hairline's not what it used to be," Drew said. A decade and a half before, when they'd had their fling, Drew had sported a curly clump of golden-brown hair that hung over his forehead, its most ambitious curls tickling the bridge of his nose. Now it was gone. "You don't mind?" he said. "The tequila, I mean." "I wasn't even sure it was you at first. I mean, I heard. Well, you know what you hear. I don't know half the time what to believe and what not to believe." "You heard I was dead?" "Yeah." "Well," said Will, clinking his beer can against Drew's brimming glass of tequila, "I'm not." "Good," Drew said, clinking back. "Are you still living in the city?" "I just returned." "You bought a house on Sanchez, right?" Their affair had preceded the purchase, and upon its cooling they'd not remained friends. "Still got it?" "Still got it." "I dated somebody on Sanchez, and he pointed it out to me. That's where the famous photographer lives." Drew's eyes widened at the quoted description. "Of course I didn't know who. Then he told me, and I said, 'Oh, him.' No, I was really proud," Drew said, with sweet sincerity. "I don't keep up with art stuff, you know. So I hadn't really put 2 and 2 together. I mean, I knew you took pictures, but I just remembered seals." Will roared with laughter. "Christ, the seals! You remember? We went to Pier 39 together. I thought we were going to get buzzed and watch the ocean, but you got obsessed with the seals. I was so pissed off." He emptied half his tequila glass in one draw. "Funny the things that stick in your head." "Your buddy's waving at you, by the way," Will said. "Oh, Lord. It's a sad case. I had one date with him, and now every time I come in here he's all over me." "Do you need to get back to him?" "Absolutely not. Unless you want to be on your own. I mean, you've got the pick of the crowd here." "I wish." "You're still in great shape," Drew said. "I'm kind of running to seed here." He looked down at a belly that was no longer the washboard it had been. "It took me an hour to put these jeans on, and it'll take me twice as long to get 'em off." He glanced up at Will. "Without help, that is," he said. He patted his stomach. "You took some pictures of me, do you remember?" Will remembered. A sticky afternoon of beefcake and baby oil. Drew had been quite the muscle boy back then, competition standards, and proud of it. A little too proud, perhaps. They'd broken up on Halloween night, when he'd found Drew stark naked and painted gold from head to foot, standing in the backyard of a house on Hancock like an ithyphallic idol surrounded by devotees. "Have you still got those pictures?" Drew asked. "Oh, I'm sure. Somewhere. I'd love to see 'em. Sometime." He shrugged, as though when was of no consequence, though both of them had known 2 minutes before, when he'd mentioned his jeans, that Will would be helping him out of them tonight. As they made their way back to the house, Will wondered if perhaps he'd made a mistake. Drew kept up a virtually unbroken monologue, none of it particularly enlightening, about his job selling advertising space at the Chronicle, about the unwanted attentions of Al, and the adventures of his ineptly neutered cat. A few yards from the door, however, he stopped in mid-flow and said, "I'm running off at the mouth, aren't I? Sorry, I'm just nervous, I guess." "If it's any comfort," Will said, "so am I." "Really?" Drew sounded doubtful. "I haven't had sex with anyone in 8 or 9 months." "Geez," Drew said, plainly relieved. "Well, we can just take it real slowly." They were at the front door. "That's good," Will said, letting them in. "Slowly's good." In the old days, sex with Drew had been quite a show, a lot of posing and boasting and wrestling around. Tonight it was mellow. Nothing acrobatic, nothing risky. Little, in fact, beyond the simple pleasure of lying naked together in Will's big bed, with the pallid light from the street washing over their bodies, holding and being held. The greed for sensuality Will would once have felt in this situation, the need to exhaustively explore every sensation, seemed very remote. Yes, it was still there. Another night, perhaps, another body, one he didn't remember in its finest hour. And perhaps he'd be just as possessed as he'd been in the past. But for tonight, gentle pleasures and modest satisfactions. There was just one moment as they were undressing, and Drew first saw the scars on Will's body, when the liaison threatened to become something a little headier. "Oh, my," Drew said, his voice breathy with admiration. "Can I touch them?" "If you really want to." Drew did so, not with his fingers but with his lips, tracing the shiny path the bear's claws had left on Will's chest and belly. He went down on his knees in the process, and pressing his face against Will's lower abdomen, said, "I could stay down here all night." He'd slipped his hands behind his back. Plainly he was quite ready to have them tied there if it took Will's fancy. Will ran his fingers through the man's hair, half tempted to play the game. Bind him up, have him kissing scars and calling him sir. But he decided against it. "Another night," he said, and pulling Drew up and into his arms, escorted him to bed. 3. He woke to the sound of rain, pattering on the skylight overhead. It was still dark. He glanced at his watch. It was 4:15. Then over at Drew, who was lying on his back, snoring slightly. Will wasn't sure what had woken him, but now that he was conscious, he decided to get up and empty his bladder. But as he eased out of bed, he caught, or thought he caught, a motion in the shadows across the room. He froze. Had somebody broken into the house? Was that what had woken him? He studied the darkness, looking and listening for further signs of an intruder, but now there was nothing. The shadows were empty. He looked back at his bedmate. Drew was wearing a tiny smile in his sleep and was rubbing his bare belly gently back and forth. Will watched him for a moment, curiously enraptured. Of all the unlikely people to have broken his sexual fast with, he thought, Drew the muscle boy, softened by time. The rain got suddenly heavier, beating a tattoo on the roof. It stirred him to get up and go to the bathroom, a route he could have covered in his sleep. Out through the bedroom door, then first left onto the cold tile, 3 paces forward, turned to the right, and he could piss in certain knowledge his aim was true. He drained his bladder contentedly, then headed back to the bedroom, thinking as he went how good it would feel to slip his arms around Drew. Then 2 paces from the door he again glimpsed a motion from the corner of his eye. This time he was quick enough to catch sight of the intruder's shadow, as the man made his escape down the stairs. "Hey!" he said, and followed, thinking as he did so that there was something suspiciously playful about what was happening. For some reason, he didn't feel in the least threatened by the presence of this trespasser. It was as though he knew already there was no harm here. As he reached the bottom of the stairs and pursued the shadow back down the hall toward the file room, he realized why. He was dreaming. And what more certain proof of that than the sight awaiting him when he entered the room? There, casually leaning on the window sill 20 feet from him, and silhouetted against the raining glass, was Lord Fox. "You're naked," the creature remarked. "So are you," Will observed. "It's different for animals. We're more comfortable in our skins." He cocked his head. "The scars suit you." "So I've been told." "By the fellow in your bed?" "Yep." "You can't have him hanging around, you realize that? Not the way things are going. You'll have to get rid of him." "This is a ridiculous conversation," Will said, turning to go. "I'm heading back to bed." He was already there, of course, and asleep, but even in dream form he didn't want to linger down here chatting with the fox. The animal belonged to another part of his psyche, a part he'd begun to put at a healthier distance tonight with Drew's compliance. "Wait a moment," said the fox. "Just take a look at this." There was a crisp enthusiasm in the animal's words that made Will glance back. There was more light in the room than there'd been moments before, its source not shed from streetlights outside, but from the photographs, his poor consumptives, which were still scattered on the floor where he'd tossed them. Leaving his place at the window, Lord Fox stepped between the pictures, coming into the middle of the room. By the strange luminescence the photographs were giving off, Will could see a voluptuous smile upon the animal's face. "These are worth a moment's study, don't you think?" the fox said. Will looked. The light that emanated from the photographs was uncertain, and for good reason. The bright, blurred forms in the pictures were moving, fluttering, flickering, as though they were being consumed by a slow fire, and in their throes Will recognized them. A skinned lion hanging from a tree, a pitiful tent of elephantine hanging in rotted scraps over one of the poles of its bones. A tribe of lunatic baboons beating each other's children to death with rocks. Pictures of the corrupted world, no longer fixed and remote, but thrashing and twitching and blazing out into his room. "Don't you wish they looked like this when people saw them?" the fox said. "Wouldn't it change the world if they could see the horror this way?" Will glanced up at the fox. "No," he said, "it wouldn't change a thing. Even this," the animal said, staring down at a picture that lay between them. It was darker than the others, and at first he couldn't make out the subject. "What is it?" "You tell me," the fox said. Will went down on his haunches and looked at the picture more closely. There was motion in this one, too, a deluge of flickering light falling on a form sitting at the center of the picture. "Patrick," he murmured. "Could be," the fox replied. It was Patrick, for sure. He was slumped in his chair beside his window, except that somehow the roof had been stripped off his house, and the rain was pouring in, running down over his head and body, glistening on his forehead and his nose and his lips, which were drawn back a little so that his teeth showed. He was dead, Will knew. Dead in the rain. And the more the deluge beat on him, the more his flesh bruised and swelled. Will wanted to look away. This wasn't an ape, this wasn't a lion, it was Patrick, his beloved Patrick. But he'd trained his eyes too well. They kept looking, like the good witnesses they were, while Patrick's face smeared, and all trace of who or even what he'd been was steadily erased beneath the assault of the rain. "Oh, God!" Will murmured. "He feels nothing, if that's any comfort," the fox said. "I don't believe you." "So look away." "I can't. It's in my head now." He advanced on the animal, suddenly enraged. "What the fuck have I done to deserve this?" "That's the mother of all questions, isn't it?" he said, unperturbed by Will's rage. "And?" The animal shrugged. "God wants you to see. Don't ask me why. That's between you and God. I'm just the go-between." Flummoxed by this, Will glanced back down at the picture of Patrick. The body had disappeared, dissolved in the rain. "Sometimes it's too much for people," the fox went on in his matter-of-fact fashion. God says, "Take a look at this," and people just lose their sanity. I hope it doesn't happen to you, but there are no guarantees.
I don't want to lose him,
Will murmured. I can't help you there, the animal replied. I'm just the messenger. Well, you tell God from me, Will started to say. Well, there was another voice behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, and there was Drew standing in the doorway, with a sheet wrapped around his middle. Who are you talking to? He said. Will looked back into the room, and for a moment, though he was now awake, he thought he glimpsed the animal's silhouette against the glass. Then the vision was gone, and he was standing naked in the cold, with Drew coming to drape the sheet over his shoulders. You're clammy, Drew said. He was, running with a sickly sweat. Drew put his arms around Will's chest, locking his hands against his breastbone and laying his head against Will's neck. Do you often go walk about in your sleep? Once in a while, Will replied, staring at the littered floor, still half thinking he might catch a glittering light in one of the pictures. But there was nothing. Shall we go back to bed, then? Drew said. No, actually, I'd prefer to stay up for a while, Will said. He'd had enough dreams for one night. You go back up. I'm going to make myself some tea. I can stay with you if you want. I'm okay, Will told him. I'll be up in a while. Drew bequeathed the sheet to Will and headed on upstairs, leaving Will to go brew himself a pot of Earl Grey. He didn't particularly want to revisit the images that had just come to find him, but as he sat sipping his tea he couldn't help but picture the uncanny life his littered photographs had taken on as he dreamed them. It was as though they contained some freight of meaning he'd neglected to see or understand, and had chosen to communicate it to him in his sleep. But what? That death was terrible. He knew that better than most. That Patrick was going to die, and there was nothing Will could do about it? He knew that, too. He chewed it over and over, but he couldn't make much sense of the experience. Perhaps he was looking for significance where there was none. How much credence should he be giving a dream that showcased a talking fox claiming to be God's messenger? Probably very little. And yet, hadn't there been a hair's-breadth moment at the end, after Drew had called his name and he'd woken, when the fox had lingered, as though it were testing the limits of its jurisdiction, ready to trespass where it had no business being? He returned to bed at last. The rainstorm had passed over the city, and the only sound in the room was Drew's peaceful breath. Will slipped between the sheets as delicately as possible so as not to wake him, but somewhere in his slumber Drew knew his bedmate had come back because he turned to face Will, his eyes still closed, his breathing even, and found a place against Will's body where they fitted together comfortably. Will was certain he wouldn't sleep, but he did, and deeply. There were no further visits. God and his messenger left him undisturbed for the rest of the night, and when he woke, it was to sunlight and kisses. 6. Patrick was as good as his threat. The centerpiece of the buffet table at the party was a large cake in the shape of a rather portly polar bear, complete with a fine set of fangs and a lascivious pink tongue. It inevitably invited questions, and Patrick directed all inquiries to Will, who was then obliged to tell the story of the attack a dozen times, compressing it with every repetition until it was honed to the impressively casual, "Sure, I got chewed up by a bear." "Why didn't you tell me?" Drew said, when the information had found its way around the room to him. "I thought you'd got the scars in a crash. But Jesus, a bear!" He couldn't resist smiling. "That's really something." Will claimed the slice of chicken and artichoke pizza Drew was devouring, and finished it up. "Are you trying to tell me something?" Drew said. "Like stop eating?" "No. You think I'm too fat, don't you? Admit it. I think you're just fine, Will said patiently. You have my permission to eat every slice of pizza you can get your sticky fingers on. You're a god, Drew said, and returned to the buffet table. Are you two picking up where you left off? Will looked up and around, and there was Jack Fisher, elegant as ever, with a brooding white boy in tow. There were the usual hugs and how-dos before Jack got round to introducing his friend. This is Casper. He doesn't believe I know you. Casper pumped Will's hand, stumbling over some words of admiration. You were one of my idols when I was a kid, he said. I mean, shit, your stuff's so real, you know? I mean, it's the way things are, isn't it? All fucked up? Casper's a painter, Jack explained. I bought a little erection of his. He only paints dicks. Don't you, Casper? The boy looked a little discomfited. It's a small market, Jack said, but it's devoted. I'd love to. Maybe show you some of my work sometime, Casper said. Why don't you go get us a drink, Jack said. Casper frowned. He clearly didn't want to play the waiter. And I'll persuade Will to buy a painting. Reluctantly, Casper departed. They're pretty good, actually, Jack said, and he means what he says, about you being an idol of his. Sweet, isn't he? I'm seriously thinking of taking him off to Louisiana and settling down with him. You'll never do it, Will said. Well, I'm certainly over this fucking town, Jack said wearily. He lowered his voice a little. The truth is, I'm sick of sick people. I know how that sounds, but you know me. I call it the way I see it. And I've got more scratched-out addresses in my little book than I care to count. How old's Casper? Will said, watching the fellow weave back toward them with 2 glasses of scotch. 20, but he knows all he needs to know. Fisher grinned conspiratorially, but Will looked away. He didn't want to leer over this kid who, for all Jack's domestic talk, would be out on his ass, fucked and forgotten within a month. You must drop in at the studio, Jack said, picking up the hype now that Casper was back within earshot. He's doing a whole series of sperm pieces next. He stopped in mid-sentence. Uh-oh, he murmured, his gaze going to the door, where a striking woman in her 50s, dressed in flowing gray, had just made an entrance. She surveyed the 30 or so guests somewhat imperiously, then, spotting Patrick, headed directly over to him. He left off his conversation with Lewis, who was using the event to circulate a very slim volume of his poems, and went to greet her. She lost her regal manner as Patrick hugged her, kissing his cheek and laughing raucously at something he said. "Is that Bethlyn?" Will said. "Yep," said Jack. "And I'm not in the mood, so you're on your own. Just don't let her have the ruby slippers." With that and a sly smile he made himself scarce, Casper in tow. Will was fascinated, watching Bethlyn chat with Patrick. He was hanging on her every syllable, no doubt of that, his body language suggesting an uncharacteristic meekness on his part. He nodded now and again, but had his eyes downcast a lot of the time, as he listened intently to her wisdom. "So that's her." Adriana had sidled up to Will, and was casually attempting to scrutinize the pair while she nibbled a piece of polar bear icing. "Our Lady of the Crystals." "Does anybody like her?" Will said. "This is the first time any of us have even seen her. I don't think she descends to the mortal plane very often, though Lewis claims to have seen her shoplifting eggplants." She guffawed behind her hand at this unlikely vision. "Of course, Lewis is a poet, so his testimony doesn't really count." "Where's Glenn?" "Throwing up. Too much cake. No, he gets nervous when he's around a lot of people. He thinks they're all looking at him. It used to be that he thought they were looking at his ears, but since he got his ears fixed, he thinks they're trying to work out what's different about him." Will tried to suppress a laugh, but failed. It erupted from him so loudly, Patrick looked up and at him. The next moment he was heading Bethlyn across the room. Adriana pressed a little closer to Will's side to be sure she was included in the introductions. "Will," Patrick said, "I'd like to introduce you to Bethlyn." He was beaming like a schoolboy. "This is so great," he said. "The two most important people in my life." "I'm Adriana, by the way." "I'm sorry," Patrick said. "Bethlyn, this is Adriana. She works with Will." Close up, Bethlyn looked a good deal older than she'd first appeared. Her high-boned, almost Slavic features etched with fine lines. Her hand, when she took Will's, was cool, and when she spoke her voice was so low and husky, Will had to lean closer to hear what she was saying. Even then he only caught, "In your honor." "The party," Patrick prompted. "Pat's always been a master at throwing shindigs," Will said. "That's because he's a natural celebrant," Bethlyn replied. "It's a sacred quality." "Oh, is giving parties sacred these days?" Adriana chipped in. "I hadn't heard." Bethlyn ignored her. "Patrick's gifts burn more brightly every day," the woman went on. "I see it manifest." She glanced around at him. "How long have we been working together?" 5 months, Pat replied, still beaming like a blessed acolyte. 5 months, and every day burning brighter, Bethlyn said. Out of nowhere, Will heard himself say, "Living and dying, we feed the fire." Bethlyn frowned, narrowed her eyes as though she was listening to the echo of Will's words, to be certain she'd heard them right. Then she said, "What fire do you mean?" Will was of half a mind to withdraw the remark, but if the man who'd coined it had taught him anything, it was the importance of speaking up for your beliefs. The trouble was he didn't really have an answer. This phrase, which had dogged him for 3 decades, was not readily explicable, which was perhaps why it had proved so tenacious. Bethlyn, however, wanted a reply. She watched Will with her big gray eyes while he floundered. "It's just a phrase," he said. "I don't know. I guess it means fire's fire, isn't it?" "You tell me," she said. There was a distinct smugness in her scrutiny, which irritated him. Instead of letting the challenge slide, he said, "No. You're the expert on burning brightly. You've probably got a better theory than me." "I don't have theories. I don't need them," Bethlyn said. "I have the truth." "Oh, my mistake," Will replied. "I thought you were just flailing around like the rest of us." "You're very cynical, aren't you?" she said. "Very disappointed." "Thanks for the analysis, but—" "Very hurt. There's no shame in admitting it." "I'm not admitting to anything," Will replied. She was getting under his skin, and she knew it. A tide of beatitude had swept over her face. "Why are you so defensive?" she said. Will threw up his hands. "Anything I say now you're going to use against me." "It's not against anyone," she replied. Patrick had finally snapped out of his saccharine fugue and tried to interject, but Bethlyn ignored him. Moving a little closer to Will, as if to lend him the comfort of her proximity, she said, "You're going to do yourself some harm if you don't learn to forgive." She had laid her hand on his arm. "Who are you so angry at?" "I'll tell you," he said. She smiled in expectation of his unburdening. "There's this fox." "Fox," she said. "He's driving me crazy. I know I should kiss his flea-bitten ass and tell him I forgive his trespasses." She gave a darting glance to Patrick, which he took as a signal to engineer her departure. "But it's not easy with foxes," Will went on, "because I hate the fucking things. I hate 'em." Bethlyn was retreating now. "Hate 'em, hate 'em, hate 'em." And she was gone, escorted away into the crowd. "Nice going," Adriana remarked. "Subtle, understated, nice." "I need a drink," Will said. "I'm going to find Glenn. If he's still sick, I'll take him home. So if I don't see you later, enjoy the rest of the party." What the hell did you say to her? Jack wanted to know when he caught up with Will and the whiskey bottle. It's all a blur. I just loved that look on her face. You were watching. Everybody was watching. I should apologize. Too late. She just left. Not to her, to Patrick. He found Pat in the room at the back of the apartment they had together dubbed the conservatory, a space occupied by out-of-season decorations, old furniture, and several burgeoning marijuana plants. He was smoking a fat reefer in their midst, staring at the wall. That was stupid, Will said. I fucked up, and I'm really sorry. No, you're not, Patrick said. You think she's a big old fake, and you wanted to show her how you felt. His voice was gravelly. There was no anger in it, not even resentment, only fatigue. You want some of this? He said, glancing back at Will briefly as he proffered the joint. His eyes were red. Oh, Jesus, Pat, Will said, wanting to weep himself at the sight of Patrick's unhappiness. Do you want some or not? Patrick sniffed. Will took the joint and inhaled a solid lungful. I need Bethlyn right now, Pat went on. I can guess what you think about her, and I'd probably be thinking the same thing if I was standing where you are, but I'm not. I'm here, you're there. It's fucking miles, Will. He drew a short, almost panicked breath. I'm dying, and I don't like it. I'm not at peace. I'm not reconciled. He turned to claim the joint back from Will. I'm not finished with being here. Not remotely finished. He took another hit off the joint, then handed it back to Will, who burned it to the nub. They looked at each other, both holding lungs full of smoke, effortlessly meeting one another's gaze. Then, expelling the smoke as he talked, Patrick said, I've never been that interested in what goes on outside these four walls. I've been quite happy with a little pot and a great view. You'd come back with your pictures, and I'd think, well, fuck it, I don't want to see the world if it's like that. I don't want to know about fucking extinction. It's depressing. Everybody agrees. Death's depressing. I'll just shut it out, but I couldn't. It was here all the time, right here, in me. I didn't lock it out. I locked it in. Will stepped toward him, until their faces were no more than a foot apart. I want to apologize to Bethlyn, he said. Whatever I think about her, I still acted like a prick. Agreed. Will she see me if I grovel sufficiently? Probably not. But you could maybe call at her house. He smiled. It would make me very happy. That's what's important. You mean that? You know I mean it. So while you're in a generous mood, can I ask you to do something else for me? You don't have to do it right now. It's more something for the future. Tell me. Patrick gave him the cockeyed look that he always got when he was high, and reaching between them, caught hold of Will's fingers. I want you to be here with me, he said, when it's time for me to leave. Permanently, I mean. Raphael's wonderful, and so's Jack, and so's Adriana, but they're not you. Nobody's ever come close to you, Will. His eyes shone with sorrow. Will you promise me? I promise, Will replied, letting his own tears fall. I love you, Will. I love you, too. That's not going to change, ever. You know that. Yeah, but I like hearing it anyway. He made a valiant attempt to smile. I think we should go distribute joints among the needy. He picked up the tin cookie jar on the table. I rolled about 20. You think that'll be enough? Man, you've got it all planned out, Will said. I'm a natural celebrant, Patrick said as he headed out to distribute this bounty. Hadn't you heard? 7. Just about everyone got high, except for Jack, who had become self-righteously sober the year before, after 2 decades of chemical excess, and Casper, who was forbidden to smoke the weed because Jack couldn't. Drew became democratically flirtatious under the influence, then, realizing where his best hopes of gratification lay, followed Will into the kitchen and offered up a graphic description of what he wanted to do when they got back to Sanchez Street. As it turned out, by the time the party broke up, Drew was so much the worse for weed and beer he said he needed to go home and sleep it off. Will invited him back to the house, but he declined. He didn't want anyone, especially Will, watching him throw up in the toilet, he said. It was a private ritual. Will drove him home, made sure he got to his apartment safely, and then went home himself. Drew's verbal foreplay had left him feeling horny, however, and he contemplated a late-night cruise down to the Penitent to find some action. But the thought of getting geared up for the hunt at such a late hour dissuaded him. He needed sleep more than a stranger's hand, and Drew would be sober tomorrow. Again, he seemed to wake, disturbed by sirens on Market, or a shout from the street. Seemed to wake and seemed to sit up and study the shadowy room, just as he had 2 nights before. This time, however, he was wise to the trick his sleeping mind was playing. Resisting the urge to sleepwalk to the bathroom, he stayed in bed, waiting for the illusion of wakefulness to pass. But after what seemed to be minutes, he grew bored. There was a ritual here, he realized, that his subconscious demanded he enact, and until he played it out, he wouldn't be allowed to dream something more restful. Resigned to the game, he got up and wandered out onto the landing. There was no shadow on the wall this time to coax him down the stairs, but he went anyway, following the same route as he had when he'd last come into the company of Lord Fox, along the hallway and into the file room. Tonight, however, there were no lights spilling from the photographs on the ground. Apparently the animal wanted to conduct the dream debate in darkness. "Can we get this over with as quickly as possible?" Will said, stepping into the murk. "There's got to be a better dream than—" He stopped. The air around him shifted, displaced by a motion in the room. Something was moving toward him, and it was a lot larger than a fox. He started to retreat, heard a hiss, saw a vast gray bulk rise up in front of him, the slab of its head gaping, letting on to a darkness that made the murk seem bright. A bear! Christ in heaven! Nor was this just any bear. It was his wounder coming at him with her own wounds gouting, her breath foul and hot on his face. Instinctively, he did as he would have done in the wild. He dropped to his knees, lowered his head, and presented as small a target as possible. The boards beneath him reverberated with the weight and fury of the animal. His scars were suddenly burning in homage to their maker. It was all he could do not to cry out, even though he knew this was just some idiot dream. All he could do not to beg it to stop and let him alone. But he kept his silence, his palms against the boards, and waited. After a time the reverberations ceased. Still he didn't move, but counted to 10, and only then dared to move his head an inch or two. There was no sign of the bear, but across the room, leaning against the window as nonchalantly as ever, was Lord Fox. "There are probably a plethora of lessons here," the creature said, "but 2 in particular come to mind." Will gingerly got to his feet while the fox shared his wisdom. "That when you're dealing with animal spirits, and that's what you've got on your hands, Willie, whether you like it or not, it's best to remember that we're all one big happy family, and if I'm here, then I've probably got company. That's the first lesson." "And what's the second?" "Show me some respect," the fox barked. Then suddenly all reason. "You came in here saying you want to get it over with as quickly as possible. That's insulting, Willie." "Don't call me Willie." "Ask me politely." "Oh, for fuck's sake, please don't call me Willie." "Better." "I need something to drink. My throat's completely dry." "Go get yourself something," the fox said. "I'll come with you." Will went into the kitchen, and the fox padded after him, instructing him not to turn on the light. "I much prefer the murk.
the animal said. "It keeps my senses sharp." Will opened the fridge and got out a carton of milk. "You want something?" "I'm not thirsty," the fox said, "but thank you." "Something to eat?" "You know what I like to eat," the fox replied. And the image of Thomas Simeon lying dead in the grass entered Will's head with sickening clarity. "Jesus," Will said, letting the fridge door slam closed. "Come on," the fox said. "Where's your sense of humor?" He stepped out of the deep shadows into a wash of gray light from the window. He looked, Will thought, more vicious than he had last time they'd met. "You know, I think you should ask yourself," he said, "in all seriousness, if perhaps you're not coming apart at the seams. And if you are, what the consequences are going to be for those around you. Particularly your new lover boy. I mean, he's not the most stable of characters, is he?" "Are you talking about Drew?" "Right, Drew. For some reason I was thinking his name was Brad. I think in all fairness you should let him go, or you'll end up dragging him down with you. He'll go nuts on you, or try to slit his wrists, one of the two, and you'll be responsible. You don't want that on your plate, not for the rest of the shit you've got to deal with." "Are you going to be more specific?" "It's not his war, Will. It's yours, and yours alone. You signed on for it the day you let Steep take you up the hill." Will set down the carton of milk and put his head in his hands. "I wish I knew what the hell you wanted," he said. "In the long view," the fox said, "I want what every animal wants in his heart, except maybe for the dogs. I want your species gone. To the stars if you can get there. To rot and ruin, more likely. We don't care. We just want you out of our fur." "And then what?" "Then nothing," the fox replied with a shrug. His voice went to a wistful murmur. "The planet keeps going round, and when it's bright it's day, and when it's not it's night, and there's no end to the simple bliss of things." "The simple bliss of things," Will said. "It's a pretty phrase, isn't it? I think I got it from Steep." "You'd miss all of that if we were gone." "Words, you mean? I might, for a day or two. But it'd pass. In a week I'd have forgotten what good conversation was, and I'd be a happy heart again, the way I was when Steep first clapped eyes on me." "I know I'm just dreaming this, but while you're here, what do you know about Steep?" "Nothing you don't," the fox said. "There's a good part of him in you, after all. You take a long look at yourself one of these days." The fox approached the table now, lowering his voice to an insinuating whisper. "Do you really think you'd have wasted most of your natural span taking pictures of tormented wildlife if he hadn't put that knife in your hands? He shaped you, Will. He sowed the hopes and the disappointments. He sowed the guilt and the yearning." "And he sowed you at the same time?" "For better or worse. You see, I'm nothing important. I'm just the innocent fox who ate Thomas Simeon's private parts. Steep saw me trotting away, and he decided I was a villain, which was very unfair of him, by the way. I was just doing what any fox with an empty belly would do, seeing a free meal. I didn't know I was eating anybody important." "Was Simeon important?" "Well, obviously he was to Steep. I mean, Jacob really took this dick-eating business to heart. He came after me, like he was going to tear off my head, so I ran. I ran so far and so fast." This wasn't Will's memory of the event as he'd witnessed it through Steep's eyes, but Lord Fox was on a roll, and Will didn't dare interrupt. And he kept coming after me. There was no escaping him. I was in his memory, you see, in his mind's eye. And let me tell you, he's got a mind like a steel trap. Once he had me, there was no tricking my way out. Even death couldn't spring me from his head." A raw sigh escaped the animal. "Let me tell you," he said, "it's not like being in your head. I mean, you've got a messed-up psyche, no doubt about it, but it's nothing compared with his. Nothing." Will knew bait when it was being trailed, but he couldn't help himself.
He bit. "Tell me," he said. "What's he like? Well, if my head's a hole in the ground and yours is a shack, no offense intended, and his is a fucking cathedral. I mean, it's all spires and choirs and flying buttresses. Incredible. So much for the simple bliss of things. You're quick, aren't you?" the fox said appreciatively. "Soon as you see a little weakness in a fellow's argument, you're in. So he's got a mind like a cathedral. That makes it sound too sublime. It isn't. It's decaying year by year, day by day. It's getting darker and colder in there, and Steep doesn't know how to stay warm except by killing things, and that doesn't work as well as it used to." Will's fingers remembered the velvet of the moth's wings, and the heat of the fire that would soon consume them. Though he didn't speak the thought, the fox heard it anyway. "You've had experience of his methodologies, of course. I was forgetting that. You've seen his madness at first hand. That should arm you against him, at least a little." "And what happens if he dies?" "I escape his head," the fox said, "and I'm free." "Is that why you're haunting me?" "I'm not haunting you. Haunting's for ghosts, and I'm not a ghost. What am I? I'm a memory Steep made into a little myth. The animal that devoured men, that's who I am. I wasn't really interesting as a common or garden fox, so he gave me a voice, stood me on my hind legs, called me Lord Fox. He made me just as he made you." The admission was bitter. "We're both his children." "And if he lets you go?" "I told you, I'm away free." "But in the real world you've been dead for centuries." "So? I had children while I was alive, 3 litters to my certain knowledge, and they had children, and their children had children. I'm still out there in some form or other. You should sow a few oats yourself, by the way, even if it does go against the grain. It's not as if you don't have the equipment." He glanced down at Will's groin. "I could feed a family of 5 on that." "I think this conversation's at an end, don't you?" "I certainly feel much better about things," the fox replied, as though they were 2 belligerent neighbors who'd just had a heart-to-heart. Will got to his feet. "Does that mean I can stop dreaming now?" he said. "You're not dreaming," the fox replied. "You've been wide awake for the last half-hour." "Not true," Will said evenly. "I'm afraid so," the fox replied. "You opened up a little hole in your head that night with Steep, and now the wind can get in. The same wind that blows through his head comes whistling through that shack of yours." Will had heard more than enough. "That's it," he said, starting toward the door. "You're not going to start playing mind games with me." Raising his paws in mock surrender, Lord Fox stood aside, and Will strode out into the hallway. The fox followed, his claws tap-tapping on the boards. "Ah, Will," he whined, "we were doing so well." "I'm dreaming." "No, you're not." "I'm dreaming." "No." At the bottom of the stairs, Will reeled around and yelled back, "Okay, I'm not. I'm crazy. I'm completely fucking gaga." "Good," the fox said calmly. "We're getting somewhere." "You want me to go up against Steep in a straitjacket, is that it?" "No, I just want you to let go of some of your saner suppositions. For instance?" "I want you to accept the notion that you, William Rabjohns, and I, a semi-mythical fox, can and do coexist." "If I accepted that, I'd be certifiable." "All right. Try it this way. You recall the Russian dolls?" "Don't start with them." "No, it's very simple. Everything fits inside everything else." "Oh, Christ!" Will murmured to himself. The thought was now creeping upon him that if this was indeed a dream, and it had to be, then maybe all that had gone before, back to his waking, was also a dream. He never woke, but was still comatose in a bed in Winnipeg. His body began to tremble. "What's wrong?" the fox said. "Just shut up," he yelled, and started to stumble up the stairs. The animal pursued him. "You've gone very pale. Are you sick? Get yourself some peppermint tea. It'll settle your stomach." Did he tell the beast to shut up again? He wasn't sure. His senses were phasing in and out. One moment he was falling up the stairs, then he was practically crawling across the landing. Then he was in the bathroom, puking, while the fox yattered on behind him about how he should take care, because he was in a very delicate frame of mind, as if he didn't know, and all manner of lunacies could creep up on him. Then he was in the shower, his hand ridiculously remote from him, struggling to grasp the handle. His fingers were as weak as an infant's. Then the handle turned suddenly, and he was struck by a deluge of icy water. At least his nerve endings were fully operational, even if his wits weren't. In 2 heartbeats his body was solid gooseflesh, his scalp throbbing with the cold. Despite his panic, or perhaps because of it, his mind was uncannily agile, leaping instantly to the places where he'd felt such numbing cold before. In Balthazar, of course, as he lay wounded on the ice, and on the hill above Burnt Yarley, lost in the bitter rain, and on the banks of the river Neva, in the winter of the Ice Palace. "Wait," he thought, "that isn't my memory." The birds dropping dead out of the sky. "That's a piece of Steep's life, not mine." The river like a rock, and Unopened, poor, doomed Unopened, building his masterwork out of ice and light. He shook his head violently to dislodge these trespassers, but they wouldn't go. Frozen into immobility by the icy water, all he could do was stand there while Steep's unwanted memories came flooding into his head. 8. He was standing in the crowded street in St. Petersburg, and if the cold had not already snatched his breath, the sight before him would have done so. Unopen's palace, its walls raised 40 feet high and glittering in the light of the torches and bonfires that were blazing on every side. They were warm, those fires, but the palace did not shed a drop of water, for their heat could not compete with the frigid air. He looked around at the throng who pressed at the barricades, daring the hussars who kept them in check with boots and threats. By Christ, how they stank tonight! Fetid clothes on fetid bodies. "Rabble," he murmured. To Steep's left, a beet-faced brat was shrieking on her father's shoulders, snot frozen at her nostrils. To his right, a drunkard with a grease-clogged beard reeled about with a woman in an even more incapacitated state clinging to his arm. "I hate these people," said a voice close to his ear. "Let's come back later, when it's quiet." He looked round at the speaker, and there was Rosa, her exquisite face, pink from the cold, framed by her fur-lined hood. Oh, but she was beautiful tonight, with the lantern flames flickering in her eyes. "Please, Jacob," she said, tugging on his sleeve in that little girl-lost fashion that she knew worked so well. "We could make a baby tonight, Jacob. Truly, I believe we could." She was pressing close to him now, and he caught the scent of her breath, a fragrance no Parisian perfumery could ever hope to capture. Even here, in the heart of an iron winter, she had the smell of spring about her. "Put your hand on my belly, Jacob," she said, taking his hand in hers and placing it there. "Isn't that warm?" It was. "Don't you think we might make a life tonight?" "Maybe," he said. "So let's be away from these animals," she said. "Please, Jacob. Please." Oh, she could be persuasive when she was in this coquettish mood, and truth to tell, he liked to play along. "Animals, you say?" "No better," she replied with a growl of contempt in her voice. "Would you have them dead?" he asked her. "Every one of them." "Every one?" "But you and me. And from our love
A new race of perfect people would come, to have the world the way God intended it.
Hearing this, he couldn't refrain from kissing her, though the streets of St. Petersburg were not like those of Paris or London, and any display of affection, especially one as passionate as theirs, would be bound to draw censure. He didn't care. She was his other, his complement, his completion. Without her he was nothing. Taking her glorious face in his hands, he laid his lips on hers, her breath a fragrant phantom rising between their faces. The words that breath carried still astonished him, though he had heard them innumerable times. "I love you," she told him, "and I will love you as long as I have life." He kissed her again, harder, knowing there were envious eyes upon them, but caring not at all. Let the crowd stare and cluck and shake their heads, they would never feel in all their dreary lives what he and Rosa felt now, the supreme conjunction of soul and soul. And then, in the midst of the kiss, the din of the crowd receded and completely disappeared. He opened his eyes. They were no longer standing on the street side of the barricades, but were at the very threshold of the palace. The thoroughfare behind them was deserted. Half the night had passed in the time it took to draw breath. It was now long after midnight. "Nobody's going to spy on us?" Rosa was asking him. "I've paid all the guards to go and drink themselves stupid," he told her. "We've got 4 hours before the morning crowd starts to come and gawp. We can do what we like in here." She slipped the hood back off her head and combed her hair out with her fingers, so that it lay abundantly about her shoulders. "Is there a bedroom?" she said. He smiled. "Oh, yes, there's a bedroom, and a big 4-poster bed all carved out of ice." "Take me to it," she said, catching hold of his hand. Into the palace they ventured, through the receiving room, which was handsomely appointed with mantelpiece and furniture, through the vast ballroom with its glittering stalactite chandelier, through the dressing-room, where there was arranged a wardrobe of coats and hats and shoes, all perfectly carved out of ice. "It's uncanny," Jacob said, glancing back toward the front door, "the way the light refracts." Though they had ventured deep into the heart of the structure, the glow from the torches set all around the palace was still bright, flickering through the translucent walls. To other eyes it would surely have aroused only wonder, but Jacob was discomfited. Something about the place awoke in him a memory he couldn't name. "I've been somewhere like this before," he said to Rosa. "Another ice palace?" she said. "No. A place that's as bright inside as it is out." She ruminated on this for a moment. "Yes, I've seen such a place," she said. She wandered from his side and ran her palm over the crystalline wall. "But it wasn't made of ice," she said. "I'm sure not." "What then?" She frowned. "I don't know," she said. "Sometimes, when I try to remember things, I lose my way." "So do I." "Why is that?" "Consorting with Rukenau, maybe." She spat on the floor at the sound of his name. "Don't talk about him," she said. "But there's a connection, sweet," Steep said. "I swear there is." "I won't hear you talk about him, Jacob," she said, and hurried away, her skirts hissing across the icy floor. He followed her, telling her he'd say no more about Rukenau if it troubled her so much. She was angry now. Her rages were always sudden and sometimes brutal, but he was determined to placate her, as much for his own equilibrium as for hers. Once he had her on the bed, he'd kiss her rage away easily, open her warm body to the cold air and lick her flesh till she sobbed. Her flesh could stand to be naked here. She complained of the cold, of course, and demanded he buy her furs to keep her from freezing. But it was all a sham. She'd heard other women demand such things from their husbands, and was playing the same petulant game. And just as it seemed to be her wifely duty to pout and stamp and flee him in some invented tantrum, so it was his to pursue and coerce, and end up taking her body, forcibly if necessary, until she confessed that his only errors were errors of love, and she adored him for them. It was an absurd rigmarole, and they both knew it. But if they were to be husband and wife, then they were to play out the rituals as though they came naturally. And in truth, some portion of them did. This part, for instance, where he caught up to her and held her tight, told her not to be a ninny, or he'd have to fuck her all the harder. She squirmed in his arms, but made no attempt to escape him, only told him to do his worst, his very worst. "I'm not afraid of you, Jacob Steep," she said, "nor your fucks." "Well, that's good," he said, lifting her up and carrying her through to the bedroom. The bed itself was in every way a perfect replica of the real thing, even to the dent in the pillow, as though some frigid sleeper had a moment past risen from the spot. He gently laid her there, her hair spread upon the snowy linen, and began to unbutton her. She had forgiven his talk of Rukenau already, it seemed, forgotten it, perhaps, in her hunger to have Steep's flesh in her, a desire as sudden as her rages, and sometimes just as brutal. He had bared her breasts, and put his mouth to her nipple, sucking it into the heat of his mouth. She shuddered with pleasure and pressed his head to the deed, reaching down to pull at his shirt. He was as hard as the bed on which they lay. Eschewing all tenderness, he hoisted up her skirt, found the place beneath where his prick ached to go, and slid his fingers there, whispering in her ear that she was the finest slut in all of Christendom, and deserved to be treated accordingly. She caught his face in her hands and told him to do his worst, at which invitation he removed his fingers and pressed his prick to service, so suddenly her cry of complaint echoed through the glacial halls. He took his time, as she demanded he did, laying his full weight upon her as he climbed to his discharge. And as he climbed, and her shouts of pleasure came back to him off the ceiling and walls, the feeling that had caught him in the passage came again, that he had been in a place which this palace, for all its glories, could not approach in splendor. "So bright," he said, seeing its luminescence in his head. "What's bright?" Rosa gasped. "The deeper we go," he said, "the brighter it gets." "Look at me," she demanded. "Jacob, look at me." He thrust on mechanically, his arousal no longer in service of her pleasure or even his own, but fueling the vision. The higher he climbed, the brighter it became, as though the spilling of his seed would bring him into the heart of this glory. The woman was writhing under his assault, but he paid her no mind. He just pressed on, as the brightness grew, and with it his hope that he would know this place by and by, name it, comprehend it. The moment was almost upon him, the blaze of recognition certain. A few more seconds, a few more thrusts into her void, and he'd have his revelation. Then she was pushing him away from her, pushing his body with all her strength. He held on, determined not to be denied his vision, but she was not going to indulge him. For all her squealing and sobbing, she only ever played at subjugation, the way she played at the lost girl or the needy wife. And now, wanting him away from her, she had only to use her strength. Almost casually, she threw him out and off her, across the gelid bed. Instead of spilling his seed in the midst of revelation, he discharged meekly, in half-finished spurts, too distracted by her violence to catch the vision that had been upon him. "You were thinking of Rukenau again," she yelled, sliding off the bed and tucking her breasts from view. "I warned you, didn't I? I warned you I'd have no part of it." Jacob sealed his eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of what had just escaped him. He'd been so close, so very close, but it had gone, like a firework dying in the heavens. And in the dark, the sound of water splashing down over him. He opened his eyes and found that he'd slumped down in the shower while the icy water continued to berate his skull. "Christ," he murmured, reaching up feebly and shutting off the flow. Then he lay gasping and shuddering in the draining water. What the hell was happening to him? First, dreams within dreams, now visions within visions. He was either having the mother of all nervous breakdowns, which was an unpalatable thought to say the least, or else what? That Lord Fox was right? Was that even an option? Was it remotely possible that whatever the animal was, symptom or spirit, it was telling him some kind of metaphysical truth? And all that his skull contained was like a Russian doll, itself contained? Or rather that his mind's contents, which included his memories of Steep and a bloody-snouted fox, were paradoxically enveloped by some portion of those contents, Steep indoctrinating him with his own mythology, in which that same bloody-snouted fox had been raised to lordship? "All right," he said to the animal, too exhausted to argue with it any longer. "Suppose for the sake of some peace and quiet I go along with what you're telling me. Does that mean I don't have to think about fucking Rosa anymore? Because I'm sorry, that's just not my idea of a fun night on the town. Are you listening to me?" There was no reply forthcoming from the fox. He hauled himself to his feet, grabbed a towel to wrap around his trembling body, and staggered, still dripping, out onto the landing. It was deserted. He went downstairs. The file room, the dark room, the kitchen were all deserted. The fox had gone. He sat down at the kitchen table where the carton of milk he'd been drinking from still stood, and was suddenly, almost inexplicably, overtaken by a fit of gentle laughter. His situation was absurd. He'd spent the night trading metaphysics with a fox, whose only purpose, it seemed, was to open Will's head up to a notion of its own reality. Well, it had succeeded. Whether he was dreaming or being dreamed, whether Steep was in his head or he was in Steep's, whether the fox was myth, mischief, or flea-bitten proof of his lunacy, it was all part of a journey he had no choice but to take. His recognition of that fact and his acceptance of it were curiously comforting. He'd trekked to so many wild places in his life that he'd finally run out of faith with such journeys. But perhaps they had all been taken in order to bring him back home and set him on a journey he could not have found until he despaired of every other. He emptied the carton of milk and, still smiling to himself at the absurdity and simplicity of this, went to bed. His sheets were a luxury after the cold bed in Unopen's palace, and drawing the quilt up around him, he fell into a contented sleep. 9. From the veranda of what had once been the Portuguese commander's residence in Suhar, in Oman, Jacob had a magnificent view across the Gulf to Jask, and up the coast to the Strait of Hormuz. It was many centuries since the occupiers had vacated the country, and the modest mansion had fallen into grievous decay. Nevertheless, he and Rosa had been very comfortable here for the last 22 days. Though the town had dwindled into dusty obscurity since imperialist days, it was notable for one peculiarity. A band of transvestites, locally known as Xanath, and claiming to be possessed by the spirits of minor female divinities, wandered its streets. As ever, Rosa was happiest in the presence of men who pretended her sex, and hearing of this extraordinary tribe, had demanded Steep accompany her in search of them, given that she'd been at his side on a number of successful killing sprees of late. He had plenty of work to do on his journals, transposing the notes he'd taken at the extinction sites into a final form. So he agreed to go along with her, though he emphasized that when his work resumed, he would be stepping up the scale of his endeavors and would expect her full cooperation. Things had gone well for him of late. A dozen near-certain extinctions in the last 7 months, 8 of them, it was true, minor forms of South American insect life, but all grist to the fatal mill. And now all guided into legend by his careful hand. Today, however, those triumphs seemed very remote. Today his ink and pen lay untouched because his hands trembled too much. Today all he could do was think about Will Rabjohns. "What on earth are you obsessing on him for?" Rosa wanted to know when she came upon Jacob, sitting mournfully on the veranda. "It was the other way about," he said. "I hadn't given a thought to him in a very long time, but he's been giving some thoughts to me, apparently." "I thought you read me something about him being murdered," she said, picking up a sliver of tangerine from his abandoned plate and chewing on the bitter rind. "No, not murdered. Attacked by a bear." "Oh, that's right," she said. "He takes pictures of dead animals. You read that book of his." She tossed the nibbled rind aside and selected a fresh one. "That's your influence, I dare say." "I'm sure," Jacob said. Clearly the thought gave him no pleasure. "The trouble is, influence works both ways." "Oh, so you're thinking of becoming a photographer?" Rosa said with a chuckle. The look Jacob gave her made the rind seem sweet. "I don't want him in my thoughts," he said. "And he's there, believe me." "I believe you," she said. Then after a pause, "May I ask how he got there?" "There are things between him and me I never told you," Steep replied. "The night on the hill," she said flatly. "Yes." "What did you do to him?" "It's what he did to me." "And what was that? Do tell." "He's a psychic, Rosa. He saw deep into me, deeper than I care to look myself. He took me to Thomas." "Oh, Lord," said Rosa wearily. "Don't roll your fucking eyes at me." All right, calm down. We can deal with the kid very easily." "He's not a kid any more."
"In our scale of things, he's an infant," Rosa said, putting on her best placating tone. She crossed to Jacob's chair, gently parted his knees, and went down on her haunches between them, looking up at him fondly. "Sometimes you let things get out of all proportion," she said. "So he's been rummaging around in your head."
"St. Petersburg," Jacob said. He was remembering St. Petersburg, us in the palace. And it was more than just memory. It was as though he was looking for some weakness in me.
"I don't remember your being weak that night," Rosa cooed.
Jacob didn't warm to her flattery. "I don't want him prying any more," he said.
"So, we'll kill him," Rosa replied. "Do you know where he is right now?"
Jacob shook his head, his expression almost superstitious.
"Well, he shouldn't be hard to find, for God's sake. We should simply go back to England and start looking where we first found him. What was that little shithole called?"
Burnt-Yarley.
"Oh, of course. That's where Bartholomeus built that ridiculous courthouse of his."
She gazed off into middle distance, glassy-eyed.
"That hawk of a nose he had, oh, my Lord."
"It was grotesque," Jacob said.
"But he was so tender about living things. Like the boy."
"There's nothing tender about Will Rabjohns," Steep muttered.
"Really? What about the pictures in his book?"
"That's not tenderness, it's guilt, and a touch of morbidity. There's a hard heart in that man, and I want it stilled."
"I'll do it myself," Rosa said. "Gladly."
"No, it falls to me."
"Whatever you want, love. Let's just do it and forget him. You can put him in one of your little books when he's dead and gone."
She picked up the most recent journal and flipped through it until she reached a blank page.
"Right here," she said. "Will Rabjohns. Extinct."
"Extinct," Steep murmured. "Yes," he smiled. "Extinct, extinct, extinct." It was like a mantra, a void where thought would go, where life would go.
"I'd better make my farewells," Rosa said, and leaving him on the veranda, went back down into the town for a last hour in the company of the Zenith. She arrived back at the mansion, fully expecting to find Jacob still sitting in his chair, brooding, but not so. In her absence, he had not only packed all their belongings, but had a vehicle waiting at the front gate to carry them down the coast to Muscat on the first leg of their trek back to Burnt Yarley. 10:1 Will didn't stir until a little after 9, but when he did, he felt remarkably clear-headed. He got up and contemplated the shower for a few moments, wondering if he wasn't inviting trouble by stepping in. He defiantly ran the water cold and stepped under its barrage. There were no visions forthcoming, and after a minute of this masochism, he turned the heat up a little and scrubbed himself clean. Dried, dressed, and on his second cup of coffee, he called Adriana. Glenn picked up, sounding adenoidal. "I got some kind of allergy," he said. "My nose won't stop running. You want to speak to Adriana?" "May I?" "No, 'cause she's not here. She's gone to see about getting a job." "Where?" "At the city planning department. I met this woman at Patrick's party who was looking for someone, so she's gone to check it out." "I'll call back later, then," Will said. "You take care of your allergies." His next call went to Patrick, whose first question was, "How are you feeling this morning?" "Pretty good, thank you." "No regrets, huh?" "Shit, I was afraid of this. The whole thing was a fiasco." It took a minute or two for Will to convince him that just because nobody had fallen in love or out of a window didn't mean the party hadn't been memorable. Patrick reluctantly conceded that maybe he was just feeling nostalgic this morning, sitting in the litter, but in the old days a party wasn't even considered to have occurred unless somebody ended up being screwed in the bath while the guests offered a rousing chorus from Aida. "I must have missed that particular night," Will said, to which Patrick replied that no, they'd both been there, but poor Will's memory had been fried standing in the sun taking family portraits of water buffalo. "Moving on," Will said. "You want Bethlyn's whereabouts?" Patrick said. "Yes, please." "She lives in Berkeley, on Spruce Street." Will jotted down directions, warned once again not to try calling her first because she'd almost certainly slam the phone down on him. "She doesn't like any air of negativity around her," Patrick explained. "And I'm Mr. Negativity?" "Well, face it, honey. Nobody looks at your books and thinks, gee, what a lovely planet we live on. In fact— Now, Will, I don't want you to get steamed about this. Bethlyn took a glance at one of your books and told me to get it out of the apartment." "She did what?" "I told you, don't get mad. It's the way she thinks. She sees things in terms of good vibrations and bad vibrations." "So you had a book burning on Castro?" "No, Will." "What else went? Naked Lunch? King Lear? Bad vibes in Lear, man. Better toss it out." "Shut up, Will," Patrick replied mildly. "I didn't say I agreed with her. I'm just telling you where her head's at. And if you really and truly want to make peace with her, then you're going to have to work with that." "Okay," Will said, calming down a little. "I'll make as nice as I can make. Maybe I'll offer to do her a book of sunflowers to make up for all those bad vibes. Big yellow sunflowers on every page with a quote from the Bhagavad Gita underneath." "You could do worse, man of mine," Patrick pointed out. "People need some light in their lives right now." "Oh, there's light in my pictures," Will thought, remembering how they'd flickered at the fox's feet, the eyes of the hunted and the bones they'd become shining out at him. There was light aplenty. It just wasn't the kind of illumination Bethlyn would want to meditate upon. 2. Later, as the cab carried him over the bridge, he looked back at the fog and the sun-draped hills, and thought for the first time in many years how fine a city San Francisco was to live in.
one of the few places left on Earth where the human experiment was still conducted in an atmosphere of passionate civility. "You a visitor?" the driver wanted to know. "No, why?" "You keep looking back like you never saw the place before." "It feels like that today," Will said, which so confounded the man it silenced him efficiently for the rest of the trip. However it sounded, it was true. He felt as though his eyes were clearer today than they'd been in years, both literally and figuratively. Not only did the sights around him seem crystalline, but he was taking pleasure where his gaze would never have lingered before. Everywhere he looked, there were nuances of tone and color to delight him. In the cedars, in the storefronts, in the cracked leather of the seat in front of him. And on the sidewalk, faces glimpsed that he would never see again, every one of them a burgeoning glory of its own. He didn't know where this newfound clarity was coming from, but it was as if he had been looking through a dirty lens for most of his life and become so familiar with the grime that now, when the glass was miraculously cleansed, it was a revelation. Was this what the fox had meant by the simple bliss of things? He elected to get out of the cab 2 blocks shy of Bethlyn's house, in part because he wanted to luxuriate in this feeling a little before he met with her, and in part to prepare a speech of reconciliation. The latter purpose, however, was abandoned the moment he started to walk. The confines of the cab had been a limitation on his hungry sight. Now, alone on the sidewalk, the world rushed away from him in every direction, and in the same moment came careening back to show him its wonders. There were clouds above his head, that the wind had teased into frills and fripperies. The decaying boards of a home across the street paraded glorious patterns of peeling paint. A flock of pigeons, dining on the crumbs of a discarded doughnut, performed an exquisite dance as they fluttered and settled, then rose in a glorious flight and swooped away. This was not the condition that he'd expected to be in when he went to confront Bethlyn. But as long as she didn't misinterpret the smile he could not remove from his face, perhaps it wasn't an inappropriate state. If she was indeed the sensitive Patrick had claimed her to be, then she'd know his euphoria was genuine. Focusing attention on the simple business of walking 2 blocks to her door was problematical, however. Everywhere he looked, sights distracted him. A wall, a roof, a reflection in a window, all demanded he take the time to stand and gawp. How many days, weeks, months of his life had he waited in a mud-hole or a tree on another continent for a glimpse of something he wanted to put on film, and how often left the field unsatisfied? While here, all along, on this street 10 miles from where he lived, were profligate glories, eager to be seen. And if he'd spent that time teaching his camera to see with the eyes he was using right now, taught it even a tiny part of that sight, would he not have converted every soul who saw his pictures to the greater good? Would they not have looked astonished, and said, "Is this the world?" and realizing that it was, become its protector? Oh, God, why had the fox not opened his head 15 years ago and saved him all that wasted time? It took him the better part of an hour to walk the 2 blocks to reach the porch of Bethlyn's unostentatious bungalow. But by the time he did, he had his wits about him again and was ready to take the smile off his face and play the reformed reprobate. She took a little time to respond to his rapping, however, during which time the intricacy of the cracks on the step drew his admiration, and when she finally opened the door, he looked up at her with an asinine smirk on his face. "What do you want?" she said. He mumbled the barest minimum. "I came to apologize." "Did you really?" she said, her appraisal of him less than promising. "I was looking at the cracks on your step," he said, trying to explain his smile away. She scrutinized him a little harder. "Are you all right?" she said. "Yes, and no," he replied. She kept staring at him, with a look on her face he couldn't quite interpret. Plainly she was sensing something about him other than how well he'd cleaned his teeth this morning. And whatever it was, his aura, his vibrations, she seemed to trust what she felt, because she said, "We can talk inside," and stepping back from the door, ushered him into the house. 11. The interior was not what he expected at all. There were no astrological charts, no incense burners, no healing crystals on the table. The large room she brought him into was sparsely but comfortably furnished, the walls a calming beige and bare but for a family photograph. The only other decoration was a vase of camellias set on the sill. The window was open a little way, and the breeze sweetened the room with the scent of the blooms. "Please, sit down," she said. "Do you want something to drink?" "Some water would be just great, thank you." She went to get it, leaving him to settle into the comfort of the sofa. He'd no sooner done so than an enormous tabby cat leaped up onto the armrest, his nimbleness belying his bulk, and, purring in anticipation of Will's touch, vamped toward him. "My God, you're quite a piece of work," Will said. The cat put his head beneath his hand and pressed itself against his palm. "Genghis, stop being pushy," Bethlin said, returning with the water. "Genghis? As in Khan?" Bethlin nodded. "The terrorizer of Christendom." She set Will's water on the table and sipped from her own glass. "A pagan to his core." "The cat or the Khan?" "Both," Bethlin said. "Don't be too flattered. He likes everyone." "Good for him," Will said. "Look, about Pat's party, it was my fault. I was in one of my contrary moods, and I'm sorry." "One apology's quite sufficient," Bethlin said, her tone warmer than her vocabulary. "We all make assumptions about people. I made some about you, I'll admit, and they were no more flattering than those you made about me. Because of my pictures, and some articles I'd read. Maybe you were misrepresented, but I must say you seemed very much the professional pessimist." "I wasn't misrepresented. It was just a consequence of what I'd seen." Despite his best efforts, he felt the same idiot smile she'd met on the doorstep creeping back onto his face as he talked. Even in this most ascetically plain room, his eyes were bringing him revelations. The sunlight on the wall, the flowers on the sill, the cat on his lap, all sheen and shift and flutes of color. It was all he could do not to let the threads of his sober exchange with Bethlin go, and babble like a child about what he was seeing and seeing. "I know you probably think a lot of what I share with Patrick is sentimental nonsense," Bethlin was telling him, "but healing isn't a business for me, it's a vocation. I do what I do because I want to help people." "You think you can heal him?" "Not in the medical sense, no. He has a virus. I can't make it curl up and die. But I can put him in touch with the Patrick that isn't sick, the Patrick that can never be sick, because he's part of something that's beyond sickness." "Part of God?" "If that's the word you want to use," Bethlin said. "It's a little Old Testament for me." "But God's what you mean?" "Yes, God's what I mean." "Does Patrick know what's going on? Or does he think he's going to get better?" "You don't need to ask me that," Bethlin said. "You know him at a far deeper level than I do. He's a very intelligent man. Just because he's ill doesn't mean he's lying to himself." "With respect," Will said, "that's not what I'm asking." "If you're asking, have I been lying to him, the answer's no. I've never promised him he'd get out of this alive. But he can, and will, get out whole." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean once he finds himself in the eternal, then he won't be afraid of death. He'll see it for what it is, part of the process, no more nor less." "If it's part of the process, why did it matter if he looked at my pictures or not?" "I wondered when we'd get to that," Bethlin said, easing back in her chair. "I just didn't feel they were a positive influence on him, that's all. He's very raw at the moment,
Very responsive to influences good and bad. Your pictures are extremely powerful, Will. There's no question about that. They exercised an almost mesmeric hold on me when I first saw them. I'd go as far as to say they're a form of magic."
"They're just pictures of animals," Will said.
"They're a lot more than that, and if you'll forgive me saying so, which you may not, a lot less."
On another day, in another state of mind, Will would have been rising to the defense of his work by now. Instead, he listened with an easy detachment.
"You disagree?" Bethlen said.
"About the magic part, yes."
"When I say magic, I'm not talking about something from a fairy tale. I'm talking about working change in the world. That's what your art's intended to do, isn't it? It's an attempt, a misdirected one, I think, but a perfectly sincere attempt to work change. Now, you could say all art's trying to do that, and maybe it is. But you know the forces your work plays with. It's trying for something more potent than a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge. In other words, I think you have the instincts of a shaman. You want to be a go-between, a channel by which some vision that's larger than the human perspective, perhaps it's a divine vision, perhaps it's demoniacal, I'm not sure you'd know the difference, is communicated to the tribe. Does any of that sound plausible to you, or are you just sitting there thinking I talk too much?"
"I'm not thinking that at all," Will said.
"Has anybody else ever talked to you about this?"
"One person, yes. When I was a kid. He was—"
"Don't," Bethlen said, hurriedly raising her hands in front of her as though to ward off this information. "I'd prefer you didn't share that with me."
"Why not?"
She got up to her feet and wandered over to the window, gently pinching a dead leaf from the camellias. "The less I know about what moves you, the better for all concerned," she said. Her voice had an artificial equanimity in it. "I've enough shadows of my own without inheriting yours. These things pass along, Will. Like viruses."
Not a pretty analogy. "It's as bad as that," Will said.
"I think you're in an extraordinary place right now," she said. "When I look at you, I see a man who has the capacity to do great good. Or," she shrugged, "perhaps I'm being simplistic," she said. "It may not be a question of good and evil."
She looked round at him, her face fixed in a mask of impassivity, as though she didn't want to give him a clue to how she was feeling.
"You're a bundle of contradictions, Will. I think a lot of gay men are. They want something other than what they were taught to want, and I don't know what the word is. It muddies them somehow."
She stared at Will, still preserving her mask.
"But that's not quite what's going on with you," she said. "The truth is, I don't know what I see when I look at you, and that makes me nervous. You could be a saint, Will, but somehow I doubt it. Whatever moves in you— well, to be perfectly honest, whatever moves in you frightens me."
"Maybe we should stop this conversation now," Will said, putting Genghis out of his lap and getting to his feet, "before you start exorcising me."
She laughed lightly at this, but without much conviction. "It's certainly been nice talking with you," she said, her sudden formality a certain sign that she was not going to reveal anything more.
"You will keep working with Patrick?"
"Of course," she said, escorting him to the door. "You didn't think I was going to give up on him just because we'd had a few sour words. It's my responsibility to do whatever I can do. Not just for him, for me. I'm on a journey of my own. That's why it's a little confusing when I meet someone like you on the road."
They were at the door.
"Well, good luck," she said, shaking Will's hand. "Maybe we'll meet again one of these days."
And with that she ushered him onto the step, and without waiting for a reply, closed the door. 12:1 He walked home. It took him almost 5 hours, his track fueled by Hershey bars and doughnuts, washed down with a carton of milk, all consumed as he walked. Either he was steadily becoming more used to the sights his eyes were showing him, or else his brain, perhaps for his own protection, had got the trick of dialing down the amount of information he was assimilating. Whatever the reason, he didn't feel the need to linger with the same obsessiveness, but wandered on his way, taking mental snapshots of sights that drew his attention, then pressing on. The conversation with Bethlyn had been more enlightening than he'd expected it to be, and as he walked, taking his snapshots, he turned fragments of it over in his head. Whether or not there was indeed a God part of Patrick, a part that would never sicken or die, she was plainly quite sincere in that belief, and if the possibility comforted Patrick, while putting food in the cat's bowl, then there was no harm in it. Her assessment of Will, however, was another deal completely. She'd made, it seemed, an instinctual judgment about him, based in part on what she'd heard from Patrick, in part on articles that she'd seen, and in part on the work. He was a man with a dark heart, she'd decided, who wanted to taint others with that darkness. So far, so simple. Whether she was right or wrong, there was nothing there that an intelligent individual with a little imagination might not have construed. But there was more to her theory, more, he suspected, than she'd been willing to share with him. He was an unwitting shaman, that, at least, she'd been ready to tell him. Working change, inducing visions. And why? Because somebody in his past, somebody she didn't even want him to name, had planted a seed. That could only be Jacob Steep. Whatever else Jacob had done, good and bad, he'd been the first person in Will's life to give him, if only for a few hours, a sense that he was special. Not a poor second best to a dead brother, the lumpen clod to Nathaniel's perfected angel, but a chosen child. How many times in the 3 decades since that night on the hilltop had he revisited the winter wood, the weapon buzzing in his hand as he strode toward his victims, and seen their blood flow, and heard Jacob at his back whispering to him, "Suppose they were the last, the very last." What had his life to date been but an extended footnote to that encounter? An attempt to make some idiot recompense for the little murders he'd committed at Steep's behest, or rather, for the unalloyed joy he'd taken in the thought of shaping the world that way. If there was some buried desire in him to be more than a witness to extinctions, to be, as Bethlyn had said, a worker of change, then it was because Steep had planted that desire. Whether he had done it intentionally or not was another question entirely. Was it possible that the whole initiation had been stage-managed to make him into some semblance of the man he'd become? Or had Jacob been about the work of making a child into a murderer, and simply been interrupted in the process, leaving the smeared, unfinished thing Will was to stumble off and puzzle out its purpose for itself? Most likely he would never know, and in that he shared a common history with most of the men who wandered Folsom and Polk and Market this late afternoon. Men whose mothers and fathers, however loving, however liberal, would never understand them the way they understood their straight children, because these gay sons were genetic cul-de-sacs, men who would be obliged to make their own families, out of friends, out of lovers, out of divas, men who were self-invented, for better or worse, makers of styles and mythologies that they constantly cast off with the impatience of souls who would never find a description that quite fitted. If there was a sadness in this, there was also a kind of unholy glee. He almost wished Steep were here, so he could show him the sights, take him to the Gestalt, and buy him a beer. 2. By the time he got home, it was almost 6 o'clock. There were 3 messages on the answering machine from Drew, one from Adriana, and one from Patrick, reporting that he'd just had what he characterized as an intriguing conversation with Bethlyn.
I couldn't figure out whether she liked you or not. But you certainly made an impression, and she was very insistent about there not being any kind of rift between her and me. So good job, buddy. I know how hard that was for you to do, but thanks, it means a lot to me. Having listened to the messages, he went to sluice off the sweat of his journey, and, roughly toweling himself dry, wandered into the bedroom and lay down. Despite his fatigue, he had a sense of simple physical well-being he couldn't remember having had for a long time. Months, perhaps years, before the events in Balthazar. There was a gentle tremor in his muscles, and in his head an almost reverent calm. So calm, in fact, that a perverse notion came trotting in to disturb it. "Where are you, Fox?" he said very quietly. The empty house made its cooling and settling sounds, as houses do, but there was nothing amid the ticks and creaks that might have indicated Lord Fox's presence. No tapping of his claws on the boards, no swish of his tail against the wall. "I know you're there somewhere." This wasn't a lie. He believed it. The fox had walked the line between dreams and the waking world on 2 occasions. Now Will was ready to join him in that place and see what the view was like, but first the animal had to show itself. "Stop being coy," Will said. "We're in this together." He sat up. "I want to be with you," he said. That sounds sexual, doesn't it? Maybe that's what it is. He closed his eyes and tried to conjure the animal behind his lids. Its gleaming fur and glittering teeth, its sway and swagger. It was his animal, wasn't it? First his tormentor, then his truth-teller, the eater of dick flesh and the dropper of bon mots. "Where the fuck are you?" he wanted to know. Still it didn't come. Well, he thought, isn't this a perfect little paradox? After rejecting the fox's wisdom for so long, he'd finally come round to understand its place in his life, and the damn creature wasn't playing. He got up off the bed and was about to try his luck in another room when the telephone rang. It was Drew. "What happened to you?" he wanted to know. "I've been calling and calling. I went over to Berkeley to kowtow to Bethlehem. Then I walked back, which was wonderful, and now I'm talking to you, which is even more wonderful." "You are up, buddy. Have you been popping some pills?" "Nope, I'm just feeling good." "Are you in the mood for some fun tonight?" "Like what?" "Like I come over and we lock the doors and make some serious love." "I'd like that." "Have you eaten?" "Chocolate and donuts." "That's why you're flying. You're on a sugar rush." "I'll bring some food with me. We'll have a love feast." "That sounds decadent." "It will be, I guarantee." "I'll be over in an hour." "By which you mean 2. "You know me so well," Drew said. "Oh, no, I've got lots to learn," Will breathed. "Like what?" "Like what kind of face you pull when I'm fucking the bejesus out of you." Adriana returned his call as he was making himself the ritual martini. He asked her how the job interview had gone. Like shit, she told him. The instant she'd walked into the planning offices, she'd known that after a week working there, she'd be stir-crazy. "When we were out in the mud somewhere being bitten to death by bugs," she said, "I used to wish I had a nice clean job in a nice clean office with a view of the Bay Bridge. But I realize today I can't do it. Simple as that. I'll end up doing somebody serious harm with a typewriter. So I don't know. I'll find something that suits me eventually. But you're quite a hard act to follow, Will. What's that clinking sound?" "I'm making a martini." "That brings back memories," she sighed. Then, "Remember what you said in Balthazar, about how you felt everything was running down? Now I know how you feel." "It'll pass," he said. "You'll find something else." "Oh, so the ennui's yesterday's news, is it? What changed your mind? Drew?" "Not exactly." He makes a cute drunk, by the way, which I always think's a good sign. Oh, shit. I'm late for dinner. She hollered to Glenn that she was on her way, then whispered, We're dining with the other members of his string quartet. I swear, if they break into 4-part harmony over the soup, I'm leaving him. See you later, hon. The conversation over, he carried his drink through the file room and finally tidied up the photographs he'd cast on the floor, a job he'd been putting off since Lord Fox had ignited their phantom life. It was a simple, almost domestic task, and yet like so much else that he'd seen and done today, it felt charged, as though filled with hidden significance. Not so hidden, perhaps. His initiation into the mysteries of his new existence had begun here with these pictures. They had been, as it were, a map of the territory he was to explore. Now the map could be put away. The journey had begun. With all the pictures stowed, he went back upstairs to shave, and there in the mirror had confirmation that what he'd sensed in the room below was true. The face he saw was not one that he remembered ever seeing before. The physiognomy was his, surely enough, the bones, the scars, the creases. But the way he looked at himself, and thus the way he looked back, was in some subtle fashion different, and in the matter of a man's gaze, a subtlety is everything. Here was the rarest creature in his universe, the great beast that had been until now too far from him to be seen, behind the next copse, over the next hill. In truth, it had perhaps been easier to find than he'd pretended, but fear had kept him from looking too hard. Now he wondered why. There was nothing so terrible here, nothing unfathomable, just the child become a man, just the hair going to gray, and the skin a little leathery from too much noonday sun. He thought of the fox, extolling the virtues of heterosexuality, of his children making children making children. Will would not have the comfort of their progression. There would be no offspring to carry this face into futurity. He was in a race of one. Suppose this were the last. Well, it was. And there was something pungent and powerful about that thought, the thought of living and dying and passing away in the heat of his own fine fire. So be it, he said, and set to shaving. 13. Drew was a mere 35 minutes late, which was more certain testament to his enthusiasm for the coming liaison than his flushed cheeks or the tightness of his pants. He had hauled no less than 6 bags of produce from the market to a cab, and from the cab to the front door. Will offered to help, but he said he didn't trust Will not to peek, and kissing him on the cheek with self-enforced discretion, instructed him to go watch television while he got everything ready. Unused to being bossed around, Will was thoroughly charmed, and dutifully did as he was instructed. There was nothing on television that caught his attention for more than 30 seconds. He sat watching with the volume turned low, hoping to interpret the sounds of preparation in the kitchen and the bedroom above, like a child going through Christmas gifts, guessing what they were through the paper. At last Drew came back. He'd showered, his hair still slicked back, and changed into some more provocative clothing, a loose but well-cut vest that showed off his ample arms and shoulders, and a pair of beige linen drawstring pants that looked designed for easy access. "Follow me," he said, and led Will up the stairs. By now night had fallen, and the bedroom was lit with just a few judiciously placed candles. The bed had been stripped back, and every cushion or pillow in the house nested upon it, while the floor had been laid with fresh white sheets, on which the cornucopia Drew had lugged from the market had been arrayed. "There's enough food here to feed the 5,000, Will said, without the miracle. Drew beamed. "It's healthy to be excessive once in a while,"
he said, slipping his arm around Will's waist. "It's good for the soul. Besides, we deserve it. We do. You do, anyway. I'm just the slave boy here. Ownership's yours for the night." Will put his mouth to Drew's face. Cheeks, brows, chin, lips. "Food first," the slave boy protested. "I've got pears, peaches, strawberries, blueberries, kiwi fruit. No grapes, they're a cliché. Some cold lobster, some shrimp, brie, chardonnay, bread, of course, chocolate mousse, carrot cake. Oh, there's some really rare beef, if you're in the mood, and hot mustard to go with it. Anything else?" He scanned the food. "I'm sure there's more." "We'll find it," Will said. They set to. Sprawled among the foodstuffs like a couple of Romans, they ate and kissed and ate some more, and undressed and ate some more, juices flowing, mouths full, one appetite growing as the other waned. Mellowed by the wine, they talked freely, Drew unburdening himself of the disappointments of his life over the last decade. He wasn't self-pitying in his account. He simply described in a witty and self-deprecating manner how much he'd fallen shy of his hopes for himself, how, in short, he'd wanted the world and ended up with bankruptcy and a beer belly. "I don't think queers are very good to one another," he remarked, apropos of nothing in particular. "And we should be. I mean, we're all in this together, aren't we? But fuck, the way you hear people talk at a bar, it's 'I hate blacks,' or 'I hate drag queens,' or 'I hate muscle boys,' 'cause they're all brainless lunks. And I think, well, fuck, the whole world hates us. Not in San Francisco. But this is a ghetto. It doesn't count. I go back to Colorado, and my family rags on me day and night about how God wants me to be straight, and if I don't mend my ways, I'm going straight to hell." "What do you tell 'em?" "I say, you may as well tell me to give up breathing, 'cause I'm queer all the way in." He pushed his finger against the middle of his chest. "Heart and soul," he said. "You know what I wish?" "What?" "I wish my folks could see us like this right now, hanging out, talking, being us, being happy." He paused, looking at the floor. "Are you happy? Right now?" "Yeah, sure. Because I am. I'm about as happy as I think I've ever been. And I've got a long memory." He laughed. "I can remember seeing you for the very first time." "No, you can't." Drew looked up, his expression sweetly defiant. "Oh, yes, I can," he said. "It was at Lewis's place. He had a brunch, and I came along with Timothy. You remember Timothy?" "Vaguely." "He was a big old drag queen who'd taken me under his wing. He'd brought me along, little Drew Travis from Buttfuck, Colorado, I guess to show me off. And I was so damn nervous, 'cause there were all these circuit queens there who knew everybody. Or said they knew everybody." "Right. They were dropping names so fast it was like a fucking hailstorm, and once in a while one of them would look at me and check me out like I was a piece of meat. You were late, I remember." "Oh," said Will, "so you get it from me." "I got everything from you. Everything I wanted. You lavished attention on me as if nothing else mattered. Up till then I wasn't sure I was going to stay. I was thinking, this isn't for me. I don't belong here with these people. I was plotting to get on the next plane home and propose to Melissa Mitchell, who would have married me in a heartbeat and let me do what the fuck I liked behind her back. That was my plan, if being here didn't work out. But you changed my mind." Gently, Will stroked Drew's face. "No," he said. "Yes," Drew replied. "You might not remember it that way, but you weren't in my head. That's exactly what happened. We didn't even sleep together right away. Timothy got very sniffy and said you weren't good people." "Did he indeed?" "He said, oh, I don't know. You were crazy. You were English. You were uptight. You were pretentious." "I was not uptight. The rest, probably." "Anyway, you didn't call me, and I was afraid to call you in case Timothy got mad. I was kind of dependent on him. He'd paid for me to fly out. I was living in his apartment. Then you did call. And the rest's history. Don't knock it. We had some fine times together. Those I remember. And, of course, by the time we broke up, there was no going back to Colorado for me.
I was hooked. "What happened to Melissa?" "Ah, you'll like this. She married this guy I used to jerk off with in high school." "So, she had a thing for fags," Will said, moving behind Drew and letting him lean back against his body. "I guess maybe she did. I still see her once in a while when I go home. Her kids go to the same school as my brother's kids, so I meet her when I go to pick them up. She still looks pretty good." "So," he leaned his head back and kissed Will's chin. "That's the story of my life." Will hugged him close. "What happened to Timothy?" Will said. "We owe him." "Oh, he's been dead 7, maybe 8 years. I guess his lover walked out on him when he got sick, and he pretty much died without anyone. I heard about it just after Christmas, and he'd died on Thanksgiving. He's buried in Monterey. I go down there once in a while, put some flowers on the grave, tell him I still think of him." "That's good. You're a good man, you know that?" "Is that important?" "Yeah, I'm beginning to think it is." They made love then. Not the hectic, no-holds-barred mating of their first romance 18 years before, nor the tentative, faintly fearful encounter of a few nights ago. This time they met not as conquests or tricks, but as lovers. They took their sensual time with their detections, passing kisses and touches back and forth with a lazy ease, but by degrees becoming more agitated, each in their way demanding, each in their way conceding. In waves, then, they played, pressing steadily toward a destination they had debated and planned. Will had not fucked anyone in 4 years, and Drew, though he had been a glutton for it earlier in his life, had sworn off the act with so much risk attached. It had never been, even in simpler days, a natural act, despite tales of Midwestern farm hands, spit, and a little lust. It was a conscious act of desire, especially in the heart of the plague, when the condom and the lubricant had to be at hand, and there had to be, along with the erections, a gentle overcoming of anxiety. Tenderly, then, in the nest of pillows, they coupled, to the pleasure of both. When they finished, Drew went to shower. Mr. Clean, Will called him. This wasn't a new preoccupation. He'd always needed to wash off the sex immediately after he'd come. It was the church boy in him, he explained, to which Will replied, "You just had an Englishman in you. How many people have you got in there?" Laughing, Drew went into the bathroom and closed the door. Will listened to the muted sound of the shower being turned on, the slap of the water on the tiles, then the change of timber as the water broke against Drew's back and shoulders and butt. He shouted something, but Will didn't catch it. He stretched in the double luxury of fatigue and satiety, his consciousness drifting. I should shower too, he thought. I'm greasy and sweaty and rank. Drew won't crawl into bed beside me unless I wash. So he held on to consciousness, though it was hard work. Twice he fell into the shallows of sleep. Woke the first time with the shower now turned off, and Drew singing tunelessly as he toweled himself dry. Woke the second time to hear Drew thundering downstairs. "I'm just getting some water," he yelled. "You want anything?" Woozily, Will sat up. He yawned and gazed down at the felon between his legs. "Busy night," he said, flipping his cock back and forth. Then he swung his legs over the side of the bed, knocking over one of the candles. "Fuck," he muttered, bending down to right it again, the smell of the extinguished wick sharp in his nostrils. As he stood up, the room pulsed. Thinking he'd risen too quickly, he closed his eyes. White patches throbbed behind his lids. He felt suddenly sick. He stood swaying at the end of the bed for a few moments, waiting for the feeling to pass, but instead it intensified. Waves of nausea rising from his belly. He opened his eyes again and started toward the hallway, determined not to end the evening puking in the very room where they'd made such fine love.
He got no more than a yard from the bed. Then the ache in his belly doubled him up. He dropped to his knees, surrounded by the leavings of their feast, his senses horribly susceptible. He could smell the spoiling of fruit that had been fresh 3 hours before, of cheese and cream that had been sweet and were now curdling, as though the heat of the room, of the deeds performed in the room, was hastening everything to rot. The stench of it was too much. He began to puke, his belly cramping, the white particles flaring in his head, washing out the room. And in the midst of the blaze, images from the adventures of the day, a sky, a wall, Bethlyn, Drew clothed, Drew naked, the cat, the flowers, the bridge, all unreeling like a fragment of film tossed into the fire in his head, the throbbing white fire that lay at the end of everything. God help me, he tried to say, no longer afraid of being found in this state by Drew, only wanting him there to extinguish the blaze. He raised his head and squinted through the light toward the door. There was no sign of Drew. He started to crawl toward the landing, knocking over 2 of the 3 remaining candles as he did so. The conflagration in his head continued unchecked, the memories still flickering before they were consumed, like moths' wings fluttering and fluttering. The waters of the bay whipped by the wind, the flowers on Bethlyn Reichley's windowsill, Drew's face sweating in ecstasy. And then suddenly the blaze was gone, extinguished in a heartbeat. He was kneeling 3 or 4 yards from the door, the darkness gray, the light gray, the food in which he knelt drained of color, his hands and legs and dick and belly all drained, all gray. It was strangely pleasurable after the assault and the sickness to be thrown into this cool cell, detached from sensuality. His mind, he assumed, had simply decided enough was enough, and pulled the plug on all but the barest minimum of stimulation. He was no longer overpowered by the stench of rot and curdle. Even the glutinous textures of the food around him had been tamed. The nausea had also receded, but he didn't want to risk any motion until he was certain it had passed completely. So he stayed where he'd found himself when the episode had passed, kneeling by the light of a single candle flame. Drew would come up the stairs very soon, he thought. He'd look at Will and take pity, come to him, soothe him, cradle him. All he had to do was be patient. He knew how to be patient. He could sit in the same position for hours. It wasn't hard. Just breathe evenly and empty the mind of useless thoughts. Sweat them away. Then wait. And look, his waiting was already over. There was a shadow on the wall. Drew was climbing the stairs right now. 30 seconds and he'd be on the landing, and the moment after he'd be coming to help Will back to sanity. There he was, with a glass of water in his hand, his trousers barely hanging on his hips, his body piebald with the marks Will had left on him. The flesh around his nipples flushed, the teeth marks on his neck and shoulders neat as a tailor's stitch, his face mottled. He raised his head, oh so slowly. In this gray world nothing had urgency. And a puzzled look came over his face as he stared toward the bedroom door. It seemed he couldn't make out Will's face in the murk, or, if he could, failed to make sense of what he saw. He smelled the vomit, however, that much was plain. A look of disgust disfigured his face, the ugliness of his expression troubling to Will. He didn't want to see that look on his Savior's face. He wanted compassion, tenderness. Drew had hesitated now, and was staring through the open door. His disgust had turned into fearfulness. His breath had quickened, and when he spoke, "Will," he said. The word was barely audible. "Damn you," Will thought, "don't stay out there. Come on in. There's nothing to be afraid of, for God's sake. Come on in." But Drew didn't move. Frustrated now, Will put his hand down into the muck in front of him and raised himself up. He tried to say Drew's name, but for some reason his throat loosed a vile din, more like a bark than a name. Drew dropped the glass of water. It smashed at his feet. "Jesus!" he yelled and started to back away toward the stairs. What nonsense was this, Will thought. He needed help, and the man was moving away. He lurched toward the bedroom door, trying to call out a second time, but his throat again betrayed him. All he could do was to stagger out onto the landing, into the light where Drew could see him. His legs were no more reliable than his larynx, however. He stumbled at the door and would have fallen amongst the broken glass had he not caught hold of the jamb. He swung around, realizing in this ungainly moment that for some reason his witless dick was hard again, slapping against his stomach as he lurched out onto the landing. And now, by the light thrown up the stairwell from the hallway below, Drew saw his pursuer. "Jesus Christ!" he said, the fear on his face becoming disbelief. "Will?" he breathed. This time Will managed a word. "Yes," he said. Drew shook his head. "What are you playing at?" he said. "You're freaking me out." Will's bare feet trod the glass, but he didn't care. He had to stop Drew abandoning him. He caught hold of the banister and started to haul himself along the landing to the top of the stairs. His body felt utterly alien to him, as though his muscles were in the business of reorienting themselves. He wanted to drop back down on his knees to ease their motion, wanted to move sleekly in pursuit of the animal in front of him. He'd been patient, hadn't he? He'd waited in the gray until the quarry showed itself. Now it was time to give chase. "Stop this, Will," Drew was saying. "For God's sake!" "I mean it." Fear had made him shrill. He sounded comical, and Will laughed, short and sharp, a yelp of a laugh. The din was too much for Drew. What little courage he'd had broke, and he stumbled backward down the stairs, hollering at Will as he went, something incoherent, and snatching up his jacket at the bottom of the flight. He was bare-chested and barefoot, but he didn't care. He wanted to be out of the house, whatever the discomfort. Will was at the top of the stairs now and began his descent. The slivers of his glass in his soles were agonizing, however, and after 2 steps, knowing he was in no condition to catch up with his quarry, he sank down onto one of the stairs and watched Drew while he struggled to unlock the door. Only when it was open, and Drew had sight of the street, did he look back and yell, "Fuck you, Will Rabjohns!" Then he was gone, out into the night and away. Will sat on the stairs for several minutes, enjoying the cold gusts that came through the open door. His goose-flesh did nothing to dissuade his erection. It ticked on between his legs, reminding him that for many the pleasures of the night were only just beginning. And if for others, why not for him? 14. 1. There was a club on Folsom called the Penitent. At the height of its notoriety in the mid-70s, it had been called the Serpent's Tooth, and had been to San Francisco what the Mine Shaft had been to New York, a club where nothing was verboten if it got you hard. On the wild nights, moving down the streets of the Castro, the serious leather crowd had counted off their pleasure domes on the knuckles of one well-greased fist, and the Tooth had always been one of the 5. Chuck and Jean-Pierre, the owners of the club, had long since gone, dying within 3 weeks of one another in the early years of the plague. And for a time the site had remained untaken, as though in deference to the men who'd played there and passed away. But in 1987, the Sons of Priapus, a group of onanists who'd restored masturbation to the status of a respectable handicraft, had occupied the building for their Monday night circle jerks. The ghosts of the building had smiled on them, it seemed, because word of the atmosphere there soon swelled the number of the Sons. They organized a second weekly gathering on Thursdays, and then when that became overcrowded, a third. Almost overnight, the building had become a paean to the democracy of the palm. An element of the fetishistic gradually crept into the Thursday and Friday assemblies. Monday remained vanilla, and before long the leaders of the Sons had turned into businessmen. They leased the building and now ran the most successful sex club in San Francisco. Chuck and Jean-Pierre would have been proud. The Penitent had been born. 2. The club wasn't particularly busy. Tuesdays were usually slow, and tonight was no exception. But for the 30 or so individuals who were wandering the penitent's bare brick halls, or chatting around the juice bar, unlike the back room, this was an alcohol-free party, or idling in the television lounge, watching porno of strictly historical interest, there would be reason to remember tonight. Just before 11:30, a man appeared in the hallway whose identity would be described variously by people who later talked about the evening's events. Good-looking, certainly, in a man who'd seen the world kind of way. Hair slicked back or receding, depending on who was telling you the story. Eyes dark and deep-set, or invisible behind sunglasses, depending again on who was recounting the tale. Nobody really remembered what he was wearing in any detail. He wasn't naked, as a few of the more exhibitionist patrons were. That was agreed. Nor was he dressed for casting in any specific scenario. He wasn't a biker or a cowboy or a hard hat or a cop. He didn't carry a paddle or a whip. Hearing this, a certain kind of listener would inevitably ask, well, what the hell was he into? To which the storytellers universally replied, sax. Well, not universally. The more pretentious may have said, the pleasures of the flesh, and the cruder said meat, but it amounted to the same thing. This man, who within the space of an hour and a half had created a stir so potent it would become local myth inside a day, was an embodiment of the spirit of the penitent, a creature of pure sensation, ready to take on any partner heated enough to match the fierceness of his desires. In this brave brotherhood there were only 3 or 4 members equal to the challenge, and not coincidentally they were the only celebrants that night who said nothing about the experience afterward. They kept their silence and their fantasies intact, leaving the rest to chatter on what they'd seen and heard. In truth, no more than a half-dozen people remained purely witnesses. As had happened often in the long ago, but infrequently now, the presence of one unfettered imagination in the crowd had been the signal for general license. Men who had only ever come to the penitent to watch dared to touch, and more tonight. 2 love affairs began there, and both prospered. 4 people caught crabs, and 1 traced his gonorrhea to his loss of control on the stained sofa of the television lounge. As for the man who'd initiated this orgy, he came several times and went, leaving the couplings to continue until closing time. Several people claimed he spoke to them, though he said nothing. 1 claimed they knew him to be a sometime porn star who'd retired from the business and moved to Oregon. He'd returned to his old hunting grounds, this account went, for sentimental reasons, only to vanish again into the wilderness that always claims the sexual professional. One part of this was certainly true. The man vanished and did not return, though every one of the 30 patrons that night came back, crabs and gonorrhea notwithstanding, within the next few days, most of them the next night, in the hope of seeing him again. When he did not appear, a few then made it their private mission to discover him in some other watering hole. But a man seen by the yellowing light of a dim lamp in a secret place is not easily identified elsewhere. The more they thought about him and talked about him, the less clear the memory of him became, so that a week after the event no 2 witnesses could have readily agreed on any of his personal details. And as for the man himself, he could not remember the events of the night clearly, and thanked God for the fact. 3. Drew had fled home after the encounter on the stairs, and ferreting out the pack of cigarettes he kept for emergencies, though God knows he'd never anticipated an emergency quite like this, he'd sat down and smoked himself giddy while he thought about what he'd just experienced. Tears came now and then, and a fit of trembling so violent he had to sit with his knees drawn up underneath his chin until it passed. It was no use, he knew, trying to make a sane appraisal of what had happened until tomorrow, for a very good reason. Before setting out for Will's house, he'd dropped what he'd thought was a tab of ecstasy, just to ease him into a more sensual mood. At the beginning of the evening, before the drug had kicked in, he'd felt slightly guilty about not telling Will what he'd done, but he'd been so careful to present himself as a man whose drug days were behind him, that he feared the date would sour if he told the truth. Then the ecstasy had started to mellow him out, and the guilt had vanished along with any need to expunge it. So what had gone wrong? Something venomous in the tablet had turned round and bitten him, no doubt of that. He'd had a bad trip of some kind, but that wasn't the whole answer. At least that's what his instincts told him. He'd had bad trips before, a goodly number. He'd seen walls soften, bugs burst, clothes take flight. This delusion had been qualitatively different in a fashion he presently had no words to describe. Tomorrow, maybe, he'd be able to articulate how it had seemed to him. Will had been a conspirator with the venom in his system, feeding the madness in Drew's veins with an insanity all of his own. And tomorrow, maybe, he'd also understand why, when the man he'd just made love to had come out of the bedroom, his head low, his body running with sweat, there had been a moment, no more than a moment, when Will's face had seemed to smear, his eyes losing all trace of white, his teeth becoming sharp as nails. Why, in short, the man had lost all semblance of humanity and become, for a few heartbeats, something bestial. Too wild to be a dog, too shy to be a wolf, he'd looked, just for a moment, like a fox, yelping with laughter as he came to do mischief. 15. 1. Hugo had never been a sentimentalist. It was one of the bounden duties of a philosopher, he'd always contended, to eschew the mask of cheaply gained emotion and find a purer place, where reality might be studied and assessed without the prejudice of feeling. That was not to say he was not weak at times. When Eleanor had left him, 12 years ago now, he had found himself susceptible to all manner of claptrap that would have left him untouched at any other time. He'd become acutely aware of how much popular culture promoted yearning. Songs of love and loss on the radio, tales of tragic mismatches on the soaps he'd catch Adele watching in the afternoon. Even some of his own peers had turned their attentions to such trivialities, men and women of his own age and reputation studying the semiotics of romance. It appalled him to see these phenomena, and sickened him that he himself was prone to their blandishments. It had made him doubly harden his heart against his estranged wife. When she'd asked for a reconciliation the following January, she'd left him in July, he had refused it with a loathing that was fueled in no small part by a repugnance at his own frailty. The love songs had left their scars, and he hated himself for it. He would never be that vulnerable again. But memory still conspired against reason. When every year toward the end of August the first intimations of autumn appeared, a chill at twilight and the smoky smell in the air, he would remember how it had been with Eleanor at the best of times, how proud he'd been to have her at his side, how happy to see their partnership fruitful, to be a father of sons who would, he'd thought, grow up to idolize him. They had sat together, he and Eleanor, for evening after evening in those early years, planning their lives, how he would get a seat at one of the more prestigious universities, and lecture a couple days a week while he wrote the books by which he would change the course of Western thought. Meanwhile, she would raise their sons. Then, once the children were independent spirits, which would be quickly, given that they had such self-willed parents, she would return to her own field of interest, which was genealogy. She, too, would write a book, very probably, and garner her share of the limelight. That had been the dream. Then, of course, Nathaniel had been killed, and the whole prospectus had become nonsense overnight. Eleanor's nerves, which had never been good, started to require higher and higher doses of medication. The books Hugo had planned to write refused to find their way out of his head and onto the page, and the move from Manchester, which had seemed an eminently rational decision at the time, had brought its own crop of troubles. That first fall had been the nadir, no doubt. Though there had been plenty of bad times later, it had been the insanities of that October and November that had scoured him of his former optimism. Nathaniel, in whom the virtues of the parents, Eleanor's compassion and physical grace, Hugo's robust pragmatism and cleaving to truth, had been wed, was gone. Will, meanwhile, had become a mischief-maker, his pranks and his secretiveness only reinforcing Eleanor's belief that the best had gone from the world, so there was no harm sedating herself into a stupor. Grim memories, all of them. And yet when he thought of Eleanor, and he often did, the sentimental songs had their way with him still, and he would feel that old yearning in his throat and belly. It wasn't that he wanted her back. He'd made new arrangements since then, and they worked well enough in their unromantic way, but that the years he'd had with her, good, bad, and indifferent, had passed into history, and when he conjured her face in his mind's eye, he conjured a golden age when it had still seemed possible to achieve something important. He yearned then, despite himself. Not for the woman or for the life he'd lived with her, and certainly not for the son who'd survived, but for the Hugo who had still been self-possessed enough to believe in his own significance. Too late now. He would not change the world of thought with a brilliantly argued thesis. He could not even change the expressions on the faces of the students who sat before him at his lectures, slack-faced young dullards whom he could not remotely inspire, and so he no longer tried. He had ceased to read the work of his peers, most of it was masturbatory trash anyway, and the books that had once been his personal Bibles, particularly Heidegger and Wittgenstein, languished unstudied. He had exhausted them, or more probably, exhausted his interaction with them. It was not that they had nothing left to teach him, but that he had no interest left in learning. Philosophy had not made him one jot happier. Like so much of his life, it was a thing that had seemed to offer value, a repository of meaning and enlightenment that had proved to be utterly empty. That was one of the reasons he hadn't moved back to Manchester after Eleanor's departure. He had no interest in rifling the graves of academe for some pitiful nonsense to publish. The other reason was Adele. Her husband, Donald, had died of a creeping cancer 2 years before Eleanor had left, and in widowhood the woman had become more attentive than ever to the needs of the Rabjohns household. Hugo liked her plain manners, her plain cooking, her plain emotions, and though she was very far from the vintage beauty Eleanor had been, he had no hesitation in seducing her. Perhaps seduction was not quite the word. She had no patience with conniving of any kind, and he'd finally betted her by telling her outright that he needed the comfort of a woman's company, and suggesting that surely she in her turn missed the company of a man. Now and again, she'd said, she missed having somebody to snuggle up with, especially on cold nights. It had been, the week of this exchange, exceptionally chilly, which fact Hugo had pointed out to her. She'd given him the closest approximation to a sexy smile her dimpled face could manage, and they'd retired to bed together. The arrangement had steadily become ritualized. She would sleep at home 4 nights a week, but on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays she'd stay with Hugo. When his divorce from Eleanor was finalized, he'd even suggested they marry, but to his surprise, she'd told him she was very happy with things just the way they were. She'd had enough of husbands for one lifetime, she told him. This way they weren't bound to one another, and that was for the best. 2. So life had gone on in its unremarkable way, and despite his disappointments, Hugo had come to feel more at home in Burnt Yarley than he'd ever thought he would. He was not a great lover of nature. The theory of it was fine, the practice mucky and malodorous. But there was a rhythm to the agricultural year that was comforting, even to an urban soul like his. Fields plowed and seeded and tended and harvested, livestock born and nurtured and slaughtered and eaten. He let the house, which was now far too big for him and run down. He didn't care that the gutters needed mending and the window frames were rotting away. When somebody at the plow mentioned that the front garden wall had partially collapsed, he told him he was glad of the fact. The sheep could get in to clip the lawn. He was increasingly regarded as an eccentric in the village, he knew, a reputation he did nothing to contradict. He'd once been quite the peacock when it came to suits and accoutrements. Now he simply wore what came to hand, often in faintly outlandish combinations. In crowded places such as the pub, his deafness, which was slight in his left ear, much worse in his right, made him shout, which only increased the impression of a slightly addled soul. He would sit at the bar drinking brandies for hours on end, opining on any subject that came up. To hear him in shouted debate, nobody would have guessed him a man out of faith with the world. He argued heatedly on politics. He still called himself a Marxist if pressed. Religion, of course, the opiate of the people. Race, disarmament, or the French, his debating skills still formidable enough to win 2 out of every 3 rounds, even when he was espousing a position he had no belief in, which was to say, most of the time. The one subject he would not talk about was Will, though of course as Will's reputation had grown, so had people's curiosity. Very occasionally, if Hugo was 3 or 4 brandies deep, he'd offer a non-committal reply to an observation somebody made. But people who knew him well soon came to understand that he was not a proud father. Those with long enough memories knew why. The Rabjohns boy had been a participant in what was surely the grimmest episode in the history of Burnt Yarley. 29 years on, Delbert Donnelly's daughter still put flowers on her father's grave on the first Sunday of every month, and the reward for information leading to the arrest of his killers, posted by the meat baron in Halifax, from whom Delbert had always got his pies and sausage, was still good. At the time of his death, so history told, he'd been playing the Good Samaritan, out in the snow looking for a runaway child, a child who, it was believed by those who still mused on the mystery, had been somehow complicit with the killers. Nothing had ever been proven, of course, but anyone who had followed Will Rabjohns's rise to fame could not help but notice the perversity of his work. Nobody in the village could have used that word, except perhaps Hugo. They would have called it a mite strange, or not quite right, or, if they were in a superstitious mood, the devil's business. It certainly wasn't wholesome or healthy to be going around the world the way he had, finding dying animals to photograph. It was further proof, for those who cared, that Will Rabjohns, man and boy, was a bad lot. So bad, in fact, that his own father would barely admit paternity. Hugo's silence, however, did not mean Will was not in his thoughts. Though he spoke with his son rarely, and when he did, their exchanges were remote. The mysteries of that winter almost 3 decades before, and of his son's place in those mysteries, vexed him more as the years passed, and for a reason he would never have admitted to anyone. Philosophy had failed him, love had failed him, ambition and ego had failed him. Only the unknown remained to him as a source of hope. Of course, it was everywhere, the unknown. In the new physics, in disease, in a neighbor's eyes. But his closest brush with it remained the business of that bitter night so many years ago. Had he realized at the time something extraordinary was afoot, he would have paid closer attention, memorized the signs, so that he might later find his way back into its presence. But he had been too busy with the labors of being Hugo to notice. Only now, when those distractions had rotted away, did he see the mystery glinting there, as cold, remote, and constant as a star. He'd read in Newsweek an interview in which his son, when asked what quality he valued most in himself, had replied, patience. That came from me, Hugo had thought. I know how to wait. That was how he passed the days now when he wasn't in Manchester, sitting in his study, smoking a French cigarette, waiting. When Adele came in with a cup of tea or a sandwich, he would turn his attention to his papers, as though he were in profound thought. But as soon as she'd gone, he'd be gazing out through the window again, watching cloud shadows pass across the fell that rose behind the house. He didn't know exactly what he was waiting for, but he trusted his wits enough to be certain he'd recognize it when it came. 16. The summer had been wet, the rainfall so heavy at the beginning of August that it had stripped and flattened much of the crop, threshing it before its time. Now, a week from September, the fields were still waterlogged, and the hay that had survived the deluge was rotting where it stood. "It's all right for the likes of you," Ken Middleton, who owned the largest acreage of harvestable land in the valley, had remarked to Hugo in the pub. "You don't have to think about these things like us working men."
"Thinkers are working men, Kenneth," Hugo had countered. "We just don't sweat doing it."
"It's not just the rain,"
Matthew Sauls had chimed in.
"It's every bloody thing."
Sauls was Middleton's drinking comrade, a dour pairing at the best of times.
"Even me old says things is just coming apart."
Hugo had been harangued by Matthew's old Geoffrey, on this very subject earlier in the year, when, much against his better judgment, he'd agreed to accompany Adele to the summer fair, where she'd entered her onion pickle in the annual competition. Geoffrey's wife had also entered, and while the two women chatted with the natural reserve of competitors, Hugo had been left to endure Old Man Sauls. Without the least provocation, the man had launched into a monologue on the subject of murder, the recent killing of a child by another child in Newcastle, the particular upon which he hung his grim talk. "It's a different world these days," he said over and over. What had once been unthinkable was now commonplace. It's a different world.
"You know what your old Da's problem is, Matthew?"
Hugo said.
"He's as crazy as a coot,"
Middleton put in.
"Well, that's undoubtedly true,"
Hugo replied.
"But that's not what I had in mind."
He emptied his brandy glass and set it down on the bar.
"He's old, and old men like to think everything's coming to an end. It makes it a little easier to let go."
Matthew didn't reply. He simply stared into his beer. But Middleton said,
"Talking from experience, are you?"
Hugo smiled.
"I think I've got a few more years in me yet," he said. "Well, gentlemen, that was my last for the night. See you tomorrow, maybe."
It was a lie, of course. He didn't need a few more years to understand old Da's point of view. He felt it taking shape in himself. There was a certain grim satisfaction to be had in bad news. What man in his right mind, knowing he was not long for the world, would wish it to burgeon and brighten in his absence? Perhaps he would have read the entrails differently if he'd had grandchildren, found reason for optimism in the midst of murder and deluge. But Nathaniel, who would surely have given him fine grandsons and granddaughters, was 30 years dead, and Will, an invert. Why should he hope the best for a world that would have nobody he loved in it once he'd gone? There was pleasure to be taken in playing the prophet of doom, no doubt of that. As he walked home tonight, he always walked, even in the dead of winter. He liked his brandy too much to trust himself behind the wheel. There was a spring in his step that would not have been there had the night's debate been more optimistic. Swinging his stick, which he carried more for effect than support, He strode out of the light of the village into the lampless mile of road that took him to his gate. He felt no anxiety walking in the dark. There were no thugs here, no thieves out to prey on an inebriated gentleman walking alone. It was very seldom he met anyone at all. Tonight was an exception, however. About a third of a mile outside the bounds of the village, he caught sight of two people, a man and a woman, strolling toward him. Though there was no moon, the starlight was bright, and from 20 yards distance he was able to tell that he didn't know them. Were they tourists, perhaps, out enjoying the night air, fugitives from the city, for whom the spectacle of dark hills and starscape was enrapturing? The closer he got to them, however, the stronger the impulse became to turn around and head back the way he'd come. He told himself to stop being a silly old fool. All he had to do was wish them a pleasant good evening as they walked past, and that would be an end to it. He picked up his pace a little, and was about to speak when the man, a striking fellow in the silvery light, said, "Hugo, is it you?"
"Yes, it's me,"
Hugo said.
"Do I—"
"We went to the house," the woman said, "looking for you, but you weren't there."
"So we came looking for you," the man went on.
"Do we know one another?"
Hugo asked. "It's been a long time," the man said. He looked perhaps 32 or 33, but there was something about his poise that made Hugo think this was a trick of the light.
"You weren't a student of mine, were you?"
"No," the man said, "not remotely."
"Well, then I really can't recall,"
Hugo said, faintly uncomfortable now.
"We know your son," the woman said. "We know Will."
"Ah," said Hugo. "Well, then, good luck to you,"
he said dryly.
"Have a good night, won't you?"
And with that he started on his way.
"Where is he?"
the woman inquired as Hugo passed by.
"I don't know,"
Hugo replied, not glancing back at her.
"He could be anywhere. He flits around, you know. If you're friends of his, you'll know what a flitter he is."
"Wait up," the man said, leaving his lady friend's side to follow Hugo. There was nothing aggressive about his manner, but Hugo took a firmer grip of his stick, just in case he needed to wield it. "If you could just give me a little help here."
"Help?"
Hugo turned to face the man, preferring to stand his ground and send the fellow on his way than have him following.
"To find Will,"
the man said, his manner all conviviality. It was an abomination, Hugo thought, the button-holing manner people had these days. An American import, no doubt. 30 seconds of conversation and you were bosom buddies. Altogether loathsome.
"If you want to get a message to him,"
Hugo said,
"may I suggest his publishers?"
"You're his father."
"That's my burden," Hugo snapped. "But if you're admirers of his—"
"We are,"
the woman said.
"Then I must warn you he's a terrible disappointment in the flesh."
"We know what he's like," the man said. "We all know what he's like, Hugo. You and I, particularly." The inference of kinship here was too much for Hugo. He brandished his stick in front of his face.
"We have absolutely nothing to say to one another," he said. "Now leave me alone."
He started to back away from the man, half expecting him to give chase. But he simply stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Hugo retreat.
"What are you afraid of?" he said.
"Absolutely nothing,"
Hugo replied. "That I don't believe," the man said. "You're a philosopher. You know better than that."
"I am not a philosopher,"
Hugo said, resisting the flattery.
"I am a third-rate teacher of third-rate pupils who have no interest whatsoever in anything I impart to them. That is my lot in life, and to the extent that I might have done worse, I'm proud of it. My wife lives in Paris with a man half my age, my best beloved son has been dead and buried 30 years, and the other is a self-promoting queer with an opinion of himself out of all proportion to his achievements. There. Are you satisfied? Does that put it plainly enough for you?" In short, may I go?"
"Oh," said the woman softly, "I'm so sorry."
"What for?"
"You lost a child," she said. "We've lost several, Jacob and I. You never get over it."
"Jacob?"
Hugo murmured, and in that instant knew to whom he was speaking. A wave of feeling passed over him that he could not quite identify.
"Yes, it's us,"
the man said softly, sensing that they'd been recognized. Relief, Hugo thought. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling relief. The waiting's over. The mystery is here, or at least a means of access to it.
"This is Rosa, of course,"
Steep said. Rosa made a comical little curtsy.
"Now, shall we all be friends, Hugo?"
"I don't know."
"Oh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about Delbert Donnelly. She was responsible for that, and I'm not going to mislead you on the matter. She can be cruel sometimes, dangerous even when she's roused. But we've paid the penalty for that. We've had 30 years in the wilderness, not knowing where we were going to lay our heads from one night to the next."
"So why did you choose to come back here?" Hugo said.
"We have our reasons," Jacob said.
"Tell him," Rosa prompted. "We came back for Will."
"I can't—" "Yes, we know," Jacob said. "You don't speak to him, and you don't care to."
"That's right."
"Well, let's hope he cares more for you than you do for him."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Let's hope he comes running when he hears you're in trouble."
"I hope that's not a threat," Hugo said, "because if it is—" He didn't see the blow coming. There was no flicker in Steep's eye, no indication, however slight, that his civil chat was now over. One moment he was smiling, all courtesy. The next he struck Hugo such a blow it threw the man 5 yards. "Don't do that," said Rosa.
"Shut up,"
Jacob said, and going to where Hugo lay sprawled, picked up the stick that the old man had brandished 2 minutes before. While Hugo moaned at his feet, he examined the stick, moving his hands up and down its length to get its heft. Then he raised it above his head and brought it down on Hugo's body once, twice, 3 times. The first blow won a yell of agony, the second a moan, the third silence. "You haven't killed him, have you?" Rosa said, coming to Jacob's side.
"No, of course I haven't killed him,"
Jacob replied, tossing the stick down beside its owner.
"I want him to hang on for a while."
He went down on his haunches beside the wounded man. With a solicitousness that would have shamed a doctor, he reached down and lay the back of his fingers against Hugo's cheek.
"Are you with me, my friend?"
he said. He rubbed his fingers back and forth a little.
"Hugo, can you hear me?"
Hugo moaned pitifully.
"I'll take that as a yes, shall I?"
Jacob said. Again the man moaned.
"So, here's the plan," Jacob said.
"We will be leaving very soon, and if we don't call somebody to come and find you, there's a better-than-average chance that you'll be dead before dawn. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Nod if you understand." Hugo made a barely perceptible nod.
"Good enough.
So, it rests with you.
Do you want to die here under the stars?
Nobody's going to be coming by here tonight, I suspect. So you'll have the place to yourself." Hugo tried to speak.
"I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. What did you say?"
Hugo made a tiny sob.
"Oh, now you're crying. Rosa, he's crying."
"He doesn't want to be left alone," Rosa said. "That's a big thing with you men," she complained. "You're like kiddies half the time." Jacob returned his attention to Hugo.
"Did you hear that?" he said. "She thinks we're kids. She doesn't know the half of it, does she? She doesn't know what we go through. But I'm assuming she's right. You don't want to be left alone. You want us to find a telephone and have somebody come and find you. Is that right?"
Hugo nodded.
"That I will do, my friend," he said. "But here's your side of the bargain. I don't want you saying a word to Will, do you understand me? If he comes to see you, and you tell him anything about us, what you're feeling right now, the pain, the panic, the loneliness, will be as nothing beside what we will do to you. Do you hear me? As nothing. Nod if you understand.
Hugo nodded.
That's good. You needn't agonize about this. He's—
What did you call him?
a self-promoting queer? You're not his #1 fan, obviously. Whereas I am devoted to him in my way. Isn't that strange? I haven't seen him in 30 years, of course, so I may not feel the same.
His voice trailed away. He sighed and stood up. "Lie very still," Rosa advised him. "If you've broken your ribs, you don't want to puncture a lung." Then to Jacob, "Are you coming?"
Yes.
He looked straight down at Hugo's face.
Enjoy the stars,
he said.
17. 1. The morning after the love feast, Will woke on the living-room floor, having apparently slid from the sofa where he'd made a nest of the clothes he'd stripped off the night before. He felt like shit. His entire body ached, even his teeth and tongue. His eyes burned in their sockets. He got to his feet somewhat unsteadily and made for the bathroom. There he doused his face in cold water and then looked at himself in the mirror. The calm and clarity that had been such a revelation the previous afternoon were gone. The face he was looking at was just a rag-bag of weary particulars, pallid skin and red-rimmed eyes and fur-lined mouth. What the hell had he been up to? He vaguely remembered there being some dispute with Drew, but he had no idea what it had been about, much less how it had been resolved, if indeed it had. Clearly he'd been out on the town, and to judge by the state of his body, it had been quite a party. He had scratches on his back and chest, bite marks on his shoulders, and there was more damning evidence still between his legs, a dick and balls so red raw they might have been massaged with sandpaper. "Question 1, he said, looking down at his groin. "What the fuck have we been doing? And question 2, who the hell do we need to apologize to?" When he ventured into the bedroom, of course, he was confronted with chaos. The air was rank with rotting food and stale vomit, the floor a garbage heap. He stood in the doorway surveying the carpet of remnants, while tantalizing flashes of how the celebration here had come to an end entered his head. He'd crawled on all fours through this muck, puking like an overfed Roman in the vomitorium, hadn't he? And out in the hallway, where there was blood and broken glass, he'd cut his foot while he was hauling himself to the top of the stairs. What had happened after that? His mind refused to confess. Rather than racket for answers, he left the fragments of recollection, along with the trash, where they lay, and closing the bedroom door, he went to shower. There was a pattern here, he thought, of sleeping and waking to visions, and showering and waking again, as though the cycle of diurnal duties had been turned to the purpose of Lord Fox. A canny trick, this. To use the safest rituals of his domestic life to make him shed his assumptions. Washing himself proved a delicate business. The soap and water found broken skin he hadn't noticed. But he emerged feeling a little better. He was in the process of drying himself when somebody rapped hard on the front door. He wrapped a towel around his middle and headed for the stairs, stepping gingerly past the glass as he went. The rapping came again, and with it Adriana's voice.
"Hey, Will! Will! Are you in there?"
"I'm here," he said, opening the door to her.
"Your phone's not working," she said. "I've been calling for the last hour. Can I come in?"
She peered at him as she entered.
"Boy, did you ever have a late night?"
He led the way into the kitchen.
"What did you do to your back?" she said, following him. No, never mind, don't tell me.
You want some coffee, or—
I'll do it. You should just call England.
What for?
Something's happened to your dad. He's not dead, but there's something wrong. They wouldn't tell me what.
Who wouldn't tell you?
Your agents in New York. Apparently somebody was trying to find you, and whoever it was called them, and they tried you. But they couldn't get you, so they tried me, only I couldn't get you.
She kept up the story while Will went into the living room, where he found the phone unplugged. Drew's handiwork, no doubt, so they'd not be disturbed during their night of decadence. Will plugged it back in again.
Do you know who made the call? Somebody called Adele.
Adele?
Speaking.
This is Will.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Will. I've been trying to contact you.
Yes,
He's in a terrible state. Just terrible.
What happened to him?
We don't really know. I mean, somebody tried to kill him. We know that much.
In Manchester?
No, here. Half a mile from the house. Jesus. He was just beaten unmercifully. He's concussed. He's got 3 broken ribs and a broken arm.
Do the police know who did it?
No, but I think he knows, and he's not telling. It's peculiar. And it frightens me, it really does. In case whoever it is—
She started to dissolve into tears.
Whoever it is comes back. I didn't know who else to turn to, so— I know you and he haven't talked in a long while, but I think you should see him.
It was plain enough what she was saying, even if she wasn't putting it in so many words. She was afraid he wasn't going to survive.
I'll come,
he said.
You will?
Of course.
Oh, that's wonderful.
She sounded genuinely happy at the prospect.
I know it sounds selfish, but it'd take such a weight off my shoulders.
It doesn't sound selfish at all, Will said. I'll make arrangements right now, and I'll call you the moment I get into London.
Shall I tell him?
That I'm coming? No, I don't think you should. He may not want to see me, for one thing. Better just let it be a surprise. The conversation ended there. Will gave Adriana a quick summary of what had happened, and then asked her to see what she could do about arranging a flight, any airline, any time. Leaving her to make the arrangements from the downstairs office, he went up to pack. This meant facing the filth in the bedroom, of course, which wasn't particularly pleasant, but he wrapped up the mess as best he could in the sheets on which the feast had been laid, dumped them all in plastic bags, and left them out on the landing to take downstairs. Then he opened the window to let in some fresh air. Hauling his suitcases out of the closet, he set about filling them. Adriana secured him a flight out of San Francisco that evening, an overnight flight that would deliver him into Heathrow Airport at around noon the following day.
If you don't mind, Adriana said, I'd like to come in while you're away and look through all those pictures you took down.
The consumptives?
Yeah. I know you think I'm crazy, but there's a book in those pictures, or at least an exhibition.
Help yourself. I don't want to look at another photograph right now. They're all yours.
Isn't that a little extreme?
That's how I'm feeling right now. Extreme.
Any particular reason?
It was too big a subject to explain, even if he'd had the words, which he doubted he did. Maybe we'll talk about it when I get back, he said.
Will you stay long?
Will shrugged. I don't know. If he's going to die, then I'll stay until he does. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?
That's a strange question.
Yeah. Well, it's a strange relationship. We haven't talked for 10 years, remember?
But you talk about him.
No, I don't.
Trust me, Will, you talk about him. Offhand remarks, usually, but I've built up a good picture of him.
You know, that's a damn good idea. I should get a picture of him, something that'll catch him, for posterity.
The man who fathered Will Rabjohns.
Oh, no, Will said, heading up to pack his camera. That wasn't Hugo. And when Adriana asked him who the hell it was, if it wasn't Hugo, he refused, of course, to answer. 2. He went to see both Drew and Patrick before he left for the airport. He had called Drew several times, but nobody picked up, so he caught a cab to the apartment on Cumberland. Through the bars of the security gate he could see Drew's bicycle in the passage, almost certain proof that its owner was in residence. But Will's repeated ringing of the doorbell brought no reply. He'd come prepared for this eventuality, with a scrawled note that he jammed between the gate and the brick. 3 or 4 lines, simply informing Drew that he had to go to England on short notice, and that he hoped to be in contact again soon. Then he went back to his cab and had it take him up Castro to Patrick's apartment. This time the doorbell was answered, not by Patrick, but Raphael. He was sneezing violently, his eyes bloodshot. "Allergies?" Will said.
"No,"
Raphael replied.
"Pat just came from the hospital. Not good news."
"Is that Will?" Patrick hollered from the living room.
"Go on in,"
Raphael said softly and disappeared into the kitchen, still sneezing. Patrick was sitting in the window. Where else? Though the vista of the city was largely obscured by a glacial bank of fog.
"Pull up a chair,"
he told Will, and Will did so.
"The view's fucked, but what the hell?"
"Raphael said you were at the hospital."
"I introduced you to my doctor at the party, didn't I? Frank Webster? Tubby little guy, wears too much cologne. I went to see him this morning, and he just told me flat out he'd done all he could. I'm getting weaker, and there's nothing more he can do for me."
There was a new barrage of sneezes from the kitchen.
"Oh, geez, poor Raphael. As soon as he gets upset, he starts sneezing. He'll be like that for hours. I went to his mother's funeral with him and the whole family. He's got 3 brothers, 3 sisters. They're all sneezing. I didn't hear a word the priest said."
This was sounding more and more like one of Patrick's tales, but what the hell, it was bringing a smile to his face.
"Remember that beautiful French guy Louis used to date? Marius? You had a fling with him?"
"No, I didn't."
"Then you were the only one. Anyway, he sneezed after he'd come. He sneezed and sneezed and sneezed. He fell downstairs at Louis's place, sneezing, I swear."
"Terrible."
"You don't believe me?"
"Not a word." Pat glanced at Will, smirking.
"So," he said, "to what do I owe the pleasure?"
"You were telling me about Webster."
"It can wait. You've got a purposeful look on your face. What's happening?"
"I have to go to England. I'm catching a flight out tonight."
"This is sudden."
"My father's got a problem. Somebody decided to beat the shit out of him."
"You were here on the night in question?"
Patrick said.
"I'll swear to it."
"I mean badly, Pat."
"How badly?"
"I don't know. I'll find out when I get there. So that's my story. Now back to Webster." Patrick sighed.
"I had a heart-to-heart with him today. He's been great. We're always in line if somebody comes along with some new medication. But," he shrugged, "I guess we've run out."
He looked at Will again.
"It's a mess, Will. Getting sick. We've all seen so much of it, and we all know how it goes. Well, it's not going to happen to me."
This sounded like Patrick at his defiant best, but there was no resilience in his voice, only defeat.
"I had a dream a couple of nights ago. I was in a forest, a dark forest, and I was naked. Nothing sexual about it, just naked. And I knew all these things were creeping up on me. Some were coming for my eyes, some were coming for my skin. They were all going to get a piece of me. When I woke up, I thought, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to sit there and be picked at piece by piece."
"Have you talked to Bethlyn about any of this?"
"Not about the conversation with Frank. I've got a session with her tomorrow afternoon."
He leaned his head back on the headrest and closed his eyes.
"We've talked about you a lot, you'll be pleased to know. And she was always pretty acute about you before she met you. Now she'll be useless, like the rest of us, flailing around trying to work out what makes you tick."
"It's no great mystery," Will said.
"One of these days,"
Patrick said lazily,
"I'm going to have a blinding revelation about you, and everything will suddenly make sense. Why we stayed together, why we came apart.
He opened one eye and squinted at Will.
"Were you at the penitent last night, by the way?"
Will wasn't sure. "Maybe," he said. "Why?"
"A friend of Jack's said he saw you coming out, looking like you'd just done some serious mischief. Of course I protected your honor, but it was you, wasn't it?"
"I don't remember, to be honest."
"My God, that's something I don't hear very often these days. Everybody's too clean and sober. You don't remember?" "You're a throwback, Will. Homo Castro 1975.
Will laughed.
"A primitive simian with an oversized libido and a permanently glazed expression."
"There were some wild nights."
"There certainly were," Patrick said with gentle relish. "But I don't want to do it again. Do you?"
"Honestly?"
"Honestly. I did it, and it was great, but it's over, at least for me. I'm making a connection with something else now."
"And how does that feel?"
Patrick had again closed his eyes. His voice grew quiet. "It's wonderful," he said. "I feel God here sometimes, right here with me." He fell silent, the kind of silence that presages something of significance. Will said nothing, just waited for the something to come. At last Patrick said, "I've got a plan, Will."
"For what?"
"For when I get very sick."
Again the silence, and Will waiting.
"I want you here, Will," Patrick said. "I want to die looking at you and you looking at me."
"Then that's what'll happen."
"But it might not," Patrick said.
His voice was calm and even, but tears had swelled between his closed lids and ran down his cheeks.
"You might be in the middle of the Serengeti. Who knows? You might still be in England."
"I won't."
"Shh," Patrick said. "Let me just get all of this said. I don't want somebody telling you what did or didn't happen, and you not knowing whether to believe them or not. So I want you to know. I'm planning to die the way I've lived. Comfortably, sensibly. Jack's with me on it. So's Raphael, of course. And like I said, I want you here, too."
He stopped, wiped the tears off his cheeks with the heels of his hands, and then continued in the same contained manner.
"But if you're not, and there's some problem, if Raphael or Jack get into trouble somehow, we're trying to cover all the legal issues to make sure it doesn't happen, but there's still a chance. I want to be sure you'll get it sorted out. You're good with that kind of stuff, Will. Nobody pushes you around."
"I'll make sure there's no problem, don't worry."
"Good. That makes me feel a lot happier."
Without opening his eyes, he reached out and unerringly took Will's hand.
"How am I doing?"
"You're doing fine."
"I don't like weepers."
"You're allowed."
There was another silence, lighter this time, now that the deal had been struck. "You're right," Patrick finally said. "I'm allowed."
Will glanced at his watch. "Time to go," he said.
"Go, baby, go. I won't get up if you don't mind. I'm feeling a little frail."
Will went and hugged him, there in the chair.
"I love you," he said, "and I love you back."
He had caught fierce hold of Will's arms and squeezed hard.
"You do know that, don't you? I mean, you're not just hearing the words."
"I know it."
"I wish we'd had longer, Will."
"Me too," Will said. "I've got a lot of stuff I'd need to tell you about, but I've got to catch this plane."
"No, Will, I mean I wish we had longer together. I wish we'd taken the time to know one another better."
"There'll be time," Will said. Pat held on to Will's arms another moment.
"Not enough."
And then, reluctantly loosening his grip, let Will go.